Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Someone imagined a raider approaching a dragon. He remembered a hairy creature. Raiders hunt monsters for money. The protagonist imagined a smiling guy. He knows that raiders protect people. The entire population considers them heroes because they risk their lives every day. The guy was watching TV intently. He believes that heroism does not live without envy. The brunette's eyes sparkled red. He thinks that raiders make people's hearts beat faster. The protagonist imagined a tired hero. Everything is enveloped in ominous energy when a raider's heart beats faster. Their bodies are illuminated by powerful mana. He imagined a guy armed with an arm. The protagonist believes that their heart beats when death approaches them. A bloody hero appeared in his head. The guy's body was enveloped in flames. Meanwhile, the girl entered the office. The brunette became very worried when someone insulted a person. The hero in the hoodie frowned deeply. He asked if he was being offered to be a human shield. The man in glasses held out his hand. He asked his comrade to take it easier. He also reminded him that he needed money. The brunette looked away. He realized that the gentleman wanted to lure him into a raid on the dungeon. Woman turned his head. He gave work to solo raiders, being a member of the bureau. The protagonist remembered standing on the street when Woman called him. Then he was glad that he finally got a profitable deal. He changed his mind after hearing the order. The guy grabbed his head. He believed that he was not some kind of meat to stand in the vanguard when clearing the dungeon of the dead. Tilting his head, he asked if he had another offer. He said that even guys of a rank lower than him found work. The gentleman in glasses felt awkward. He thinks that the protagonist knows this himself. The brunette leaned on his arm. Woman reminded him that raiders of combat classes are rarely given tasks. Hearing this, the guy clarified whether he was being rejected because of his class. The gentleman adjusted his glasses when the protagonist apologized for being so useless. Woman admitted to him that this was actually true. He said that recently mages had occupied all the jobs. The guy with glasses bowed his head and reported that the others had varying success in finding work. He believed that employers were avoiding warriors because they were more likely to get injured. The protagonist imagined the magicians casting magic and the injured guy. He knew that they fought monsters from a distance and warriors in close combat, which is why they had much more injuries. The guy believed that mages were superior to others in teamwork. The brunette grimaced and realized that he understood this too. He knows that now there is no place for raiders of his class anywhere. The protagonist realized that back then he needed to become a mage. 11 years ago, he was in his 3rd year of middle school. The boy looked at the sheet in surprise. He got a good result in identifying his predisposition, so he was able to enter a professional institution for training raiders. He remembered the sheet of results. Back then, his magical abilities rose to as much as 97%. He imagined a girl in armor. The protagonist knows that back then, Ine, who is now at the peak of her magical skills, had 92%. He thinks his score was incredible. The guy remembered sweat pouring down his face. His predisposition to martial arts was only 34%. The brunette swung his sword because despite everything, he chose the path of a warrior. The protagonist remembered himself upset. No good reason influenced his choice. He stood apart from everyone because back then his personal assessment of magicians was categorical. The brunette remembered the girl. He knows that back then the ranks of mages consisted of buffers who couldn't even kill a cockroach without the support of warriors. The protagonist understands that now everything is the other way around because combat cash boxes have sunk into the pit and magic ones have been elevated. The brunette bowed his head. He wondered if his life would have been better if he had chosen the path of a mage. The brunette imagined himself starting to drown. He knows that a raider's development usually stops at the age of 20. At that moment, he decided that there was no point in regretting the past because nothing would change anyway. Woman, looking at him intently, said that such an opportunity does not come up often. He admitted that he was going to offer this job to others, but thinking about his problems came to him. The protagonist believes that magicians once envied his talent. He clenched his hand into a fist. The guy thinks that now he is a worthless D-rank warrior. He raised his head and realized that the difference between his past and present is too great. Woman's eyes widened when the guy agreed to go on the raid. They looked away from each other. The brunette tilted his head and realized that he had no choice. He believed that he couldn't refuse even such a job to survive in this swamp. The gentleman's glasses dropped slightly. He told his interlocutor that he was doing the right thing. The guy stood up from his chair when the gentleman said that they would see each other tomorrow at 7:30. He asked him not to be late. Hearing this, the protagonist reminded him that he had complained about being overwhelmed with work. The brunette raised his head and advised him to mind his own business and not think about it. Woman smiled slyly when he admitted that he needed to go there too. He said goodbye to him. The next day, the raiders gathered near the portal. The brunette leaned against the tree trunk. Seeing that it was already 8:52, he remembered his meeting with Woman. The protagonist closed his eye. He thinks that the gentleman should have told him right away that he wouldn't come. The brunette made a displeased face. He thinks that it's much more profitable for women to work with more capable raiders. The guy turned his attention to another warrior. Looking at the serious man, he remembered that woman is a rank mage. The protagonist exhaled heavily and thought about why the gentleman with glasses needed a raider bureau. He thinks that woman can join any guild. The brunette looked down. He thought that in the gentleman with glasses place, he would have done much more. The protagonist remembered the man who emanated an ominous aura. Opening his mouth wide, he called him trash. The guy became sad. Ihan looked away when he was called by name. A fair-haired man approached him. He reminded him that they had already met. Nyunho grabbed his neck when the protagonist asked him if he had come to the raid too. He admitted that he had volunteered to go into a dangerous dungeon because he hadn't been able to find work lately. The brunette closed his eyes and agreed with him. The bearded warrior turned away and asked if he agreed that their brother had nowhere else to work. He said that people had stopped praising combat classes. He also thought that it was not worth spreading some fireballs from behind his comrades. The protagonist bowed his head, realizing that he didn't care about that right now because he was dying of hunger. Myunho winked and offered to do everything well. He asked if he wanted to drink a bottle of soju with him later. The brunette's eyes sparkled when he suggested that this was a good offer. The bearded warrior closed his eyes and started talking about money problems. He reminded them that he paid for their drinks last time. Ihan felt awkward. His comrade winked at him. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he said that he understood everything. The man grabbed his chin and agreed to pay for the drinks one last time. The brunette laughed and admitted that he felt uncomfortable being in his debt again. At that moment, he realized that this gentleman was very simple. They looked back at someone who demanded that everyone gather at the entrance to the dungeon. The gentleman adjusted his glasses and said that they would be entering the dungeon in half an hour. The warrior exhaled heavily. Myunho was sweating. He turned around and suggested that they start getting ready. The protagonist threw his head back and took out a walkie-talkie. He brought it to his mouth. Ihan believes that a raider should remember two things during campaigns. Myunho walked away from him. The brunette believes that blind luck plays a role in a raid. He imagined the guys finding the treasure. The main character thinks that luck can inspire any raider. He also thinks that it becomes fatal carelessness because it most often paralyzes the brain. In his head, this chest began to emanate an ominous aura. He imagined how the warriors looked at each other. The dungeon immediately begins to test the raiders for strength when they stop soberly assessing the situation. He remembered the image of a monster with tentacles. Ihan thinks that raiders are not lucky at all. The guy imagined how the creature attacked. He thinks that tragedy is hidden behind luck. The brunette made a dissatisfied face, thinking about the second rule. His comrade asked why he was stuck. Myunho looked back at him and asked if he was staring at his phone again. The bearded man smiled broadly. He admitted that he noticed his partner always doing this before going out, after which he asked if he was looking at a photo of his girlfriend. The protagonist raised his head and said that it was not so. He smiled slightly. There was a photo open on his phone. He mentally promised his mother that he would return soon. The brunette headed towards the portal. They entered the dungeon. It was filled with angry people. Throwing his hand to the side, the guy demanded that the vanguard hold their shields tightly. He asked that everyone maintain the line. Ihan grimaced in displeasure. The commander demanded that they hold the line even if they were dead. The monster almost touched the brunette. He realized that he had no more strength. The magicians began to cast a spell and called upon the shining light of Ulfheim. The entire room sparkled with red light. They asked that the fierce flames of Surts destroy the enemy. An explosion occurred in the dungeon. Someone began to approach the line. The monster burned alive. The guys watched the burning bodies. The brunette turned his head. Seeing the gentleman in the cloak, he remembered that their guild was called Meteor. He knew that these newbie mages were quickly gaining popularity. Ihan exhaled heavily. He thought that he would most likely not die with them. The guys sat down to rest. Myunho wiped his lip. He closed his eyes and asked if there was only the boss room left. The glass disappeared from his hand. He admitted that it was hard for him. He also said that he would have trained in his youth to raise his level if he had known that this would happen. The brunette turned away and reminded him that he was even a level higher than him. Myunho smiled and asked his comrade if he had knocked out any items. He said that good things dropped in this rank dungeon. A system window appeared in front of the guy. He said that he would check now. The protagonist touched the screen with his finger. Something surprised him. The system suddenly glitched. He looked at her with confusion. Ihan covered his face with his hand. The brunette bowed his head and thought about what happened. A system notification appeared. A notification appeared informing about system problems, as well as about the loss of connection with the user. The protagonist remembered that the system had never had glitches before. A notification appeared about the cancellation of the system launch. Looking at the blue screen, the guy thought about what the cancellation of the launch meant. Some melody played. Someone advised him to follow the light. Ihan turned his head sharply. His face was covered in sweat. A notification appeared informing that an unknown object had invaded the system. A notification about the cancellation appeared. The brunette bowed his head. He thought about what kind of voice he heard. Looking down, he thought about what it meant to follow the light. Myung-ho looked at him with confusion. He asked what he was talking about. The brunette turned around and said that it didn't matter. The guy's eye sparkled when his comrade reminded him that he advised to follow the light. The melody sounded again. The dungeon was covered with a stream of energy. Yi-hyun was very worried because he did not understand what was happening. Seeing a cloud of energy, he assumed that he was standing behind him. The bearded gentleman began to sweat. He, noticing something strange in Yi-hyun, asked if his temperature had risen. The brunette turned his head and said that he was fine. He wondered if anyone had seen this. The light stretched into the darkness. The brunette turned his head and decided to check something. The protagonist turned around when his comrade asked where he was going. He promised him to return soon. Yi-hyun frowned deeply. He wondered what was happening in this dungeon. The guy followed the light. He raised his hand. A notification appeared, informing that the characteristics window could not be loaded. The brunette, looking at the notification, realized that the system was still not working. He poked at the screen. A notification appeared about detecting damage to functions. Yi-hyun scratched the back of his head and thought about what was going on. The light stretched along the corridor. He remembered that in all those years since he became awakened, the system had never failed. And he also realized that there were not even any damages and restorations. Bowing his head, the protagonist assumed that the voice was somehow connected to all this. He remembered the moment of the glitch when an unknown object penetrated the system. In his head, the dungeon was covered in bright light. He remembered a cloud of energy, thinking about the strange voice that advised him to follow the light. The brunette turned his head. He assumed that some changes were simply happening in the dungeon. The guy walked further down the passage. He imagined a man sitting on a throne. The protagonist knows that the name of the Aesir system supposedly comes from the word used to call the Asgardian gods Odin and Thor. Yi-hyun understands that this system is the last hope for humanity. He remembered a ship sailing by 20 years ago. The waves were raging then because that year was rich in disasters. The protagonist imagined the sky turning bloody when a tree of unimaginable size grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It stretched to the very sky. One day, this tree blossomed and covered everything around with leaves in 9 days. The residents animatedly discussed what happened. Some said that this was a harbinger of the apocalypse, while others considered it a blessing from God. There was a mosaic of such a tree in the church. The protagonist knows that in reality, people were wrong. Remembering the fresco, he realized that this world tree was in the first old legend. The plant lost its beauty when it finished growing on the 9th day. Various creatures emerged from the portals when the land was engulfed in fires. This is how the invasion of monsters began. Wolves tore people apart. Many residents were destined to die at the hands of monsters, and the survivors suffered from hunger and plague. The beast opened its mouth wide. The protagonist believes that this is when people fell into despair. A man appeared in the fog. He stepped forward. The creatures bared their teeth. With the appearance of a guy covered in mana, people gained hope for survival. The beasts ran sharply. They pounced on the man. The blonde dodged their attack. The first awakened defeated all the monsters. An ominous energy emanated from him. He was considered a man with godlike power. The guy imagined how a warrior defends himself from a creature. He knows that among the awakened there are also raiders who hunt monsters. The brunette followed the light. He believed that the Aesir system was a powerful weapon controlled by people like him. Yi-hyun bowed his head. It was hard for him to think optimistically since the system had changed. The stone pillars began to sparkle. Someone approached them. The guy stopped near a huge door. He raised his head and couldn't believe what was happening. The brunette smiled ominously. Seeing the engraved beasts, he realized that there was a treasure hidden behind this gate. The protagonist imagined the gold coins. He knew that the treasury was a hidden room that appeared extremely rarely in high-ranking dungeons. Yi-hyun knew that special or even rare items could usually be found there. The brunette touched the door. He believed that the price of one rattle from such a treasury would exceed several hundred million won. The brunette's eyes sparkled when he thought about finding an item above class of the protagonist assumed that then he would be able to say goodbye to the dark days of his life. He opened the door slightly and began to pray. The guy asked God to send him an item of class or higher. He opened the gate. Torches in the room sparkled. The whole room was illuminated with bright light. The protagonist looked around. He did not believe that such a space was hidden behind the gate. At that moment, he realized that what was broadcast on TV was not an empty fiction. Something was brightly illuminating the entire treasury. The brunette smiled widely and assumed that there was an item in front of him. He walked towards it and thought about how good it was. Yi-hyun stretched out his hand. His fingers were enveloped in a stream of energy. A notification about receiving a new piece of equipment appeared. The protagonist reached for the item and was happy about what happened. He believes that the system was restored at the most opportune moment. Yi-hyun thinks that good news does not come one now. He squeezed the item with his hand. A system window appeared, telling about Odin's lost eye. The boy saw that this item was a mythical one. He covered his face with his hand. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. A notification appeared that the absolute calculation skill was comprehending the structure of the magic calculations and destroying it. A blue screen appeared. Ihan couldn't believe that this was all real. The brunette smiled slyly. He remembered that out of all the items he sold at the auction, the best one was the S-class. He also remembered that this artifact quickly went for tens of billions of won as soon as he registered it. The price of magic items can be set by their owner. The protagonist hit his chest. He realized that he found a mythical class item. The boy knows that there is only one artifact of this class in the world. He smiled widely when he realized that he does not need to try his best anymore. Ihan assumed that he would not have to risk his life in the dungeons because the guilds would stop ignoring him. He decided to say goodbye to the terrible life of a raider. The brunette bowed his head and decided to try out the magic item he received. An ominous energy emanated from the lost eye of Odin. The protagonist thought about when he would again hold such a magical artifact in his hands. That is why he decided to use the mythical item before selling it. A notification appeared informing that the item was assigned to the user. Ihan demanded that the system cancel the use. The brunette squatted down. He realized that he almost lost such a good item. The guy stood up and realized that he no longer wanted to wear it. He assumed that he would earn hundreds of billions of won by selling the eye on the black market. The protagonist realized that he no longer wanted to get dirty in the dungeons. The magic item moved to the inventory. The brunette realizes that he can no longer level up after turning 20. Ihan put his hands on his hips. He believes that the eye will be of no use to him. The protagonist believes that the system crash foreshadows an anomaly or an unexpected change. He walked away from the stone pillar. Ihan has long been accustomed to unexpected situations. The sky was covered with clouds. Now that the dungeons have become a reality, raiders consider incidents to be commonplace. The guy looked around. He understands that unexpected situations usually come down to luck or tragedy. At that moment, he decided that it was time for him to set sail. Myungho felt awkward when he said that his comrade would appear soon. He assumed that he had gone off on his own business. The fair-haired raider began to shake his head. He asked the commander to wait a little longer. The man folded his arms in displeasure when Myungho called out to Ihan. The brunette looked at his comrade with confusion, who demanded that he move, because they were already moving on. The protagonist bowed before the commander and apologized to him for being late. The magician reminded him that they should not act rashly in such a situation. He also asked that such a thing not happen again. Hearing this, Ihan promised to be more careful. The guys watched the commander leave. Sweat ran down Myungho's cheek. An ominous aura began to emanate from the brunette. The comrade hit his shield with his fist and advised him not to be sad. The protagonist smiled at him and admitted that he was fine. The guy turned away and said that he would pay for the soju tonight. He said that you can't sit on someone's neck all the time. The brunette went to the rest of the raiders. Myungho scratched his head and assumed that he had already gone crazy at the age of 27. Ihan made a displeased face. He bowed his head and was glad that he had managed to change the topic of conversation. The guy examined his comrades. They were inside a dungeon, which is why everything that happened remained within these walls. Myungho looked at the brunette with concern. Ihan understood that in a dungeon you can't brag about finding an expensive thing because it was tantamount to suicide. Something began to crack. The protagonist realized that it would be wise to sell the eye after the raid was over. Myungho watched him closely. The brunette decided that he shouldn't attract the attention of others. The crack extended further. The commander raised his head and reminded that their formation was reformed. A loud crack was heard when the man suggested continuing the raid. The ceiling began to collapse. The protagonist's face was covered in sweat. He managed to jump back. The guy slid on his back on the ground. The brunette opened his eye. He doesn't understand what's happening. The dungeon was covered in fog. It enveloped the guy's body. Ihan turned his attention to his comrades. The girl tried to cover her mouth. The brunette grabbed his face, realizing that the dungeon was covered in poisonous smoke. He stood up when he realized that he would die if he continued to breathe. He also decided to quickly get out of the dungeon. Someone came up to him and started calling his name. Myungho, covering his mouth with his hand, suggested that his comrade run. He said that this smoke could be dangerous. The brunette squeezed his face tightly. He looked back and turned to his friends. The protagonist suggested that everyone leave the dungeon. Drops of blood splashed on him. His eyes widened. He saw a blade pierce his comrade's body. Myungho started spitting blood. A sword was pierced into his back. Ihan grabbed his neck. He even opened his mouth. The guy realized that he needed to run. The brunette started running with all his might. He remembered the moment when the explosion happened. Ihan leaned on the wall with his hand. The moment when the dungeon was covered with toxic smoke appeared in his head. He moved towards the exit. The guy remembered how his comrade died. The protagonist stopped abruptly. He raised his head and assumed that it was not monsters that were involved in what happened, but dungeon thugs. The brunette bared his teeth and assumed that he would run into toxic fumes as he approached the exit. He also decided that it was better to stay inside because killers could be waiting for him at the entrance. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He thought about why everything was going so badly. The guy bowed his head and realized that now was not the time to show his weakness. Baring his teeth, he decided not to give up just like that because he had found a mythical item. A drop of sweat was dripping down his chin. Someone was approaching him. Everything was covered in flames. The protagonist was attacked. An explosion occurred before his eyes. He looked back. Someone assumed that Yihan would be able to survive. A strong aura emanated from the unknown person. The brunette frowned deeply when he realized that it was woman in front of him. The guy with glasses smiled ominously. He raised his head and reminded him that he had warned him about this. Lightning emanated from the gentleman in the hood. He reminded him that he promised to come today. Woman stepped forward. He bowed his head. Yihan touched his shoulder, turning to his comrade. He turned his head and clarified whether what happened was his doing. The gentleman with glasses grabbed his chin. The protagonist reminded him of the toxic smoke and the attack on the meteor. Woman smiled ominously. Stretching out his hand, he told his partner that he was right. The brunette's pupils narrowed. Grabbing his shoulder, he decided to calmly sort out the situation. He asked his comrade why he did this. The gentleman with glasses spread his arms. He admitted that he did this at the request of his sponsor. Squinting, he told him that many people hate the Meteor Guild. The guy bared his teeth. Woman believes that you can quickly earn a bad reputation by disrespecting other guilds. An ominous aura began to emanate from the killer. The protagonist knows that thugs use narrow passages of caves. The floor of the dungeon was filled with bloody bodies. Yihan believes that the killers carry out dirty contracts. He remembered his bloody friend. At that moment, he realized that the attack on the Meteor Guild took place in a blind spot. His shoulder suddenly hurt. Woman emitted powerful energy. The guy assumed that he wouldn't be able to handle him. The gentleman with glasses smiled slightly. The protagonist understands that in the entire population of the country, only 2% of the magicians are a rank, which includes women. The brunette bowed his head, remembering that he has a D rank. He does not consider himself weak, but not strong either. The guy grabbed his shoulder. He decided to just keep quiet because he was not the target of the thugs. His face was covered in sweat. He realized that he could not escape because the Aesir system was broken. Yihan remembered how the flames engulfed his comrades. He realized that he could only escape from the killers. At that moment, he realized that he wanted to avenge everyone he fought. He remembered the image of a smiling Myungho, whose death he dreams of avenging. The guy turned his head and realized that he could not do this now. He called out to woman. The gentleman with glasses made a displeased face. The protagonist decided to pretend that he didn't see Yggdrasil appear. Yihan bared his teeth when he remembered that there was no more room for the weak in this cruel world. Woman's body was covered in mana when he addressed his Hayam. The brunette's shoulder began to bleed again. Yihan parried the enemy's attack. He covered himself with his hand. A bruise appeared on his face. He realized that he would have died on the spot if he had reacted a second later. The guy saw woman smile ominously. The mage held out 2 fingers. He said that his target was not only the Meteor Guild. Golden chains rushed at the enemy. The protagonist dodged the attack. Half of his face was covered in blood. Seeing the mage snap his fingers, the guy realized that he needed to escape from the dungeon. He closed his eyes and thought about why woman needed a simple D-rank raider like him. Magic balls appeared behind the master. The protagonist wondered what he had done wrong. The chain was enveloped in strong mana. Yihan did not understand who wanted him dead. He touched his neck. Opening his eyes, he wondered who this person was. He imagined feathers flying. Yihan bared his teeth. An image of a person with powerful energy appeared in his mind. He looked down and called him trash. The protagonist sank, realizing that his life was worthless. He raised his head. Woman was very surprised when the guy asked about his father. They looked at each other. The gentleman adjusted his glasses. Lightning emanated from his body. He laughed ominously. Yihan felt awkward when the man continued to laugh. Smiling widely, the gentleman asked his Hyang to listen to him. He looked at his hand and called him a good guy. The brunette bowed his head. Woman admitted that he liked him. The protagonist remembered a photo with his mother. Raising his head, he said that he wanted to ask a question. Yihan remembered how he mourned his mother 5 years ago. Looking intently at the interlocutor, he clarified whether his father ordered him to do what happened in the winter 5 years ago. Woman smiled slightly. He thought the guy would not guess about it. His eyes sparkled. Blood began to flow from the brunette's abrasion. The gentleman stepped forward and admitted that he did not understand anything. Woman smiled ominously. He told the guy that his father did this to his wife and then to his son. The man attacked the brunette. The mage extended his hand. He asked if he also thought that this was too much. The dungeon was covered in red fog. Woman said goodbye to his Hyam. Yihan turned his gaze away from him. He stared into space. The protagonist tried to say something. Something sparkled. Odin's lost eye was enveloped in mana. Woman put his hand to his ear. He asked the raider if he wanted to say something. His hood flew off his head. His pupils narrowed. Powerful energy began to emanate from the guy. God, his mouth was open. He wondered where such mana came from. The ground under his feet began to crack. Debris flew to the sides. Woman started sweating as he noticed that the mana was getting stronger. He thought about how to interpret what was happening. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He felt a bad premonition and decided to end it quickly. The gentleman extended his hand and suggested that they stop joking. He demanded that Yihun die. Golden chains wrapped around the guy's body. The weapon was aimed straight at him. It approached the brunette. His eyes sparkled brightly. The golden chains shattered into pieces. Woman's mouth dropped open. The guy looked away. A notification appeared about assigning an item to the user. The brunette became sad when he realized that he could no longer sell the eye. A notification appeared about the presence of an empty card. Woman's mouth opened wide. He thought that this could not have happened. Frowning deeply, he noticed that his magic began to dissipate. The brunette stepped forward. Bowing his head, he addressed Woman. The protagonist activated the effect of Odin's lost eye. He raised his head and confessed to the enemy that he would finish him off in the most brutal way. A notification appeared about the creation of an active skill. Everything around sparkled. A super fast chain began to appear behind the brunette. Woman raised his head and asked where he got such an ability from. He stared at the protagonist when he remembered that he spent years to master this spell. The gentleman wondered how a D-rank raider warrior had it. He frowned deeply and confessed that he did not understand how he managed to learn the ultimate spell, after which he warned Yihan that he did not stand a single chance against him. The brunette looked back at the super fast chain. He attacked the enemy and said that he would not know until he tried. The gentleman's face was covered in sweat. The chain picked up tremendous speed. Woman covered his face with his hands. The protagonist looked at him menacingly. The gentleman dodged the next attack. A magic ball floated above his hand. It attacked the enemy. Yihan activated the absolute calculation skill. A new chain appeared from the portal. It headed straight for Woman. The guy swung his hand. A magic ring appeared in front of him. Mana was emanating from the brunette's eye. The gentleman was very surprised. The super fast chain approached him. It sparkled when he realized that he couldn't dodge it. Yihan watched the explosion. The debris floated into the sky. The guy continued walking. He approached Woman. The gentleman began to spit blood. Tears flowed from his eyes. He begged the protagonist to spare him. The brunette attacked the guy again. Drops of blood covered his glasses. Yihan raised his head. He opened his eyes when he assumed it was over. The guy fell to the ground. His eyes began to close. He had no stamina or mana left. He looked up and realized that he hadn't expected such an ending. He also realized that it had happened right after the successful find. The protagonist realized why he had been so lucky today. Finding himself in a dark space, he remembered that a raider couldn't help but show up for a date with his death. The guy began to lose consciousness. He realized that death was cold. His eyes closed. A notification appeared, informing him that a new control system was being installed. The brunette opened his eye slightly when the system offered him to download it. He learned that when loading a new system, he would move to the point in the past he wanted to return to. Smiling slightly, he realized that he would be able to move to the past. He assumed that he could be saved. The protagonist remembered the line from the notification. He realized that he still had one day break waiting for him. Yihan wondered if it would be luck or tragedy. Throwing his head back, he allowed the system to start downloading. He realized that he could only do this. The brunette smiled slightly. He came to terms with what had happened. The Nornir system started to launch. Goddesses appeared in front of him. Among them was a red-haired girl. The blonde smiled slightly. The heroine with gold earrings looked back. The fair-haired girl extended her hand. She took someone's hand. A notification appeared, informing him that the protagonist had become an enemy of the Great Aesir. The gods were now watching him. The brunette suddenly woke up. He got out of bed. The guy looked around. He noticed a wooden table. On it stood a photo of him with his mother. The protagonist began to examine his hands. The light illuminated them. A magic ball appeared between them. The system informed him that he had successfully returned to the past. The guy's eyes widened. He assumed that he was in a dream. Yihan remembered his dead mother and how he lost his comrades. He did not believe that he had returned to the past. The guy imagined the image of a man. The protagonist decided that he was in a dream. He looked at what was happening, confused. A photo with his mother appeared in his head. The woman smiled slightly. Yihan did not expect the dream to be so long. The blonde heroine looked at him. The brunette almost burst into tears. He hugged his mother tightly. Tears were streaming down his face. The protagonist did not want to interrupt such a moment. A notification appeared that it was November 15, 2020 and the time travel was complete. Yihan jumped out of bed holding his heart and tried to breathe. Then there was a notification that some restrictions were imposed on the user's actions and his body was restored by 20%. The hero tried to catch his breath, sweating. He looked in front of him with his eyebrows drawn together and asked if he was still sleeping. The guy looked to the side and thought that this was the apartment he lived in before. Another notification came out that a new quest had been received called Rest and was secondary, because the protagonist was seriously wounded in the battle and needed to restore his stamina to 80%, and the difficulty level was F, but the reward would be one empty card. The yellow-eyed man asked what quest he was talking about. He stared at the notification. After that, the dark-haired man exhaled and thought that he needed to find out something. The warrior began to remember the place of time travel and thought that he had not died in the battle with women. Then he remembered himself bleeding and thought about the reason for what had happened. The guy immediately remembered that a notification had come out that when loading a new system, the user travels in time to the point he chose, and then thought that it was still because of the new system and it had returned him to the past. The hero extended his finger to the notification and thought that he couldn't be surprised by something like this, because strange things had happened to him before, and if what had happened could give him new knowledge. He looked at the particles leaving and said that he could skillfully adapt to similar situations, and that was the main thing. After that, the yellow-eyed man raised his hand to his chin and thought that the system had sent him 11 years back in time and now he should be in the middle class in his 3rd year of study. He glanced to the side. A notification appeared that the control system had been changed to Nornir. The guy wondered if this was the name of the new system. The one who had returned began to slowly get out of bed and thought that, frankly speaking, what was happening still seemed like a dream to him. He began to walk slowly and thought that there was one thing. The dark-haired man took the calendar in his hand. A smile appeared on his face and Yihan said that he was sure of one thing for sure. There was an inscription on the calendar. It said that it was the day to apply to Mills Academy and it was imperative to choose a martial arts class. The returnee took hold of the pen. He crossed out the words about the combat class and thought that he had a chance. The boy smiled softly and thought that to hell with the combat class and it would be better to become a mage. The hero brought chopsticks with rice to his mouth. He put it in his mouth. Tears rolled down his eyes. The woman looked at her son with concern. She raised her eyebrows and thought that something was bothering him. Then the blonde remembered how he hugged her at the entrance. The dark-haired man pressed her to himself, and the girl with a ponytail thought that her boy had always been so steadfast, and now he was crying bitterly. The mother still put down the chopsticks and turned to Yihan. She looked at him and asked if something had happened to him. He smiled softly and said that it was not so, and that he had just had a nightmare. The guy put down the chopsticks, and when she asked if he really had a nightmare, he said that it was true. The hero immediately remembered his mother's corpse. His eyes filled with sadness. When the woman looked away slightly embarrassed, he said that he needed to tell her something, to which she said that she felt it. She looked softly in front of her and thought that he might be afraid to enter the academy. When her son looked down, the blonde thought that the raider profession was very dangerous and there was serious competition among them. The mother closed her eyes and thought that if Yihan did not want to, then let him continue his education in a regular school and maybe that academy was considered prestigious. But if her son refused to enter it, then so be it. The yellow-eyed man looked in front of him and calmly said that he was thinking of transferring to the magic faculty. The mother, closing her eyes, approved of his desire. Then it dawned on her and she opened her eyes wide, asking again, and then thought about who always said that she would choose the warrior class. The woman was slightly confused and thought that her son was a thoughtful guy and did not think that he would change his mind without a reason. Then the blonde raised her head. She touched the dark-haired man's cheek. Then the woman in the beige sweater smiled softly and asked if he was sure of his decision, to which the son answered affirmatively. The mother tilted her head to the side and told him to do as he saw fit, because she would like him to think first of all not about money, but about what he would do in life. The hero was again on the verge of crying, and she continued, saying that the main thing is to find your calling and she will always and in everything support him. The protagonist immediately began to wipe away tears and thought that now is not the time to cry. Afterwards, he imagined his father and thought about taking revenge on the rank raider. His eyes immediately became aggressive and he thought about becoming stronger. A notification appeared that the rest quest had been successfully completed and the reward for this was an empty card. The hero did push-ups on one hand while standing on it. Afterwards, the protagonist stood up and said that the quest was finally completed and the card was received, which meant that the beginning had been made. The returnee wiped his head with a towel, looking at 2 notifications, and said that it was not yet clear what kind of dough this system was made of, but it was already possible to benefit from it, because he knew the future and he knew both the hidden parts and the ruins that could be captured. The guy pulled on his sweater and thought that he had a good memory, and once he had even been a guide in a dungeon. He put his hand on the back of the chair and thought that the problem was in his abilities, because with the exception of absolute calculation and super speed chain, he only had combat class skills in his arsenal. The dark-haired man leaned back in his chair and then wondered what was surprising about that, because he was going to become a warrior. Then he looked away and wondered if there was anything he could do about it. The yellow-eyed man sat and simply looked at the notification. It stated his stats and status. He thought that his level had dropped, as had his stats. The next windows were about his passive skills, and the active skills were the ones he had recently acquired. The guy looked sadly in front of him and wondered why only the passives remained the same. The next notification answered his question, writing that due to the effect of the attracted the attention of the god's skill, the user's passive skills remain the same as they were before the time jump. The hero immediately asked again. A notification came out that explained the skill and said that it was a blessing from God and it accelerates the user's development. And then it explains the effect that after returning to the past, all passive skills were saved, and at each level, all characteristics become more by one. Yihan was immediately surprised and asked again, after which he cursed in surprise. After that, he looked away and thought that the gods were watching him and then asked about other skills. The passive skill of the absolute god's eye allows you to see through illusions and recognize the truth. After that, a notification came out that explained the skill of the high-speed chain, like a lightning chain that attacks the enemy and can paralyze the enemy, and the more chains released, the more mana is consumed. The hero sat among all these notifications and said that he did not really understand why the eye of the absolute god was needed, but the super fast chain is a serious toy, and then wondered about his characteristics. He looked at the window with his stats again. The protagonist, propping his head up with his hand, said that physical strength is not so important for a mage, but agility would not be superfluous and mana is not worth mentioning. Then he looked up in front of him and said that there was one but. Notifications cascaded that his agility, mana, and endurance had been increased. Yihan said that victory loves preparation and endurance. Then he imagined a running man and thought that, unlike mana and strength, it does not increase combat power, but increases the fatigue threshold in the case when the same action is performed repeatedly, and if you invest in endurance now, the effect will be felt at each new level. A notification window began to disintegrate above his hand. Afterwards, he picked up the card and said that they had sorted it out, but now the question was what to study, and thought that for now, the super fast chain would be enough to attack, and even if he copied a high-level enemy spell, he would not be able to use it due to lack of mana. The guy turned the card in his hand and thought that this meant that he needed healing, and then thought that, as he remembered, now in 2020, the hero imagined 2 swordsmen and an unsuccessful mage, thinking that mages were treated like trash. Then he imagined a healer surrounded by light and thought that if a raider had some kind of treatment, then his attractiveness increased dramatically. The protagonist imagined how people followed this healer and thought that such guys were always valued, and for this it was not necessary to be a raider. You can go into medicine, for example, or somewhere else, because there are many places where the skills of a healer are in demand. The yellow-eyed man looked at the card and thought that if he learned to heal, his authority would increase dramatically. Then he leaned back in his chair and exhaled, cursing, thinking that the problem was that meeting an awakened one with such skills was not an easy task. The dark-haired man looked up and thought that besides. Then he remembered the fight with woman and realized that it showed that one should use empty cards as wisely as possible. The guy closed his eyes and thought that it was unknown exactly how many cards the system gives out, but he was sure that it would not scatter them left and right. The phone on the table blinked, and the hero thought about whether there was another way out. When the phone rang, the yellow-eyed man looked at it and asked who it was. He picked it up and looked at it calmly. Then surprise appeared on his face. The name Yujin hung in the notification line of the phone. The returnee remembered the first time this girl approached him and thought that she was his childhood friend. Then he remembered how they walked next to each other, and the girl yawned and thought that they lived in the same area, so they often walked together, but she also dreamed of entering the academy and becoming a raider. The guy imagined his girlfriend showing 2 fingers with a slight smile and thought that there was one but. In his mind, images of the blonde girl lying in his arms covered in blood popped up. Then he looked at her with tear-stained eyes. Jihan put his hand to his face in anxiety. Then he slowly removed it. The dark-haired man looked down and thought that everything was okay because now he could change the future. The man picked up the phone and thought with a smile that he should change it and said that she was the way he remembered her. There were a lot of messages on his phone from a girl who was trying to persuade him to go to a lecture together, and he immediately came to his senses. His eyes filled with life, and the one who returned said with a smile that he remembered this girl. The guy remembered the dark-haired girl in a beautiful dress and said that she was a holy virgin in her magic. The girl from his thoughts released the light from her hands, and he thought that this was a sacrifice. The dark-haired man immediately stood up and said that there was nothing to worry about. He adjusted the backpack on his shoulder and smiled. While his mother was washing the dishes, the yellow-eyed man said that he would go out for a while, and she said that she was letting him go, but asked him to come back before dark. The one who returned was inspired and walked with the phone in his hand. Afterwards, he texted his girlfriend that he would be there soon. An expensive car was driving along the road at high speed. The driver said that her schedule for today was to give a lecture to raiders in the city center. The saint sat with her head down, and he continued and said that a raid in a B-rank dungeon followed by a visit to Wonju and then a flight to the USA. The guy looked at the girl in the rearview mirror. Scarred brought his eyebrows together and asked if she was sure that she could handle it in such a state, and then mentioned that her health had worsened. The chairman smiled softly and said that nothing serious had happened, and that she simply had not gotten enough sleep. Brown-eyed continued to look ahead and said that it was all due to lack of rest and a busy schedule. Then he looked back and said that she knew it herself. Green-eyed looked away, and he said that the sacrifice took her life. The driver fell silent and, looking menacingly forward, thought that it would be better if someone else had this skill and would cure the chairman. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes and smiled and said that they had agreed not to talk about it. The man gripped the steering wheel tighter and thought that if this continued. Right after that, he looked at the girl again. Seonjun looked sadly out the window, and he thought that at this rate, the Holy Virgin of South Korea would soon leave them. Yujin pulled the guy by the hand and hurried him, saying that there was a real crowd there. Yihan said discontentedly that he understood. There was no need to drag him. The girl in the crowd looked around. The brunette asked with a smile, did she invite him because she was afraid of getting lost? The blonde shouted discontentedly that this was not true. Where did he get that from? To which the guy asked to let go of his hand, which she was still holding. The girl squeezed the stranger's wrist tighter. Yihyun asked with a smirk why an excellent student, an outstanding athlete, forgot the way every day. The embarrassed Yujung shouted that thanks to her he would listen to the lecture. Did he think Seonjun was so easy to see in person? The guy, looking at her, thought it was true. He wanted to copy Seonjun's sacrificed magic. It would be very useful in the future. Who knows, maybe he will have better connections in South Korea. The audience was sitting on the chairs. Among them was Yihan with a shining Yujung. The hero turned his gaze and thought that it was really Seonjun. The poster said a lecture by Seonjun, the master of the National Guild Lotus. On the black plate was written the slogan "Save lives with healing magic." The guy imagined the image of a girl who folded her hands in prayer. The master of the Guild Lotus, the holy maiden Yu Seonjun. She is famous not only in Korea but also abroad. Yujung and the other spectators looked ahead in admiration. At a time when raiding was not so common, the holy maiden fought in the front lines and treated the wounded. Yihan looked down, thinking that he knew. His hands adjusted the microphone. The hero heard her greet the audience. The brown-haired girl held the microphone and introduced herself. The audience cheered and greeted her. Yihan sat indifferently, crossing his arms. He imagined the girl's silhouette against a red background and thought that in a couple of months, her condition would worsen. This would happen during the raid on Itaewon. The guy thought that the magic of sacrifice would be the cause. There was only one way to help Seonjun. Yujung screamed, attracting the girl's attention, and asked her to look at her. The hero said with displeasure that he was in shock, to which his girlfriend advised him to shut up. Holding the microphone, Seonjun addressed the audience, saying that the world was going through an era of disaster and decline. She recalled standing in a white cloak and said that Yggdrasil, their citizens, gave their lives and fought against monsters. The audience listened attentively, which was of course after the first raiders appeared. Yujun clasped her fingers together, listening that with the awakened, their situation had improved greatly. Seonjun closed her eyes, saying that of the awakened currently alive, only a fifth of them were willing to join the ranks of the raiders. Crossing her arms, Yihan listened as she continued and defended humanity. Clouds floated in the sky. The girl opened her eyes slightly. She continued that their future was not yet decided. The struggle for existence continues. Many people are even now dying from monsters. Seonjun clutched the microphone, saying that they need their courage. Looking at the audience, the girl called on the awakened of the world to take courage and stand up to fight in front of the common enemy. She bowed and called on them to enroll in their ranks and fight for world peace. The audience was delighted to hear that the Lotus Guild would help them with the determination. She would help them. Yihan indifferently looked away, saying that he needed to go somewhere, so he would probably go. The girl asked discontentedly, how was she? Looking at her, the hero reminded her that she said that she did not suffer from topographic cretinism. Yujung frowned and said that he liked to mock. Seonjun smiled and said that he was joking. He called her mother. The surprised girl heard that she would arrive soon, let her wait a little, and then exclaimed that her mother could let them down. What was his business? Turning around, the guy in the hood said that for sure, he decided to choose a magic class. The girlfriend asked again in surprise. Looking at her, Yuhan said that he would teach her magic somehow, starting with theory step by step, but Yujung said that she did not need it. Waving his hand, the guy walked away under the shouts of his friend. Why did he change classes? Let him tell, and then go. Yujung remained standing, looking after him, and thought that he was heartless and left her alone. Yihan looked around, saying that he clearly remembered how she went in this direction. He noticed a man talking on the phone near a car. The brunette smiled. He walked towards the standing man. He took the phone away from his ear and then turned away and said that he apologized, but the chairman was not accepting gifts now. Yi-hyun replied with a smile that he came to see her. The guild member exhaled, thinking that apparently this was another fanatic obsessed with raiding. He turned to the standing brunette. The man frowned and said that his decision was commendable, but he shouldn't show up so rudely. He was putting these traitors in an awkward position. Yi-hyun interrupted him and asked him to listen. He closed his eyes and said that he knew that Seonjun was terminally ill. The man looked at him in surprise as the boy smiled, saying that he could cure her. He opened his mouth in surprise and then darkened with anger. The guild member grabbed the hero by his clothes, asking where he heard about this. Shouting in the boy's face, he repeated that he was asking how he knew about the chairman's illness. The hero looked away and said that there was no need to shout about it to the whole street. Passers-by actually started to pay attention to them. Suddenly, the car window opened and Seonjun turned to Sungyi, telling him to wait. She then turned to Yi-hyun, asking if he could take responsibility for his words. Yi-hyun shook off the man's hand and replied that of course he could cure her. Lotus Head closed her eyes. She thought that if it was a lie, he would have been found out right away. Opening her eyes slightly, the girl thought that this guy was acting confident. She watched the brunette brush his clothes and thought, did he have anything to rely on? Sungyi turned around when he heard the question of how much time was left before leaving and answered that it was 2 hours. Seonjun turned to Yi-hyun and told him to sit down. It would be better for them to talk in a quiet place. There were too many ears here. She sat in a chair and invited the guy to sit down. The brunette sat in the chair, thanking the girl. She folded her hands, saying that they would start in order. Looking at the guy, she asked how he knew about her affliction. Yi-hyun apologized and replied that he could not say that, although of course he could if she wanted him to. The girl heard that in that case he wouldn't treat her. She smiled, noting how cheeky the guy was, and said that they had an agreement. Opening her eyes, she said, what next? The brunette heard the question of how he would do it and said that he would answer directly. Sitting opposite the girl, he answered that he was going to copy her sacrifice skill. Seonjun asked in surprise. The man slammed his hand on the table. Sungyi angrily shouted that there was no need to listen to him. He angrily called out to the guy and asked if he even understood what the sacrifice skill was. The man shouted that it was the chairman's unique ability. Yujin turned her gaze to him, hearing how he was going to copy magic, the formula of which they did not even fully understand. Yi-hyun imagined the figures of people surrounded by a blue glow and thought that the skill was only one step higher than rank S, a kind of skill ceiling. It can only be obtained from an ancestor or through self-discovery. Normal spells can be mastered using formulas, but the formula of a unique one cannot be understood. He imagined the shining seal of the spell formula and thought that such an ability cannot be copied. Only the owner himself or his family can have it. The hero looked down, thinking that everyone thought so. Looking at the interlocutors, he suggested not to get excited. If he could not cure the chairman, he would not have come. Sungyi angrily clenched his teeth. Seonjun calmed him down with a smile, saying that they should listen to the guy until the end. She turned to Yi-hyun and asked, in other words, he wants to heal her with her own sacrifice skill. Did she understand correctly? He, looking at her, answered that he did. He thought that in order to heal the wound caused by the spell usage penalty, a healing of a higher rank, or the same as the spell itself, was needed. The reason for the girl's illness was her unique skill. Yi-hyun looked forward seriously, thinking that a healing of a higher rank simply did not exist, and Seonjun, unfortunately, could not heal himself with a sacrifice, so his option was the only one. He imagined the girl holding the aurora between her palms, and thought that the sacrifice meant offering a gift to the god. He looked at the Lotus chairman sitting on the couch, and thought that this is why she has a restriction that does not allow her to heal herself. She cannot sacrifice her life for a life. The girl smiled, saying that if he said so, fine. She opened her eyes, as if surrounded by aurora, and told him to prove it. Sungyi called out to her in surprise. Light was coming from the girl's chest, and it seemed like there were wings on her back. Yi-hyun smiled, thinking that everything was going well. Pixels began to shine under his fingers. A card with an image of the sun appeared in his hand. The system informed him that he could learn a new spell, and then asked, use a blank card. Yi-hyun agreed. A shining orb was floating in Seonjun's palms. Yi-hyun saw a system notification that the blank card had been used. The sacrifice spell had been learned. The guy smiled slightly. Waving his hand, he said that it seemed like they still didn't trust him. He would have to earn their trust. The system informed him that the sacrifice spell had been activated. A shining orb was in the hand of the guy with shining wings. The guild members looked at him in surprise. The guy clenched his fist. Looking at them resolutely, he asked, are they starting? System window, information about the active sacrifice skill. Unique rank, creates a healing wave that restores the stamina of allies and dispels negative effects. When used on the dead, it becomes an attack skill, the Judgment of Light. The system reported that since the spell was cast using a blank card, there would be no penalty. Yihyun looked at the information window with a smile. Seonjun touched her chest and asked, "So what does he want from the guild?" She looked at the guy and thought that one ability to cure her illness was already enough for negotiations. She looked at the brunette in the black sweater and thought that, however, he was an ordinary child from middle school. The guild leader thought that she did not believe it. This guy was so impudent that he directly announced the negotiations to the chairman. She smiled and thought that this was interesting. Yihyun calmly asked her to be his sponsor. The girl touched her chin and asked, "Sponsor, that is, to help him achieve success in raiding, is this what he means?" The guy smiled and answered that yes, this was his dream, but for rapid growth he needed money and connections. With her eyes closed, the leader listened to him asking for such support from her. She agreed with a smile, saying that he was brave enough, as she saw there was definitely a point in such an investment. Yihyun was pleased to hear that he was not lacking in abilities. The girl opened her eyes and then said that there would be a condition. The hero wondered what kind of conditions. For Seonjun, he was the only hope for recovery. She must be in a desperate situation, but still maintain her composure. He looked at the smiling girl and thought, "Is this professional?" He asked about the condition out loud, and she confirmed. Touching his chest, the girl said that, as far as he knew, her illness was a personal problem, and she had nothing to do with Lotus. She extended her hand and continued that he would need not only her support, but also the entire guild. Help without any reason. Looking at her, Yihyun replied that he understood. She was talking about unfair treatment. What was she offering? The guy thought that in any case, if Seonjun refused, she would lose more than he did. She wouldn't be able to come up with a lever to manipulate him. Seonjun asked with a smile if there was a guild he wanted to join. The guy looked at her in surprise. He was sitting on the couch opposite the girl and wondered if they were trying to recruit him now. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked if she was joking. The brown-haired girl touched her face and said that of course she couldn't joke. The girl explained that there were several reasons why she asked this. She raised one finger and said that, firstly, he knew about the illness of the Lotus Guild chairman. Yihyun was excited to hear that this information was known to a very small circle of people. Apparently, he either had good informants or big ears. The guy looked at her and thought that his informant here was a leap into the past, but he couldn't say it. Seonjun added a second finger, saying that, secondly, he perfectly reproduced her sacrifice. The girl said that she had never heard of anything like that and did not think that anyone else could do it. There were an infinite number of skills that he could copy. Yihyun looked away and asked if there was a third reason. The heroine answered that yes, she was the most romantic. She walked up to the guy and touched his face, saying that he was in front of Seonjun herself, but he did not even raise an eyebrow. She looked at the young man, saying that when a child behaves like that in the presence of the master of the Lotus Guild. Yihyun heard that it was charming. The girl returned to her place and asked, "Well, is it enough to hire him?" He imagined a symbol similar to a flower and thought that after Seonjun's health failed, Lotus began to rapidly lose its position, but nevertheless, it was still better among the other guilds. The guy looked ahead, thinking that if he joined them now, he would be in good standing, and they would treat him with respect. And in general, joining a guild will help him develop faster. Sitting on the couch, he replied that, as far as he knew, contracts with minors were considered illegal. A smile appeared on Seonjun's lips. She asked if he had heard anything about preferential negotiating rights. The hero thought about it. Preferential negotiating rights. He imagined the figure extending his hand to the figure below. This was a loophole through which underage raiders, cadets, could receive support from guilds. The figures shook hands. The guy thought that when the youth grew up, they would sign a full-fledged contract with him as investors. This was usually done with very talented guys. The young man thought with a slight smile that he had never thought that he would be among them. In the past he had managed to fly out even from a low-level guild. The heroes sat opposite each other. The brown-haired girl smiled and thought that nevertheless there was something cute about him. She said that they would send the contract to the address he gave. Let him think carefully before giving an answer. Yihyun stood up, saying that the treatment first. He thought that this was indeed a great opportunity, but there was no need to decide now. It was better to focus on the immediate problem. The rest would be later. He stood behind the girl, stretching out his palms, and said that he would begin then. Seonjun replied that she was counting on him. A guy was standing nearby in the room. Sungyi glanced at them with displeasure, thinking that he could not understand what was happening. A bright shining ball appeared in Yihyun's palm. Sungyi excitedly thought that he had seen the effect with his own eyes. There was no reason to doubt it. They had consulted so many healers about the chairman's illness. Looking at her, he thought that even those who dedicated their entire lives to restoration magic could not help them. He doubted that it would be that easy. The guy's radiance and magical wings turned golden. The system reported that the sacrifice skill was activated. The next window showed that a healing wave was entering the body. Seonjun was surrounded by a golden glow. Golden swirls were swirling around her head. Sungyi was amazed that the chairman's health was being restored. He would be able to heal her. He looked at the glow. Then he bowed to the boy with the shining wings and apologized for his behavior, saying that he trusted the chairman to him. Yi-hyun, without looking at him, replied that it was okay, he wouldn't trust a child either. Still bowing his head, the man said that he would apologize thoroughly for his rudeness later. The system reported that he had successfully healed the object. Passive first aid skill had reached level 19. The ball in the guy's palms was shrinking. He said that it was done and suggested that they try to pass. Seonjun stood up, then walked towards the window. She extended her hand, surrounded by shining butterflies. There were golden flashes above her palm. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheeks. She said that all the symptoms had disappeared. She wiped her face and thanked him. Turning to Yi-hyun, she asked if he would get a penalty for this. The guy remembered the notice that since the spell was cast using a blank card, there was no penalty. He replied with a smile that everything was fine, in which case she would just need to heal him. The guild leader smiled and confirmed, as many as you like. She handed the guy a business card with the guild logo on it, saying that it was her card. Yi-hyun picked her up and heard that she would try to prepare everything he asked for. He could call at any time. And regarding the contract, she was counting on his positive answer. The guy looked at the card. Then he looked at the girl and said, "Could they?" The guild members heard that he had another small request. White clouds floated in the sky the next day. A black car stopped. Sung-yi opened the door and said that they could go out. A foot in a black sneaker landed on the ground. Seonjun got out of the car. Sung-yi looked to the side. He said that this is it. The heroes were standing at the gate with a picture of a flower. The man said that this was a low-level dungeon of the Lotus Guild. Leaves were falling around Yi-hyun. He thought that many cool guys would gather at Mill's Academy and to compete with them. He smiled a little and thought that he needed to level up a little. The sun was shining on the gate with the seal. There were boxes with equipment and potions, and the scarred man said that they had already prepared restorative items and tools for them. He twirled the staff in his hands and said that these were surplus guild equipment, so they could be used at their own discretion. The hero took the staff in his hands and looking at it thanked him for his work, after which the formally dressed man asked if he could handle it. He knitted his eyebrows and said with concern that the dungeon was E rank, but it was still dangerous to go there alone, and then asked if he had to go there alone. The yellow-eyed man raised the staff up and said with a smile that he needed to raise his level. The man anxiously ran his finger over the notification. A crystal appeared in his hand and he said that in that case, it would be better if he took something else with him. A hand with a stone was extended to the protagonist and he tried to ask what it was, to which the formally dressed man said that it was a warp stone. After he put it in his hand and said that if you break it, you can return to the entrance to the dungeon, and you need to use it in case of extreme danger. The scarred man smiled and asked to take it, because it was his apology for yesterday's rudeness, and the hero was surprised by the brown-eyed man's words that this was gratitude for treating the chairman and he hoped that this stone would help him. Yi-hyun squeezed the stone in his hand and thanked him with a soft smile. After that, he headed to the gate to the dungeon, thinking about how he felt the energy emanating from the dungeon. The dark-haired man put his hand in front of him, closed his eyes and thought that there should be no problems. But then the formally dressed man approached him and asked him to remember that if something happened inside, then you need to use the warp stone. He turned around and said with a soft smile that he understood and then said that he was going to go. The hero stepped onto the threshold of the dungeon and a notification appeared that he had entered the dungeon. But then the notification began to glitch and scared him, and a purple haze was spreading behind him. The yellow-eyed man was grabbed by the face by shadow hands and he immediately asked in horror what was happening. The next notification was that the system was moving him in space. The hands began to pull him along. A notification appeared that his location was the land of the dead. The holy maiden sat at her workplace in the rays of the sun. She leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Then the dark-haired one leaned forward a little, thinking about the hero, and wondered if he could handle it. The girl remembered how he came to her and said that he had one request, and he wanted her to let him into one of her low-level dungeons, and also the guy would like to go there alone. The green-eyed girl was still looking ahead and thinking that the location was only E rank, but for a newbie raider to clear it alone is almost impossible, and even though Yi-hyun has a unique ability, he is still green. The beautiful lady looked to the side and thought about how she thought that the guy understood this perfectly well, and yet, for some reason, he still wanted to enter the dungeon alone. A soft smile appeared on her face. The healer put her hand to her cheek and with a smile wondered what his plan was. There was a knock on the door. It was Hana. The chairman immediately closed her eyes with a smile and invited them in. A tall, dark-haired girl entered the office with a folder and bowed her head. Seonjun asked with a smile how things were going with her assignment. The girl with the bob looked at the tablet and said that it was information on the case. She handed over the tablet and said that it was Yi-hyun's profile, to which she responded with gratitude. The green-eyed girl opened the folder and began to read. The brown-eyed girl looked at the chairman seriously and thought that it was very rare for the chairman to hire someone personally, and she had already found out what the hero's specialty was. The saint turned the pages one by one, but then something caught her attention, and then Seonjin brought her hand to her mouth and asked if he really wanted to choose a martial arts class, and then wondered where he got such magic from then. The girl with the bob lowered her head. The long-haired girl did the same with slight anxiety, but then she opened her eyes. She was pierced by anxiety and doubt. The girl sat in silence, not moving. The chairwoman raised her head and anxiously asked if it was true. The brown-eyed one said that unless there was some kind of error in the technology, then it was definitely true. The panel showed that the protagonist's inclination to magical arts was 97%. The healer stood up from her seat and started the call. She turned to the elder with a smile and asked to tell the hero as soon as he left the dungeon. Then the dark-haired one tilted her head to the side and said that they needed to meet, after which the scarred one immediately asked again in surprise and asked what she meant. The girl looked out the window and said that she wanted to check it personally. After a short pause, the green-eyed one smiled, opening her eyes slightly, and said that she wanted to check his abilities. Notifications flew one after another. They said that the system had moved him in space and his new location was the land of the dead. The protagonist was thrown out at high speed. The yellow-eyed one hit the ground with his back. The moon was shining in the sky, and there were tombstones and a dense forest nearby. The hero tried to get up from the ground, groaning in pain, but then he started to feel sick. The guy started to cough, having done his job and sitting on his haunches. Yihan wiped his face with his hand and cursed. Then he frowned and thought about what was happening here. A light flashed in the distance. There stood a skeleton archer with a loaded arrow. The bone one began to raise his weapon, pulling the bowstring. The arrow immediately rushed towards the dark-haired one. He immediately noticed the projectile. He managed to dodge, but the arrow cut his cheek. The yellow-eyed one looked at the attacker. The skeleton reached for another arrow in his quiver. Then he loaded another arrow. The one who returned clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that there was a paralyzing poison in the arrow. The guy ran his finger across his cheek and used sacrifice, saying that he would have to sweat, and healed himself. A hand burst out of the ground. A zombie with a pierced back crawled out from there. A dark aura appeared out of thin air. Dark spirits began to circle above the hero. Many monsters stood in front of him and were about to attack. Another arrow flew towards him, but Yihan managed to catch it with his hand. He grinned and broke the projectile, saying that it was possible to go crazy like that. The girl was lying on her bed under the sun's rays. She looked at the poster with the chairman and said that it was better for the hero not to catch her eye. Then the yellow-eyed girl frowned and said that she would kill him, and thought that he knew perfectly well how easily she got lost on the street and still left her. Then the blonde began to pound her fist on the pillow and said that it was not surprising that he so easily agreed to go to this lecture, and then assumed that he wanted to make fun of her. The girl in the white t-shirt fell on the bed and, with her eyebrows drawn together, said that she didn't understand. Then she imagined Yihan grimacing and saying that he couldn't stand crowded places. Then she remembered his message that he would come and thought about what to say and calmly agreed to attend the lecture. Also, a memory of how the hero found her crying on the swing and asked what she was doing there and then told her to go home surfaced. Yujing remembered how he walked in the crowd waving his hand and thought about how the protagonist always saw her off, and now he abandoned her and disappeared somewhere. The girl rolled over and anxiously said that the guy said that he chose the magic class, and then thought about what all this meant and thought about how her friend always said that he would become a raider of the martial arts class. A memory of how the dark-haired man diligently trained in the sweat of his brow surfaced in her head, after which the yellow-eyed girl thought that if he had a reason to change direction, then it must be compelling enough to abandon all efforts. The short-haired girl looked at the ceiling and said that there was no other explanation, and then thought that the yellow-eyed guy was a very reasonable guy. Then she remembered how he read the menu and thought that it was always difficult for him to make a decision, that even in a diner he spends 10 minutes choosing food. However, the hero's girlfriend was a little embarrassed and said that in one morning the protagonist became a different person. The blonde stood up abruptly and started writing a message. In the text message, Yujing asked him if he had forgotten that he had dumped her back then, and then told him that if he just showed up, she would kill him. At this time, Yihan stood with an angry face and thought about what was happening. He frowned and thought about whether he felt evil energy because of the monsters. The guy exhaled to calm down. Flights flew with him, and he thought about the four of them. Seeing the zombie and the skeleton archer, the hero thought that these two were one and the same. The yellow-eyed man smiled anxiously and thought that this was a dubious party and assumed that he needed to break through them. Then the dark-haired man looked at the staff and thought that it was good that he brought this thing with him. A notification appeared that this was a cheap guild staff with a Class C. The magic item began to shine. The protagonist held it out in front of him with a serious face. Then he imagined the ruler of the world of the dead with an outstretched hand and thought that in Scandinavian mythology, this is one of the 9 worlds ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel. The returnee looked in front of him and thought that the dungeons were created in the image of the 7 worlds, except for Midgard and Asgard. He first imagined Niflheim, a world of eternal ice and darkness. Then there was Muspelheim, a world of fire and light. Next was Jotunheim, the world of giants, and Elfheim, the world of elves. After that, several more worlds appeared in his head, and the first was Svartalfheim, a world of dark elves filled with crystals and creatures of darkness. Then there was Vanaheim, the world of the Vanir. In the hero's head, an image of a cave appeared that was the coldest and deepest place in Niflheim, Helheim, and this was not at all a place for beginners. Ian looked at the Draugr and thought that the undead here inspire horror, and without holy power, it is better to avoid direct clashes. He looked up and calmly thought that not everything is so bad in Helheim and he can test his new ability. A notification popped up describing the sacrifice skill, and the guy thought that this skill is considered healing. Afterwards, the dark-haired man imagined the saint equipped with armor and thought that in a fight with the undead, it becomes a formidable weapon that hits an area called the Court of Light. The hero parried another projectile with his staff. The swordsman rushed to attack him, but the protagonist hit him in the stomach with the sharp end of the staff. The Draugr fell on his back not far from him. Ian began to charge the attack and thought that he should not rely only on this weapon. The super-fast chain flew past, tearing apart the enemies, and a notification appeared that the flight was destroyed and 70 experience points were awarded. Another flying one with a scythe headed his way. The one who returned jumped forward. He dodged several attacks at once and thought that now he had no experience being a magician. The yellow-eyed man charged another projectile of the super-fast chain. The magic flew around him and killed several monsters at once, after which a notification appeared that he had killed 2 Rise and had been awarded 140 experience points. The hero landed, squatting. He smiled and said that he couldn't miss such a chance. The guy jumped forward thinking that he could handle his current level. The dark-haired man raised his hands to strike. The skeleton watched this. The archer got hit on the head with a staff, but then the hero's improvised club suddenly broke. A notification appeared about the destruction of the skeleton archer and about gaining experience, as well as about the fact that the staff was destroyed. The protagonist turned pale and cursed at what had happened. Then he guiltily looked away. Remembering how the dark-haired man used the staff, he thought about how the magicians fought. The next moment, he was surrounded by monsters again. The hero exhaled and thought that he shouldn't have said that he would gain experience, because he could only lose his weapon. Afterwards, he put his hand in front of him and thought that he actually had something in reserve. The one who had returned slid his finger down and said with a serious face that the result would not change anyway, after which a notification appeared about using the sacrifice skill. A bright light began to shine from the thunderclouds. Afterwards, notifications appeared that the system had recognized the dead, and sacrifice was becoming an attack ability, after which the Court of Light skill was activated. The light immediately hit the Draugr, after which experience was awarded. Afterwards, the magic destroyed the Rise, for which experience was awarded. A notification appeared that the level had been increased. The protagonist sat down from fatigue and exhaled. A notification about starting body restoration appeared. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that he had become a little arrogant. After which he smiled, closing his eyes, saying that if it weren't for the level, everything could have ended badly. The Court of Light introduced itself to him again. The black-haired man looked up and thought about whether the point was that this was an S-rank skill, and then thought about how it wasn't enough to register it in an empty card, because the cunning of magicians is the main thing, and without it, you can't count on blind luck. Then he started walking further through the forest and thought about whether this was a transition dungeon, and then realized that it wasn't, because they wouldn't let him in here without notifying him. The hero looked at the notification and thought about what it was because of the system. Then the guy exhaled and closed his eyes and thought about whether he should use the warp stone. Darkness began to creep up on his back. Yihan immediately felt it and was dumbfounded. Then he turned around and asked about what kind of energy it was, because he got goosebumps. A gust of wind rushed from the forest and he realized that something was approaching. The protagonist seemed to be pierced by something terrible. His throat tightened, he fell to his knees and cursed, and then thought that he couldn't breathe. The guy held his throat and anxiously thought about what was approaching here. He raised his hand with the shard of the staff and thought that at the moment he was sure of one thing: if he didn't start moving, he would die. A moment later, the yellow-eyed man stabbed himself in the leg with the shard. The returnee gritted his teeth in pain. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and thought that he couldn't make noise, because you never know who was nearby, and first he needed to find traces. He was squatting and something was hanging over him. The hero immediately noticed it. There was a huge monster behind him, and the black-haired man was wondering if it was a shadow. A moment later, Yihan turned around and noticed it with alarm. The monster roared, and the system warned that it was Nightshade, the dungeon boss. The system immediately notified that the level difference had changed its status to danger and urged him to leave the dungeon immediately. The protagonist smiled nervously and thought about how he couldn't handle this. The guy stretched out his hand nervously, calling up his inventory. The boss stood motionless. After that, he quickly disappeared. At that moment, the guy grabbed a stone. But then Nightshade was about to hit him. The monster threw the raider back with one blow. The stone fell somewhere in an unknown direction. The hero lay bleeding by the tree and a notification appeared that his life points had changed their status to danger. The yellow-eyed man looked ahead with a heavy expression and cursed, and the system displayed a notification that he should immediately use restorative items. The monster stood holding out his hand. The dark-haired man clenched his teeth. Nightshade looked at the man lying down. A moment later, he was about to attack again. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge. He still sat motionless. Realizing that he was not killed, Ihan opened his eyes. The boss stood motionless. This greatly surprised the guy and he thought about the fact that he stopped. A snow-white girl came out of the darkness and said that this cannot be done. A white veil was trailing behind her and she said that she personally brought this guest here. The yellow-eyed man looked at her, wary. The girl with horns and multicolored eyes extended her hand to the returned man and asked if he was a man with the fate of a sworn enemy. The protagonist looked back with displeasure and wondered what kind of woman was standing in front of him. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He asked if what happened was her doing. The girl with horns grabbed her chin. She thought that a great warrior who could kill him was standing in front of her. The creature grabbed the guy's face. She called him a boy with an ordinary body. The brunette frowned deeply. The heroine believes that his good mana is not enough to challenge the gods of Aesir. Leaning on his hand, the creature wondered why Loki chose the protagonist. The guy threw his head back. He realized that he was starting to lose consciousness due to blood loss. Hel stuck her nail into his neck. The creature smiled slyly. Ihan wondered if this was really where it would all end for him. Baring his teeth, the protagonist realized that in that case his plan would collapse like a house of cards. He understands that he won't be able to take revenge on his father and become a mage. The brunette believes that his dreams should come true. Frowning deeply, he decided that he had to hold on with all his might, and he also tried to think of something. The girl touched her face with her fingers. She grabbed the guy and admitted that she liked the sparkle in his eyes. The heroine called this child too weak. Touching his face, she said that his end was near. The creature bowed its head. It advised the guy to quickly regain his strength. The girl squeezed his neck with her hands. She warned him that hell could happen again if he failed. Tilting her head back, the heroine admitted that she would be the first to kill him. The brunette's face turned blue as he thought about who this woman was. The heroine said that she wanted to give him a chance because he was important to them. The protagonist began to cough loudly. The creature advised him to become stronger by expanding his power. It also demanded that the guy destroy Nightshade, who was standing in front of him. Black fog emanated from the monster. The heroine turned around. She told him that the guy would receive a special gift from her if he killed the monster. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist. The girl reminded him that he had very little time. A notification appeared about receiving the main quest Hell's Ordeal. The heroine looked at him with displeasure. She demanded that he crush Nightshade in 2 months. An information window about the main quest appeared. The guy's body was enveloped in black mana. Many hands tried to grab him. Moving away from him, the girl reminded him that he would die if he failed. She began to disappear in the black fog. The heroine informed him that Nornir had personally chosen him. She wished him luck in battle. A bright light flashed. The goddess smiled slightly. She extended her hand to him. The protagonist began to wake up. Sunlight fell on him. Lying on the ground, he assumed that he was near the entrance to the dungeon. The brunette sat up. He grabbed his stomach and assumed that the goddess had healed his wound. At that moment, he realized that the woman clearly did not look like a human. The information window about the main quest appeared again. Seeing it, the guy realized that everything that happened was not a dream. He remembered the image of a girl with horns. Yihan frowned deeply when he realized that he met a goddess. He remembered how she, holding out her hand, called him a child with the fate of a sworn enemy. Then Hel became sad and wondered why Loki chose him. The brunette looked away. He remembered that from this moment on, he was the sworn enemy of Aesir. The guy assumed that he had already heard something similar when he received the Nornir system. The protagonist exhaled heavily and realized that he did not understand anything. He thought about why exactly he returned to the past, and he also began to think about what sworn enemy Hel mentioned. The brunette squeezed his hand. He realized that he was sure of only one. Bowing his head, he remembered that he needed to level up. He made a dissatisfied face when he assumed that the goddess of death was right. The guy remembered how an ominous aura emanated from her. He understands that she will finish him off if he fails. The protagonist smiled slightly. He realized that it would not be easy for him to crush Nightshade in 2 months. Ihan opened his eyes and realized that he was in a bad situation. He remembered that the problems had already started even at the preparation stage. A moment from the previous battle appeared in the brunette's mind. He realized that he was not able to fight as a mage now because he still did not have a low-level spell. The guy took out his phone. He assumed that he needed to learn the basics in order to advance further. He opened a dialogue with the chairman. Sungyi greeted him. The protagonist smiled widely when the man told him that the chairman wanted to meet him. The guy wrote to him that he agreed to sign a contract with them. The brunette smiled slightly. He received a message with a request from the man. The next day, Yihan came to the office. There was a sign on the poster. The protagonist followed the man. The guy frowned deeply and assumed that they contacted him first after seeing his profile. He believes that they were interested in his predisposition to magic, which is 97%. Yihan thinks that there are only a few people in the world with such a rating. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He remembered that in the past, he chose a martial arts class that was not suitable for him because of his indecisive nature. The brunette walked down the stairs. He realized that back then, everyone was only talking about the warrior class, and the magic class was openly despised. The brunette scratched the back of his head. He realized that in such a situation, this was the only option he could choose. They entered the room. The protagonist was surprised by something. The long-haired heroine looked back at him. She smiled slightly. The girl admitted to the guy that she had been waiting for him. Yihan put his hand in his pocket and greeted the chairman. He said that he was glad to see her. Seonjun extended her hand and asked what he thought of the contract. She admitted that their offer was very tempting. Hearing this, the brunette agreed with her. The protagonist remembered that he would be given an unlimited allowance and B-class equipment. He also knew that he would not be required to pay a fine if he lost his property. The guy understood that the raid treasures would be distributed depending on his contribution to the common cause. Yihan smiled slightly, realizing that this offer was beneficial to him. He knew that such offers were used to lure rank raiders and above. The brunette raised his head and admitted that he had asked the manager for something. He said that he wanted to voice one more condition before signing the contract. The girl was slightly embarrassed and allowed him to tell him about his condition. A blush appeared on her face. The protagonist assumed that they had already studied his profile. Putting his hand on his heart, he told him that less than a month had passed since he changed his combat class in favor of a magic one. The chairman smiled slightly. Yihan admitted that he had difficulty controlling magic. The man looked at him blankly as the brunette told him what he wanted. Looking at her intently, the protagonist asked the chairman to personally teach him. A blush appeared on Seonjun's face. The protagonist's eyes sparkled as he remembered the first rule of raider survival. He understands that you need to play the best card at the moment when you can get the most effect from it. The gentleman frowned deeply, realizing that this was not an easy guy. He remembered that he felt this way back when they first met. The girl bowed her head. Yihan is aware that the chairman is the master of the Lotus Guild and an S-rank raider. The man cannot believe that the guy is asking the head to be his teacher. Looking at the heroine, the brunette said that he will sign the contract if she agrees to it. The girl smiled slightly and admitted that she is very curious about this proposal. She, covering her face, agreed with him. The heroine raised her head and admitted to Yihan that she was genuinely interested in him. He asked to be loved and treated with care. The chairman closed her eyes and said that she wanted to do something before that. The brunette made a displeased face. Seonjun asked him if he would mind if she assessed his talent. The girl's face blushed. The protagonist understood that the Lotus Guild wanted to see his strength. The man frowned deeply, noticing the chairman's face. He realized that he should mentally prepare himself. The guy bowed his head. He said that he understood that they wanted to test his abilities, after which he clarified what was required of him. Seonjun snapped her fingers. Something sparkled brightly. An explosion occurred behind the heroine. The chairman smiled ominously, announcing the Mana Club. A portal appeared behind her. She said that he would need to cope with the flow of mana. The protagonist's sweat dropped, thinking about the Mana Club. The girl looked back and asked if this was the right test for him. She thought that he should be able to at least do this since he was planning to sign a contract with Lotus. Yihan knew that the Mana Club was usually used by B-rank mages to test their sensitivity to mana. The brunette frowned deeply when he realized that this test would not be easy for him. He remembered that out of all the mage class raiders, only 7% could pass the Mana Club. At that moment, he wondered if he could do it. The heroine looked at him when he suggested that they seemed to want to break him. Seonjun smiled slightly and told him that they would still sign the contract even if he lost. She, as the guild master of Lotus, promised him that the conditions would not change. The brunette bowed his head. He realized that he couldn't back down since he had no other choice. Yihan closed his eyes and decided to move forward only. The girl approached the man and asked him to prepare everything. Sungyi asked her if she was sure about this. Turning his head, he reminded the chairman that even the current raider mages have a hard time dealing with the Mana Club. The protagonist approached the clot of mana when the man said that he was just a teenager. Seonjun looked back at him. She thinks that they should try, because this guy is not an ordinary teenager. The gentleman reluctantly nodded. He touched the wall. The manager scanned his finger. The whole room was illuminated by the Mana Club. The brunette raised his head and realized that he had heard about the Mana Club even before the time transfer. He realized that in real life, his magical power was simply monstrous. The heroine raised her hand and offered to begin the test. She wished the guy good luck. Yihan stepped forward. He exhaled heavily. The protagonist entered the portal. He was almost completely immersed in it. The chairman and the manager watched what was happening. The man frowned deeply and admitted that he was a little worried. He, understanding her interest, reminded her that Yihyun was still a child. Seonjun laughed and confidently said that he would succeed. The gentleman turned his head. He asked why she was so sure of this. The girl smiled slightly. Pointing her finger up, she admitted that she just felt that way. She looked away. The protagonist plunged into space. The heroine wondered how long it would take him to get out of the cube. Looking around, the brunette assumed that he was in an ocean of mana. He grabbed his neck and noticed that he was able to breathe. Yihyun was afraid of being poisoned by mana. The guy swam forward. He understands that in this world, mana is like oxygen because without it, it is impossible to use skills and abilities. But he also realizes that it can lead to certain death if he overdoes it. Raising an eyebrow, he decided not to waste time. He assumed that the symptoms of poisoning might not have manifested yet. The protagonist swam towards the light, deciding to find a way out. He remembered that there was only one way that would help him get out of the cube. The ocean of mana shimmered with different shades. Yihyun believes that he needs to find a door connected to the outside, inside the endless whirlpools. He closed his eyes and decided to concentrate. The protagonist realized that he could feel the energy of the wave. Moving further, he remembered that thanks to it, he would find a way that would lead him outside. His body was enveloped in mana. The guy's eyes widened. While in the ocean of mana, he felt something strange. He turned around abruptly. A bright flash was visible in the distance. He saw an object enveloped in mana. The guy assumed that it was a crystal. He opened his mouth, feeling the incredible magical power coming from the object. The light penetrated the thickness of the mana. Yihyun assumed that the crystal contained all the power of this place. Sungyi, looking at the girl, asked if she thought that Yihyun would get out of the cube. She answered that he was absolutely right. The man became sad, realizing that this was too much. The gentleman remembered how the brunette cast a spell. Turning his head, he asked how long such a test takes. Seonjun closed her eyes and admitted that it personally took her 40 minutes. She said that this was the best result in the country. The man looked away. Raising his head, he said that the guy had two options. The chairman folded his arms. Looking forward, the gentleman said that the raider mage might not get out at all. He turned his attention to the portal and said that either Yihyun would set a new record. The heroine laughed and admitted that she thought the same. She didn't understand why she thought that the protagonist would be able to get out of the cube. Sungyi made a dissatisfied face. Something surprised the chairman. His face was covered in sweat when she asked the man to see it too. The gentleman looked at her in confusion. He frowned deeply. The portal began to crack. The crack increased in size. Covered in sweat, Sungyi clarified whether the cube had cracked. They exchanged glances. The man took something out of his pocket. Raising his head, he said that 10 minutes had passed. The guys were very worried, because in just 10 minutes a rift had opened in the cube. Looking at it, they wondered what was happening inside. The ocean of mana turned purple. A magical object was visible inside the whirlpool. The protagonist assumed that the crystal from which the powerful energy was spreading was the core of the cube. The guy smiled slightly when he realized that he could get out by destroying it. He realized that he would not need to look for a way out. The brunette swam towards the light. He clenched his hand into a fist. In his palm lay the crystal. He broke it into pieces. The space began to crack. A notification appeared about receiving the passive skill The Essence of Mana Management. Fog rose. The heroine covered her mouth from the smoke. Sweat ran down the man's cheek. He could not believe what he saw. A guy appeared through the fog. Sungyi knows that only 7% of raider mages can get out of the cube, spending about 3 hours. The brunette fixed his hair. The gentleman realized that raiders above B rank spend about 2 hours on this test, and a rank 1.5. The man remembered that S ranks can do it in about an hour. Sungyi closed his eyes, thinking about Yihyun. He remembered the image of Camilla, who set the previous record by exiting the mana cube in 36 minutes. The fog began to clear. The man realized that the protagonist had just broken the record. He was very surprised when he realized that the guy had completed the mana cube 26 minutes earlier. Someone stepped forward. The gentleman grabbed Yihyun and told him that he had done it in 10 minutes. The guy did not believe it. Seonjun came up to them, calling out to the protagonist. She closed her eyes and asked him how he was able to get out so quickly. The brunette grabbed his hand. He told him that he had broken some crystal. The heroine approached him. She asked if he had broken the crystal. The girl's mouth dropped open. She knew that the mana cube crystal was a vessel that stored all the energy of the magical space. She also believed that an ordinary awakened person could not even find it, much less destroy it. The protagonist felt awkward. Seonjun realized that Yihyun had broken the crystal. She assumed that his mana was much greater than the energy of the cube. The girl bowed her head. Turning around abruptly, she addressed Seonjun. The guy's eyes widened. The heroine began talking about the Lotus Guild. Extending her hand to him, she said that she would train him. Her face blushed. She asked him if he was ready. Meanwhile, the girls went down the stairs. Yujin frowned deeply and told her mother that the guy was still not there. The woman assumed that her son was late, after which she told him that he was not answering her calls. A car arrived at the parking lot. It drove up to the girls. The car stopped. The main character got out. His mother was open-mouthed. Yujin loudly asked why Yihan was getting out of an expensive car. The brunette looked back at them. The man said goodbye to him. The guy raised his hand. The woman turned blue when she suggested that her son had started doing something bad. The heroine sat down on the bed. She made a displeased face. The main character looked back at her. She asked if he had decided to go to a magic school after learning that the martial arts class was not for him. Hearing this, the brunette said that he had already signed everything and finished preparing. He closed his eyes and admitted that he was already sick of the martial arts class. The girl frowned. She reminded him that just a few days ago, he had said that magicians had no future prospects, after which she asked if he had a fever or if his slate had cracked. Yihan bared his teeth and said that people are like chameleons because they always change their views. The heroine admitted that she did not expect to hear such a thing from him. The heroine turned her head and asked if he was sure about this. She reminded him that he chose the martial arts class because of his mother, despite his magical talents. The girl bowed her head. She told him that it is unprofitable to be a magician, and also that they spend a lot of energy. The protagonist remembered the man from the bureau who told him that raider warriors have a hard time finding work. He knows that such people can get injured, which makes employers reluctant to take responsibility for them. The brunette looked down. He closed his eyes when the girl reminded him that he wanted to support his mother. The guy suggested that she close the topic. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she was doing here. He asked if her parents had gone on a business trip again. The girl lay down on the pillow and said that was why she came to visit. She said that her aunt allowed her to stay overnight. Making a dissatisfied face, Yuhan asked her why she liked it like this at their place. He thought that her house was huge, not to mention their couple of square meters. The heroine smiled slightly. The protagonist knows that Yujin comes from a very wealthy family of businessmen. Introducing the two scientists, he remembered that her parents were processing monster remains. He knew that they sold the corpses on the world markets. They also had to travel on business trips because new monsters sometimes appeared in other countries. The girl stood up slightly. Yihan knew that Yujin was often left alone. He remembered how her parents brought her to his mother. The protagonist realized that the heroine often spent the night at their place because their parents were friends. Smiling slightly, he asked her to teach him the basics of magic. The heroine frowned and asked what she would get for it. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek when he asked her what she wanted. He said that they would look after she said it. Grabbing her chin, Yujin admitted that she hadn't thought about it at all. The guy watched her closely. Her face turned red. She turned around when she asked Yihan to grant her any wish she wanted. The brunette looked at her with displeasure when she warned him that she would not teach him if he did not agree. The protagonist suggested setting a time limit for the agreement, after which he said that the deal would be broken if she did not come up with a wish within a year. The girl pouted and called him a cheapskate, after which he agreed to his proposal. Yihan smiled slightly, suggesting that she would forget about her wish within a year. Yujin grabbed the pillow when the brunette asked if she had come up with something weird. He admitted that she had become even scarier. Hearing this, she menacingly asked if he was tired of living. The girl squeezed the pillow when she remembered that he had thrown it. She decided that it was time for him to die. The heroine swung the pillow and demanded that he shut up. He asked why she was hitting him on the head. They suddenly stopped fighting. Standing behind the door, the woman called them to the table. The protagonist's mother prepared various dishes. Yujin threw a pillow behind her back. She threw it. The brunette covered himself with his hand. He smiled widely and realized that he was not so unpleasant. The sun had already set below the horizon. The crows flapped their wings. The sword pierced the top of the snake. The man grabbed the handle of the weapon. He stood next to the slain monster. The knight approached Xiang, calling him by name. The man put his hand on his belt and admitted that they quickly dealt with it thanks to Xiang. He said that he had not been on such a fun raid for a long time. The gentleman bowed his head when he was thanked. The snake's eyes sparkled. Standing behind the man, the knight invited him to join their guild. He said that this way they could create a strong and powerful alliance. The warrior approached him and asked him what he thought about it. Xiang apologized and admitted that he had no such plans yet. The guy grabbed him. The man turned around. Smiling widely, the soldier said that the Scarlet Guild would provide him with better conditions. Xiang bared his teeth when he said that the warrior had gotten to him. The guy broke out in sweat and asked him again what he said. His body was enveloped in ominous mana. Energy began to emanate from the man. He asked if greed was inherent only to humans. Xiang looked down, realizing that it was not. Crows flew across the forest. The man said that not only humans were infected with greed. The warrior's face broke out in sweat. He grabbed his head and thought about what he was doing in the forest. The girl waved her hand and said that before they started training, she wanted to see his fighting skills, which meant she stood in front of the guy, saying that they would have a training duel. Yihan smirked and asked her if it was too much. The chairman smiled happily and said that she didn't think that the person who disassembled the mana cube in 10 minutes should worry about such a trifle. She extended her hand forward and told him to try attacking her. The brunette frowned, thinking that he had noticed Seonjun's fighting outfit for a reason, and he realized that she had planned this from the beginning. He sighed. The guy got into a fighting stance. The girl narrowed her eyes. Yihan put his left leg forward. He bent his knee, and then he lowered his shoulders as much as possible. Holding his fist to his face, he mentally noted that this was a typical warrior's stance with which he could dodge the enemy's attack and counterattack. The brunette concentrated his strength in his fist. He approached with a smiling Seonjun. The guy threw a punch. The chairman grabbed his fist. Yihan's eyes widened in surprise. The brunette smirked contentedly. The brunette pulled his hand out of her grip. He jumped back sharply. Gritting his teeth tightly, he mentally noted that he thought he would be able to land at least one blow, but the chairman was an S-rank rider and a healer at that. The girl walked forward, saying that she would call the guy simply by his name. Yihan looked at her when he was asked if he really wanted to choose a martial arts class. He answered in the affirmative. Seonjun touched his chin and noted that she saw that he had not gotten rid of his old habits, after which she added that a mage could not attack so thoughtlessly. When the brunette stood up, the chairman asked if he knew the main difference between a martial arts class and a magic one. The guy looked away and answered that they differed in distance, that is, close and long-range combat. Seonjun nodded and said that this was the correct answer. She introduced the girl creating the seal, saying that raider magicians weaken the enemy at a distance, and only then rush to attack. Then the brunette imagined a warrior near the monsters and said that Yihan, in turn, tries to close the distance to the enemy immediately, and a magician with such tactics is doomed to defeat. She stretched out her hand forward and said that she was not serious. Seonjun said that she wanted to complicate the task a little. The guy froze with shock on his face when she said that he needed a visual example to understand how real magicians should fight. Blue energy appeared around the brunette, and she said that this time she would also start attacking, but not so much that he would be seriously injured. The chairman smiled and said that in extreme cases she would treat his injuries with restoration. Yihan clenched his teeth and grinned. A clot of energy appeared near Seonjun's finger, and she said that he was capable of more. The girl with a smile on her face told him to fight with all his might. The brunette looked with surprised eyes. He jumped to the side from the blue beam. The guy rolled on the floor and landed on his knees. The chairman on the other side of the room said that it was his turn now. Clots of yellow energy glowed around Yihan. The system said that he activated the skill Ultra Speed Target. Magical golden tips on chains began to come out from behind his back. They were heading towards Seonjun. A second later, an explosion thundered. The girl noted that this was a rank skill. Standing at some distance from the brunette, she said that he was full of surprises. A blue diamond appeared near her face. The beam headed towards the guy's chest. He lowered his shocked eyes, mentally noting that it was too fast. The chairman looked at another explosion. Holding a bent finger in front of her, she said that no spell was of any use if a person could not hit the target. She asked if Yihan agreed. A silhouette of a guy began to appear in the smoke. He was holding his side and clenching his teeth tightly. Seonjun opposite him said that this was very interesting, because although she did not put even a fifth of her energy into the attack, she did not expect him to remain standing. The brunette waved her hand, creating many blue diamonds. The brunette was breathing heavily, holding his stomach. A yellow spark flashed in his eyes. Blue beams headed towards him. The system noted the activation of the absolute counting skill, aimed at destroying the sacred arrows skill. The blue arrows began to evaporate. The chairman's mouth dropped open in surprise, thinking that her spell had been stopped. She stood in front of the boy, wondering if he had managed to reverse the spell and destroy it. Seonjun touched her chin, noting that he had surprised her again. She asked what else he had in his arsenal. Yihan moved his hand away and smirked, avoiding the answer. A yellow chain hit the girl's legs. She looked at the light in surprise. The chairman created a shield and reflected the magical attack. She looked at her hand with a detached expression. Noticing the trembling in her limb, Seonjun thought that he was really fast. Looking at the boy, she clenched her hand, thinking that he was really fast for someone who had not learned magic and had such power. Yihan pointed the yellow chains at her. The girl created a barrier around herself and wondered how he could do magic without casting a spell. She mentally noted that for a mage, this was a mandatory ritual. The boy stood with a confident face, and the chairman thought about how only skilled mages could cast spells silently. She thought about how the brunette still didn't know how to be a mage. Seonjun's eyes widened, wondering how he could use magic without casting a spell. Yihan clenched his trembling fist, thinking that it didn't work. He mentally noted that his mana was almost gone and the girl was a real monster. The brunette smiled and said that he had a lot of talent hidden inside him. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes. The chairman disappeared from her place. A second later, a shocked Yihan was upside down. Running forward, Seonjun threw him back, saying that he was still too illiterate. The brunette was lying on the floor. His eyes were wide open. He heard a female voice. The girl leaned over him and asked with a smile, did he really think that he could defeat her? The guy put his hand in her palm. He remembered how he had just ended up upside down, and after that, the chairman threw him aside. He thought about how he had not noticed her last blow at all. Yihan lowered his eyes, mentally noting that he now understood what an S-rank raider was. Seonjun looked at the brunette with a smile. She remembered his first blow, thinking that when you dedicate yourself to martial arts classes, you only gain experience in close combat. The brunette remembered the guy's face, thinking that he, in turn, can use endless magic attacks at great speed. She smiled and mentally noted that maybe he really can do it. The girl put her hand on her belt and said that during the fight, she remembered something. With a smile on her face, she began to say that everyone thought about this at least once. She added that she meant a fighting style that no one could master, but she thought that he might be able to do it. Yihan lowered his eyes when he was asked if he was interested. He thought about her words. The chairman crossed her arms under her chest and said that he could call her teacher. The brunette smiled contentedly, after which she congratulated him on becoming her student. The guy sat thoughtfully with a pen in his hands. His eyes widened when his name was called. Yujing asked him with her mouth full if he was listening. The brunette gave her a displeased look and replied that he was listening, then asked her not to talk with her mouth full. He looked at her with dumbfounded eyes and started talking about tuition. Looking at a stack of empty ice cream containers, Yihan asked her if she was tired of it, since it was already the fourth container. The girl put a spoon in her mouth and said that she was not tired at all, then suggested going back to the conversation. She drew characters in a notebook that were examples of combat magic, buff magic, and healing magic. Yujing said that there were other categories. With the spoon in her mouth, she scribbled in the notebook, noting that these were the three most important. The system notified the guy that his magic proficiency level had increased, and its effectiveness had increased by 5%. The brunette glanced at the notification. He wondered if it was now too. Looking at the holographic tablets, he mentally noted that the system sent him notifications for any progress. The guy thought that it looked like she was happy with his success. The girl was easy on her hands and said that she was very surprised by the fact that he learned spells in 2 days, as learning them takes more than a month. Yihan twirled a pen between his fingers, asking why she was surprised if she learned them herself in 3 days. He grimaced when the blonde indignantly told him to address her more respectfully. She crossed her arms under her chest and said that it simply could not be any other way. Yujin laid her head on the table and exclaimed through tears that she began to master the magical arts much earlier. The guy sighed in displeasure when his friend said that at this rate he would catch up with her very quickly. He replied that he could not do anything about it since he was predisposed to it. He wondered if it could be any other way. The brunette remembered Hell's face, thinking that his life was at stake. Yujin took a tub of ice cream, noting that she hadn't told him. She moved the spoon around the ice cream, saying that when he said that he would choose a martial arts class, she was very surprised. The girl licked her lips and looked at her friend, saying that she didn't care that the magic class was not popular. She pointed the spoon at the guy and indignantly asked how he could bury his talent in the ground because it was stupid. Yihan looked at the spoon with displeasure, saying that it knew everything itself. The guy's eyes widened while he was saying that it was known how magicians were treated now. The brunette froze, finding himself in a red space filled with chains. A silhouette of a person appeared behind him. A man with long black hair touched his chin. He leaned over Yihan's ear. The boy wondered if he had really chosen the path of a warrior of his own free will. Yujin adjusted her glasses and asked if he practiced magic. The brunette turned to her and answered yes, telling her that he was studying with another teacher. The girl said that something was missing at the end of her sentence. The boy looked away and called her teacher. He wondered what just happened. He wondered if he had imagined it. Remembering the dark-haired man, Yihan thought about how he felt like he heard someone's voice. The brunette looked down. He remembered Hell, who had told him to destroy him in 2 months. The mage closed his eyes, mentally noting that he couldn't get distracted. He touched his chin with his pen and thought. He thought that he wanted to. The boy remembered the man. He had dark green hair and blue eyes. Yihan remembered his words about how he wanted this medicine to become a faithful assistant for raiders all over the world. The brunette ran his pen over his lips, mentally noting that he needed some kind of potion that would solve all his problems. On the white wall was an emblem of a flower. The man walked through the training hall. Sungyi looked away. He looked at the duel and told the raider Wujin that his back was bent when he swung. Turning his gaze to the girl with the staff, he told Jinna that she was casting the spell too slowly, and if she didn't manage to use the healing in time, all of her comrades would die. The man walked towards Seonjun. Standing next to him, he looked at the raiders, saying that he thought they were all pretty good, and compared to last year, the average had increased. The brunette closed her eyes when she was called, and then noted that she was just thinking. Sungyi smiled and asked if she was thinking about Yihyun too. The girl touched her chin and replied with a smirk that he couldn't be fooled and his guess was correct. The man stood next to the chairwoman and said that if he remembered correctly, she was going to teach Yihyun what others had tried to learn before him. Sungyi looked ahead, noting that however, none of them had managed to achieve any significant results. Seonjun closed her eyes and asked if he had seen his ability. The man answered in the affirmative. The brunette said that the guy's movements were perfect, like a skilled master. She said with a smirk on her face that if an S-class rider appeared among the magicians, it would definitely be Yihyun. The girl looked ahead, thinking that in Korea, she was the only one who had managed to achieve the S rank of magic. She thought about the fact that however, she was a healer and her combat magic was weak. Seonjun imagined the guy's back and wondered what would happen if Yihyun joined their ranks. The chairwoman smiled. She said that the magic class would be in for some serious changes. The large dark pearl was a mana increasing potion. The dark-haired guy stood with his arms outstretched. It was a powerful elixir that infinitely increased the mana of an awakened one. A raider would definitely be interested in such a brew. A black liquid was boiling in a large pot. The guy with a gloomy face was holding a ladle. He threw it aside abruptly and cursed. The brunette combed his hair back and indignantly asked how many times in the world was this already. Looking at the dirty sink, he indignantly exclaimed that he had used up too many ingredients. Yihyun began to bite his nail, muttering that this way he would run out of money. He noted that the liquid should turn white already in the first stage. Looking at the black liquid in the pot, the mage said that he didn't even have anyone to ask about the potion. The guy was squatting in the kitchen. November 2020, at the moment, no one knows how to make a mana increase potion. The brunette looked down, thinking that it would only be created in 5 years. He looked at the ladle lying on the floor in the dirty kitchen, mentally noting that now only he knew what components were needed for the potion and how to mix them. Yihyun imagined the silhouette of a man, thinking that before he returned to the past, the recipe was published by one of the world-class alchemists, and he once said that. The brunette remembered the man sitting on the couch, who said that he really wanted. A blue-eyed guy with dark green hair said that he wanted the elixir to be a hope and support for raiders from all over the world. Yihyun began to get to his feet, noting that all this was useless and he was just wasting raw materials. He smiled and said that it was better to change his approach. The blue-eyed alchemist was Lee Yising. The brunette with a smirk on his face said that he should find the creator of the potion. He thought that even if he failed to brew it, it would be a good idea to meet Yising, since he had nothing to regret. The guy threw on his jacket and said that this alchemist should be a first-year student at Mills Academy now. He imagined a male silhouette in a gray uniform. Yihyun looked away. Remembering the city under the dome, he thought about visiting it. There was a ringing sound from behind the door. A woman came into the hallway and told her son that she was home. She screamed loudly when she saw a pot of black liquid on the stove in a dirty kitchen. Looking at the ladle lying on the floor, she froze and wondered what happened here. The woman began to look around, trying to figure out if she should call the police if nothing was missing. She grabbed the frying pan, wondering if thieves could cause a ruckus and not take anything. The blonde woman was moving around the house with a frying pan. A large white dragon was in the background. There were several individuals who quickly took the lead with the appearance of Yggdrasil and the monsters. The man's gloomy face was together with Seonjun's silhouette. The man with shining blue eyes swung his sword. One of these people was Swift Sword Lee Yishin. The posters with the blonde man's image were marked missing. Yishin was the first South Korean S-rank raider who took the place of the first awakened when he went missing. Yiseng was Swift Sword's youngest son. The girl at the front desk asked the man where he was going. Yihyun, opposite her, asked for a portal to Daegu. As he stood at the counter, he mentally noted that Daegu was considered a closed area due to the threat of monster attacks. Recalling the gloomy atmosphere of the city, he thought about how all sorts of creatures were constantly appearing there, so every step there could be his last. The guy thought that if someone was heading there now, the reason was always the same. The girl asked with a surprised face if he was a student of the Mills Academy. The brunette smiled and answered negatively. He said that he was just preparing to enter. He exhaled a puff of steam. Yihyun stood in front of the blue dome, mentally noting that a little more and the main gate of the academy would appear. The guy with a gloomy look thought that many of his memories were associated with this place. He headed straight to the dome, thinking that there was no point in them now. Yihyun muttered that he did not have much time. These surroundings were not safe. Outside the bile, monsters lurked around every corner. The brunette walked through the academy. A temporary pass hung around his neck, and he himself wondered where he should look for Yiseng. He imagined the guy holding a staff, thinking that he was in a martial arts class and had no martial talent at all. The future alchemist parried the attack with his staff. Yihyun mentally noted that it was unlikely that he would use combat combos. Walking down the hallway, he stroked his chin. passing by people, he decided to look in the lecture hall. The brunette heard conversations as he gathered. He turned towards the sound and saw a crowd. The guy came closer and overheard one person asking another if they should stop. The other replied that in that case, they could switch to them after that if they helped this stutterer. Yi-hyun narrowed his eyes. He pursed his lips and his face darkened. He decided to make some noise. The mage, pushing his shoulders, walked through the people. Throwing a glance to the side, he mentally noted that everyone here was still standing rooted to the spot. The guy headed to the classroom. When he opened the door, a student was spinning around. Yi-hyun caught the guy with green hair. He immediately jumped to the side and started apologizing. The brunette looked forward. Nearby, there was a blonde guy with a displeased face who was asking who he was and what he wanted from their friend. The magician looked down. The guy with green hair was breathing heavily. When he looked up at him with tear-stained blue eyes, Yi-hyun realized that he had found Yi-seng. Yi-seng looked at his face. The boy asked if he was okay. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking the boy who he was. Yi-hyun noticed how one of the men put his hand on his shoulder, calling the guy the stutterer's little brother. The boy looked back at him with displeasure. The man said that he did not know that the boy had relatives, although they did not look like each other. Yi-seng lowered his head. The man added that he thought the guy did not talk about his family because they died. The guy looked away, exhaling heavily. The man added that he shouldn't interfere because the Hyungs were talking now. The young man quickly slapped his hand away. The man didn't have time to finish his sentence about moving away if he didn't want to get punched in the face. Yi-seng and the bully looked at this in surprise. The guy said with a smile that the boy should go to the medical center. Yi-seng was stunned by what was happening. The guy asked him if he could go. The man clenched his jaw angrily. He grabbed the guy by the clothes and insulted him. Approaching, he angrily looked into his eyes and said that he tried to speak nicely, but he didn't take it, after which he asked if he was tired of living. Yi-hyun looked at his hand with disdain, saying that this was the second time. The boy looked at what was happening in confusion, unable to do anything. The boy touched the man's hand, saying that he had been grabbed by the collar too often. The boy remembered how the girl had explained the basics to him with a spoon, saying that he should first imagine an image, then come up with a formula. The boy remembered how streams of water swirled around her face in the air. The girl had said that he should construct and activate it. She sat down on the back of the chair, asking if he understood, because this was the basics of magic. The boy imagined a dark-haired girl, thinking that this was the image he imagined, namely a flash of light flying like an arrow. The girl stretched out her hand in front of her, telling the boy to try to attack her. The system announced the activation of the sacred arrow skill. The boy pointed his finger at the man's hand. A bright flash appeared in the air. The man rolled his eyes, spitting out saliva from the pain. He screamed loudly. The boy looked at what was happening in confusion. Looking at the boy, he wondered if he had cast a spell without words. Many people crowded around, discussing what had happened and whether anyone had seen the boy cast the spell. The girls looked at each other, saying that a simple sacred arrow could not break the arm of someone who was going to become a martial arts class raider. The bully was dumbfounded, hearing the words that he was actually a weakling. He gritted his teeth. People were discussing how he liked to show off. The boy thought that at this rate he would lose his authority, and although he did not know who this boy was, taking his hand, he finished his thought by saying that he would not let him get away with it so easily. He looked at the boy with an angry expression, insulting him. The boy opened his palm. A shining sword began to form in the air. Yi-seng raised his eyebrows in confusion, warning the hero. The blonde struck, aiming at the boy's head. The boy turned his gaze to the approaching blade. The glow of the blade was reflected in his pupils. He remembered the dark-haired girl who said that for the force field, he must evenly envelop his body in mana. A barrier formed around the girl, reflecting the chain. The girl added that after that, he must sharply throw out power. The system announced the activation of the mana force field skill. The sword flew out of the blonde's hand. The guy extended his hand to it. A bright source of light appeared in his palm. In one, he looked away in fear. The guy grabbed his face. The blonde rolled his eyes while the boy held him tightly. Yi-hyun ominously approached him, asking if he was finished. The blonde wanted to insult him again. A bright light began to emanate from under the boy's hand. The guy activated the sacred arrow. Rays of blue energy appeared near the bully's head. Blood gushed from his nose. The blonde fell to the floor. The boy lowered his hand, looking at his opponent. Yi-seng looked at the boy in confusion, wondering who he was. The boy shook his palms. Yi-hyun looked at the boy. Yi-seng flinched in fear. The boy looked away from him. The boy watched as the boy walked away. The blonde was lying unconscious on the floor with a broken nose. The boy leaned over to him, saying that he had applied the medicine correctly. He looked up thoughtfully, saying that it was almost the same as before. Something appeared in his hand. He picked up a bottle of medicine, saying that he had bought this thing for another occasion, but that he could not do anything about it. He ate a gold symbol on the bottle. The boy recognized the triangular symbol. The boy opened the medicine. He tilted the bottle, spilling the scarlet liquid. The boy silently watched what was happening with his mouth open. The scarlet liquid spilled onto the bully's face. Yiseng watched the medicine splash. The blonde's body began to glow. The boy said that although he did not know who made this potion, but the effect was still good. He turned to the boy. Yiseng jerked in fear, and now she asked us if he would go with him. The guy narrowed his eyes, specifying that he was calling him to the infirmary. The boy looked at him in fear, tears welling up in his eyes. The boys were walking along the landing. Yiseng tried to catch up with the boy. Wait for the pimple. Yihyun went ahead. The boy said that the medical center was on the other side, after which she squealed. The boy raised his head, saying that there was no one nearby, so no one would hear. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion. Looking down, he thought that the boy still knew who he was. Yihyun looked at his face. The boy asked, did his father send him? The boy with a calm expression thought that, apparently, there was a misunderstanding between them, so there was no need to irritate the boy's vigilance. The boy raised his eyebrows, answered negatively, and said that he could not know his father. Yiseng moved away slightly. The boy thought that he definitely did not believe him. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking why the boy needed him. Yihyun walked closer to him, smiling and saying that he had a request. The boy asked what he meant. The boy calmly replied that he needed to make a potion. The boy exclaimed, asking what business he was talking about. He raised his hands, stepped back, and said that he did not know how to do this. The boy put his hand in his pocket, saying that the boy knew alchemy. The boy pulled out a vial of medicine, showed a golden symbol, and said that the boy had already sold this potion on the black market. Yiseng raised his hand to his mouth in surprise. He was puzzled but looked down, wondering how the boy knew about this since he could not be traced through the black market. The boy looked at the boy with a calm expression, thinking that it was written on his forehead. Yiseng looked down warily. The boy guessed his thoughts that he couldn't be identified through the black market, and then thought that the boy was right. He remembered the dark purple sign of the black market, thinking that the market really was a system that carefully concealed the names of the participants. Remembering the notices of registering an item and selling it, he thought that both selling and buying were all done through the system, so confidentiality was completely maintained. The boy touched his face. He remembered the eye, thinking that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have thought of selling it. Looking down, he added that there was no point in talking about it anymore. The boy and the boy locked eyes. Yiseng looked away tensely. The boy thought that no matter what, it was good that the black market was also operating in the Nornir system. Looking at the bottle, he added that if he hadn't bought this potion, things would have been bad. The boy smiled and held the bottle out to Yiseng, asking if it was his creation. The boy looked away tensely, saying he didn't understand what the boy was talking about. The boy said he couldn't lie. Yihyun calmly said he understood that the boy wanted to remain in the shadows. Yiseng pursed his lip. The boy said he didn't have time. The boy remembered looking at the 3 bottles of medicine. He opened the window of the black market. The system announced that the item had been registered. The boy wondered if he had made a mistake by putting the potion up for sale. He exhaled heavily, adding that he didn't think things would turn out like this because he just needed the money. The boy came out of his memories, looking ahead heavily. He closed his eyes, thinking that if his father found out, it would be the end of him. Looking at the boy, he decided that he needed to do something. He lowered his head, asking the boy to keep everything a secret from the others. The boy placed his hand on his shoulder. He looked at the bottle, saying that he did not bring up the topic of potions to threaten them. He handed the bottle to the boy. Yiseng looked at the bottle in confusion. The boy said that he just needed an excellent alchemist. The golden symbol on the bottle glinted in the light. The boy added that the alchemist needed to brew something. Yiseng did not take his eyes off the object, repeating in his head the boy's words about an excellent alchemist. He looked at the boy, thinking that it did not seem like he was lying, and then wondered if his father had not sent him. The boy turned to Yihyun. He raised his eyebrows, asking who he was. The boy smiled, saying that he was a future student of Mills Academy. The boy looked at him silently. The boy said his name. Yiseng put the bottle to his chest. Turning his back to the boy, he agreed. Turning to his interlocutor, the boy asked what exactly he needed. They entered the apartment. The boy smiled, calling it a cozy workplace. Yiseng lowered his head, awkwardly thanking him. They sat down opposite each other. The boy trembled slightly, starting a conversation. He looked away, asking what he needed. The boy smiled slightly, then said that he needed a secret means to increase mana. Yiseng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hearing this, the guy added that he needed a potion that would allow raiders to replenish energy without stopping. The boy jumped up from his seat, repeated his words, and asked if such a thing was possible in principle. The boy lowered his eyelids and thought that it was possible, but he remembered the boy from his past life, thinking that it was he who created this thing. Yiseng touched his chin, repeated the boy's request, and began to think about what ingredients he needed to use to achieve such an effect. Looking at him, Yihan remembered a friend from the past. The boy began to list various ingredients. Yihan was surprised but looked at him when the boy said that this would not be enough. The atmosphere changed abruptly. The boy looked at the ceiling, going through possible methods of preparation. The youth thought that Yiseng stopped stuttering and also named most of the required ingredients. He smirked, calling the boy a genius, after which he thought that he had to make him his supporter. Suddenly, the boy raised his eyebrows, something upset, but looked at the youth, asking if it would be better to ask another alchemist to create this masterpiece. The youth answered negatively. Yihan grabbed his shoulders, saying that he wanted him to do it because he will provide everything necessary. Yihan smiled, thinking that he didn't know maybe other alchemists could also create the potion if they had the recipe. The boy nervously looked away, tears rolling down his cheeks. Yihan finished his thought by saying that their skills weren't even close to Yiseng's. The boy narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that he should fight for this kid, and then asked if he could help him. Yiseng closed his eyes, awkwardly agreeing. He lowered his head, saying that he couldn't promise the result. The boy said that failure was a stepping stone to success. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if the boy was sure, since if it didn't work out, he would lose a lot of money. Yihan scratched the back of his head, saying that it was okay since he believed in his abilities, and then asked if the boy thought that investing was easy, and then added that he was willing to take the risk. Yiseng was stunned by what he heard, tears welling up in his eyes. Yihan smiled, thinking that he would never be able to create such a potion anyway, and then said that he would rely on the boy. Yiseng raised his eyebrows, quietly agreeing, and then thought that Yihan was the first one to believe in him. The young man smiled, thinking that he had made another new connection. The sun was shining through the window. Yiseng was sitting on the bed in his room. He just looked ahead. The boy remembered Yihan's words, who said that he was investing in him because he trusted his abilities. He remembered how the brunette scratched the back of his head and asked if he thought that investing was just no, but he was willing to take a risk. Yiseng wondered if anyone relied on him at all. His memory came to him, how the boy smiled, saying that he was counting on him. The alchemist's eyes widened. He remembered the stick hitting his hands and thought that unlike his other brothers, he lacked talent. He was always cowardly and lonely. He remembered how he sat there upset and thought that his mother had passed away early, and his father. He remembered the man's silhouette and thought that he had never acknowledged him as a son because he was not special among the others. The boy repeated that he was saying that mistakes were allowed. He thought that for the first time, he had been trusted. Tears ran down the alchemist's cheeks. He wondered why. Yiseng cried, wiping his eyes with his hands, thinking that the trust had touched his heart. The red system notification for the main quest Hell's Trial said to destroy Nightshade and gain Hell's recognition. Difficulty level C, reward a gift from Hell. Time remaining 56 days 18.47, penalty for failure death. The notification began to change. The time decreased to 49 days, then 31 days 18 days. Finally, the notification said that the remaining time was 10 days 23 hours 59 minutes. A bright arrow of magic fell from above. A flash appeared near Yihan's head. Xianjun stood in a training suit, surrounded by magical figures. The brunette dodged her attacks. Blue arrows flew towards him. They collided with a blue protective field. Rectangular magical traces appeared on the field. The system reported that the sacred arrow skill was activated. Xianjun protected herself from the bright flashes with a force field. Cracks appeared on the dome of the protective field. The girl thought that cracks had formed in the barrier. She watched the boy wipe his face and thought that progress was so fast. The heroes stood opposite each other, surrounded by smoke. The boy looked at the teacher. She looked at him. Yihan's figure was illuminated by bright yellow lightning. Blue flashes appeared around Xianjun's hand. The hero waved his hand, surrounded by flashes. A small blue ball appeared at the teacher's fingers. The order to stop was heard. Sungyi looked at them and said that time was up. They both worked hard. The man looked away. There were marks and cracks on the floor. He thought that he could not believe that the training ground made of a special material was almost in disrepair. It was difficult to leave a scratch on these stones. He watched as a glass appeared in Yihan's hand and thought that if it were not for him, there would have been beautiful ruins. Xianjun smiled and said that the speed of development was incredible. He could already use different spells, and their power sometimes surprised him. Yihan wiped his mouth with his hand, heard the question of whether someone taught him theory besides their training, and answered that yes, his girlfriend. The girl folded her arms and said that he exceeded all expectations. To be honest, she was worried. She had no time left for this during the lecture. The guy heard that his girlfriend was smart and, crossing his arms, answered that there was such a thing. He imagined Yujung in a teacher's costume, who said whether he felt her greatness, he probably wanted to give her ice cream, and thought that you can't argue with Yujung's intelligence, but her character. The girl approached Sungyi and, turning to the guy, said that she heard that he was going to the dungeon again. Yihan nodded or answered that he wanted to test his skills. Looking at him, the guild leader said that she understood and thought that E-rank dungeons were within his power and wished him luck. The hero thought that E rank would be ideal. He looked down, thinking that he needed to remain calm. He could do it. He imagined a monster surrounded by a red glow and thought that the boss of the Nightshade dungeon, his C rank enemy. In the past, he would never have defeated this monster alone, but could he win now? Yihan slapped his cheeks. He thought that no, the preparations were serious, there was only a fight ahead. He resolutely opened his eyes and thought that he could do it. Yiseng, with dark circles under his eyes, greeted Yihan. He was holding a box with a bottle in his hand. The boy greeted the elder with a smile and asked if it was hard, and thought to himself that it was. The system notification contained information about the consumable item, a mana increase potion. The alchemist's skill increases the potion's effect. Yihan looked into the box and asked if he could use it right away. The alchemist nodded. The system reported that a mana increase potion had been used. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, surrounded by blue dots. The system reported that the mana stats had been increased by 15. He exhaled an impression and thought that this was simply an excellent effect. Yihan, who stood in front of him, was extremely exhausted. The guy thought that the effect was so excellent that it was a bitter pill, similar to a lollipop. He thought that alchemy was a very complex science. Looking at the guy yawning, he thought that the effect of the same potion could change depending on the alchemist's skills. Yihan smiled, thinking that if he gave the ingredients to someone else and asked them to make something like this, they would bring him a product that exceeded the stats by 1 or 2, but not by 15. The brunette smiled and said that, as he said, he had talent. Yihan scratched his cheek shyly and said that it was all thanks to him. Thank you. Yihan touched the back of his head and said that he should be the one thanking. Let him rest. It seemed like he hadn't slept well in the past few days. The alchemist sleepily rubbed his eye and said that then, if he needed anything, let him call. The hero turned away, smiling, and thought that the preparations were finished. The guy left behind waved his hand, and Yihan thought that tomorrow he would crush Nightshade. The system reported that the remaining time was 9 days, 22 hours, 47 minutes. A brown hand touched the red wool. Hel said that she had a premonition that they should expect guests today along with Garmer. The goddess of death leaned on her pet monster. The system window said that the remaining time was 9 days, 22 hours, 47 minutes. The brunette stood in front of the dungeon gate. The system reported an equipment item, Valkyrie Apprentice Ring, Class C. The next equipment item, Valkyrie Apprentice Pendant, Class C. Another equipment item, Valkyrie Apprentice Earring, Class C. The notification said Valkyrie Apprentice set 3 out of 3. Passive skill, Mana Theft. Yihan touched the earring and said that this equipment will be enough. He feels great. Turning towards Sungyi, he said that then. The man nodded. The gate shimmered blue. Blue rays surrounded the boy who said forward. The system window informed him that he had entered a dungeon. The next window informed him that the Nornir system was transporting the user to a specific location. The current location, Hellhammer, the land of the dead. The boy fell from the purple vortex. His foot touched the ground. Yihan stood in the cemetery under the full moon and exhaled. Looking ahead, he thought that he hadn't understood last time. There were purple flashes between the tree branches. He continued that it was bad energy everywhere. The same purple swirls surrounded the monuments. The mage thought that it seemed to belong to Nightshade. He imagined a monster with many red eyes and thought that by destroying it, he would be able to meet Hel again. He imagined an image of a girl with horns. Lowering his head, he thought Loki. The masked archer pulled the bowstring with a bony hand. The boy continued that Nornir. The arrow flew forward, and then hit the blue protective dome. The hero stood there thinking that he had a lot of questions. He looked away. Monsters were appearing from the ground. Dust was rising everywhere. He remembered S1-2 saying that she would teach him how to fight as a battle mage. She had closed her eyes and said that the martial arts class called such people magic swordsmen. But that was not the main thing. What was important was the hybrid stance in which he combined magic with martial arts. Yihan stood in front of the teacher who had said that, however, for now. She opened her mouth and continued that no one had managed to do this. A blue magic arrow appeared above the guy's head. He thought that the long range was not suitable for the magic class. The arrow was aimed at the monster. Yihan extended his palm and thought that the short one was not enough for the martial arts class. The guy hit the monster with the sword. A bright blue flash surrounded by blackness appeared above his head. The hero thought that it was a kind of middle opposition in which neither of the two directions was specialized. However, S1-2's finger touched the student's chest. Pointing at him, she said that if they were talking about him, then this was a different matter. A bright yellow glow appeared in space. The system reported that the guy defeated Draugr. He defeated Wraith. He defeated the skeleton warrior, and counted experience points. The gate to the dungeon was closed. Sungyi held the phone in his hand. His finger moved across the screen. Suddenly, the man noticed something. He looked closely and thought that someone was nearby. The outline of a sword flickered in Sungyi's palm. He thought that he had not heard that someone else would come here besides him. A car appeared among the trees. The wheel of the red car quickly spun. A figure of a girl appeared from the open window. who said that the man had gone far away. The gray-haired girl with a long ponytail said that she had already searched. Yeonju asked by chance. The girl in the suit adjusted her hair and said that she had not seen him. The flickering of the sword in the man's palm began to disappear. He asked what she was doing here. Did their guild have little work? Yeonju took out her phone and said that she was dealing with her at the same time. Turning her gaze to the man, she said that she wanted to see him too, though she had to come here since she could not find him in the guild itself. Sungyi thought that this was nonsense. Since graduating from university, she had not heard from him at all. He exhaled and said that I understand. He was also glad to see her. The man thought that she would not have come all this way just to say hello. Yeonju looked at the closed gate and asked, "Is he watching this dungeon?" Sungyi replied that there was no need for outsiders to know about it. Without looking at him, the girl said that it was strange. It wasn't his jurisdiction. Was he demoted? Looking at the gate, she continued that to tell the truth, she was curious about something. Then Yeonju turned her gaze to the man. Turning around, she explained that she was talking about the rumors about Chairman Seonjun's illness. Sungyi's expression darkened when he heard the question. Was it true? Looking at the girl with displeasure, he replied that of course not. Where did she even hear about it? Yeonju folded her fingers and replied that there were many ears around. As he knew, the guild was full of such names. Sungyi frowned and thought that she was speaking so tangentially that she had planted a spy among them. He exhaled and thanked her for telling him. Thanks to her, he would have more work when he returned. The girl was looking at her phone and heard all this, otherwise it was time for him to go clean up, and answered that there was one last question. She showed a photo of Yihyun on the smartphone screen and asked if he happened to know this guy. The man looked at the photo in surprise. The gray-haired girl came closer and said that it seemed to her that he had started dropping by his guild quite often lately, and it seemed that he had met with the chairman more than once. Looking down, she continued that she thought maybe he knew what was going on. Looking down at her, Sungyi replied that as an outsider, she should not poke her nose into this. The girl looked away and exhaled. Turning away, Yeonju said that to be honest, she did not expect him to tell. Approaching the car, she replied that she was well aware of how prim and unyielding a person he was. Sungyi silently heard that the guild had paid her to come here, so she wouldn't pretend. Already sitting in the car, the gray-haired girl said that she was leaving and said goodbye. The car drove away. Sungyi scratched the back of his head and said that he should report this to the chairman first. Yihyun was sitting on a pile of monsters under the full moon. He looked up and said that he had finally arrived. In front of him stood a multi-eyed monster surrounded by a red haze. The system reported that the dungeon boss Nightshade had shown himself. A bright blue beam immediately flew out from him. Looking at it, Yihyun greeted. The monster's eyes glowed red. Many blue diamonds floated around the hero. He said that this time everything would be different. The teeth on the monster's body opened like a mouth. Nightshade emitted a red glow. The hero frowned and aimed his arrows at him. Blue beams crashed into the monster's body. Yihyun landed while the boss covered his head with his hands. His round red eyes were glowing. One of them had a red cross like a target. Bright red beams flew forward. The hero watched it carefully. The foot in the boot took a step. The guy thought it was one step to the left. He dodged the red beams. The monster exuded black smoke. Yihyun looked at it. His feet were standing on the snow. Sharp black beams appeared from the monster's body. He attacked the guy, who thought it was 2 steps to the right. He confidently dodged the red flash, thinking that he needed to tilt his head. Many red flashes surrounded the mage. He looked forward and thought that now a wide lunge to the side. Nightshade's eyes were shining brightly red. Yihyun pointed a gun made of fingers surrounded by yellow lightning at him and asked why he was confused. Is everything not going as planned? The system reported that the skill super speed chain was activated. Yellow flashes and a golden chain appeared around the guy. The chain with an arrow at the end rushed forward. Bright flashes appeared from hitting the monster's body. The golden chain was surrounded by lightning. Yihyun resolutely clenched his fist. The golden chains quickly flew apart in different directions. Nightshade was surrounded by a golden glow and lightning. The chain encircled his body. Yihyun frowned at this and thought that it was not enough. Blue rays rushed from above to the monster. They went straight to the red eyes. Blood splashed. Some of the monster's eyes went out. He stood in front of the guy, surrounded by lightning. Yihyun gloomily looked at his opponent. There were stains around the monster as if from blood. The magician covered his eyes with his hand. The red circle appeared on the monster's head again. He managed to break the golden chain. The system warned that Nightshade was enraged. The next notification said that Nightshade's strength had increased. Another notification said that Nightshade's agility had increased. Yihyun looked at the notification. His gaze was questioning. Instead of letters, the notification had white squares. The system window darkened, and then the words Death Seal appeared. Yihyun froze in fear, surrounded by a purple force in which the silhouette of death was visible. The system said that if the user does not remove the seal within 10 minutes, they will be given an instant death penalty. The next notification said that the conditions for removing the seal are the destruction of Nightshade. The guy's eye glowed yellow. He thought, instant death, he had never heard of such a thing. The system said that the skill absolute counting was activated. A purple glow spread around. A skeleton's face was visible in it. Part of the text of the death seal notification was hidden. Yi-hyun frowned and asked, "What?" He used the skill absolute counting again. The notification said that it imposes, then part of the word and the seal of death. He used the skill again. The ending appeared imposes the seal of death on the user. The guy saw the silhouette of a smiling girl. He shouted furiously, turning to hell, and asked why she was interfering. The system reported an instant death penalty, 9 minutes 28 seconds left. Yi-hyun thought that there was no choice, he needed to end this quickly. He quickly ran towards the fanged body of the monster. Nightshade's remaining eyes were glowing. The brunette noticed how the monster began to move away. He stretched out his hand surrounded by a glow, surprised, thinking that the boss was running away. A glow appeared on the enemy's body. Yi-hyun attacked him with blue flashes of magic. The system reported an instant death penalty, 8 minutes 32 seconds left. The monster covered its red eyes. The mage glared at him, cursing and thinking that he was making fun of him. Did he just decide to drag out the fight? A bright yellow glow appeared around the guy. He said that then it was necessary to deliver a powerful blow that he could not dodge. The dungeon boss looked at him, and then began to emit enormous power. Yi-hyun stared at it in surprise. He grabbed his throat with his hand. The system reported that the resistance did not work, and then that he felt the effect of fear. The guy cursed darkly. Black smoke swirled around the monster. Yi-hyun closed one eye from zeal. The system reported that the fear effect was dispelled. Blood appeared at the corner of his lips. He slid back, leaving white marks, and gloomily looked at the enemy. The system reported that the penalty is instant death, 7 minutes 11 seconds left. Red flames burned around Nightshade's body. The hero mentally asked if the boss was able to use this skill several times in a row. The monster was surrounded by a black haze. Yi-hyun thought he wasn't sure about it. He might interfere with it again if he tried to use the essence of light. Nightshade was emitting power again. The hero thought that he would just end up wasting his mana and being disarmed. He frowned and decided that in that case, the monster looked at him through the haze. The guy thought that if he remembered, he hit him in the eyes, his vision should have worsened. The system reported that the Wonder Boost skill was activated. Blue rays appeared around the guy. He decided that he would first completely turn off his light. The system reported that wind energy passes through the user's body. Agility is temporarily increased. The monster stood surrounded by a haze. Its two red eyes were glowing. Golden sparks emanated from the guy's raised hand. He closed his eyes and asked, did he think he would just rush at him? A golden star shone above the guy's palm. He laughed. The system reported that the flash bomb skill was activated. The golden glow became blindingly bright, covering the monster. Many shining chains flew forward and crashed into Nightshade's body. The guy stepped on it with his foot. His silhouette loomed over the boss. He looked at him with golden eyes and thought that he had finally died. And then he cursed, looking at the boss. Nightshade opened his mouth, surrounded by a bright golden glow that was breaking the dungeon. The system reported an instant death penalty, 4 minutes 11 seconds left. Yi-hyun turned away and said that this was also boring. Is there anything else he can do? He looked at the shining feathers that appeared around and said that it was a pity, but it was too late. The system reported that the sacrifice skill was activated. Golden rays rushed towards the zombies. The notification said that the system has detected the dead. Sacrifice enters attack mode. The boss was surrounded by a golden glow. The system reported the activation of the Judgment of Light skill. A shining golden wing with feathers appeared. The system reported an instant death penalty, 3 minutes 46 seconds left. The time began to decrease, 2 minutes 18 seconds, a minute 47 seconds, 59 seconds, 30 seconds, 10, 9. Yi-hyun exhaled, counting down from 8. He stood in front of the body of the defeated boss and closed his eyes, saying what happened. 5, 4. The monster's eyes no longer glowed. 3. The system reported that Nightshade was destroyed. The name of the first to suffer was received. Hell laughed and thought that it seemed that his choice was not accidental. She extended her pawn and called the guy to come to her. She would wait for him in her temple. A notification appeared about the destruction of Nightshade. An ominous aura began to emanate from the protagonist. For removing the seal of death, he received the Nightshade core, shadow armor, and 3,000 experience points. The fog began to dissipate when the guy received level 3 of the skill. The space began to crack at the moment when Yi-hyun received the title of First Sufferer. He was very surprised as the user qualification check ended. The Hell Temple began to summon the user. The brunette found himself in an ice castle. Frowning, he realized that he was in the Hell Temple. After the monster's eyes sparkled, it roared. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. The creature approached him. The guy bared his teeth, looking at the monster. The beast opened its mouth wide. Garmer's eye glowed when he was called. The monster turned around because the goddess asked him to escort the guest. They stared at each other intently. Yihan stayed behind. He made a dissatisfied face, glad that he was in the temple. He followed Garmer. A bright light was shining through the window. The brunette raised his head and loudly informed Hel about his arrival. The beast raised his paw. He lay down on the floor of the castle. The goddess of death did not expect that the protagonist would cope with her task. The girl landed on the body of her assistant. Bowing her head, she congratulated the enemy of evil. She admitted that he brilliantly coped with her tests. Bowing his head, the guy decided to clarify something with her. Looking at her, he asked about why he received the Nornir system, and he also inquired about why she forced him to go through all this. He frowned deeply and clarified about the reason for this. Hel smiled ominously. Her hand was enveloped in mana. She admitted that she did this so that he would become the enemy of evil. The brunette raised his head. He asked her again about the enemy of evil. Looking at her, he clarified why she chose him. The goddess of death took his chin and told him that this was his fate. Yihan's pupil narrowed when he thought about his fate. The girl, raising her hand, said that Aesir's enemy must kill Odin. Raising her head, she admitted that this is what he and Loki wanted. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face. He admitted that he did not understand why they wanted to kill Odin. Closing her eyes, she admitted that they did not count on his understanding. The Hun became very angry. Hel touched his face. She assumed that he felt some injustice. The goddess of death approached him. She told him that the reasons why a person is forced to play by the rules of the gods are incomprehensible to his mind. She ran her finger lower down his body. Looking at him, she demanded that he remember that this was not only about the gods who were opponents of Aesir. She ran her fingers down his arm. The protagonist leaned back. The goddess's body was covered in a powerful aura. She told the brunette that Odin wanted to take over everything, because the world was already on the verge of the apocalypse. The guy's face was covered in sweat. Hel admitted that they needed his power to stop Odin. Hearing this, the brunette remembered that he had not asked everything yet. Putting her hand on her heart, the girl asked him to become stronger for their next meeting. Yihan evaporated from the temple. The heroine's body was enveloped in mana. Looking ahead in confusion, she asked someone about how long he would be watching. She did not remember inviting him here. Meanwhile, the forest was illuminated by sunlight. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face. The brunette covered it with his palm. He was upset that he was not getting any answers to his questions. The guy took a closer look. A notification appeared about receiving a passive skill as a gift from Hel. An information window appeared. Using the magic ball, the mage apologized for his rudeness. He admitted that he could not resist when he found out about their meeting. The monster approached the goddess of death. He looked back angrily. A stream of energy flew towards them. The mage noticed that Hel had a loyal friend, after which he asked how she felt when she met the main character in person. The girl smiled slightly and advised him not to rush to conclusions. She said that the guy only made the first step. The heroine made a displeased face. The bearded man bowed his head. It seemed to him that she clearly liked this guy. The goddess of death watched the magic ball intently. Raising her head, she admitted that Johann exceeded all her expectations. She remembered the frowning brunette. Hel reported that he had managed to pass the test and appear before her. Smiling ominously, she admitted that it was a rather pleasant misunderstanding. The flow of energy sparkled brighter. The magician admitted that he was glad about this because his soul became somehow calmer. The goddess of death looked back. She asked him if he had come only for this reason. At that moment, she assumed that he wanted to say something else. The temple was enveloped in mana. The girl called out to Mimir. Hearing her, the man said that he did not understand what she was talking about. The heroine's face turned black when she asked the old man if he would pretend to be a stupid person. She believed that he, with his cunning under the guise of a simpleton, resembles her older brother. Hel remembered the moment of the system reboot. She said that she noticed a change in the principle of the enemy of evil. Mimir's glow grew brighter as the girl realized that she could no longer call him a giant of wisdom. The mage advised her not to get excited. He also realized that he had failed to deceive her. Hel recalled the image of the smiling protagonist. She said menacingly that she had not finished talking yet. Then she, remembering the guy's left eye, said that Odin dedicated the eye socket to the source of wisdom. Raising her head, she asked Mimir if he would answer. She, looking intently at the cloud of mana, asked about their plan with Loki. Looking at the heroine, the mage apologized to her. He believed that it was too early for her to know about this. The goddess of death smiled ominously when the man spoke of fate. She turned around and admitted that she was used to waiting, but at the same time warned that she was not going to do nothing. Hearing this, Mimir assumed that a good idea had come to her mind. The heroine approached the window and said that the enemy of evil was still weak. She, remembering the prophecy, realized that many trials awaited him. The girl raised her hand. She said that he would need a guide. Hel extended her palm. She believed that Yihan needed someone who would always show him the right path, even if it was full of dangers. There were 7 days left before entering Mill's academy. The room was filled with people. The protagonist exhaled heavily. The girl looked back at him. She noticed that he was somewhat puzzled. Frowning deeply, she asked if something was bothering him. The heroine turned around when the guy said that he was fine. Hearing this, she offered him to go shopping. The brunette scratched the back of his head and wondered what was bothering him. He realized that he was worried because after everything that had happened, he had more questions. The guy looked down. He remembered that he still had some catch. An information window appeared in front of him. Turning his head, he realized that the passive skill was X rank. A red screen appeared in front of him. He remembered that he had several more skills with that rank. Looking closely at the system window, he remembered that there were no such ranks in the Aesir system. The protagonist knows that X rank skills are outside the Aesir system. The guy followed the girl. He assumed that the Eye of the Absolute God should also be there, like other cool skills. The heroine approached the man. Yihan believes that the opponents of the Aesir god stuffed him with all this for a reason. The brunette remembered the slyly smiling goddess. She told him that Loki and they wanted someone to kill Odin. The guy bared his teeth. The girl reported that she found something suitable. The guy stopped near the blades. She pointed to a weapon worth 299 million won. The man handed the seller a card and asked them to calculate it. The protagonist wondered why they wanted to spend 300 million won on a mana knife that they would throw away anyway. The heroine took the bag and told him that Mill's academy mainly provided such goods. She said that they would need to buy sacred equipment, because the quality of the equipment for first-year students never ceased to be better. The girl scrolled through the list, wondering what they needed to buy next. The brunette's face broke out in sweat when he saw the entire shopping list. Hana bowed her head and greeted the protagonist. She told him that she was a member of the Lotus Guild. Looking at the guy, she said that their chairman wanted to give him a gift in honor of entering the academy. The brunette looked away. He wondered if they would spare a little time for him. They loaded his hands with packages. The protagonist assumed that they would only give him a couple of miracle drugs or artifacts. Frowning deeply, he remembered that the Lotus Guild was on a completely different level. The heroine turned around and said that now it was necessary to pick up armor. Hearing this, the guy asked her to wait for a second. All the gifts were loaded into his inventory. He said that he did not need armor because he already had a suitable set. An information window about shadow armor appeared. The protagonist looked back at it. He assumed that he would not be able to find better armor here than B-class protective gear. Taking a closer look at the window, he remembered that when using equipment, the skill of concealment is mastered. Hana looked back worriedly. She assumed that this armor gives the protagonist a rare ability. The heroine looked at the brunette. She clarified whether he needed an artifact with a concealment effect. Grabbing her chin, the girl assumed that it would be difficult for them to find it because every raider dreams of getting such an item. Yihan waved his hand. He asked them to forget about it, after which he told her that there weren't many raiders who studied concealment. Looking at Hana, he said that such things could be found in the dungeons if you were lucky. The girl frowned deeply. He admitted that in their country, only her older brother had concealment. The protagonist looked at her in confusion when he learned about her older brother. The heroine looked back and asked Yihan if he knew that Sung-Yi had such a skill. He remembered the image of the manager. The brunette felt awkward when the girl suggested skipping the armor selection and moving on to weapons. She walked through the crowd. Yihan wondered if she was serious. His face began to sweat. He realized that he would never have thought about it. The guy's eye blazed. A notification appeared, reporting resonance with the user. The protagonist grabbed his head. Some visitors looked back at him. Yihan bared his teeth and remembered seeing those lights at the treasure gate. Hana turned around abruptly and called out the boy's name. He asked her to wait for him. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. A crystal sparkled in front of him. He passed through the portal. A notification appeared stating that the Eye of the Absolute God looks through false vision and discerns the truth. A notification appeared stating that the skill recognition had been activated. The brunette opened his mouth, not understanding what was happening. A system notification appeared stating that the Nornir system was activating the skill recognition. The boy gripped the stick tightly. He bared his teeth. A white-haired gentleman approached him. He attacked his opponent. Hoyin bowed his head when he was declared the winner after the duel ended. The bespectacled man smiled ominously, amazed at the skill of this raider. He remembered that his opponent had quite good skills. The warrior approached his opponent. The gentleman thinks that there is a huge difference in talent between them. The boy became sad. The man thinks that it is not for nothing that he is called a new generation S-class raider. The gray-haired gentleman walked past him and praised him. Hoyin thanked his father. Looking back at him, the man advised him not to be too happy about this because he was obliged to win this duel. Bowing his head, the boy admitted that he knew about it. His father walked away from him and suggested that they do other things. He advised him to quickly take a shower because they needed to go get something. Hoyin felt uncomfortable next to his father. The shower was pouring over his body. Tensing up, he realized that he felt disgust towards himself. He felt like a robot, not a human. Looking down, the boy remembered that he did not want to become such a raider. He wondered at what point everything changed. An information window for an equipment item appeared. This item has a passive skill of mana perception. The brunette tilted his head back, asking about Mistletoe. He remembered the sparkling crystal. The guy walked on, assuming that the Nornir system was playing a joke on him again. Hoyin passed by him. Meanwhile, the skyscraper was illuminated by sunlight. In it, the raider approached the counter near which his father asked to be settled. Hearing him, Hoyin asked him about why he needed so many items. The man grabbed the handle of the weapon and said that all this was necessary for his development. In turn, he believed that a future S-class raider should not skimp on equipment. Looking at his father, the guy asked him about how they would pay off his mother's hospital bills. The gentleman demanded that he stop discussing this. Looking back at him, he promised to personally deal with him, after which he asked that his son continue training. Bowing his head, Hoyin agreed with him. He felt sad when he thought about what he was doing here. The boy followed his father while the passers-by began to talk about him. The guys looked back at him. At that moment, the raider realized that he did not dream of such a life. He remembered himself as a little boy. Having discovered abilities in himself, he began to feel like a monkey in a zoo. He remembered how his mother, smiling, stroked his head. Then the boy was slightly embarrassed and realized that he wanted to become a raider. The boy remembered how he illuminated everything around him, because he was considered a light in the pitch darkness. Imagining a stern father, Hoyin remembered that he quickly used his father's abilities. He bowed his head when he realized that now he looked more like a robot than a person. After all, he now realizes that he is just a tool of his father. Looking away, the boy wondered if he will be able to last 3 years in the academy. Some sound sounded in the building. All the customers looked up before they were informed that a dungeon had broken open nearby. After that, the employee said that dangerous monsters had come out onto the street. Hoyin's face sweated as the announcer advised all the customers to calm down. He was very surprised that monsters had attacked the city. The employees tried to lead people out of the mall. One of them advised them to stop panicking because the raiders would soon arrive. The customers ran to the exit. At that moment, the gentleman asked his son why he was frozen in place. Baring his teeth, the father reminded Hoyin that he would hold all of South Korea in his fist. He warned his son that his position at the academy would be shaken if he got injured. The boy's mouth dropped open. His father told him that he had nothing to gain by intervening in the situation. The boy realized that his loved one was right. At that moment, he assumed that the raiders from the association would be able to deal with the monsters. Imagining the monsters with red eyes, he wondered what would happen to the civilians. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He decided not to miss this chance. The boy put his foot down. Seeing his son run, the man loudly asked him what he was planning. He demanded that Hoyin come back right now. The warrior ran out into the street because he decided to prove to himself that he was a real raider. He clenched his hand into a fist. The boy remembered sitting next to the hospital bed. He stopped abruptly. An ogre stood in front of him. He saw that the monsters had captured the entire city. They were staring at him. Hoyin's face was covered in sweat. He realized that he could not even move, and only his eyes could tremble with fear. The orcs pounced on him. The boy realized that he could not take even one short step. His hand trembled when he tried to force himself to move. Hoyin remembered that he knew where he was going. The monsters ran at him. One of them attacked him from above. Looking at him, the guy remembered that he dreamed of becoming a raider. The main character appeared in front of him. At that moment, Hoyin realized that he was scared of some lower monsters. The hood fell off his head. He fell to the ground. The brunette stared at him. The guy was very surprised when he asked him if he was Hoyin. Meanwhile, the brunette was examining the crystal that he bought with his own money. Running up to him, the girl asked why he went towards the unidentified objects. She saw a magical object and asked what kind of lump it was. A red screen appeared in front of Ihan when he realized that outsiders see this crystal as an ordinary stone. He thinks that it would be strange if everyone could see the system's structure. Looking at the heroine, the guy said that they also don't have to buy weapons. He raised his head when the employee announced that a dungeon had broken nearby. The brunette's pupils narrowed as someone continued telling the news. He quickly ran to the exit. The brunette jumped out of the window. Shards flew to the sides. He saw that the street was surrounded by monsters. They turned their attention to him. Ihyun's body was enveloped in mana. He attacked the orcs. The protagonist landed on the ground. Frowning deeply, he realized that there were more monsters than he thought. That was why he assumed that perhaps it would not be possible to do without losses. The orcs screamed loudly. They jumped because of the explosion. The brunette jumped along the walls. Flying up to the orc from behind, he pinned him to the ground. He raised his head when he noticed the raider. The gray-haired guy looked at him worriedly as he called him by name. Hoyin looked to the side, remembering his cap. Ihan frowned deeply, not expecting to see Hoyin here. The guy was slightly embarrassed. The protagonist remembered that Hoyin was also entering Mill's academy. Stepping forward, the brunette admitted that he needed his help. Seeing that a monster was about to jump on him, Hoyin warned him about it. The orc disappeared without a trace when Yihan said that he felt it. The blonde guy's eyes widened. The protagonist warned him that they couldn't let the monsters get to the residential buildings. Looking down, he asked how long he was going to sit. Hoyin was embarrassed because Yihan demanded that he get ready and take his weapon. He frowned deeply and said that he understood him. Hoyin was able to move his fingers after the protagonist's words. Looking at the guy leaving, he realized that his trembling had stopped. He ran after him. Hoyin frowned deeply when he decided that he had to save people. They approached the monsters. The protagonist grimaced and asked his partner if he could provoke the orcs, after which he asked him to distract the monsters since he had come to his senses. Hoyin listened attentively as the brunette demanded that he try not to miss anyone. Yihan also said that he needed to provoke as many goblins as possible. A weapon began to appear in the guy's hands when he realized that he could not hesitate. He swung his sword and decided to do what he could. Hoyin grabbed the handle tightly. Having stuck the weapon into the ground, he activated the skill provocation cry. An information window appeared in front of him. The goblins ran towards him as he activated this skill. Their eyes sparkled brightly. An ominous aura began to emanate from them. The brunette looked back at his partner when he realized that the ability provocation cry was significantly stronger than the usual provocation skill. He couldn't believe that Hoyin could already use this ability several times in a row. At that moment, he realized that this was to be expected from a genius. Remembering the warrior in armor, he realized that he had only managed to become a B-rank raider. While his partner was trying to concentrate, he wondered if his mental state was hindering him. He knew that Hoyin was called a genius with a sad fate, because fame quickly destroyed his personality. Raising his sparkling eyes, he decided that he did not care about it. He was sure that his weak character could be corrected. The protagonist used the super speed chain when he realized that Hoyin was useful to him. Standing behind him, he suggested that his partner's progress would help him achieve his goal. At that moment, he suggested finishing the attack. He attacked the goblin. Hoyin swung his weapon. They killed all the monsters. The man approached them and clarified whether they were finished. The boys looked at him with confusion. In turn, the gentleman looked back at them with displeasure. Approaching them, Jong-hoon said that he was an employee of the management staff of the National Association of Raiders, after which he asked them if they had destroyed all those goblins together. The boys looked at each other when one of them admitted that they had done it. The man smiled ominously, assuming that the raider with ashen eyes and hair was called Hoyin. He had heard that he was called a genius, although he had only just entered high school. At that moment, he assumed that the second guy was his peer. He wondered how these two were able to kill so many monsters. The gentleman scratched the back of his head and asked what he should report to the management. Turning his head, the main character admitted that he had just wanted to discuss this with him. He looked at him and asked everyone to think that the association dealt with the monsters. After all, he thought that no one would believe that they did it. Grabbing his chin, Jong-hoon said that it would be considered a violation. The brunette looked back and said that this would be the case if someone saw what happened. The man winked and admitted that he could not act outside the regulations, because their company was equivalent to state bodies. He also advised them not to arrange noisy battles, since they did not want to attract attention to themselves. The guy looked away when Jong-hoon promised to give them a reward. Pointing at his partner, Yihyun asked them to give him all the money, after which he asked the man to simply keep quiet about his participation. The main character decided not to show himself in public, because he still had enough money from Lotus and was soon expecting to enter the academy. Turning his head away, he assumed that it would be more profitable for him to give all the rewards to Hoyin. The man approached the brunette and asked if they had any more conditions. Hearing this, the fair-haired guy demanded that they slow down. The gentleman's mouth dropped open when Hoyin reminded his comrade that he was the one who killed all the monsters. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that he had his reasons for this. He smiled slightly when he remembered that he did not want to catch anyone's eye before entering the academy. An image of a man in a cloak appeared in his head. He remembered how his hand was enveloped in mana. He also decided that it was better to stay in the shadows so that his revenge would be cold and silent. He imagined himself trying to grab his father's neck. The protagonist decided that he would deal him a fatal blow. Bowing his head, the guy thought about what he should do. After all, he understands that he could not do this alone. Looking at the sad brunette, he suggested that he shouldn't take credit for the achievements of others. He remembered his sick mother and thought that he could help her with this money. The guy bowed his head. He realized that his mother could die if he missed this moment. Yihyun looked back at him as he wondered if he could survive this. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face, suggesting that his comrade was not thinking about pride. Then he thought about what he was hesitating about. He decided to help him with his choice. Looking at him, he advised him to think carefully. The guy was slightly embarrassed when Yihyun reminded him that his actions were also important. At that moment, he said that one of them could have parted with their lives if Hoyin had not been so decisive. The blonde raider bowed his head when his comrade said that it was fair. Raising his head, he agreed that he was right. He, looking closely at the protagonist, realized that because of his insecurity he could lose a loved one. After that, he promised Yi-hyun that he would definitely pay him back someday. All this time, the man watched the guys. Raising an eyebrow, he assumed that the difficult guy was quite good at communicating with people. He said that he would do as they asked. The brunette turned around and, thanking him, said goodbye to them. He stopped when Hoyin demanded that he at least introduce himself to him. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked him not to worry because he would soon find out about it himself. The fair-haired raider opened his mouth as his comrade told him that he was also entering the Mills Academy. Having become very worried, he realized that they were the same age. This is how the protagonist's preparation for the academy ended. He came to enter Mills with a girl. Meanwhile, the guys were very surprised to see the genius of the martial arts class. The fair-haired raider was sad because everyone thought he was from another planet. Also among the guys was the heroine, whose beauty outshone everyone. Ina bowed her head. The protagonist noticed her in the crowd. He knows that she is already collecting the glances of those around her because in the future her name will be at the top of the raider list. Looking at her, he assumed that a strong warrior will appear next to him if he manages to persuade Ina to his side. But at the same time, he understands that it will be difficult for him to do this. Remembering his partners, he decided that he should not overdo it now. After all, he already has Hoyin, Seonjun and Yiseng. The red-haired girl looked back at him and asked why he was staring at Ina like that, even though she is beautiful. Hearing this, the guy asked what she was talking about. The brunette looked back at them. Meanwhile, standing behind the counter, Jane greeted all the applicants to the Mills Academy. He also said that he was the director of the academy. The protagonist frowned deeply, realizing that everything was starting. At that moment, he remembered what his face looked like then. Standing next to Yoojung, he remembered how he begged her not to die. He bared his teeth and asked her to be prepared for anything that could happen at the academy. The heroine even blushed when she asked why he was so worried about her. She promised him to handle everything. Looking back at her, the brunette remembered that she took third place in the ranking of magicians after entering. At that moment, he decided that this time he was obliged to save her from death. Holding the documents, the director suggested starting the admission ceremony. He put the sheet on the counter when he assumed that the guys were not interested in formal speeches. Jane raised his hand and said that they already knew about something. Clenching his hand into a fist, he admitted that he had prepared something special for the inauguration ceremony. The guys got worried when he said that they had to steal their comrades' name tags. He announced the start of the hunt. The floor of the hall sparkled. A runic circle appeared under the guy's feet. Yoojung's face turned blue. She twisted her foot. The brunette tried to grab her and asked her to be careful. He took her hand. The girl almost fell on an A. The hall was covered with mana. Sung-yi looked to the side and reminded someone that Yi-hyun was entering the academy today. The heroine, closing her eyes, was surprised that time flew by so quickly. She admitted that she wanted to wish him luck before entering. Looking at the assistant, she realized that she would not be able to see the main character anymore. She asked him if everything would last 3 days this time. Assuming that she was talking about hunting, the gentleman told her that the test would take place in the subspace. Seonjun became sad when she realized that she would not be able to contact Yi-hyun. Looking at her, the assistant admitted that he had assumed that this would happen. He said that this is why he sent him a message on her behalf yesterday. After learning this, the heroine asked what the protagonist had answered them. The man smiled widely. Meanwhile, the sunlight illuminated the forest. Approaching his partner, the brunette asked her if she was okay. He looked back at Ine. His pupils narrowed. He paid attention to the brunette, noticing her black hair and hazel eyes. He also remembered that she was the one who would change the current understanding of the magic class, having a predisposition to magic equal to 92%. He realized that in front of him stood a future S-class raider who would become Seonjun's follower. The brunette's hair was fluttering in the wind. Meanwhile, the man showed the message to the chairman. He said that the guy asked them not to worry about him. Looking into the heroine's eyes, Yuhan realized that her name was Ine. There were towers on the roof of the academy's central office. There were guys standing in formation. The man, looking out the window, said that many talented students had entered them this year. After all, among them was the promising Hoyin, as well as a raider known abroad. Raising his head, he said that Ine, Yoojung, and Suhak had a 90% predisposition to magic. Seok-gi frowned deeply when he admitted that the profiles of students who decided to change their direction had not yet been updated. Hearing this, someone asked him to stop. Smiling widely, the director reminded that they had students who decided to change their class for a long time. Introducing the muscular guy, he explained that most of the academy's applicants have outstanding skills, but he also understands that there will be some who are many times better than the rest. He remembered Hoyan, whom he considered one of these students. Smiling slyly, he suggested giving everyone a chance because raiders of average talent become servants of real geniuses. Jane pressed the button. He knows that sometimes a lucky break will come when an awakened one faces mortal danger. The man imagined how everyone strives to climb to the top because he believes that a raider must constantly prove himself. Someone in his head cried. After all, he thinks that those who have fallen are not capable of reawakening. Sitting at the monitor, he remembered that he must find Jade, which he will dedicate to the head. The ring on his finger sparkled when he realized that he can no longer waste time. Seeing a bright flash, he remembered that the beginner hunting field was created using subspace magic. He knows that time stops inside him and spatial restrictions are removed. The protagonist turned his head when he realized that in this space, what is impossible in reality is real. The girl jumped up abruptly when he remembered that every year 5% of applicants cannot pass the hunt. That is why this stage allows you to understand the limits of your capabilities. Ina approached the guys when the guy decided not to relax. Looking at the brunette, he realized that he definitely cannot do this in front of her. Meanwhile, the man smiled widely. A screen appeared in the space, thanks to which the gentleman decided to explain the rules of the hunt to the applicants. The guys raised their heads. The director told them that in this subspace, you can only use skills with a power of up to C rank. While in the desert, the raiders learned that for each badge removed, they will be awarded points. The man said that a student who takes a badge from a newbie gets 10,000 points, and if a newbie takes from a student, he gets 100,000 points. The brunette frowned heavily when the director said that everyone should try to collect as many points as possible. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that his super speed circuit was blocked since only C rank skills and below could be used. His eye sparkled when he remembered that nothing was said about unique skills. He stared at the screen when the man started talking about general safety. Smiling slyly, he told everyone that they had reduced the power of their spell by 10%, after which he advised them not to worry about getting hurt badly. The brunette exhaled heavily, thinking about what nonsense the director had said. Looking at the brunette, the guy remembered that the gentleman had said neither unique skills nor stat restrictions. Looking back at Yujun, he realized that the academy wanted to weed out the weak to find the most talented. The protagonist turned his head and told his partner that it was time for them to go, after which he suggested that the first thing they should do is find shelter because they would have to spend 3 days in the subspace. He knows that there are different areas with surprises in this subspace. Imagining the Mana vessel, he remembered that the traps are near the healing source and the nightmare forest. Looking at the protective dome, he realized that this ecosystem provides food and shelter. His hand was enveloped in mana when he decided that they needed to find shelter. After all, he assumed that with a stronghold, it would be much easier for them to prepare for battle. Pointing to the brunette, the girl offered to take her with them. The heroine raised her head when Yujung assumed that she was from the magic class. At that moment, she clarified whether it would be better if another person was added to the team. The protagonist frowned deeply and wondered why she only said reasonable things in private moments. He assumed that it was beneficial for them to team up with Ina. Remembering her in armor, he realized that she was a variable that could not be calculated. He remembered how the news reported on the first incident involving Ina. That was when she lost her mind and endangered a huge number of people. Bowing his head, the brunette said that he could not make such a decision so easily. He asked if she was sure that the heroine would not betray them. Seeing how the brunette looked back at them with displeasure, he assumed that she did not trust them. The heroine compared her partner to her. Raising her head, she admitted that Ina was similar to him in childhood. Yujin went to the brunette, although her comrade tried to stop her. The girl, smiling widely, asked her if she wanted to join their team, after which she told them that they were mages. Ina looked at her in confusion. The protagonist turned away when Yujin told him that it was easier for mages to fight in a team because this hunt was difficult for beginners. Looking away, Ina suggested postponing this question. The wind picked up. Someone landed next to them. One of them was happy that they had already found 3 beginners. Junseng smiled widely when he suggested that he would be able to add points to his piggy bank this year. Soil looked back at him with displeasure and said that she would personally take care of the 2 beginners. The guys looked at them. Looking at the protagonist, the girl realized that she did not feel anything from him. He frowned deeply, realizing that he remembered these students. Approaching him, Yujing asked him if it would be better for them to just run away from the guys from the martial arts class. He turned his head and said that they would have to catch them, because they would not be able to hide from them. Imagining the concentrated blonde, he remembered that she could lock onto a target at a distance of 300 kilometers. He imagined her bright eyes. At that moment, he realized that they would have serious problems if they did not take her out now. The heroine looked displeased at her comrade, who decided to eat his fill after collecting points. She advised him not to let his guard down. A weapon appeared in his hand when he reminded her that the guy was a newbie, after which he asked if this was their first time hunting. He picked up speed and asked her to watch carefully as he quickly dealt with them. The protagonist did not even move. He dodged his attack. Junseng was very surprised by this. Covered in sweat, the blonde asked what the guy was doing. She realized that something was wrong with him. The brunette leaned over and admitted that he hadn't been swung it with a sword for a long time. The guy bared his teeth, assuming that it was an accident. He swung his sword again, realizing that he couldn't recognize the face of a newbie who could dodge his blade. Yihyun stepped aside. He dodged his attacks again. The student was already covered in sweat, not understanding why he couldn't even touch the newbie. The protagonist touched the blade of the sword. Approaching Junseng, he asked him how he survived with such a physique. He broke his weapon. Seeing this, the brunette's mouth dropped open. The guy promised not to hurt him if he gave up his badge within 3 seconds. Yihyun extended his hand and demanded that he get lost, giving up his badge. The student made a face when he assumed that such a thing couldn't happen. He remembered how his sword broke. Looking at the newbie, he wondered why some young mage was devouring him with such a look. The brunette raised his head and said that he gave him an opportunity. He punched him in the face, saying that he missed this chance. The main character approached the blonde. A bright column of light rose into the sky. A notification about Junseng's elimination appeared. The TV screen darkened. The man frowned deeply, learning that an invader had appeared among the newbies. The heroine was very surprised when a notification appeared that Yihyun had earned 100,000 points. The guy felt awkward when the girl asked about who Yihyun was, after which she clarified with the instructor if he was sure that everything was correct. The man bowed his head and said that his calculations were the most accurate. He assumed that his partner had problems. The green-haired woman frowned and informed him that she was fine. The girl had been watching the director all this time. He smiled widely, thinking about the protagonist. Meanwhile, the blonde got very angry when she asked the newcomer about who he was. Bowing his head, the guy advised Yujung to get ready. He asked her to accept his invitation. A weapon appeared in her hands when she thought about whether Yihyun had always been this strong. The brunette looked back at her. The girl frowned deeply when she remembered that her comrade had ruined everything. Looking at the guys, she realized that it was risky for her to fight them alone. She took out a dagger when she decided to escape, taking out one of the newcomers. The heroine jumped back sharply. She approached Yujung. The red-haired girl held out her weapon. The protagonist looked back at them. Looking at the blonde, he realized that she was planning to create chaos with a surprise attack to open a corridor for retreat. The girl's body was enveloped in mana. Looking back at her, Soil wondered how she managed to react. The red-haired heroine glared at her. Pulling out a magic ball, she used the ability to bind. The blonde armed herself with daggers. She fired them at the same time. They crashed into the shield. The protagonist extended his hand when he assumed that his partner would not be able to cope with the academy student. That is why he decided to help her. His hand sparkled when he called upon the sacred light of Ulfamer. Bowing her head, the brunette tried to become a radiant sword. The brunette looked back at her. Ina waved her wand. Swords pierced the blonde's body. She began to spit blood. Her body disappeared from the subspace when the notification of her elimination appeared. Yujung was slightly embarrassed because she was awarded 50,000 points for the damage she caused. Ina looked at her and asked if she had interfered with her. The academy also awarded her 50,000 points. The heroine smiled widely when she told the brunette that she had helped her. The protagonist frowned deeply because Ina asked if their offer was valid. Hearing this, he decided to correct Ina's assessment. Looking at the girls, he realized that the brunette was quiet and distrustful. She looked back at him when he realized that she was also curious. A notification appeared about the formation of a team. Their leader is Yihyun. Meanwhile, footprints appeared near the outskirts of their shelter. They were not small in size. Leaning over, the guy reported that someone was passing here to their shelter. He looked back and assumed that these were the footprints of those newcomers who killed the academy students, after which he demanded that everyone stop searching. Watching the shelter, the student assumed that even this crazy trio would not be able to hide until the end of the 3-day hunt. They surrounded the entire forest because they decided to get to know the newcomers better. Yujung passed by them. She attacked the guy. His body began to disappear when the notification about his elimination appeared. The brunette looked back. He saw a girl in a cloak. The guys ran after her when he demanded that they catch her. Yujung looked back and assumed that there were about 5 of them. She exhaled heavily when she realized that everything was going according to their plan. Smiling widely, she loudly asked them if they were not ashamed to attack one person in a crowd. The brunette got angry and tried to stop her. The heroine ran deeper into the forest. She remembered how the main character, bowing his head, asked them to listen to him. Sitting in the cave, he warned them that they would not be able to sit out in a safe shelter. The partners listened to him when she told them that they needed to not only get food, but also earn points. Then Yujung did not like this news. The brunette bowed his head and said that now they would start hunting the students. Meanwhile, they tried to catch up with the heroine. She jumped off the ground. Mushrooms grew near this place. A system warning appeared that a living creature with anomalies was nearby. Yujing's face was covered in sweat. She realized that she had managed to lure the students into a trap, but her stamina was already running out. The protagonist activated the wind amplification skill because the heroine trusted him with the rest. Being among the mushrooms, she decided that she would beat him if he could not cope. A notification appeared that she had penetrated the area of providing paralyzing mushrooms. Much earlier, the lab assistant was very surprised when they tried to ask him about how to deal with paralyzing mushrooms. Holding onto the counter, he thought. He grabbed his chin and suggested using ash tree sap, which can be found in the nightmare forest. The brunette listened carefully when he told him that this potion would not be able to remove his paralysis. He also warned him that they could encounter spores. Smiling slightly, the protagonist thanked him for the information. Meanwhile, the brunette looked back, demanding that his guys stop. The guys were upset to hear this. System warnings appeared in front of them. Having penetrated the area of spore-like paralyzing mushrooms, the raider suggested Jin-Hak to go back. The commander got angry when he learned that they could end up in an abnormal state. He saw the girl run further. Looking around, he asked if they were offering to surrender. His partner warned him that they could die if something went wrong. The brunette looked back with displeasure and suggested ending the pursuit. Baring his teeth, his comrade asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about because that man had killed Sung-hoon. The guy felt awkward when he realized that everything would be pointless if their bodies were paralyzed. Turning his head away, the brunette assumed that the girl would also be affected by paralysis because its radius of action was about 50 meters. Seong-hyuk approached him when he called out his name. He looked away because his comrades asked him to stay and cover them. The guys bowed their heads when the commander demanded that the rest follow him. They ran after the girl. At that moment, Jin-Hak decided that he could not allow the main character, having driven them into a trap, to attack his team. The brunette ran ahead of his squad. Running past the trees, he assumed that Yeon underestimated him. They almost caught up with the girl. Yujing's face was covered in sweat when she heard their voices. Standing in front of her, the guy insulted her and asked her where she was going to run this time. The heroine smiled broadly and greeted him. Grabbing the staff, she menacingly asked who had just said nasty things about her. The guys pounced on her, calling her a parasite. Yujing smiled slyly. Swinging the staff, she blew up the paralyzing spore-like mushrooms. That is why all living creatures within a radius of 50 meters were paralyzed for 2 hours. The heroine remembered how she told her partner that she could not see anything in the forest except trees. The main character, holding a test tube in his hands, said that they had arrived. Liquid began to pour out of the vessel. At that moment, he asked them if they had noticed any improvements in the martial arts classroom conditions. Bowing her head, the brunette said that their capabilities were seriously limiting mages. Hearing this, the guy reassured her that it would not affect students with good physical fitness. He approached the tree when Yujin was happy that she could at least use unique attack skills. After which she asked why she only had basic abilities left. She smiled widely when the leader asked her if she could use the replacement skill. The girl admitted that she was offended by these words because she was his teacher. Looking back at him, Ina asked him why he needed the location change skill now. Interrupting her, he said that he had prepared everything. Yeon smiled slightly and told them that he could come up with interesting manipulations by combining ash tree sap with the replacement skill. Meanwhile, the sun had already set behind the horizon. The brunette, raising his head, said that it was time for them to act. The heroine looked back at him and agreed with this. The brunette covered himself from the bright flash. Frowning deeply, he told his comrades that the girl had blown up the mushrooms. She activated the replacement skill and said that she had already played her role. Finally, she hit the guy in the face. The protagonist appeared in front of him because now it was his turn. Jin-Hyuk leaned his whole body back. He fell to the ground. However, he continued to confidently hold the weapon. Looking at him, he warned that he did not plan to jump into the paralyzing mushrooms. Ji-hyun looked back at him with displeasure when he admitted that he left his fighter outside. Frowning deeply, the student warned him that they would kill them all once the effect of the mushrooms wore off. The protagonist, looking at him, told him that his comrade would not come for him. Meanwhile, a fog rose outside the forest. At this moment, Jin-Hyuk assumed that they were trying to deceive him. Seong-hyuk left the subspace. Swords were stabbed into his body. Having killed him, the brunette looked away. Jin-Hyuk's mouth dropped open when he learned that the protagonist's team earned 100,000 points. Approaching him, Yi-hyun reminded him that he advised him not to wait for his partner's help. The guy got very angry because of this. Frowning deeply, he threatened to kill him once their bodies stopped being affected by paralysis. The brunette stepped forward, proving that they were not in the same position. The opponent waved his daggers when he was asked why he thought so. Looking at him, Jin-Hyuk wondered why he could move. The brunette tilted his head and agreed that it was impossible. Raising his leg, he advised him to direct all complaints to the god. Hell's protection protected him from abnormal states. Grimacing, Jin-Hyuk begged him not to approach him. His comrades sweated as they heard his screams. The protagonist headed towards the others, killing Jin-hyuk. He smiled ominously when he realized that there were 3 students left. Meanwhile, the screen showed someone begging him to stop. At that moment, his team earned 100,000 points twice again. Seeing this, Isu admitted that she could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, the protagonist's team earned 100,000 points again. He took first place in the rookie rankings. While in the forest, the girl drank a potion. A brunette approached her and asked if she was okay. Hearing this, Yoo-jung admitted that she felt a little better. Ina looked at her and suggested that they move to the designated place. They began to warm up. Looking at her partner, the brunette admitted that it seemed to her that their leader knew a lot about magic. She was confused by the fact that he knew about such a method of using a substitution, which was not even written about in textbooks. Smiling slightly, Yoo-jung told her that he was helping Yi-hyun with the theory since he had only changed his direction 3 months ago. Ina was very surprised when she learned that their leader wanted to get into the martial arts class. Clenching her hand into a fist, her partner told her that the guy had recently been obsessed with the martial arts class, showing no interest in magic. She looked to the side, admitting that she was more surprised that the protagonist knew about the ash sap. Stretching, she wondered how he knew about it. Meanwhile, the brunette leaned against the tree as the girls began to call out to him. They approached him. At this point, he clarified whether the paralysis had stopped affecting them. Hearing this, Yoo-jung reminded her that she had only used a spell. Looking back at Ine, she asked her how she was. The brunette replied that she was fine. Approaching the guy, the red-haired girl praised him for his tactic. She realized that such a blockhead as he was still able to show off his intelligence. Grabbing her face, he asked who showed off their intelligence. He thought that she was talking about it at the wrong time. Ina looked at them in confusion. At that moment, she noticed that the protagonist was smart and quite cute. She looked closely at his face. Her face blushed. Looking at them, she wondered what she was thinking about. Blushing, he decided to be more careful in the future. The night starry sky was visible above the dome. The protagonist was rubbing leaves over a pot. Ina watched with curiosity what the protagonist was doing. The girl asked Yi-hyun what he was brewing, to which the protagonist replied that he was making an energy recovery potion. Yi-hyun looked away, imagining a panicked Yi-sing. Yi-hyun said that he learned from a guy he knew. He thought that only success was preceded by several hundred failures. Yoo-jung smirked mischievously, raising her eyebrows. She asked the protagonist how he knew a guy he knew, since he never had any friends. Yoo-jung took a step back in shock as the protagonist brewed a potion. Yi-hyun noted that Yoo-jung spoke as if she had a ton of them. Yoo-jung told the protagonist that that was low. In a look down at the ground, her mouth slightly open. She said that the protagonist was incredible, and she never thought they were the same age. The protagonist looked at her worriedly, raising her eyebrows. Ina said that she felt like he had lived 10 years longer than them. Yi-hyun thought that she was always so perceptive, and that she even got the time right. Yoo-jung stood up, smiling widely. She said that they should stop talking, and if they wanted to continue hunting, they should eat. The protagonist looked at the smiling red-haired girl with narrowed eyes. Yoo-jung told the boys to wait and she would cook something for them. Yi-hyun said that there was no need and that they would rather munch on some fruit. Ina looked away towards the red-haired girl. Yoo-jung asked Yi-hyun that he didn't trust her. Ina turned her gaze to the protagonist. The protagonist told Yoo-jung to answer him one question, asking what color the cookies she made in middle school were. Ina looked at the thoughtful red-haired girl, imagining cookies with jam. Yoo-jung said it was purple. Ina asked that she put blueberry jam in it. The protagonist remembered with horror how he passed out from purple cookies. He said that Yoo-jung just didn't know how to cook, just like him. Ina looked at the protagonist with a cold gaze. She said that she knew how to cook, offering to make something. The protagonist looked at the black-haired girl in surprise. He asked what she was good at cooking. Ina answered that when she lived with her grandmother, she had to cook every day. The brunette slightly narrowed her eyes, pulling her hair back into a ponytail. The protagonist watched the girl intently. He thought that little was known about Ine's family. The brunette picked up a potato, cutting off its peel. The protagonist reasoned that if she said that she lived with her grandmother, then where were her parents? Ina stood next to the pot, stirring the food in it. The brunette brought the saucer to her lips, tasting the broth. The pot was full of delicious and aromatic food. The girl said that everything was ready. Yoo-jung and the protagonist eagerly tried the food. Their faces showed admiration for the delicious food. Yoo-jung hugged Ina tightly, smiling widely. She said that it was delicious. The protagonist looked down in bewilderment, frowning. He said that it was very delicious, and he did not think that he would eat quality cooking in such conditions. Ina looked away in embarrassment, blushing slightly. The brunette thought that she had not had this feeling for a long time. The guys in black clothes stood behind the director. The man closed his eyes and frowned. He said that Hoyin, who was the most hoped for, was only 4th in the ranking. The brunette looked at the irritated girl standing next to him. He said that it was surprising that the first 2 places were taken by magicians. The girl asked if there was an error in the system or if there was another explanation. Jane stared straight ahead with a crazy expression. He thought it was unthinkable. The director thought that only martial arts class raiders could achieve such results. The director sat in front of a huge monitor. He thought about what he was seeing. Jane was smiling madly, his eyes wide. He thought that the group of 3 mages had crushed them all and pulled ahead. The instructor stood next to the director, looking at him. Jane told Jiyeon to bring up the image of the paralyzing mushroom fields on the screen. Jane looked at the monitor, where he could see Yujin with her foot pressed against the boy's face. Afterwards, the protagonist appeared on the monitor. The director thought that his decisions, skills, and absolute calmness were capable of incapacitating the raider warrior. Jane folded his hands in front of him, flashing his ring. He couldn't believe that this guy was an ordinary mage, but it was even harder to believe that he was a newbie. Information about the protagonist was written on the tablet. Next to the protagonist's photo, his name and age were written. Name, Yihan, age, 17. On the huge screen in front of Jane, the protagonist was visible with a pompous expression on his face. The instructor, holding a tablet in his hands, looked at the director with concern. He said that they had received Yihan's profile, but he wasn't sure if everything was written correctly. The director turned around, looking at the instructor with bewilderment. He asked him what he meant by not sure. The instructor looked away in confusion, his mouth slightly open. Jane looked at the guy with a menacing look, frowning. He told him to calm down and tell him what the problem was. The guy handed the principal a tablet. He said he had 97%. The principal held out his hand for the tablet. He asked the guy what that meant. Jane looked at the tablet with information about the protagonist. The instructor said he had a predisposition to magic equal to 97%. Jane covered his mouth with his hand, slightly opening it. He thought about Yihan's results. Jiyeon looked at the principal in bewilderment, her mouth slightly open. Jane was smiling madly, covering his face with his hand. He said it was wonderful. The principal slammed the tablet shut, holding it in his hands. He said it was amazing. The brunette stood behind the principal, while he smiled widely. Jane said that now he personally wanted to check what this Yihan was made of. The brunette asked Jane that he wanted to interfere in the competition. Jane looked straight ahead with narrowed eyes. He told the brunette that he was right. Hoyin looked up, slightly opening his mouth. Jane and the instructors were looking at the screen where Hoyin was visible. Jane said that they needed to add some spectacle to what was happening. The brunette said that he would prepare everything then. Splashes of white energy were visible in the space. A splash of green aura was visible near the trees. System notification. Team Yihan, Yujin and Ina earned 100,000 points. Yujin looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. She said that they had a little more than 1,000,000 points. Yihan said that this was great and first place was guaranteed. The red-haired girl looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. She asked if it was necessary to leave the shelter. The protagonist said that there was no other choice since no one else would come to the nightmare forest. Ina looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. She said that Yihan was right, they needed to take matters into their own hands and earn points. Yujin closed her eyes and reached up. She said that it was time to get ready then. The red-haired girl turned around, looking at Ina. She asked what the rookie record was, to which Ina replied that it was 1,140,000. The red-haired girl looked at the brunette with a smile. The protagonist thought that he was surprised at how curious and greedy Ina was. The protagonist looked at the girls with a slight smile. He thought that he should remember this. Yihan asked the girls if they were coming. A barely perceptible energy appeared in the air. The protagonist's eyes widened, feeling it. The protagonist looked towards the girls, near whom a light appeared. Yihan told them to get ready as something was approaching. A magical blow was directed towards the protagonist from the forest. The boys dodged the blow, which left a mark on the ground. The protagonist squinted and looked away, his mouth slightly open. He thought that it was something that greatly exceeded the power of a C rank. System alerts appeared. Unstable connection to the subspace. The restrictions placed on the participants have been lifted. Ina looked straight ahead with a serious look. Yujin looked at the protagonist with a worried expression, her brows furrowed. She asked Yihan if he was safe and why the newcomer had attacked his comrades. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a displeased expression, his brows lowered. He said that he didn't think they would meet under such circumstances. Hoyin stood with his sword and shield in his hands, his head lowered. Yihan asked Hoyin what to make of this. Hoyin gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. The protagonist looked at the boy with confusion. He didn't understand what was wrong with him, thinking that Hoyin couldn't hear him. Ina looked at Hoyin with a wary expression, her mouth slightly open. Yihan told the boys to be on guard as he was out of his mind, noting that it was as if he was hypnotized. The protagonist widened his eyes as he looked at the boy. He thought he figured out what was going on, noting that it was Jane's doing. The protagonist remembered there was a boy covered in blood on the ground. He noted that something like this had happened in his past life, the Mills Academy Festival. Yihan thought that what should have been a warm day for the newly arrived students had turned into a bloodbath. The protagonist remembered the distraught boy clutching a sword. Yihan noted that the cause of the tragedy was Jane's unique skill, brainwashing. Yihan remembered the bloodbath among the students. He noted that after Jane's crimes were exposed, he was threatened with imprisonment, but even under the public eye, he still managed to escape. Hoyin widened his eyes, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist added that many students had died and Yihan had been missed. Yujing frowned, watching the boy closely. Yihan noted that Yujing had given her life for him. Hoyin's sword began to emit blue flames. Hoyin was clutching the sword tightly in his hand, his head down. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, frowning. He thought that the first thing he needed to do was bring Hoyin back to his senses. Yihan looked at the system window that had popped up in surprise. Yihan's eyes widened in bewilderment. System notification. Side quest. Save a student from a hypnotic trance. Reward, a blank card. The protagonist thought about what a blank card was. The protagonist grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing. He thought that it meant he would get a blank card. Yujing shouted at Yihan that she would help. The protagonist stood with his back to the girls. He told them to leave. Yujing looked at the protagonist with concern. The magician said that they should go as far away as possible, and if they can, they should earn more points. Yujing did not understand what Yihan was saying. Hoyin stood motionless, pressing his lips together. Yujing asked Yihan that he did not know who he was, noting that it was Hoyin, a genius of the martial arts class, and he would not be able to handle him. The protagonist looked at the red-haired girl with a smirk. He asked what she thought, that he could not. Ina looked at the protagonist in surprise, her mouth slightly open. Ina pressed her lips together, staring straight ahead. Yujing looked at the brunette in shock, her mouth open. Ina said that they were leaving. Yujing asked what was wrong with them. Ina stared straight ahead with a cold gaze. Yujing bared her teeth, scratching her head. She closed her eyes in displeasure, standing next to Ina. Yujing said that she would do as they said, and they would think of something with the glasses. Yujing stood with her back to her, looking into the distance. She told Yihan not to get hurt. The red-haired girl grabbed Ina by the hood, dragging him along. She said that they were gone, and let him do whatever he wanted, but he must definitely come back. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He said that he would do everything quickly. The guy looked ahead in panic, his mouth wide open. Hoyin stood with a sword in his hand, in front of the disappeared guy. He looked up, his mouth slightly open. Hoyin asked that he earned 600,000 points. The swordsman sat down on the ground, leaning on his weapon. He said that he still held out these 2 days, there was a day left and the hunt was over. A system notification appeared. Rookie rankings. First place, Yihan. Second place, Yujing and A. Fourth place, Hoyin. Fifth place, Suhyuk. Sixth place, Yuan. Hoyin hugged his shield while sitting on the ground. He said that he thought he was giving it his all, noting that it would be hard to get to first place. The white-haired guy closed his eyes and slightly opened his mouth. He said that even with the restrictions, the lead in the race belongs to the mage, and what's more, his team occupies the entire top 3. Hoyin imagined the protagonist emitting yellow lightning. Hoyin looked up, lowering his eyebrows. He said that Yihan is an amazing guy. The white-haired guy closed his eyes. He stood up, taking his sword. The swordsman said that he can't lose. He smiled slightly, turning his gaze to the side. The swordsman said that there is still time and they should continue. A window opened in front of Hoyin with a call from the director. Jane greeted Hoyin. The swordsman looked at the call window with a puzzled expression, raising his eyebrows. Sol said that he would be glad if he did him a small favor. Jane opened his eyes, shining with a purple light. A purple glow appeared in Hoyin's eyes. The swordsman dropped his weapon and shield. He grabbed his head with his hands, his eyes wide. System alert. Warning, an unknown person has invaded his mind. Hoyin stared at the ground in horror, his mouth slightly open. He did not understand what he was doing there. System alert. His mind has been invaded. Hoyin looked away with a menacing gaze, narrowing his eyes. He thought about his task. Hoyin widened his eyes and swung his sword. A blue burst of energy rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and jumped back from the blow. He carefully watched the swordsman's attacks. Yihan imagined the man holding a sword in front of him. He noted that it was an rank skill, Ultra Instinct. The swordsman immediately rose from the ground, preparing to attack the protagonist. He swung his sword in front of Yihan's face, but Yihan dodged the blow. The mage thought that things were different when they met a few days ago. The protagonist jumped into the air, dodging the blow. Hoyin covered himself with his shield, watching the mage. Yihan thought that the swordsman had become so strong that he was unrecognizable. Hoyin attacked Yihan with his shield, but the mage dodged to the side. The mage thought that the swordsman had the upper hand in terms of physical ability. The protagonist braced his feet on Hoyin's shield. He thought that he was an awkward opponent. Hoyin pushed the protagonist aside with his shield. The protagonist extended his arms in front of him, landing on his feet. The protagonist slightly bent his knees, gathering wind around himself. System alert. Wind enhancement skill activated. The mage instantly flew in front of the swordsman. Hoyin's eyes widened in confusion, while Yihan appeared behind him. The protagonist extended his hand, emitting yellow lightning. Hoyin's back was to the protagonist. The swordsman swung his sword, raising clouds of dust, while Yihan emitted lightning. The swordsman stepped back, stepping out of the clouds of dust. The protagonist watched his opponent intently. The clouds of dust gradually began to disappear. Hoyin swung his sword, emitting a blue aura. Yihan thought that his body had reacted before he even noticed the movement. Hoyin was covering his body with a shield, pursing his lips. The protagonist closed his eyes, slightly lowering his head. He thought that this was an innate sense of combat, saying that it would be damn hard. The protagonist looked at his opponent with narrowed eyes. He thought that with the skill absolute calculation, he would have dealt with it in no time. Yihan sat with his back turned, looking at the monitor. The protagonist noted that the problem was that they were being watched, and that was obvious. The director smiled wickedly, narrowing his eyes. Yihan thought that the director was probably grinning nastily, anticipating his battle against Hoyin. The protagonist grinned maliciously, baring his teeth. He noted that the climax of the hunt should be interesting. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with a crazy look. Yihan thought that if he wanted a spectacle, so be it. The protagonist emitted yellow lightning, standing in front of the swordsman. He thought that the price for this would be high. The black-haired girl smiled in confusion, knitting her eyebrows. She asked if her eyes were deceiving her. The protagonist attacked the swordsman with golden chains. The instructor said that not only does the mage fight like a martial arts raider, but he also surpasses his opponent. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The instructor noted that he surpasses the genius Hoyin himself. The girl grabbed her hand. She said that this was unthinkable. The girl squeezed her hand tightly. She did not understand who he was. The instructor bared her teeth, lowering her head. She thought that a mage could not win in an open fight against a warrior. The director watched what was happening on the screen with a smirk. The girl thought that this was the truth that she realized while walking the path of magic. She did not understand why he succeeded. Yihan looked at the screen curiously. He said it was interesting. Hoyin stabbed his sword into the ground, spitting out blood. The swordsman leaned on his weapon, squatting. The protagonist looked at Hoyin with a serious look. He said that he didn't want things to come to this. Hoyin looked at the ground with a downcast face, his mouth slightly open. Yihan told the swordsman that he was a tough guy, he would recover quickly. The mage grinned maliciously, turning his gaze upward. The image of the protagonist was visible on the screen. System alert. Flash bomb skill activated. A blinding white light appeared on the screen. The man looked at the instructor in confusion. He asked what was going on and what happened to the screen. The director snatched the remote control from Jion's hands. He furiously pressed the button, baring his teeth. Nothing happened on the screen, and only white light was visible. Jion looked at the screen with indifference. She said that the participant must have used a spell to block the broadcast. Jane gripped the anger, breaking it. Jion said that it was a flash bomb. The man looked at the floor in confusion, pursing his lips. The director turned to Seok-gi. Jane smiled nervously, frowning. He told Seok-gi that once the event was over, Yihan should be standing in his office. Seok-gi looked at the director in confusion, his mouth slightly open. He asked if he was rushing things. The director closed his eyes, smiling annoyedly, and approached the instructor. Jane put his hand on Seok-gi's shoulder. Jane asked Seok-gi why he thought Yihan used a flash bomb when his victory was obvious to everyone. Seok-gi looked away in confusion. The director tightly gripped the instructor's shoulder. He bared his teeth fiercely and widened his eyes. Jane noted that he knew how to raise his price. Hoyin was clutching his sword tightly in his hand. He was sitting on the ground with his head down. Yihan raised his head, grinning maliciously. The protagonist looked at Hoyin, heading towards him. The mage stood next to the defeated swordsman. The protagonist placed his palm on the swordsman's head. Wind began to appear around the guys. System alert. The absolute calculation skill has been activated. Hoyin stared at the ground with a soulless gaze. System alert. The brainwashing effect has been removed from the subject. The swordsman widened his eyes in bewilderment. The mage stood in front of Hoyin with a smile. Yihan asked Hoyin that he had come to his senses. Hoyin began to carefully rise to his feet, gritting his teeth. He wanted to tell the protagonist that he was okay. The swordsman suddenly fell backwards, his mouth wide open. He screamed about his body. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, crouching down next to the swordsman. He apologized to Hoyin, noting that he simply attacked him. Hoyin looked at the protagonist in confusion. He asked what attacked him, and why. The protagonist scratched his temple with his finger, looking away. Yihan said that it was all because of the mind control spell. Hoyin looked up, shedding a tear. He asked about the mind control. The swordsman vaguely remembered the call with the principal. He noted that he heard someone's voice. Yihan's purple eyes were covered in black static. Hoyin added that he did not remember anything. The protagonist stared at the swordsman. Hoyin said that most of the spells of this kind are a class, but in the subspace there are restrictions on the use of skills of C-class and below. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with a smirk. He said that who knows, maybe there was a problem or someone did it on purpose. Hoyin stared at the protagonist. He thought that even if the subspace was glitched, there was no one among the students who could use a class magic so professionally. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth. He said that let's say someone interfered with the competition. Hoyin looked at the mage with bewilderment while lying on the ground. He asked who it could be then and why he would do something like that. The protagonist smirked slightly. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the swordsman with a wide smile. Yihan stood up, closing his eyes. He said that he was sure that this was some big shot that they could never get. Yihan lowered his serious gaze to the ground. The protagonist thought that after studying at the academy, he would understand who Jane was. The protagonist imagined the image of an evil director. System notification. The side quest Save the Student from the Hypnotic Trance has been completed. He receives a blank card as a reward. Hoyin leaned on his sword and began to rise. He thought that he was not feeling well. Hoyin turned around, watching the protagonist. The protagonist looked at his hand with a smile. The swordsman thought that there was not a scratch on him, and this was his limit. The swordsman lowered his head, clutching his jacket in his hand. Hoyin rose to his feet, leaning on his sword. He noted that he had nothing to say, asking for forgiveness. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with a sly grin. He said that it was okay, and if he could move, then he would go, wishing good luck to the two of them until the end of the hunt. Hoyin asked the protagonist to wait. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him, grabbing the object. The protagonist opened his hand, in which lay a badge with Hoyin's name. The swordsman told Yihan to take it. The mage looked at the swordsman with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed. He asked what he was doing, noting that the contestants without badges were eliminated. Hoyin closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He said that it didn't matter, and he had already earned enough points, though not as many as Yihan. The protagonist looked at his hand, his eyes widening. Hoyin said that besides, he had lost the duel and the badge was rightfully his. Hoyin stared at Yihan with a smile. He told the mage that he hadn't succeeded yet, but he shouldn't get his hopes up too much, and he would beat him at the festival and get his badge back. The protagonist watched as the swordsman disappeared, leaving behind a blue aura. System alert. Member Hoyin has been eliminated. System alert. Team Yihan, Yujung, and I have earned 10,000 points. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking at his hand. He thought that it was an item worth 10,000. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Yihan said that this was right and that he should dare. The mage remembered watching TV in which there was a white-haired guy. He noted that, however, everything was different with him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, with his mouth slightly open. Yihan noted that the talent for martial arts that he had been chasing before had been recognized by the one who was born with it. Yihan pressed his fist to his chest, smiling happily. He thought that many things had happened to him since returning to the past, but he had never felt such confidence. Yihan said that everything was just beginning. There was a swordsman's shield on the ground. The protagonist thought that for the first time, he felt like he was moving forward. Yihan stood next to the shield. He thought that he had chosen the right path. Yihan put his hands in his pocket, walking past the shield. The mage said that in that case, he would continue to progress. System notification. The 72-hour rookie hunt has ended, counting the results. A new record has been set, 1,530,000 points have been obtained. Return to reality. A blue aura light appeared in the building. Exhausted guys were lying on the floor. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, while the players glanced at him sideways. Yihan said that 1,530,000 was not bad. Yujing's eyes widened, looking at the protagonist with bewilderment. She said that they actually broke the record and there was little joy in it. Yujing turned around, looking at Ine. Yujing asked Ine if she agreed. Ine looked at the floor with a dejected look, frowning. The brunette said that just 1 hour, and they would be able to get 1,600,000. The red-haired girl said that these two are completely abnormal. Yujing smiled happily, putting her hand to her chin. She said that no matter what, with such a number of points, you can live life to the fullest for some time. The protagonist looked at his hand with a serious look. He said that if you multiply the points by 10, they will get the amount in monetary terms. Yujing's mouth opened wide, looking at the protagonist in shock. Yihan said that they earned 15,300,000 won. The girls were surprised, looking at the protagonist. Ine asked why so much. Yihan said that he had first place and they tied for second with 1,480,000 points. Yihan said that they would most likely get more points. The red-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise. She approached Yihan, which made him slightly move away from her. Yujing asked that they would get more points, to which the magician replied that if he was not mistaken, then another million. Yujing's eyes sparkled with happiness, smiling widely. Yujing ran up to Ine, grabbing her hands. She said that they would get another million. Ina noted that they had 248,000 points, which means they had earned almost 25 million in 3 days. The protagonist looked away, looking at the other players. He told the girls to stop because everyone was looking at them. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, standing in the middle of the hall. An instructor appeared among the players. The guys turned their attention to the man. Seok-gi greeted the guys. The instructor looked at the guys with a menacing look, putting his hands behind his back. He said that he was Seok-gi's instructor. Yujin looked at Seok-gi in surprise, while Ina looked with a cold gaze. The girls greeted the instructor. Seok-gi looked away, looking at the other players. He said that there was a conversation, but it was inconvenient in such a crowded place, asking why they didn't move. The magician slightly opened his mouth, lowering his head. He asked Seok-gi that their conversation had anything to do with the points earned. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, looking at the instructor. Seok-gi closed his eyes, slightly bowing his head. The protagonist walked past the instructor. He said that it was time to go then. The protagonist stopped, standing behind Seok-gi. Ina told Yihan that they hadn't been told where to go. Yihan said that they were going to the principal's office. The mage turned his gaze to the side. He asked Seok-gi if he was right. The instructor looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, pursing his lips. He slightly opened his mouth, saying that Yihan was right. The protagonist looked at the instructor with a serious expression. The instructor listed names, naming Ine, Yihan, and Yujung. The girls looked at Seok-gi in surprise. The instructor said that the principal of Jane Academy wanted to see them. The protagonist crossed his legs. The principal's office. The protagonist was sitting on the couch, looking around the room. He asked where the principal was, called them, but he wasn't there. Seok-gi looked at the mage with annoyance, frowning. The girls looked at each other, their mouths slightly open. Yujin mentally asked what was wrong with him, to which Ina mentally replied that she had no idea. Seok-gi stared straight ahead menacingly, his mouth slightly open. He told the girls to sit down, noting that the principal would be here soon. The girls sat down on the couch next to the protagonist with a confused look. The door to the office opened slightly. The principal entered the office, looking at the boys. He asked if they had arrived yet, noting that he was a little late. The girls abruptly jumped up from the couch, while Yihan continued to sit. The red-haired girl greeted Jane, saying that her name was Yujung. The brunette said that she was Ine. Jane closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that he knew them. The protagonist rested his head on his hand, looking at the floor. He told Jane that he was really late, adding that he almost fell asleep. The girls looked at the protagonist in shock, their mouths open. Seok-gi looked at the director in horror, his eyes wide. The boys sat in complete silence. They all thought that Yihan had gone crazy. The director smiled nervously, closing his eyes. Jane put his hand on the armrest of the sofa. He said that it was awkward. The director sat down on the sofa next to him. He said that he needed to prepare for their conversation. Yihan noted that it was awkward for them. The protagonist sighed heavily, looking at his hand. He said that 3 days in the subspace, they didn't even let him come to his senses. Jane narrowed his eyes, looking at the magician. The magician said that they weren't even allowed to take a shower. The director sat with his back to the protagonist. He said that it was obvious that he had behaved impolitely. Yihan looked away indifferently, lowering his eyebrows. Yihan thought that he knew he would act like this and that he didn't feel sorry for the people in front of him. Jane folded his palms. He said that in any case, he had a proposition for them. Jane held out his hands in front of him with a sly grin. He said that there was no reason to worry. The director smiled widely, spreading his arms out to the sides. He said that, first of all, let them congratulate them. They, the so-called elite, took the top 3 places in the participant rankings. Yujung looked closely at the indifferent protagonist. Jane said that Yihan especially distinguished himself by securing the first place. Yihan said that it was all thanks to the team, he would never have managed it alone. Jane looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He thought that Yihan was probably not the boastful type. Jane closed his eyes, pressing his palm to his chest. He said that it was true, noting that he personally observed their actions during the hunt. The director grabbed the armrest of the sofa with his hand. He looked at the boys with a wild look, his mouth slightly open. Jane said that, however, they broke the record of 1,140,000 points, which was set almost since the academy was founded. The director clapped his hands, flashing his ring. He said that it was amazing, adding that it was hard to even believe. Ina closed her eyes, while Yujin looked at the protagonist. Ina thanked the director. Yihan asked what they were there for. The director pursed his lips, smirking slightly. He flashed his sly gaze, raising his hand. The director said that more to the point, for their success, he wanted to grant them several privileges. The protagonist sat with his back to the director. He thought that the first one, everyone would be given access to the deluxe rooms of the dorm. The protagonist imagined holding a sword in his hands. He thought that the second, that all 3 could use the reserved attributes of the academy first. The protagonist sighed heavily while Yujin looked towards an A. Yihyun thought that the third, that if someone was not satisfied with the exam result, he could dispute it and then retake it. Ina looked at the floor nervously, pursing her lips. Seok-gi presented the documents to the director. Jane asked the guys what they would say. He looked at the documents with a smile. Jane said that with the acceptance of these privileges, they are obliged to sign a partnership agreement with the academy. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He said that he had to refuse. The director clenched the documents in his hand. Yihyun looked away, frowning. He said that the offer was good, but all this can be obtained on their own in a month. The director burned the protagonist with his furious gaze. The protagonist grinned maliciously, covering his mouth with his hand. He said that in Milla's, skill is valued, asking why they would sign a contract anyway. The protagonist reached out, grabbing the documents. He asked to look at them. Yihyun brought the documents closer to his face. He began to study the contract carefully. Yihyun read that after signing a contract with Milla's academy, from the moment the raiding activities began, for 5 whole years, he would give 30% of his income. The director pursed his lips, looking at the protagonist with displeasure. The protagonist threw the documents on the table. Yihyun told the director that it seemed like he wanted to force them to work for the academy like pack animals. The protagonist bared his teeth in irritation, his eyes flashing. Yihyun asked the director if he had misunderstood something. The director folded his hands in front of his face, hiding it. He said that since this was the decision, nothing could be done, noting that he was not forcing anyone to sign the contract. Yujin looked at the protagonist with concern. The director said that each of their opinions were important to him. The girls exchanged glances. Yujin and Ina looked at Jane with concern. The girls refused the contract. The director nervously clasped his hands near his face. He said that he was very sorry. The director bared his teeth, covering his eyes with his hands. The protagonist looked at Jane with a serious look. The director said that this was the only option he could offer them. Yihyun watched Jane with narrowed eyes. Jane said that he advised him to think about the terms again carefully. Jane bared his teeth, emitting a purple aura. He asked Yihyun if there was any change in his decision. Yihyun widened his eyes, looking at Jane. System notification. Warning, someone is trying to invade his mind. The protagonist thought that he knew it. A snow-white hand, emitting a golden aura, touched a purple one. System alert. Hell's passive skill patronage counteracts the abnormal state. The protagonist handed over the black card to Hell, who was smiling sarcastically. Yihyun told the director that there was no change. He thought that he had provoked him for a reason. The director looked at the protagonist in surprise, his eyes wide. Hell took the card from the protagonist. Yihyun said that since that was all, he should allow him to go. System alert. Brainwashing skill learned. Skill card. Active skill. It can invade and control consciousness after mutual consent and the conclusion of a management relationship. This skill changes to the subordination skill. The protagonist stood up, looking at the guys with a smile. He told the girls that it was time for them to go, noting that he was sure everyone was very tired after the hunt. Seok-gi stood at the exit with a downcast expression. Yujin bowed to the instructor. The girl said goodbye to Seok-gi. Ina looked at the instructor after saying goodbye to him. The director sat motionless in his chair with his arms folded. His face was black with confusion. He turned to the instructor Seok-gi. The instructor closed his eyes, turning blue with fear. The director told Seok-gi to go out. Jane sat with his back facing the door. He clutched the armrest of his chair with his hand. Jane asked that some kid could resist his unique ability. Jane smiled madly, his eyes sparkling. He said that Yihyun was an interesting guy. Stars were visible in the night sky. The protagonist squinted straight ahead. He asked the girls if they were sure. Yujin looked at Yihyun in surprise. She asked what he was talking about. The magician said that he was talking about Jane's offer since they also refused. Yujin looked away thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow. She said that at first everything seemed very tempting, but after his words, they decided not to sign anything. Ina looked at Yujin, who was pulling herself up. The red-haired girl said that apparently the director was counting on catching them on the hook, referring to youthful naivety. Ina said that to be honest, she was also confused by this agreement, and she thought they did the right thing. The brunette lowered her gaze down, her mouth slightly open. She said that besides, other students would be constrained by such privileges. The protagonist turned around, looking at the brunette. Ina said that Yihyun was right in saying that they would earn all these conveniences themselves after some time. The protagonist looked at the guys with a satisfied smile. He thought that it was fair, and the dream did not seem as cold as he remembered it before returning to the past. Yihyun said that it was great, and he hoped that they would refuse. Yujin furrowed her brows, making a mocking face. The red-haired girl asked the boys if they thought the director was acting strange, noting that his face had twisted like that when they refused the contract. Ina looked at the red-haired girl with a cold gaze. She agreed with Yujin, noting that there was a serious problem in the subspace. The protagonist closed his eyes, frowning. and it added that neither the director nor the instructor Saki had said a word about it. Yihan thought that he never ceased to be amazed at Anae's intuition. The brunette stared at the magician. She called out to him, asking if he knew anything about the director. The protagonist stood with his back to the girls, looking into the distance. He slightly opened his mouth, asking the girl why she decided so. Ina looked piercingly at the magician's back. She said that he was just surprisingly calm, not at all like a newbie. Ina remembered the angry protagonist. She said that when he met Jane, his face was so angry. Yujing smiled widely, approaching the mage. She told Yihan to crack up and say something. Yihan said that it was hard for him to say anything yet. The protagonist raised his head, his mouth slightly open. He said that he was absolutely sure of one thing. The protagonist looked at the girls with a smile. Yihan told them not to trust anyone within the walls of the mills, neither the director nor the instructors. Ina approached Yihan, looking at him with a serious expression. She asked what about him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Yujing appeared behind Ina, her eyes wide. Yujing told the brunette that she was right and she shouldn't trust him either. The red-haired girl glared at Yihan, hiding behind the brunette. She said that not only was he evil-looking, but he also abandoned her alone in the very center of the city. The protagonist asked Yujing what this had to do with it and why she was so vindictive. The red-haired girl approached Yihan, grabbing him by the hair. She asked if he knew what she had gone through back then. Yihan grabbed Yujing by the head, pushing him away. He said that they were going their separate ways. Yujing turned her attention to the night sky. The protagonist said that the sun had already set. Yujing said that it was true. Ina looked away sadly, frowning. She said that they would have to split up there. Yujing shook her head, looking from Yihan to Ine. She hugged the boys around the neck, smiling widely. Yujing asked what kind of love they had, adding that she wanted to join in too. Yihan grabbed the red-haired girl by the hands, turning her to the side. He said that the girls' dorm is on the left side, and the boys' dorm is on the right, so it's time to rest. Ina looked at the protagonist while Yujing's back was turned. Ina told Yihan to get a good night's sleep. The protagonist looked at the brunette with a smile. Ina said that the next day was their first day of school. Yihan said goodbye to the girls. The door to the room opened slightly. The protagonist stood in the aisle of a dark room. He said that he hadn't been there for a long time. A dim light illuminated the walls and floor of the room. He noted the disgusting smell of mold and the creaky floor. The protagonist lay down on the bed next to the windows. He thought about the sadness of the students whose dreams were shattered by the harsh reality. Yihan covered his eyes with his hand, his mouth slightly open. He said ironically that he was bored. The lights were on the high-rise building. The magician said that he would have to look for a normal room after class. Yihan noted that he had more than enough of the hellish experience of the past. The weather was clear above the city. The protagonist ran along the road, among the trees. He stopped abruptly, breathing heavily. Yihan put his hand to his side, looking back. He said that the warm-up was over. Yihan put his hands in his pocket, walking along the road. He said that it was time to go back to class. The students gathered in the hall near the huge doors. The protagonist and the girls stood among the students. A girl in heels entered the hall. She greeted all the students of the magic class. The instructor looked at the students, pressing her palm to her chest. She said that her name was Jion and that she was their new instructor. For Mana Adaptation Basics Jion said that she hoped that they would work well together. The protagonist looked at the instructor with a serious look. He thought that he didn't know her well. The protagonist imagined Jion wrapped in threads of aura. Yihan thought that because he had been in a martial arts class before, he didn't know much about this girl, and perhaps she was one of the instructors who would soon leave the academy. The students began to clap their hands. The protagonist thought that they could understand. Yihan looked at the happy Yujin with a serious look. He thought that most of the awakened knew that being an instructor in a mills was a hellishly difficult position. The protagonist imagined a gleeful Jane throwing coins. The mage noted that those who still remained in the academy were only counting on a substantial handout from Jane. Jion closed her eyes and clenched her hand into a fist. The instructor put her hands behind her back as she walked past the students. She said that as they could see, this class was not taking place in a cramped classroom, but in a more spacious room. Jion looked at the floor with a cold gaze, her mouth slightly open. The huge doors began to open, emitting light. The instructor said that everything was simple. The students looked at the opening doors in shock. The instructor stood near the doorway. She said that she would check their mana. The students looked at the instructor in bewilderment, their mouths open. One of the students asked what a mana cube was and if they had to get inside. Another student said that it was too difficult for a first lesson. The protagonist stared straight ahead with an indifferent expression. He recalled entering a similar cube. He noted that this cube was similar to the one he had seen before, but the concentration of mana in it was much lower. The instructor slightly opened her mouth. She said to be quiet. The students stood with their backs to the instructor. Jion said that in front of them was a mana room, a converted mana cube that was often used in guilds. The protagonist looked away, pursing his lips. Jiyeon said that it was almost impossible for them, the students, to handle a mana cube. Jiyeon moved her hand to the side, her mouth slightly open. She said that this was why the academy converted the cube into a mana room. The huge doors opened completely, emitting a bright light. Jiyeon said that they could see that the space in it was divided into several segments. She added that in the first, the mana concentration is close to the Earth's atmosphere, but the further they go, the stronger the magical pressure will be. Jiyeon imagined a little man pushing a wall. She said that usually, first years reach the third room. Jiyeon imagined a little man who pushed the wall of the room further. She said that graduates reach the seventh. The instructor looked at the students carefully. She said that on that day, they will find out how much mana concentration they can withstand. Ina looked at the floor excitedly, pressing her fist to her chest. She said that she will finally be able to test her abilities. The instructor turned her back to the students, looking at the room. She told them to line up and follow her. The instructor, with a cold gaze, looked straight ahead. She said that if anything happens, they should raise their hands, adding that the only way out of the room is with the help of the academy instructors. Jiyeon gradually began to enter the room. She said it was time to begin. The students began to enter the room. The instructor watched the students. She said that she saw that everyone had passed the first room. A passage with a blue aura was visible. The instructor said that they were moving on. The students struggled through the passage into the room. The instructor watched the students being led out of the room. She said it was the third. Many students raised their hands, while Yehan and the girls stood quietly. The instructor looked behind her, her mouth slightly open. She thought that half the class had raised their hands. Jiyeon said that there was a fourth room ahead. In the next room, the students raised their hands. Jiyeon noted that it was the fifth. In the next room, the students raised their hands again. The instructor said it was the sixth. Ina looked at the exhausted students. Yujing stood next to the protagonist, who was indifferent. She said that it was hard to breathe, asking him if it was hard for him. Yehan said that it wasn't hard for him. Ina looked at the male lead worriedly. She thought that Yehan was probably still okay. Ina looked down at the floor, pursing her lips. She thought that she should try hard too. Jiyeon looked behind her with narrowed eyes. She thought that there were 4 left. The male lead looked away, pursing his lips. Jiyeon noted that it was Yehan. The red-haired girl looked around the room with interest. The instructor noted that it was Yujung. The brunette looked at the floor with worried eyes. Jiyeon noted that it was Ine. The guy with red bangs looked away with a cold gaze. Jiyeon noted that it was Soo-hyuk. The instructor recalled the table with the ranking of the newbies. She noted that they all showed high results during the hunt. The protagonist frowned, looking away. The instructor noted that especially Yehan, and it was not for nothing that the director ordered to keep an eye on him. The instructor flashed her eyes, pressing her lips together. She thought that although she had no desire to follow his order, a blue aura light was visible from the room. Jiyeon said that they were entering the 7th room. The guys stood in front of the instructor. The students looked at the guys with bewilderment. The guy asked who they were, noting that the instructor said that only graduates could go to the 7th room. Jiyeon looked at the guys carefully. She said that they were moving to the 8th room, asking if anyone was feeling unwell. The guys stood motionless, while Yujin looked slightly exhausted. The instructor turned to the room, entering it. The guys followed the instructor. The student noted that they were already entering the 8th. The instructor entered the room with a cold look. Soo-hyuk and the girls were barely holding on, breathing heavily. The protagonist walked through the room with an indifferent expression. The instructor turned around, looking at the students. She thought that from the 8th room onwards, the mana concentration in the space would fluctuate every second like a real dungeon. Soo-hyuk and Yujin pressed themselves against the wall, closing their eyes. The instructor thought that even geniuses would have a hard time. Ina widened her eyes, looking exhausted. The instructor slightly opened her mouth. The protagonist looked at the brunette with a worried expression. Jiyeon said that this was the 9th room. Ina stepped into the room, then grabbed her mouth with her hand. The protagonist entered the room and looked at Ine. The instructor looked at the students with a worried expression. She stretched out her hand in front of her. Jiyeon recalled the words of the principal, who told her to remember. Jane picked up the pawn, lifting it up. He said that no matter what the situation, you can't be the first to lend a helping hand. The director moved the white pawn. He said that danger for them is an opportunity. Jane took another chess piece. He asked Jiyeon if she would feel sorry if he took this chance away right in front of the kids. The director smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes. The instructor pursed her lips. She thought that this was just beautifully phrased nonsense. The protagonist looked at the brunette with concern, placing his hand on her back. He asked if she was okay. Ina wanted to say that she could. Ine's vision was blurry. Yihyun called the brunette. Ine, her eyes were swollen, looking straight ahead. She thought that she couldn't lose. Ina noted that she had always been told only the strongest survive in this world. The brunette imagined a fox raising its paws. She remembered being told that no matter how talented she was in magic, one day she would have to bow down to the martial arts class. The brunette imagined the fox scolding the little girl. Little Ine, with tears in her eyes, pressed her face to her hand. She noted that weaklings have no future. The brunette slightly closed her eyes, lowering her eyebrows. She thought that if they don't recognize her there, then nowhere else. The protagonist held Ine's head in his palm. Ina said that she lost this time too. The protagonist watched as the brunette was carried out of the room. He slightly opened his mouth, asking what she lost. The protagonist headed towards the next room. The instructor called out to the protagonist. The instructor ran into the room, looking worriedly at Yihyun. She thought that this was the 10th room, and it was already hard for her to breathe in it. Jiyeon asked Yihyun if he was okay. The protagonist stood with his back to the instructor. Then he looked at her with a smile. He said that he was starting to feel sick, and perhaps it was time to wrap things up. The instructor stood near the exit of the room. She said that they would leave together then, and he should follow her. The instructor looked at the protagonist with confusion. She thought that he was feeling ill. The protagonist looked around the room with an indifferent expression. The instructor thought that she did not see even a hint of it. The students began to clap their hands. The instructor said that student Yihyun had passed the 10th room. The protagonist stood with an indifferent expression. The instructor said that his result was comparable to the level of a B-rank raider, and maybe the youth was capable of more. Soohyuk squinted to the side, pursing his lips. The instructor said that she hoped the others would also work hard to keep up with their comrade. Ina closed her eyes, looking exhausted. The protagonist looked at the brunette with concern. He asked if she was okay. The girls looked at the protagonist with concern. Ina apologized for making him worry. Yujing said that these were the usual symptoms of mana intoxication, and Ina had really worn herself out on the first day. Yujing looked at the mage with confusion. Yihyun said that it was good that it was nothing serious. Yujing asked Yihyun how he was, noting that he looked fine, of course, but you never know. The protagonist smiled slightly, squinting his eyes. He said that everything was fine, asking him to remove the towel from his neck. The red-haired girl removed the towel with displeasure, looking at the protagonist. She said that she was also worried about him. Yihyun asked Yujin how she was. Yujin looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist asked the girl if she was in pain. The red-haired girl smiled contentedly, putting her hands on her hips. She said that everything was fine. The protagonist squinted and looked away. He said that it was great. Ina closed her eyes and smiled slightly. Yihyun thought that Ina seemed to be eager to win, but that was not the case. The protagonist remembered Ina's swollen gaze. He thought that it was pressure. Yihyun remembered holding her head. The magician noted that it was true, that was what it was like. The protagonist looked at the floor thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin. He thought that it was good that she got off easy this time, but with such a character, it would be difficult for her to control herself in the future. The protagonist imagined the images of Seonjun, Yiseng, Hoyin, and Ine. The protagonist thought that it did not mean that he was going to keep Ina under his thumb, but since he interfered with the current events, there was a high probability that along with the future of Hoyin, Yiseng, and Seonjun, Ine's future would also change. Yujing looked at the protagonist with puzzled expressions, raising her eyebrows. The magician thought that Yujing did the same. The red-haired girl smiled widely, tossing her hair. She asked the mage what he was looking at and that she was pretty. The mage asked the girl if she was sure she was okay, noting that judging by the nonsense she was talking. Ina wrapped her arms around Yujin, stopping her. The mage thought that who knows how much his actions will change the next events. Yihyun added that in a situation where everything changes very quickly, you need to be prepared and take a step forward. The protagonist removed his hand from his face, gritting his teeth. He said that he would have to tighten the deadline. A towel appeared above the protagonist's head. Yujing wrapped her arms around the protagonist's neck, looking at him with displeasure. She asked what he was muttering to himself, adding that they should all listen. The protagonist smiled slightly, removing the towel from his neck. He thought that she had such big ears. The protagonist threw the towel over the red-haired girl's head, ruffling them. He thought that he couldn't say anything in front of her. The protagonist put away the towel with a sly smile. Yujing's hair was disheveled on her head. Yujing clenched her hand into a fist while the protagonist smiled confusedly. She called him a scoundrel. Yujing bared her teeth, glaring furiously at the magician. Yujing pointed her finger at her hair while the protagonist smiled awkwardly. She asked him if he knew how much time she spent styling her hair. Yihyun said that he was guilty, but he didn't notice the difference. Yujing bared her teeth angrily, her red eyes flashing. She asked Yihyun what he was implying about her being ugly. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, thinking that he had gotten into trouble. The protagonist began to run away from the enraged Yujing. The red-haired girl screamed at Yihyun to stop. Ina closed her eyes and smiled slightly. The brunette said that she came from the infirmary, but apparently Yihyun would need him much more. The brunette opened her eyes wide, smiling, looking away. Ina watched the guys with her back turned. She said that they were so close to each other. Soo-hyuk watched as Yoo-jung ran after the magician. The guy watched in bewilderment, pursing his lips. He did not understand how he managed to reach the 10th room. The brown-haired man raised his hand, smiling widely. He asked Soo-hyuk what he was thinking. Yoo-jung was sitting on the protagonist's back, ripping out his hair. Soo-hyuk told Min-soo that if he knew anything about that guy, he should spill it. Min-soo smiled in confusion, frowning. He thought that he was his servant. Min-soo asked Soo-hyuk that he still did not know Yi-hyun. Min-soo closed his eyes, putting his hands on his hips. He said that analyzing the strength of other students is an important task in the academy, adding that Yi-hyun is the first mage to take leadership among the hunters. Soo-hyuk said that he himself knew. The guy widened his eyes, opening his mouth wide. He said that he was interested in where he came from. Min-soo spread his hands, smiling slightly. Soo-hyuk closed his eyes, clutching his head. He said that this is some kind of nonsense, and there is something fishy there, adding that he swears that Yi-hyun is hiding something from them. Min-soo smiled awkwardly, remembering the image of a young Soo-hyuk. He thought that he would never get used to it. Min-soo told the guy that there were already 2 tests, asking what else he wanted. The brown-haired man stood with his back, looking at Soo-hyuk. He told the guy to judge for himself, asking how Yi-hyun could fool everyone, noting that it was Mills. Soo-hyuk grinned in irritation, raising an eyebrow. He asked why he was stronger than him then. Brown-haired looked away. He stood motionless in front of the guy. Brown-haired thought that he was still inferior to Yoo-jung and Ane. Brown-haired closed his eyes and put his hands in front of him. He suggested that the guy not to overestimate their capabilities, adding that he could not get around Yi-hyun. Brown-haired looked in the direction where Soo-hyuk went. Min-soo slightly narrowed his eyes, smiling widely. He said that Soo-hyuk had 8th grader syndrome. Min-soo hurriedly ran after Soo-hyuk, calling out to him. Stars were visible in the night sky. The protagonist smiled slightly, sitting in a chair. He greeted the teacher, asking what she wanted to know, how the hunt went. Seonjun sat at the table, closing her eyes and smiling slightly. She said that it would be more interesting to hear from him in person. The protagonist smiled happily. He said that he thought the result would not surprise her. Seonjun widened her eyes, smiling happily. Gi-hyun said that he got 1st place. The person next to the teacher said that it was amazing. The protagonist looked at the tablet, smiling slightly. He asked that the person next to her was Sung-yi's manager. Seonjun said that he was right and that he actually cheered up at the news. The protagonist was sitting on the couch in a luxurious room. The teacher said that she thought how fancy his apartment was for a freshman, asking that it was obvious that he earned a lot of points. The teacher smiled happily, closing her eyes. She congratulated Yi-hyun, noting that even at Mills Academy, which is known for its difficult learning, he had the best start. The protagonist looked at the tablet with a happy smile. Seonjun said that she was proud of him. Yi-hyun thanked Seonjun, saying that to be honest, he was afraid that he would get 2nd place. The teacher closed her eyes, raising her eyebrows. She said that she understood, asking if anyone had interested him in hunting. The protagonist looked at the teacher curiously. He asked what she wanted to take on as an intern. Seonjun replied that she was thinking about it, and if he shared the information, there would be a reward. The protagonist leaned back on the couch, raising his eyebrows. He said that it was not difficult for him to say, noting that it was nothing. Yi-hyun asked Seonjun if she was being too generous. The teacher smirked maliciously. She said that she just knew that next time he would not agree to a reward that was 3 or even 10 times more. The protagonist awkwardly closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He noted that he would say it then. The protagonist imagined the image of Ane, Yoo-jung, and Hoyeon. He told the teacher that the girls were from the magic class and Hoyeon was from the martial arts class. The protagonist braced his feet. He said that he thought these 3 could be taken into the lotus. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He said that there was one more person, though he was not a freshman. The teacher slightly tilted her head, smiling. Yi-hyun asked Seonjun what she would say. Seonjun said that she would be happy to accept him too. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying goodbye to the teacher. Seonjun closed her eyes, slightly tilting her head. Seonjun said the name Yiseng. The teacher recalled the conversation with the protagonist. Seonjun said that this name was familiar, and if she was not mistaken, this was the youngest son of the S-rank raider Yishin. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that everything was correct. Seonjun thoughtfully closed her eyes, putting her hand to her chin. She said that she heard that due to the lack of talent, the young man was not given attention in the Yishin family. Seonjun widened her eyes, looking down. She said that blood is blood. Seonjun imagined Yiseng. She said that if they took him there might be a conflict with the Wind God Guild that his father leads. The teacher slightly opened her mouth. She asked him if he was sure that the risk was worth it. The protagonist looked down with his mouth slightly open. He said that it was worth it. Yi-hyun looked away, smiling slightly. He said that in the near future, Yiseng would become a world-class alchemist. Seonjun smiled happily, looking down. Sung-yi's manager stood in front of the teacher. He said that Ji-hyun SSI had arrived. Seonjun put her hand to her face, smirking. She told Sung-yi to come in. The door to the office slightly opened. Yeonju entered the room with Jihyun SSI. Yeonju raised her hand, looking to the side. Sung-yi sighed heavily, looking away. Seonjun smiled happily, closing her eyes. She said that she was not late even for a second. The blonde stood in front of the teacher's desk. She said that time was precious to a merchant. Jihyun SSI extended her hand, smiling at Seonjun. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Seonjun looked at the blonde with confusion. Seonjun said that she thought that they had never been friends. Jihyun SSI took her hand away, walking towards the sofa. Seonjun told her to sit down. The teacher looked at the blonde with curiosity. She asked what business the curator guildmaster had come to see her for. The blonde closed her eyes, adjusting her glasses. She said that she would get straight to the point, noting that it would really be difficult for them to become friends. The blonde looked at the chairman with a sly look. Jihyun SSI said that although she did not need it. The chairman sat with her eyes closed, smiling slightly. Jihyun SSI said that this way you can avoid idle chatter. Seonjun asked what brought her to her. Jihyun SSI smirked slyly. She looked at Seonjun with curiosity. The blonde said that she heard that a very interesting specimen had come to the Lotus Guild, asking how much it cost. The chairman smiled sweetly. Seonjun opened her eyes wide, looking at Jihyun SSI with displeasure. Jihyun SSI sat on the sofa next to Seonjun. The brunette smiled broadly, closing her eyes. She explained to the blonde that their people were not goods and they were not for sale and suggested that the young lady go somewhere else. The guildmaster looked at the protagonist's teacher with a mocking expression and wondered if the boy himself thought the same thing. Seonjun touched her chin with her hand, smiling tenderly. She replied ironically that not everything in this world could be bought with money. The brunette opened her eyes slightly and looked at Jihyun SSI with disdain, explaining that apparently the guildmaster did not understand this at all. Jihyun SSI folded her arms and looked at the brunette with a smile. She immediately closed her eyes, continuing to smile. Seonjun sat opposite Jihyun, who began to take off her coat. She stated that, however, she did not expect to hear another answer and in general, everything became clear to her. Sung-yi stared ahead, while the blue-haired girl looked confused. Jihyun SSI added that frankly, her goal was only small talk as a gesture of goodwill. Seonjun closed her eyes and stated that such gestures made her uncomfortable. Jihyun SSI mockingly looked at the brunette, trying to put on her coat. She sarcastically replied that she was sorry. The brunette watched as the blonde tried to put on her glasses. Jihyun SSI replied that in that case, it would be better for her to leave, since she had a lot of things to do, and added that the teacher was not for such a dialogue either. Seonjun smiled slightly, closing her eyes, ironically replying that Jihyun SSI was surprisingly perceptive. The blonde opened her black glasses, agreeing with such an explanation. She smiled sarcastically towards the brunette through her glasses, saying that a merchant cannot do without them. The next day, endurance was assessed. The guys stood in front of the screen and waited for the results of the endurance test. The main character stood in front of the crowd in front of the screen. He stared at the screen, waiting for his results. The protagonist looked at the status window, waiting for the data to be calculated. A ranking appeared, where Hoyin was in first place with 101 points and Yihyun was in second place with 99 points. The protagonist looked up with disdain, not entirely happy with the results. He sighed in displeasure, rubbing his face with his hand. He realized that he was still not up to the level of a martial arts genius. Yihyun understood that second place was still a good result. The protagonist held his hand to his face, covering it with his long bangs. He looked down through his bangs in disappointment. The mage understood that there was no point in rushing. He imagined the image of the mage, who was wrapped in a woolen cloak. Yihyun understood that he still could not achieve his goal. The protagonist looked to the side and saw Hoyin, who was sighing heavily. Yihyun put his hands in his pockets, watching as Hoyin began to leave. Yoojung and Inna watched closely from the side. The red-haired girl approached the protagonist and asked him what it was. Yoojung was angry and displeased, standing in front of Yihyun, who did not understand what they were talking about. She sighed heavily, noting how the mage could be behind Hoyin. Yoojung frowned and was indignant, explaining that in terms of stamina, the mage should have been ahead and it looked illegal. Yihyun stretched out his front in front of the two girls, explaining that there was nothing strange about it because he had been in a martial arts class before. The girl tried to object, but the protagonist immediately stopped her, patting her on the head. The mage turned to her and asked her not to rely on magic alone. He asked Yoojung if he had heard the expression, "Stamina is the strength of the state." Yoojung angrily looked at the guy through her bangs. Inna began to restrain her friend, who wanted to hit Yihyun. She really wanted to get revenge on this guy, who constantly made fun of her. The brunette instructor watched closely from the side. He realized that the director was right and Yihyun was really dangerous. He stared at the smiling mage, who sighed with relief. He realized that the mage would never be able to show such physical endurance and did not understand what his secret was. Inna looked at the mage with hospitality, hugging her furious friend to herself. The protagonist looked away with disdain, hearing the signal that the second lesson was about to begin. Yujin looked at the main character with an angry look, while her friend restrained her. All the guys crowded in a row in front of the instructor. He said that now they would move on to the next endurance test. The brunette looked at the guys warily, slightly squinting. He explained that this time they would be in an R room. The protagonist listened intently to his instructor, realizing that this was the very test that students use to determine their limits. The instructor raised his hand in front of him towards the bright light. He explained that in front of them was the very room built using the Academy's advanced technology. The protagonist and two girls looked ahead with slight displeasure. They heard that their evasiveness would be tested in this room. The red-haired girl held her hair with a dumbfounded look, trying to understand what kind of testing their jet was. The brunette looked closely at the girl, noting that this measuring system modulates battles with virtual enemies. The protagonist and other students listened intently to the instructor. Yihyun touched his chin, thinking about what was happening. He understood that it would definitely not be easy. The instructor looked at the crowd of kids, telling them that in any other case, they would simply be required to destroy monsters and analyze the situation. Since today they were measuring endurance, only evasion skills would be assessed. The instructor looked at the kids and told them to remember that eliminating a monster would give them extra points. Yihyun looked away in disdain, realizing that their teacher was right. The protagonist imagined a knight fighting a dragon. He realized that under any circumstances, the raider profession was associated with hunting monsters. Then the mage imagined other kids reading scrolls and holding potions in their hands. The protagonist realized that this profession was also associated with finding equipment in potions, artifacts. A raider could not be called a professional if he did not attack the enemy. The instructor handed the kids a pair of headphones. Yujin looked at the small thing in her hands in surprise, not understanding what it was. Yihyun stuck the earphone in his ears and said that it was a transmitter and it helped the combat system project monsters onto reality. The protagonist turned to the side with the brunette, who crossed his arms. The man understood that the mage already knew this. These were two white headphones with a black overlay. The instructor explained that they received transmitters necessary for the projection of additional reality, which were supposed to stimulate the brain, convincing them that the monsters really existed. It was an R combat system. Two drones projected the image of a bull monster. It was a projector that superimposed a three-dimensional image on the background, making the monsters seem real. The teacher immediately decided to answer their main question about the purpose of this device. A bright blue shield glowed with an aura of chains. The answer was safety. The image of Yujung rejoiced in front of the protective barrier in front of the monster. These monsters materialized in their heads and still remained virtual, so they did not pose any threat. Ina looked warily at her friend, who looked confused. The girl realized that they were taking about a fifth damage from each monster attack due to the stimulation of the transmitters. Hoyin stared ahead, holding onto the transmitter. They realized that this was not done to intimidate the students. Suhyuk held his head, looking ahead with disdain. The boys realized that this was all for concentration and preparation for the dungeon. The boys were standing near the instructor. He told them that they could set any rank from 1 to 100, and today the assessment would be done within 10. The brunette looked at his folder with notes. The instructor said that there were 4 people in each team, and he was going to call out the numbers of the teams and their members, and then they would begin the test in order. He opened his mouth and wanted to start voicing. The blue light of the hologram glowed in the form of a matrix. The third team, along with Yihyun and Suhyuk, included 2 more girls. These were 2 girls from the martial arts class, one of whom was smiling. The protagonist, along with Suhyuk, looked at the girls with disdain since they were on their team. The protagonist looked away with slight caution, realizing that the team was not quite balanced. Yihyun looked back at Suhyuk. The red-haired mage looked at the protagonist with disdain, asking his name. He agreed with his question, frowning slightly. Suhyuk stood next to Yihyun, noting that he heard that this guy won first place in the hunt. The red-haired mage looked at the guy intently, saying that it was all strange to him how the mage managed to get to the top. Suhyuk bared his teeth maliciously. The red-haired guy smiled sarcastically, looking at Yihyun. He thought that there was a special reason for all this and asked the mage if he wanted to reveal his secret. The protagonist looked at his partner with a smirk, noting that this secret might not exist. Suhyuk looked at Yihyun with glee and said that in that case he would have to figure it out himself. He opened his palm, which began to glow. He replied that he would do it with force. The 2 girls looked warily at the 2 guys sorting things out. Yihyun asked his partner ironically about what he was waiting for then, because he would have told him right away. The main character smiled maliciously in response, noting that Suhyuk wanted to fight him. The magician with the red strand twisted his face with a mocking smile, glad that his partner did not avoid such a fight. The 2 girls looked at their guy's conflict with concern. They did not understand why their guys started a conflict, because they were one team and understood that it would not end well. The brunette smiled and intervened in the dialogue of the two magicians. The instructor turned to the side and addressed the third team, calling them to the field. Soo-hyuk watched as Yi-hyun went forward. He immediately grimaced with displeasure. They all started walking onto the field as a team. The two mages looked around with displeasure, standing behind the armed girls. The girl with the earpiece stared ahead when a notification popped up saying that the first stage of the test would begin in 5 seconds. The countdown began, and the other partner waited in anticipation of the fight. A staff began to appear from the hologram in the mage's hands. Soo-hyuk looked away with displeasure, throwing the staff over his shoulder. A notification popped up saying that a skeleton knight was projected. A hologram of a skeleton knight appeared. Soo-hyuk looked ahead with displeasure, holding the staff over his shoulder. He thought that he should have stepped back first. Suddenly, Yi-hyun rushed forward, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The guy with the red strand looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Yeonja managed to look back at the team leader. The main character was running forward quickly, staring intently at the victim. The other girl was also looking at the guy in surprise. The remaining guys looked at Yi-hyun's attack with alarm, trying to call out to him since it was dangerous. The other mage guy looked at this phenomenon with displeasure, trying to understand what his partner mage was going to do in the vanguard. Suddenly, he was stunned and his eyes widened. He looked at the main character, who was running forward quickly without looking back. Yi-hyun did not expect that someone would want to challenge him. He looked back and looked with disdain, realizing that he had no other options. He opened his palm and enveloped it in blue magic. He understood that he would have to show his abilities. Yi-hyun swung his hand, wanting to show his strength. He grabbed the skeleton by the head. Then with a brisk movement, he tore it from the skeleton's body. The protagonist stared back from under his brows. His guys watched the evaporating corpse of the skeleton in shock. The instructor was also dumbfounded by this phenomenon. Ina and Yujin along with the other guys were shocked by what was happening. The projections of the skeleton knights began to appear again. The skeleton looked at the guys bloodthirstily, his mouth open. Yi-hyun attacked this skeleton from the air in a deft jump. He looked down on the monster with his shining gaze. He ran at lightning speed. With a crushing blow, he dealt another minus to the enemy skeleton team. A notification appeared that the Mana weapon skill had been activated. The protagonist opened his palms with a blue aura and rushed to attack. Mana weapon was a special skill that ordinary people could not use. The magician peered forward from under his bangs, running at high speed. For ordinary people, this skill was useless and could even harm them with physical damage. Yi-hyun deftly emitted a blue aura from himself to the sides. The main character took a fighting stance, clenching his fists. However, in his case, things were different. Soo-hyuk watched Yi-hyun's fight with an alarmed look, not understanding what this guy was doing. The two girls widened their eyes, watching what was happening. A notification that the first stage of the evasiveness test had been successfully completed. Blue holograms began to hover in space and notifications popped up that all enemies had been defeated and additional points were awarded. Yi-hyun's student's efficiency was 100%. The second stage began and a more terrifying skeletal knight with flesh appeared. The protagonist tried to catch his breath, realizing that a draugr was in front of him. The protagonist looked forward with a sly glare at his enemy, realizing that he hadn't seen him for a long time. There was a big dent in the floor on the tiles. A huge stain appeared on the checkered floor. The protagonist stood on the destroyed floor with dents. A notification that the 10th stage of the evasiveness test had been successfully completed, and he was congratulated on his new record. Soo-hyuk bared his teeth and looked at his mage partner in shock, shocked by his capabilities. The protagonist examined his palm, realizing that it was quite good. Yi-hyun looked at his raised hand, realizing that after he changed his fighting method according to the instructions of teacher S1-2, his body immediately became light. The protagonist smiled tremulously, looking away. He was pleased with the result. The protagonist was next to his teacher Seonjun, who crossed her arms and smiled happily. Yi-hyun noticed that his teacher always came into some strange delight every time she taught him. He felt a little uneasy, but still, her skill was undeniable. The red-haired mage tried to call out to his partner. Yi-hyun turned towards the mage with slight displeasure. Soo-hyuk looked at Yi-hyun angrily, asking him what he did. The protagonist looked at Soo-hyuk coldly, who was angry at him. The guy answered that Soo-hyuk saw everything himself. The red-haired mage noted that not only did Yi-hyun rush to attack the front lines, but he also defeated everyone single-handedly, realizing that something was clearly wrong here. The angry mage waved his hand, shouting that it was impossible. The brunette turned his back to the mage and said that he had nothing to answer since he saw everything with his own eyes. Soo-hyuk grinned maliciously, looking at his ill-wisher. Yi-hyun slightly bared his teeth and tensed up, menacingly telling Soo-hyuk not to make him repeat everything twice. Yi-hyun looked straight into Soo-hyuk's face with a bloodthirsty look, explaining that if he was so interested, they could find out everything right now. The magician with the red strand grimaced and bared his teeth, hesitating with an answer. Seok-gi stood in the distance and tried to call out to the guys, trying to understand what was going on. Suhuk looked away angrily, indignant about this. He clenched his fists and bared his teeth, realizing that if the instructor weren't here, he would have dealt with Yihan. The main character turned away from Suhuk and was about to walk away. The magician with the red strand opened his mouth and told his partner not to think that he had won. Yihan's sneaker stomped on the tiles. The brunette looked back at Suhuk with disdain, noting that it didn't look like he had lost. The red-haired boy glared at Yihan, telling him to fight him at the Academy Festival. The protagonist looked ahead coldly without looking back, replying that he couldn't fulfill his request. Suhuk frowned deeply and became angry. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and smiled widely. He replied ironically that it wasn't part of his plan. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the multi-story building. Hoyin lay on his bed with a dejected look. He recalled the protagonist's words about him turning down the idea of fighting Suhuk. Hoyin stared at the ceiling while lying on his bed. He thought about how Yihan still saw him as a competitor. He remembered how he smiled at the main character and told him that he would beat him at the Academy Festival and get his badge back. Hoyin looked up with a tired expression. He suddenly jumped up and stood up, realizing that it was not the time to rest. He grabbed his jacket, realizing that he should go to the gym. He threw on his jacket and walked forward with an excited look, realizing that he could not disappoint Yihan. Thick clouds were floating above the building. It was an empty room. Seok-gi walked forward with an angry look along with two guys wearing gas masks. The two guys in masks looked at each other. One of them asked the other if he saw the endurance test. His partner replied that it was true and that the newcomers this year were no slouch. The guy in the gas mask and trench coat waved his hand and was indignant that Yihan was able to set a new record, but somehow, the instructor looked down with a thoughtful expression, realizing that it was not Yihan's talent at all. Seok-gi recalled the image of the main character in battle, thinking that the guy's demonstrated experience in battle was too good. He and two guys in masks stood in front of the office. He entered the room. They saw a man in front of them on a chair who was sitting with his back to them. His long hair touched the back of the chair, and he praised the guys. Jane turned around with a scary look and a smile, wanting to hear the results of the test. A bright light seeped into the director's office. The instructor stared ahead, noting that the highest scores were received by Hoyin, Yihan, and Cha Yuan. He added that what was remarkable here was that the protagonist's result was very different from the other students. The principal looked at instructor Seok-gi with a smile on his face and praised him for his work. Jane looked away intently. He saw the protagonist with the other guys watching the fights on the screen. He saw Yihan's moments after completing the test. He smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. The instructor stood behind and watched the principal. He asked his assistants to continue reporting to him about Yihan's activities, and if they noticed anything strange, they would know what to do. Seok-gi bowed his head behind the principal, who grinned maliciously. He added that he felt confident, as if behind a stone wall, thanks to Seok-gi. The other two assistants in masks also bowed and obeyed the principal's order. Jane ordered that they finish here and gave instructions to start preparing for the next event. The guys began to leave while Jane sat in the chair. The principal watched the screen with a smirk, holding his head with his hand. The light of blue holograms filled the space. A notification appeared that the 27th stage of the evasiveness test had been completed. The protagonist, who was out of breath, looked unperturbed. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked around sarcastically, suggesting that stage 27 could have been his maximum. Yihan waved his hands, thinking that half a dozen C-rank raiders could do this, and that was unlikely. In other words, the mage realized that this was his level for the day. Next on his schedule was practice in Dungeon X. The protagonist looked ahead with a tired look, raising his hands. He stood in the space of the room and understood that he had to prepare for this, stretching his arms. He recalled the incident in Dungeon X, which at one point began to collapse. It was one of the most shameful episodes in the history of Mills Academy. That very dungeon and the memories collapsed due to an earthquake. It was a tragic event that took many human lives. He remembered how worried guys tried to escape from a huge monster. He and his teammates were in the center of that very event. The protagonist at that moment tried to shout to his team, but he remained the only survivor that day. The silhouette of the protagonist glowed with a dim light in the dark space under the despising glances of people. He had to listen to insults addressed to him, curses and threats, but despite this, he did not drop out of school. Yihan remembered how, when he was little, his mother tenderly stroked his head. He did not want to disappoint those who believed in him. The protagonist with sadness. He remembered these moments, lowering his head. He was in the room with an upset look. The blade along with the potions stood on the table, and he made this purchase. The brunette left the room, putting his hands in his pockets. He tried to understand if this time everything would be different. The mage looked down with his head in sweat. He knew that he had been called pathetic and useless before, that he was unable to protect anyone. Yihan stood on a wooden platform and looked up. He had been material before, not a person, but he still had no desire to repeat his mistakes because he had enough regrets. The day before practice in the dungeon, the bright light of the sun illuminated the tall buildings. The boys sat in the classroom and listened to the teacher who had finished the lesson. The protagonist sat at his desk with a dissatisfied look, leaning his hand on his head. Ina and Yujin passed by and turned to the mage, wanting to invite him along. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, sighing in relief. The two girls stood in front of the protagonist with worried looks. Yujin was worried because she did not know what would happen in the dungeon, because she had never been there before. The brunette said that she was also worried, that she had not been able to sleep normally since yesterday. Yihyun looked at the dumbfounded Yujin and said that it would always be like this for the first time. The girl grinned maliciously, ironically asking him if he had already been to the dungeon and had time to walk around. In response, the brunette looked at the red-haired girl with the same grin, who suddenly became angry. He answered that he had met monsters, but did not know about dungeons, and ironically added that one monster was right in front of him. The brunette watched as her friend began to frantically beat the grinning guy. Ina watched what was happening indifferently. She saw how Yihyun smiled, looking at the angry Yujin. Then the brunette timidly looked away. Yihyun looked at the girl through his long bangs. He extended his hand with fire to the angry red-haired girl, explaining that they should use it in case of nervous tension. He began to hand out flasks with the potion to the girls. He looked reverently at the girls who were holding the flasks in their hands. He replied that he had taken some for himself and the girls too, and asked them to use them at their discretion. The red-haired girl grimaced in displeasure when the brunette stared away. Yujin did the guy a favor and supposedly forgave the guy this time, and Ina expressed her gratitude. The protagonist thoughtfully looked away, realizing that if luck had previously affected survival, now everything would depend only on skills. A day of practice in the dungeon. Large panoramic windows absorbed the dim light. The protagonist opened his mouth and tried to breathe. He meditated under the aura of blue flame, clenching his fists. A bright blue core glowed in his black silhouette. He realized that before penetrating the energy core, he needed to warm up. He closed his eyes and absorbed the blue energy. He imagined a black silhouette of a man writhing in pain under lightning discharges. The brunette realized that even if he was a strong mage, the sudden use of higher spells could lead to mana rebound. This black silhouette of a man under a strong discharge of aura began to crack. The protagonist knew that if at the moment of using magic, mana flows in the opposite direction, the user's body will begin to collapse. Yihyun sat with his eyes closed, feeling the blue flame on his body. The guy knew that mages who often had to use higher spells were unstable to mana rebound. He imagined a bright golden chain with a sharp tip. The protagonist understood that the skills of the super speed chain and sacrifice were just high class. The protagonist was in his thoughts under the cover of his aura. The mage understood that if he did not develop his mana, he would face this problem himself. He sat with his legs crossed, his hands folded on them, and meditated. He did not know how dangerous the situation that could develop in the dungeon was. The bright blue core emitted gusts of aura into space. The brunette sighed heavily. The main character opened his eyes and understood that he could die, or someone else, or his comrades. The protagonist tried to get off the bed, noting something important to himself. He put his hand to his body, emitting a blue flame. Yihyun understood that if he concentrated mana in the core in advance, he could instantly use it to enhance physical abilities or spells, noting this phenomenon as a rather useful feature. The protagonist looked down with slight caution. A system notification appeared that when loading a new system, the user moved to a point in the past to which he wanted to return. The protagonist tried to understand the point in time to which he wanted to return. The brunette stared down through his bangs. He was sitting on the bed and saw a red status window in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he saw the notification. This was the main quest of the first crossroads. He had successfully traveled to the past because he would have to resolve several fateful destinies and choose what to do, follow a new path, or not interfere with the course of events. The second notification from the system. The difficulty level was unknown, the reward was unknown, the route also needed to be chosen, and the countdown was on. The main character looked at the status window with a puzzled look, realizing that this all looked strange. It was a red notification with unknown data. The brunette looked away warily. The main character looked at the notification, trying to get off the bed. He realized that this system definitely wanted him to develop, and they needed him for some purpose. The mage crossed his arms and peered at the notification, because he noticed that he was required to choose a route and tried to find a catch. Mills Academy, Practice Dungeon. It was a large area with closed walls. Jiyeon stood in front of a crowd of students and tried to explain the rules to them. The instructor stared at the students, telling them that before they entered the dungeon, they would be divided into teams by lot. The students frantically looked at each other. The protagonist frowned, seeing the expected reaction, because the teams would be unbalanced. Real monsters would be waiting for them in the dungeon, and if they were lucky, the protagonist would easily cope with this task, Hoyen thought. The guy with white hair stared ahead. The other two students looked at each other in disappointment. The protagonist understood that if he failed, he would have to rotate among the low-ranking students. The instructor raised her hand to calm the students down. Ji-yeon put one hand behind her back and held the other in front of her. The students looked at the instructor's feet. She stated that this practice was part of the official test that would affect their grades. The instructor added that in that dungeon, they would only encounter low-rank monsters that they could handle on their own. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure after hearing Ji-yeon's speech, telling them not to worry. The protagonist peered ahead from under his bangs. He realized that those words were a lie. In the practice dungeon, most of the monsters were indeed low-rank monsters, just as instructor Ji-yeon said. Red drops were floating in the space in front of the gate to the dungeon. The protagonist understood that based on his past experience, he could run into a boss there. Yi-hyun imagined an angry wolf. The protagonist looked away with displeasure, realizing that Kobold Lord was a D-rank boss, and he had no problem handling this monster. Ina and Yujung were also looking ahead attentively. Hole was staring ahead intently. The protagonist knew he wasn't going to play by Jane's rules. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and looked ahead with displeasure. He looked ahead with disdain from under his bangs, realizing that in this dungeon, Jane would make a mistake that could be used against him. The brunette stood in the crowd and looked at his instructor. The girl looked at her watch. She put her hands behind her back and told the students that it was time to start. Ji-yeon looked tensely at the crowd, putting her hands behind her back. She shouted that she would ask the named student to come forward and he would draw lots. The crowd of students began to exchange glances. The protagonist and Ina stood nearby and looked around with displeasure. The protagonist looked sarcastically at the girl, realizing that it was very good that there were familiar faces on the team. The brunette became slightly embarrassed and timidly looked away, agreeing with the guy's statement. The protagonist looked away warily while the brunette was slightly sad. He realized that Ina had good skills and they got along well. The brunette looked forward thoughtfully, thinking that it would be easier for them to strategize this way. While Yi-hyun was standing next to Ina, other guys started walking towards them. Yi-hyun looked away. His eyes suddenly widened. A red-haired girl named Kim Jina and a blonde named Park Seong-woo came up to him and greeted him. They were from the same martial arts class. The blonde smiled, asking Yi-hyun if he was also in Team 3. He remembered that very moment when his teammates were in that dungeon with the monster. The protagonist was completely dumbfounded and looked at the guys dumbfounded. He remembered how he sat before choosing a route when he was in the room. Now he imagined those guys with a bloodthirsty wolf monster behind them. Now it dawned on him what kind of route this was. The protagonist stood surrounded by the now new team. The protagonist looked at Seong-woo and Jina. He looked angry and frowned. He realized that the system had already been aimed at this from the beginning. He breathed a sigh of relief. He extended his hand to Seong-woo and greeted him, introducing his name. Yi-hyun looked to the side to introduce his friend. A brunette peeked out from behind Yi-hyun timidly. He said that her name was Ina and that she was shy. The blonde scratched his head smilingly, noting that they would become friends anyway. Jina broke into a smile, which surprised the brunette by such sociability of the new guys. The brunette looked ahead with a tired look, realizing that the two were the same as before. He watched as Jina and Seong-woo enthusiastically greeted Ina. The protagonist looked with trepidation at the guy's kindness. He called out to his comrades, offering them to discuss the battle strategy after the introduction. The protagonist looked at the guys with a smile, who immediately began to vigorously discuss it, wanting to designate the team leader. He remembered the card with that very route choice. Yi-hyun looked down, slightly lowering his head. The edge of the earthen cave was visible. The guys were sitting on the ground and discussing the battle strategy. The brunette narrowed his eyes at his comrades, warning them that no matter what kind of monster they encountered, they could not hesitate, which especially concerned the warriors in the vanguard. The blonde, along with his girlfriend, looked at the protagonist in shock. Seong-woo was suddenly puzzled, holding his chin. He was surprised, realizing what it meant to be first place in the rookie ranking, where all actions were thought out to the smallest detail. The brunette looked at the blonde warily, while Jina smiled. The instructor was about to clap her hands. Ji-yeon, she looked to the side, clapping her hands. She explained that the time for discussing strategy was over and ordered to move on to practice, so she ordered the teams to come forward. The three guys from his team looked at their leader intently, noting that they had sorted out the plans. Yi-hyun looked back at his guys. He saw Hoyun's group. The protagonist was watching this team intently, knowing that their leader was Hoyun, and Yujin would not be harmed in this case. The instructor drew the students' attention to herself, saying that they could go down to their assigned dungeon. Hoyun and her team were listening to the instructor, as was the protagonist's team, wishing them good luck. Yi-hyun closed his eyes and frowned slightly. He was standing on the ground with his sneakers on. He broke into a satisfied smile, putting his hands in his pockets. He motioned for the guys to go. It was a sand dungeon. In this dungeon, there were a lot of different crystals. Hull's team walked forward along the path with their weapons. The girl with purple hair frantically looked around, noting that the place was damp and had an unpleasant smell. Yujin held her gun tightly, asking the guys if there would be any ferocious wolf monsters since their dungeon was close to a mine. The two girls looked at their partner with gray hair, who looked up. He assumed that it was possible since he heard that there was a lot of ore in such dungeons. Hole stared ahead while his team was discussing it all heatedly among themselves. Yujin smiled, pointing her index finger. She asked the guy how he knew all this since they could have looked. Suddenly, she was stunned and her eyes widened. Their team leader suddenly became alarmed, realizing that something was approaching them and ordered everyone to get into position. Yujin grabbed his staff and prepared to meet. The other two guys stood with their backs to each other and tensed up. Enraged wolves were approaching them. The whole team met the bloodthirsty wolves with a pickaxe. Their team leader covered his face with a shield and said that individually the wolves would be weak, but if they attacked in a pack, then they would have to try hard. He immediately sharpened his sword and rushed to the attack, wanting to end the fight quickly. Yujin held her hand in front of the sphere on her staff and wished for the holy light to explode. A notification popped up saying that the flash bomb skill had been activated. A powerful, crushing explosion occurred. The pack of wolves began to incinerate from the bright shock wave. Beams of blue light spread through the space between the monsters. Hull watched the scene warily. He saw his partner deftly attack the wolves. The purple-haired girl also tried to attack the wolves. Yujin surrounded herself with a green aura. The girl looked to the side and wished to use Hellhammer Wind in a green aura. The air blast skill was activated. The green core suddenly began to glow. She waved her staff and sent green streams towards the wolves. Green gusts of energy pierced right into the pack of wolves. They immediately fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in front of the guys. Hole closed his eyes, standing in a cloud of dust. The leader looked at the tired girl while Yujin stood next to him. He asked them if anyone was injured. They said that everything was fine. Their partner bared his teeth in pain and sweat ran down his face. He sighed heavily and his eyes bulged. The girls watched as Seho fell to the ground. They all immediately ran up to him and tried to figure out what happened to him, assuming that these monsters used poison. Hole tried to tell the guy to calm down first. A huge monster's foot stepped onto their land. Yujin's eyes widened to the side, noticing something was wrong. Her eyes widened, realizing that it wasn't the poison. They saw a huge, ferocious monster in front of them, realizing that they had sensed too much mana. The team leader looked up in shock, not understanding where Lord Kobold came from. The third team was walking through an empty dungeon at the same time. Gina looked back at the brunette with a smile. She noted that she knew Yihan was strong and was trying to figure out exactly how strong, and asked him how many monsters he had already killed. They all walked forward as a group around the protagonist, who responded that everything happened by itself. Ina walked forward with her eyes downcast. Gina didn't understand how everything happened by itself, thinking that at this rate a clean entry would be guaranteed. The main character looked away. While he put his hands in his pocket, Ina clenched her palms. Yihan smiled and looked towards his friend, noticing that she was uncomfortable with the other guys. The brunette timidly looked away, agreeing with this statement. Yihan looked at his friend warily, realizing that she was a very shy girl. He imagined her image, standing with her back turned. It was not surprising for him, because before he returned to the past, there were rumors that Ina could only say a few words a day. Suddenly, the blonde stopped and exclaimed. The whole team entered the space with a bunch of blue crystals. Yihan noticed that this place was different from how he remembered it. He noticed a silhouette of a bird with crosses painted on the ceiling. The protagonist looked up with displeasure, noticing that this was Jane's doing. He imagined a fierce image of an angry wolf monster. In that case, he knew that he was quite an interesting figure for this criminal. He remembered how the monster's huge hand was reaching out to him. He looked at the scene through his bangs with disdain. Gina and Xiangwu turned back to their leader, who said that the monster was already close, and suggested Plan C, where after repelling the attack, they would go on the offensive. The red-haired girl held her sword in alarm when Yihan explained that this monster was much stronger than the ones they had encountered before and asked them to be careful. The blonde looked away warily. He frantically looked around, realizing that he had heard that only weak monsters were supposed to appear here and did not understand where a strong one would come from. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Fierce wolves with a pickaxe came out to meet them. Gina and Xiangwu opened their mouths with fear in their eyes, not understanding how they met the boss. Ina immediately became wary and looked ahead intently. She recalled the dissatisfied image of the brunette who mentioned the vanguard. She immediately twisted her face as if she wanted to cry. The alarmed blonde and Gina were surrounded in an aura of protective armor. Xiangwu frantically looked ahead when he was distracted. The provocation skill was activated. The wolf hit his shield with a pickaxe. The protagonist immediately rushed to attack. He stared ahead intently at what was happening. He clenched his fist in a blue aura. He flew at the fiery wolf. Streams of blue aura spread throughout the space. The brunette looked ahead in surprise, feeling the incredible power of the monster. A cloud of dust enveloped the silhouette of the monster after the explosion. The protagonist looked ahead warily. Suddenly, he smiled. Drops of black blood fell to the ground. The guy understood that there would be no surprises. A yellow cloud was visible through the monster's body. He did not expect this at all. The ferocious monster laughed maliciously, which had a hole in its chest. He did not expect to meet the Lord of the Monster with regeneration. Yihan grinned maliciously, looking at the monster, realizing that it was harsh. Several notifications appeared. The creature behind Lord Kobold was recognized, which was determined to be Odin's Raven, and a special quest was received, the Raven Hunter. The silhouette of the Raven Mage appeared. His red gaze stared ahead. A notification appeared that it was a special quest, Raven Hunter, where you had to eliminate all of Odin's ravens that were putting pressure on you. Target 0 of 5, level S. Several closed gates to the dungeons were nearby. The instructor was staring at her tablet. She watched the main characters dash through the tablet and didn't understand how the apprentice mage could do something like that. Jiyeon looked at the tablet in confusion, realizing that even she, being in a rank, couldn't do that. The iron door to the dungeon was closed. The girl thought that the third team would definitely take first place. Suddenly, the door opened. Jiyeon looked away as the tablet in her hands began to disappear. She was completely dumbfounded and her eyes widened. Yujin was running towards the instructor along with her team, who were dragging Sao. She shouted that they were in trouble. The instructor looked at the guys with alarm, trying to understand what was going on. An exhausted Hoyin, holding his friend, said that Lord Kobold had appeared in the dungeon. Jiyeon looked at the guys worriedly, shouting that this couldn't happen. She wondered what was going on inside. Two guys in masks were holding Sao and trying to heal him, saying that he was just slightly poisoned by mana and just needed to catch his breath. Jiyeon was staring at what was happening when she was called out. Yujin came up behind the instructor and looked at her worriedly, asking if the third team had returned yet. Jiyeon closed her eyes, standing in front of the worried guys. She replied that they hadn't returned yet. The white-haired guy looked down with slight sadness, thinking that it was impossible. The door to the dungeon was closed, and the guy didn't realize that with Ina and Yian's skills, they should have finished a long time ago. The instructor looked down in confusion, indignant at the situation. The director's black chair was in the room. He picked up the phone. Jane was sitting on the chair and heard a call from Jiyeon. He looked ahead with a malicious look, holding the phone to his ear. He was trying to find out what the call was about. The girl was holding the phone intently, saying that a B-rank monster had just been discovered in the dungeon and an emergency evacuation was needed. The girl was standing with the phone, and the director told her that there was no need to worry about it because he would send his people there. He held the phone to his ear and smiled maliciously. Jiyeon began to put the phone away. Then she looked down in confusion, trying to figure out what it was. At this time, the director was smiling maliciously, covering his mouth with his hand. His ring was shining brightly with a red light. She had an uneasy feeling. A bunch of blue crystals were scattered all over the dungeon. A powerful explosion occurred. Gina and Ina were sitting on the ground, sighing heavily. The blonde was lying on the ground and trying to get up. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The ferocious monster with the sledgehammer looked away. A notification that the creature had been identified as Odin's Raven. Yihan looked at the monster with disdain. These were Odin's ravens. The two ravens fluttered with each other and pulled out feathers. Odin had two ravens, Hugin the Thinker and Munin the Rememberer. With their help, he collected knowledge about the world and ruled Asgard. The old man sat on the throne with a staff. The wolf grinned maliciously. Yihan understood that these monsters were Odin's work. The mage grinned maliciously in response. He imagined the image of a red raven under a hood. A club with spikes dragged along the ground. The protagonist felt B-rank mana and on top of that, a regulating monster. The ferocious monster looked ahead in anger. The protagonist understood that he was strong, of course, but he wouldn't be able to deal with the monster that easily. The brunette stood with his back to him, looking forward, wondering if he should retreat. A bright white beam flashed through the darkness. The guy understood that running away would be the smartest decision. He raised his hand, wanting to put up a shield. He surrounded himself with a blue aura, covering Ina with himself. He used to do that, justifying his cowardice with the desire to live. Now his life was one big disappointment. The brunette looked away with disdain. He stared up through his long bangs. He understood that he was given a second chance, and it didn't matter to him whether it was a test or not. He looked up at the monster with anger, understanding that this time he had to protect his comrades. The brunette looked forward warily when their leader was about to give an order. The blonde and his friend stood back to back with swords. The brunette said that he would hold off this monster, and they should make their way to the exit. Xiangwu looked up in amazement, not understanding how Yihan would fight the monster alone. Suddenly, blue beams of aura flew through the blonde, aiming at the wolves. The protagonist held his hand with the aura in front of him. He looked at the guy angrily and told him to run away quickly. The protagonist shouted to his comrades that he would not be able to fight and defend himself at the same time, when suddenly a fierce lord swung his club behind him. He angrily turned back to Kobold. A crushing blow fell on the guy's protective sphere. He looked away in shock. The fierce monster began to fall. Ina held her hands in front of her, using her magic. He stared ahead with his big eyes, saying that she could help. The brunette looked at his friend with trepidation, seeing those eyes full of determination. He watched what was happening with a slight smirk, wondering if he had influenced her too. The guy looked at the two new guys, telling them that Ina would stay with him, and the two of them should run to the exit and quickly report to the instructor about what was happening. The protagonist looked at the guys with slight irritation, asking them once again about it so that they would not object. Gina looked at the guy with her eyes full of trepidation. They both looked back, getting ready to leave. The girl said that they would not let them down and asked the guys to hold on a little longer. They immediately rushed to the exit. The protagonist and the brunette watched the guys leave. He looked ahead carefully, wanting to deal with the monster. The two of them watched the huge lord of monsters and his servants. The protagonist looked ahead from under his brows, calling out to his friend. The girl stood next to him and also looked at what was happening. Two blue holograms of sticks appeared above the silhouette of the girl. She said that she would cover from behind. She waved her hand with a stick. A bright blue beam appeared in front of her in the form of a summoned sacred sword. The bright blue beam cut the monster's servants. Ihan stared at this beam intently. The huge monster also fell under this attack. The protagonist in a deft jump rushed to fly into battle. He looked warily to the side. Lord Kobold swung his club. Burned scars appeared on the monster's body. The protagonist floated on the flow of magic, noticing that the monster's body was melting. He understood that the amount of mana that the body received from the outside had its limit. Yihyun looked up with inspiration, realizing that behind the monster there was a creature that controlled it and fed the monster with energy that destroyed its body. The main character stretched out his hand to the side, and it sparkled in light rings. The guy understood about Odin's raven, about which he had ironically joked that he really liked hiding from behind. Notification that the mistletoe item was used. This attribute expanded the user's field of vision. Several more notifications about the active skill mana detector received. A bright bracelet lit up on the main character's hand. Yihyun looked ahead in amazement as a card came out explaining that this ability allows one to recognize the energy movement of magical creatures. From the hand of the black raven monster, strings were pulled towards the silhouette of the monster like a puppet. Yihyun grinned maliciously, realizing that he had found it. Odin's raven pulled the strings according to the Lord's control. The ferocious kobold growled and swung his club. The protagonist was surrounded by a golden aura. Golden chains were spinning around his angry silhouette, with which he wanted to tear the monster apart. Pink clouds spread across the sky. This was Odin's kingdom, in which there were huge statues. He turned to Hyujin and asked him what was the matter. The old man with a beard looked down on his assistant. The black raven Hyujin, standing before the ruler, said that they had located the mistletoe that had disappeared from the god's treasury. Odin's wife with pink hair asked where that place was. The boy with black hair said that it was in Midgard, and it looked like it had fallen into the hands of the enemy of evil. The woman with pink hair looked at Hyujin with disdain, trying to understand what exactly he meant or if it was old Mimir. The god with red hair looked down at the minion with sneers, not understanding why it was worth worrying about, since a treaty had been made with the villains from Asaz's enemies. The blonde in knightly armor turned to Thor, telling him that he was acting frivolously since he forgot that in the last war they lost Balder since he was killed by a branch of mistletoe. God Odin scratched his beard and turned to Hyujin. The henchman was kneeling before the elder, who asked him to find out if the enemy of evil had contact with the enemies of Asa. The guy's black aura was radiating in different directions. Hyujin looked at the floor with a frustrated look and agreed with the god's order. The director's room was quite clean and darkened. Jane was wiping his ring. Seok-gi bowed before the director, who asked him about the situation. The instructor said that no one noticed anything. He imagined the protagonist radiating golden magic chains from his aura. Jane was wiping his ring with a malicious grin. His malicious smile was disgusting. He imagined the golden chains with tips flying at the monster lord. The director was glad that he managed to borrow power, and no matter what he did, the protagonist would soon be at his mercy. Jane was warming his fingers. He looked down with a sore face, noting that all this was in the name of Odin and the Asa. The magic golden chains were about to pierce the monster's body. Kobold immediately grabbed these chains. He immediately struck back at the protagonist. Yihyun stared at what was happening. He landed on his feet in a deft somersault. He looked forward angrily, standing next to an A. He asked his friend if the girl mage could block the monster's attack so that they would not disturb him. The girl looked at the guy with a dumbfounded look and said that she would try. Yihyun looked at the girl warily, being sure that Ina understood the situation she was in. He imagined the black silhouette of the girl against the backdrop of flashes of magic. He understood that even if he killed the monster, his mana return was very likely to perish. He remembered the girl's trembling look and understood that despite all this, Ina wanted to help him, and he tried to understand why. The protagonist remembered his past image in glasses and a sweater. When he was given a second chance, he promised himself that he would not trust anyone again. He remembered smiling warily, remembering all the cruelty and injustice of the world. Yihyun stared ahead with a cut on his cheek. He wanted to finish the monster now. The protagonist stared ahead at the monster. He looked at the ferocious monster, who was squeezing the magic chains. He had only one chance. The tip of the magic golden chain was sharpened. They were flying at the monster from all sides again. Kobold twisted his mouth, trying to dodge the chains. Ina held her hands in front of her, directing magic at the monster. Notifications appeared that the force field mana skill was activated. The main character ran without looking back under the cover of a protective barrier. The brunette looked ahead with a pitiful look. Open palms were facing forward. A beam of magic was directed to protect the protagonist. The monster looked ahead bloodthirstily. The wounded Yihyun ran forward with a golden magical aura. He remembered sitting under a tree with Myungho. The boy remembered his friend's words that there was no worse death than death without the faith of comrades. His sneaker briskly stepped on the ground. He jumped slightly and angrily tried to direct the magic chains at the monster. Now Yihyun understood that his friend's words were true. The protagonist ran along the ground through the streams of aura and energy. The protagonist ran forward without looking back. The dumbfounded girl watched Yihyun's actions and realized that he used this skill to move. The protagonist, surrounded by his magical aura, was heading towards the ferocious monster. The girl tried to understand how subtly he had to control the mana to do this. Kobold looked up in surprise, feeling the green aura on himself. Yihyun towered over the monster. He looked down at the wolf with disdain. Kobold tensed his hand. He began to drag the spiked club along the ground. The ferocious monster wanted to swing its weapon under the cover of aura. Ine, who was worried about what was happening, saw that it was too fast. Yihyun stared intently at the club flying towards him. He immediately smiled maliciously. A golden magic chain cut through the air. The guy was floating in the air under the weight of his own chains. A weapon began to appear in his hand. He recalled tightly gripping the handle of the staff, recalling the left to right technique. A blade began to appear in his hand from the yellow aura. He recalled swinging his blade upward. He stared ahead with his shining sword. Red notification that the passive skill Sharpened Sword Mastery was activated. He was gripping the handle of the sword, which emitted a different aura. Notification that the passive skill Dexterous Step was activated. Also notification that the passive skill Flexible Body Movement was activated. The protagonist furiously screamed that this time the monster would not recover so easily. His silhouette cut through the entire space with a blue beam. He tried to grab the handle of the blade. The ferocious monster felt the blue beam of energy on himself and roared in pain. The protagonist dexterously ran through the space. He stared to the side under the cover of his aura. The girl looked at what was happening with concern. Another notification that the magical connection between Odin's Raven and Lord Kobold had been severed. The protagonist landed on the ground. He was about to get up. He scratched his head and walked through the clouds of dust. He stared ahead, scratching his head. He wanted to get a better look at the Raven's face. A powerful explosion occurred in space. The protagonist watched as debris began to fall. He saw the silhouette of the Raven lying on the ground and fussing. The protagonist stomped on the ground and emitted a bright light. He looked at the Raven warily and asked it about Odin's purpose. Yihyun kept his foot on the Raven's head. He saw an amulet with a sign of triangles, like Jane's ring. The mage looked at it with disdain. A bright light emitted near the silhouette of the Raven. Yihyun continued to keep his foot on the Raven, trying to understand how Odin had bound Jane. The Raven stared bloodthirstily with his eye. The brunette looked at the Raven with disdain, realizing that he had no intelligence and it was useless to pry anything out. He raised his foot and was about to stomp again. He stepped on the monster and beams of blue aura flew to the sides. Yihyun stood near the hole in the cave in a cloud of dust. Ina tried to call out to the guy from the side. The protagonist turned around anxiously. He reached out his hand to the girl, saying that this was not the end. Ina's silhouette began to glow blue. A notification appeared that dirty mana was accumulating in the body. The protagonist grabbed his chest, feeling the poisonous mana. The brunette also grabbed her body, opening her mouth in pain. A notification that mana was being filtered. The blue core sucked in the entire flow of aura. The protagonist clutched his chest, looking exhausted, sighing heavily. A notification that the amount of mana in standby mode had been increased by 5%. The protagonist leaned on his knees and tried to catch his breath, realizing that they had succeeded. The protagonist stared at the pop-up notification. He had destroyed the first target of the quest. Reward card, 5 stat points were received, 1 blank card, and the level was set. A notification that health had been fully restored. The protagonist sighed heavily, realizing that they had gotten away with it. Suddenly, he looked to the side. A warning popped up that one of the team members was in critical condition. He watched in shock as Ina lay unconscious on the cold ground. A warning that failure to provide timely assistance could lead to her death. The brunette's lifeless body lay on the ground in a purple aura. The girl opened her eyes. She sat up on the floor next to the guy, looking at him. Ina asked what happened, and then exclaimed when he yawned into his palm and asked, "Is she awake?" Yihan stretched and asked how she felt. The brunette opened the information window, said to wait a second. She looked at the blue window in surprise. The system information said that Ina was 17 years old, the indicator scales were full. The girl thought in surprise that mana and stamina were restored. How did this happen? She had a mana return. Turning to the guy, she said that everything seemed to be fine, and him. Getting up, Yihan replied that he was too, and apologized for dozing off from fatigue. Ina shifted her gaze. In front of them lay a huge carcass of a beast. She said, "The monster is dead, why is the guy still here?" Without turning around, the hero replied that he was waiting for her. The brunette turned around when she heard that he had a conversation and asked again. The magician nodded. Looking at him, her friend asked what kind. The two of them were standing in the dungeon next to the defeated monster. Yihan said that he wanted to share something with her. Ina was surprised and then blushed with embarrassment. At the entrance to the dungeon, a scream was heard demanding an answer. Among the crowd of students, there were team members, to whom Yujing ran, asking why they were the only ones who came out. Jiyoon grabbed the girl, trying to stop her, and said that they understand that she is worried about her comrades. The girl indignantly called out to the instructor. Hoyin stood among the students and thought, what should he do now? His gaze was scared. He thought that Yihan and Ina could not die. Suddenly, he saw a glow. He ran to the red-haired girl and tried to stop her, but she shouted at him to stay away. They came closer and saw figures. Yihan and Ina came out of the open dungeon. The friends exclaimed that they were back. The brunette scratched the back of his head and asked, were they the ones making such a fuss? Jiyoon looked at them in surprise along with the others. Thinking that it was impossible, the research team reported their death. She imagined the image of the monster and thought that judging by the mana reaction, there was a boss in the dungeon that was at least B rank. Tears were streaming down Yujung's cheeks. She rushed to hug her friends with a scream. The girl was sobbing and saying that the instructor and researchers said that they were both dead. Ina hugged her, and the redhead said that thank God they were okay. Yihan grimaced in displeasure and asked the girl to leave him alone. His teammates looked down guiltily, tears glistening in the girl's eyes. Yihan looked at them. Gina and Seongwoo looked up when he addressed them. With a slight smile, the hero thanked them for trusting him. The blonde began to speak pitifully, but Yihan interrupted him. They said it was him. Standing among the students, he said that it was he who ordered them to run so they could call for help. Seongwoo looked guilty, and Gina cried. The brunette continued that it was not their fault. Yujin cried out in displeasure. How could she abandon her comrades? But her friend said that he would have done the same. He remembered how he did the same in his past life and asked the girl to stop nagging. Not everyone is as brave as she is. Turning to the redhead, he asked her not to be angry because of him. She exclaimed and said that he made her laugh. She hugged her friend and said displeasedly that she was actually angry because of Na. Let her not flatter herself. Yihan answered that it is clear. Jiyeon watched this scene. She stood behind the students and looked at the guy carefully. Yihan's gaze was calm. A thought arose, so it was he who cured her. Yihan stood with the girl in the dungeon and said that he understood that he confused her, but he can't tell everything. It is better for people not to know about his abilities. Ina was embarrassed because she thought about the wrong thing and asked why he was hiding them in the first place. She nodded when her friend asked if she wanted to know why Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. Yihan looked at her darkly and said that it was because of Director Jane. The girl's eyes were surprised when she heard that he was a real bad person and used the students as puppets. He imagined the image of the insidious director and said that he was not at all a saint, as the media made him out to be. Jane can easily get rid of someone who no longer brings him any benefit. He imagined blood splatters. Ina asked, why is he so hostile towards him and hiding his power? Without looking at her, Yihan answered that he did. His friend remained silent. The hero looked at her when she asked if he remembered what he said when they left the principal's office. She remembered the image of the guy who told them not to trust anyone, neither the principal nor the instructors. Yihan excitedly heard the question, how much did he know about Principal Jane? Ina stood in front of him and said that he knew from the beginning what kind of person he was and acted as if he knew what would happen today. She looked at the guy and asked how he knew everything. Yihan heard her asking for an answer and thought that he did not expect such a reaction. He narrowed his eyes and thought that it was dangerous to drag Ina into all this further, maybe use brainwashing. He looked at the brunette and decided that no, she has very high mana indicators and a strong spirit, his skill may not work. The guy's fingers clenched into a fist. He thought that this was a radical method, and he did not want to build a friendly relationship like this. Instead of answering, he apologized and said that this was all he could say. Ina asked why. Looking at her, the brunette answered that because otherwise her life would be in danger. Did they agree? In the present, Yihan noticed a figure of a person. Jiyeon walked up and bowed, offering her deepest apologies for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon. She was very sorry. The mage looked at the bowed girl who was saying that it was good that they were safe and replied that everything was fine. The instructor raised her head when she heard that she was not the one who trapped them. Turning away, the hero replied that he would go. He wanted to rest. Ina called out and followed him. She caught up with him and asked if he really didn't want to tell her anything else. She looked at the guy worriedly and said that something like this might happen again. Yihyun apologized. Looking at her, he said that he believed that she kept her promise. Ina remained standing while the guy walked away. The system reported that the main quest, the first crossroad, was completed. Reward is being determined. The notification said that a route was selected different from the previous one. The golden apple of Idun was received. The man sat in a chair and told the instructor Saki standing behind him that he had disappointed him. The brunette bowed and apologized to the director, who replied that he would forgive him for the first time. However, the man, covered in sweat from excitement, heard that he did not need people who did not carry out his orders. Jane turned to him angrily and asked, "Is it understood?" Saki began to bow with zeal and promised that he would not let him down again. He bowed and heard that he really hoped. There were sheets of paper under the instructor's feet. He heard an order to train this puppy Yihyun properly at the next event. Jane angrily extended his hand and said that he had not yet snapped his patience. In a beautiful room there was a bed and a chair. Yihyun was wiping his head with a towel. He looked down carefully. On the floor under his feet lay a training uniform. He remembered the image of Ine, who was stretching out her hands and looking at him. The boy stood with a towel around his neck and then exhaled. Picking up his clothes from the floor, he thought that in the past, Yujin had died and Hoyan had never been able to reach his full potential. He threw the bundle into the trash can, thinking that in order to change the future, he had to start what was happening. He imagined Ina again and thought that things were different with her. She would figure it out on her own without him. He sat down on the couch and said that they should be careful. It was unclear how and what would affect the future. The hero took the remote control from the TV, thinking that he would close this issue for now. I wonder if anything interesting was on. He watched the news channel and thought that the first thing he needed to do was find out how Jane was connected to Aesir. The boy thought that the incident in the dungeon was just the beginning. He imagined the image of God, monsters, director Jane and Hyujin, and thought that real adventures were waiting ahead, and in order to be prepared for everything, he should speed up the training process. Hyujin touched his face as he heard the announcer say that the other person said that there were other dungeons besides the regular ones. The man looked at the other person and asked, like which ones? The gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and replied that there were themed dungeons, which used an unusual method of action, unlike those dungeons that you can only clear by defeating the boss. Hyujin listened carefully as the announcer asked him to be more specific. There was a calendar on the table. Hyujin heard the expert say that their main feature was that you couldn't get out in the middle of a raid. The guy's bare feet took a step. He rested his hands on the table by the calendar and said with a smile that he was right. He almost forgot about it. The gray-haired man continued that the raiders who got there must fulfill certain conditions, becoming dungeon characters. It's a kind of role-playing game. In a themed dungeon, the raiders turn their attention to rare rewards. Hyujin thought that these were hidden items. He turned away and headed into the room. The magician presented shoes, weapons, jewelry, and thought that they were also called gifts from God. The announcer on the screen looked at the interlocutor. The hero thought that these gifts were the reason why everyone was trying to get into thematic dungeons, despite the intricate conditions of clearing. With a smile, he said that he would be able to get what he needed. In the city there was a bright multi-story building. The kitchen was quite spacious. Hands held a cup of steaming tea. Ina looked down and apologized for making you worry. Seonjun waved her hand with a smile and said that everything was fine. The main thing was that they were alive. Looking at her friend, she said that Hyujin was a little stupid. To be honest, she was afraid that he would behave like a pig with her. Ina heard that because he always behaved like that with her. The brunette lowered her eyes. The redhead looked at her and then asked decisively, did Hyujin tell her something? The brunette waved her hand and answered that no, just. She looked down and said that she felt like he trusted the girl. She was lost in her thoughts. She imagined the guy, thinking that it would be great if Hyujin relied on her a little more. She held a cup in her hand. Without looking at her friend, she said that maybe she was not strong enough. Seonjun looked at her silently and then decisively stood up. She extended her hand to the girl. Seonjun smiled and told her friend to forget this fool and go with her for some treats. She had one place in mind. Ina was surprised, but extended her hand to her friend. The girl decisively raised her finger and said that they were going to cheer her up. The brunette looked at her in surprise, then smiled and made a sound of agreement. In the boy's hand, a golden apple was shining. The system information announced that it was a commodity. The hero looked at the apple and thought that preventing aging and the healing power of nature are rare things. Billions could be made from them. He looked again at the line about this item not being sold or given, and said that in fact, this item is also bound to the owner. Hyujin sat on a chair and said that, be that as it may, it is worth counting the trophies first. He thoughtfully thought that if his memory served him right, a rank-themed dungeon would soon be opening at one of the amusement parks in Seoul. He imagined the rides at the amusement park. Then an image of a man appeared in his mind, with a person standing under his palm. Th Jalfi's Thunder Steps. This was the place where the boots of speed of Thor's servant named Th Jalfi could be found. He imagined the mask logo and thought that because of the enormous effect on the agility level, all the martial arts class raiders wanted them. Yihan wiped the apple with his t-shirt, saying that with it he would be able to achieve a balance between agility points, mana, and tenacity. He brought the apple to his mouth, and when he bit into it, it was as if fireworks were appearing around him. He thought about it, and chewed hard, and then indifferently held the apple in his hands, thinking that it was ordinary, too ordinary. The system reported that the effect of the apple had begun to take effect on the body. The system notification said that stamina points increased by 20, mana points increased by 20, aging speed decreased by 50%, healing power of nature improved by 50%. Magic ability level changed. Yihan sat in surprise, surrounded by a glow. And then he looked at the apple with a smile and said that it was good that the effect was not the same as the taste. He stretched, saying that it became easier to move further. He thought he could try his luck. The heroes took the phone from the table and brought it to his ear, saying that it was him. Domes of buildings rose among the trees. People approached a beautifully decorated amusement park from which music was coming. Yihan looked at it and said that it was 3 times worse here now. But he approached the park. The girl at the reception asked what kind of ticket he wanted. She looked at the guy's hand in surprise. He handed her a black card with a lotus on it and said that he was Raider Yihan from the Lotus Guild. He looked at the girl with determination and said that a themed dungeon would be opening soon. There were people standing in the hall. Jion stood at the information desk and asked what it meant that Yihan was not in the academy. The girl replied that yes, he came last night and asked for a day off, there was some problem. The instructor waved her hand and said that there was no problem. She thought about it, wondering how only an incoming student could recover so quickly after that incident in the dungeon. She imagined the guy and thought no matter what they said, he could handle psychological herbs quickly. Is he that strong-willed? Jion smiled. The girl at the desk heard the request to tell him to find her. With a smile, she replied that of course she would tell him as soon as he returned. The instructor thanked her. She headed for the exit. They were ordinary small buildings under the sky. The entrances were not far from each other. Jion stood on the street, holding an earphone in her hand. She looked away. Then she put it in her ear. The device lit up when she touched it with her fingers and said that Jion is on the line. Can Song Jae-sok's boss hear her? She pressed her finger to her ear and heard that she should say that she has. Jion replied that she managed to find out that Director Jane had a hand in what happened. The man behind the monitor said that Seokgi, the head of the dungeons, was being interrogated. He thinks his life is in danger, to continue to observe the two of them and to contact him if she finds out anything. Jion touched her ear and said that she understood, but there was still something. Jae-sok told her to talk. The girl replied that the similar Yihan, whom she reported earlier, also knows something. White clouds floated in the blue sky. There were different slides in the amusement park. Yihan put his hand in his pocket and listened to the announcement that repeated that this was not a drill and asked all visitors to leave the park. He thought quite well that it was prompt, no matter how you look at it, and the name of the Lotus Guild was a weighty argument. He held the phone and said that it was starting. The guy looked at the screen. He remembered the conversation on the phone in which he was answered well. Surely his confidence was supported by something. He could use the authority of the guild. He smiled and thanked, and then heard that there was one condition. Yujung held the phone and said that if the situation gets out of control, let him take care of his own safety first. She held an elegant cup of tea in her hand and heard this condition. Raising the cup, she replied that she trusted his skills. Yihan held the phone and heard where he would find a teacher who wishes his student deaf. No one knows what can happen in the dungeon. The system reported that a themed dungeon never lying in ruins was being created. Dark squares appeared around the booths. The system informed that a special item would be awarded for successfully completing 3 missions. The Big 3 quest was opened. The notification said that the Big 3 special quest, he got into the Neverlang in Ruins themed dungeon, he needed to find 3 tasks and complete them. Difficulty level A. Reward Th Jalfi's Thunderous Steps, rank S remaining time 23:59. The amusement park looked darker. Yihan looked at it and said that nothing had changed. He remembered the words that this is how she found out about this place. The girl with pink hair touched her chin and said that in the case of the ghost house and the pyramid, it was easy. This is Ah Hyan, the conqueror of themed dungeons. Looking with her blue eyes, she said that as they know, the skill of accelerated thinking is incredible. She touched her hair and said that if you use your head correctly, there will be no difficulties. This dungeon turned out to be boring, which is a pity. Yihan exhaled. He imagined the image of a girl with pink hair, the most proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. Ah Hyan's bragging led her to a bloodbath that ended in her own death. Because of this, Th Jalfi's Thunderous Steps went to another raider. Standing on the sidewalk, he said that in that case, the sky darkened. Then black pixels with a red glow appeared in it. Black rays and pixels spread around. Yihan stood on the darkened sidewalk. The entire park became dark. The hero looked up and said that it was better to take the initiative. A warning table appeared in front of him. The system reported that the first mission was detected. Does he want to start the raid on the Vikings? The hero smiled and said that it was great. Go ahead. The system notification said that a transfer to the Viking dungeon was in progress. The space in front of him began to spin. The system reported that it was necessary to change the ending of the story. Yihan looked forward resolutely. A bright blue flash appeared at the place where he stood. It slowly faded. The girl looked at this place. The system reported that synchronization was completed at 7%, 20%, 97%, 100%. Synchronization with the character is complete. The brunette closed his eyes. The system reported that he would be playing as a warrior Jalfi who survived the Viking attack. The indistinct words were like water bubbles. The system reported that the first mission, Jalfi's Revenge, had been received. The guy silently opened his eyes. In front of him was a notification about the thematic quest, Jalfi's Revenge. Thor, the god of thunder, wanted to have the same fast legs as Jalfi, and in order to make the young man his servant, he kidnapped Roskva's younger sister. It is necessary to find the girl, becoming Jalfi, and take revenge. Difficulty level B reward active skill exclamation of the ruler. Failure conditions, Roskva's death, Jalfi's death. Penalty for failure to die. There were warriors among the blazing fire. A child hugged a boy with a tail around his neck. Jalfi, servant of Thor and the fastest man in the 9 worlds. The boy's cloak fluttered. Having lost his family in a Viking raid, he hated the Aesir, who were revered by the attacking sea wolves. Yihan wondered what this meant. Jalfi hated the Aesir. He imagined himself sitting next to a woman with a book in his hands, thinking that everything was wrong in the beginning. Was it all due to the split of Aesir and Nornir again? The boy screamed at Jalfi and ordered him to come to his senses. Yihan, in the body of Jalfi with long hair, opened his eyes. He rubbed his head and thought that this was the place. Several men were pulling a rope. Apparently, he was on the ship that was stolen to save Roskva. The man stood next to the people sitting in a bow. The hero looked at the blue-haired guy and thought that it was Frederick. He had come up with a plan to capture the ship. He asked, "Is it okay?" Jalfi answered that it was when his comrade put his hand on his shoulder. The boards creaked. The heroes screamed, swaying. Ships with crosses on their sails surrounded the ship with white sails. People with axes and shields got on board. The hero got to his feet. Jalfi cursed. The brunette thought that he did not know what was happening. They would have to postpone the search for Roskva for now. Turning to his comrade, he ordered to leave it to him. He lifted his heel off the floor, getting ready to move, when he heard how they were trying to stop him. The guy resolutely rushed forward, hearing a cry to stop. He quickly jumped from one side to the other. He looked down with orange eyes. The sailors looked at him in surprise. Jalfi stood in front of them on the bow of the ship. The guy in the white bandana laughed, pointing at him, and said that he should have hid in a corner like a rat, not climbed onto an enemy ship. The guy in the cloak, I heard that he was a fool and that he had brought his own death closer. He opened his eyes, and he thought, stop. Behind the men, tied to a pole, sat a girl. Her hair was pink, gathered in 2 ponytails in front. The guy remembered the smiling Ah-Hyan, who looked at him with blue eyes, and he thought, what is she doing here? Ah-Hyan in his memory was smiling resolutely. He looked at the tied girl, and the system reported that Roskva's younger sister had been found. The girl turned her back in a confident pose, saying that her name was Ah-Hyan. She adjusted her hair and said that she was the owner of a genius mind. On her feet were light sneakers. She added that she was the greatest raider of the future. She waved her hand confidently. In other words, she was a badass. She closed her eyes. Clutching her head, she remembered how 3 minutes ago, during an emergency broadcast, she had told her comrades that she suddenly needed to go to the bathroom, and they had told her to just say that she didn't want to go to a haunted house. The girl had screamed, asking why the hell she was trapped in here. She folded her fingers in displeasure, thinking that the probability of the gate opening and a person being sucked into the dungeon was 0.6%. The probability that the dungeon would be themed and not allow exit was 0.0003%. The probability that out of all these people, that loser would be her. The girl closed her eyes in defeat and said that she had enough of racking her brains. She thought, saying that now she needed to figure out how to get out of here. She did not plan on dying here. Looking around, Ah-Hyan thought that the task force might have arrived by now. Anyone. Suddenly, she noticed a guy ahead and peeked out from around the corner, watching him questioningly. She thought that this guy didn't look like he was one of the task forces. Who was he? Yihan looked away. The pink-haired girl looked at him from her hiding place and decided that she would follow him. In the end, she was sitting tied to a pole. Yihan, as Jalfi, cursed in his mind. He was tired, rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought that everyone had been told to leave. How did he end up staying with her? The sailors pulled back the bowstring, telling him that he should try their arrows. The arrows flew towards the guy. He calmly created a blue protective field. A bright blue glow appeared above his palm. The guy asked why they were always circling around him. He clenched his fist, surrounded by blue lightning. Swinging it to strike, he finished, "Only fools." The blue lightning splashed and let out a muffled cry. Jalfi's cloak fluttered. He decided to think more optimistically. Looking carefully ahead, the guy thought that Ah Hyan was still an upstart, but she could help in clearing the dungeon. A thug with an axe appeared in front of him, who swung it to strike. Yihan managed to dodge. He quickly looked away and thought that if he couldn't kick her out, he might as well use her. He took a step forward and hit her hard in the cheek. The brute fell, and the guy moved on, thinking that he needed to deal with these people first. The sailors looked at him in surprise. Jalfi scratched his neck and said that he didn't have time for them. Looking resolutely at his opponents, he ordered everyone to fly at once. The ship was illuminated by the sun. Jalfi stood on the deck, with the bodies of the sailors lying around. He approached the girl and asked if she could stop pretending to be asleep. The pink-haired girl frowned. The brunette asked if she was Roskva. The girl hissed in displeasure. With a determined look, she opened her eyes and said that it looked like she had been found out, and he, as she understood, was Jalfi. The guy crouched down, smiling, and said that it was so, and by the way. The girl screamed when his fist hit a pole next to her head. The guy looked at her and said that he could see right through her, so she should throw the idea of probing him out of her head and think carefully. There was a large crack next to the girl's head. She hiccuped in fear. The system reported that he had successfully completed the first task, revenge on Jalfi. The transfer is in progress. The reward is being calculated. The rides in the park stood under the dark sky. The heroes were sitting at a table and one of the empty benches. The guy crossed his arms and looked at the girl. She sat gloomily opposite. Yihan sat with his arms crossed. Ah Hyan analyzed that he was a mage, but his movements were like those of a martial arts raider, a classmate with a bad character. The pink-haired girl thought with displeasure that, as luck would have it, she had gotten some kind of ram. Who was he? The guy called out to her and asked what skills she said she had. Ah Hyan scratched her cheek and replied that she could increase the sword mastery of another raider. She teased him in her mind by sticking out her tongue and pulling her eyelid, and thought that there were few awakened ones among the middle school students, so it should work. This guy is unbearable. She will use him and then run away. Yihan calmly replied that he was sure there were more. He did not like lies. Ah Hyan waved her hands and said that it was true. She had a D-rank skill, the initial compensation of sword mastery. The guy, looking at her, said that it was the acceleration of thought. The girl froze. Looking at her, he continued that it was like she slowed down time and accelerated the user's thought process. Usually, this skill is used to make quick decisions, but it is most effective in analyzing the enemy. Yihan smiled and asked, "Is he wrong?" Ah Hyan asked in shock, "How did he know?" The hero stood up, answering that it didn't matter. He couldn't take her with him. Apparently, she was just looking for an opportunity to take advantage of him. Looking at the girl, he told her not to think that the people around her were that stupid. Ah Hyan jumped up and tried to stop him. With tears in her eyes, she touched his chest and apologized, saying that she was sorry. He was right. He shouldn't leave her alone, otherwise she would die. The guy calmly asked why he should trust her. The girl hysterically answered that she would prove her words. Yihan smiled slyly and said that then they would make a contract. The pink-haired girl asked gloomily. Dark clouds floated in the red sky. Ah Hyan looked at the information window with displeasure. The contract stated that Ah Hyan, Party B, had no right to harm Yihan, Party A. Ah Hyan, Side B, is required to obey Yihan, Side A. Yihan, Side A, guarantees Ah Hyan, Side B, safety until the Neverland and Ruins themed dungeon is cleared. Ah Hyan, Side B, must keep all conversations with Yihan, Side A secret. She grabbed her hair in frustration. Yihan looked at her silently. He imagined a scroll surrounded by chains and thought that subjugation was a subtype of the contract brainwashing skill. He would maintain power over her. The hero thought that this was the optimal way to keep her on a short leash. Ah Hyan touched the screen with a dissatisfied finger and said okay. She understood. A golden chain appeared around her neck. The same chain encircled her wrist. The system reported that Ah Hyan had been put into a subjugation state. The subjugation would not be removed even after the dungeon was cleared, since it was related to the contract. Yihan looked at the girl slyly and said, okay, she's fine with normal conditions. He didn't take her soul. The pink-haired girl replied that no one would want someone to get into their head. Turning around, Yihan said that then she should terminate the contract. He wasn't forcing her to do anything. In that case, she'd have to cope alone. He exhaled when the girl promised to spare no effort and thought that she was a simpleton. In the light temple of Hell lay a pet monster. Hell touched it with her hand. Sitting next to him, she said that it seemed like their friend was trying hard, since Aesir's looks became even more evil. The white-haired goddess smiled. Dharma was lying on the floor next to her. Hell thought that if he left this place, they would definitely make a fuss. What should he do? She leaned on the beast's body. A dark silhouette appeared. The girl smiled, thinking that hell should become eyes. She sat by the monster's body and thought that she would have to buy time until the child was ready. The amusement park was gloomy. The guy walked ahead of the girl. Ah Hyun asked him where they were going. Ihyun answered that he wanted to go to a haunted house. He wanted to look there. The pink-haired girl, scared, asked again, a haunted house. The hero looked at her and asked what she was afraid of. She said with displeasure, why would she be afraid? She hid her frightened look and asked where he would find a schoolgirl who would be afraid of such nonsense. Ihyun answered with a smile that there was one right in front of him, to which the girl screamed that she told him she wasn't afraid. She was displeased to hear the guy's agreement. Ihyun turned to her, standing by a gloomy mansion surrounded by black smoke, and told her to get ready. They were going in. Ah Hyun looked extremely scared. She stood behind him and asked him to wait, because she had not yet had time to take a deep breath. The system reported that the raid was starting. The heroes entered the room, Ihyun holding a camera in his hand. There were heavy shutters on the windows. The mansion was in the Gothic style and looked quite gloomy, surrounded by haze. The system reported that the heroes arrived at a haunted house. They must leave this location without breaking 3 rules. The use of some skills is limited. Ihyun looked at the girl and asked what her role was. Ah Hyun answered that she was an operator, and what about him? Turning around, he replied that he was a horror streamer. A voice was heard, saying that they had not had guests for a long time. The man in the suit folded his hands behind his back. The mustachioed butler towered right behind the heroes and greeted them. The guys turned to him gloomily. The man's gaze was a little crazy. He said that his name was Alfred. He was the butler of Countess Flandier. The lady ordered him to meet them. The system reported that the second mission of the Flandier Mansion was received. Thematic quest Flandier Mansion. It is necessary to reveal the secret of the old mansion, capture the whole truth on camera and find the exit. Difficulty level: a reward active skill illusion. Conditions for failure: exceeding the limited time and not revealing the secret of the mansion. The penalty for failure is death. There was a dark fog among the branches. The butler touched the door handle and, pointing with his hand, ordered the heroes to pass. Ihyun looked at him carefully. He heard that the countess ordered to provide them with everything they needed. Ah Hyun trembled in fear. Alfred stopped at the stairs and told the heroes that he would take them to the dining room. They were probably hungry from the road. The guys looked around. On the table was a vase with white lilies and a note for the most beautiful but silly girl and the numbers 147411-9. Ihyun looked at it carefully. He turned to Ah Hyun, who exclaimed that it was such a cute painting. The painting depicted a blonde girl with a dog and a blue collar. The butler replied that in front of them was a portrait of a countess with her beloved dog Sean. The hero looked at the painting and thought that she looked about 12 years old. Looking at the man, he said that his mistress obviously cherished her childhood very much since she hung this painting. The man answered impenetrably that of course. Then, surrounded by a gloomy aura, he turned and said that the lady had many memories of her childhood, happy memories. The brunette frowned, and Ah Hyun was scared. The butler looked at them and told them to follow him. The heroes watched as he turned around and walked forward. Ihyun thought that he needed to concentrate. Lost in his thoughts, he thought that in the previous mission the system explained the situation, but not this time. He would have to dig everything up himself. Ah Hyun trembled in fear, looking away. The guy turned to her and asked if she was okay. She said she wasn't afraid. Did she lie again? The girl answered discontentedly that she was just not used to it. She needed some time. The butler stopped in front of the heroes. Looking with an inscrutable gaze, he said that they were here. The raiders looked at the table set for many people. Alfred said that the countess had prepared a treat for them. He stood by the half-open door and then, hiding behind it, gloomily wished them bon appetit and said that he would return as soon as they finished eating. The heroes looked around and then looked ahead gloomily. Ah Hyun turned around and said that anyone would understand. Looking at the food, she continued that it was better not to eat it. The guy replied that they should get to another place while the butler was distracted, but the girl stopped him. Waving her hand, she said that they needed to gather information here first. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and then opened them, surrounded by blue lightning. The system reported that the active skill accelerated thinking was activated. The cabinet with the vase turned gold, as well as the chairs, dishes, and utensils. Ah Hyun concentrated on analyzing the information and then froze. Looking at the guy, she clenched her fists and said that she managed to find out something about this mansion. Ihyun touched his chin and thought that this was fast. After all, a unique skill, this is serious, and told her to tell him. Ah Hyun imagined the image of a blonde girl and said that it seemed like the owner here was a little girl. Ihyun asked why she thought so. The girl pointed to the rich chair at the head of the table and told him to take a closer look. She pulled out the chair next to it and said that her seat was much higher than the others. This showed that the countess had a small frame. The dresser also reached the girl's hips. She noticed that the shelves in the lobby were very low and the dirt on the handles was only visible from below. The lower handles of the dresser were indeed dirty. Yi-hyun thoughtfully touched his mouth, remembering the furniture, and said that she was right, many of the things in the mansion were quite special. He told Ah-hyun, who was standing by the chairs, to move on. She looked into the camera lens and said that she was very expensive. Looking at the guy who did not even turn around when she said that she wanted to take her with her, she asked what was wrong with him. Yi-hyun frowned and said that now was not the time to be happy about some camera. He looked ahead and replied that they were locked in here. A helicopter was flying in the sky above the park 2 hours after the theme dungeon appeared. The girl stood in front of the reporter's large camera and said that according to eyewitness accounts, a Lotus Guild raider and middle school student Isang were inside. The men heard that it was still unknown whether they would be able to get out alive. The brunette with a beard touched his neck in displeasure and cursed, saying that he was about to be promoted, and then something happened again. The blonde sitting next to him exhaled and said that he agreed, who knew that the theme dungeon would appear in an amusement park. The brunette replied that if their evaluation went down at the civilian council. He looked at the soldiers and investigators, said that despite that incident with the compliments, he would still be demoted back, and he was completely silent about himself. The colleague replied sarcastically that Jae-sok's words gave him hope. The man lit a cigarette, saying that all the shit would be blamed on them again. Let him check the profiles of those teenagers. The blonde looked closely at the tablet. He saw an image of Yi-hyun, his class, magic and guild affiliation Lotus, and thought in surprise, what is this guy in Lotus? The blonde's look was very surprised. He remembered the guy standing next to the defeated monster, and thought that he heard that he entered the Mills Academy. Did the guild really hire him so quickly? The brunette looked scared and asked what was there. Let him not say that there was someone else in the dungeon. The partner replied that it was not about that. He turned and said that there was a chance that the dungeon could be cleared. He imagined the image of Yi-hyun standing confidently. The massive black door was closed. Ah-hyun stood with a scared face. Yi-hyun pursed his lips, thinking that this was a pretty old scheme. He looked at the door handle, mentally noting how tedious it all was. The blonde was shaking with fear and asking what if they stayed here until they died. Parquet turned to her and asked her to calm down, since this was a dungeon, which meant that it definitely had an exit. The girl smiled nervously and said that indeed, every dungeon should have an exit. She ran to the side, exclaiming that she was going to go look around. The brunette turned his head, trying to figure out what they had at the moment. Looking at the black door, he mentally noted that the lady of the house was clearly not happy with them. He thought that he could easily open this door. Looking at Ah-hyun's back, Yi-hyun thought that since she was able to get out of here, the requirements for strength were most likely very simple. He frowned and began to think that there must be some kind of twist in such a self-taught person. The brunette turned around when the blonde called out loudly to him. Looking at the girl with a gloomy face, he asked her what happened. Ah-hyun said that there was something wrong with this camera. The guy came closer and looked at the screen, muttering that she made something up again. He froze, his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, his eyes reflected shock. The camera screen showed a dead butler on the table. The girl with teary eyes said that it turns out, Alfred. The brunette frowned and finished after her, noting that he was a fake. The system screen showed information that they solved the first mystery of the mansion Alfred's secret by 70%. Yi-hyun looked away, wondering if this was just the beginning. Standing at the large table, he said that it looked like the camera was showing something that was invisible to the human eye. The blonde looked up at him, asking if it meant that the cameraman had a role in the quest. She noted that the camera was probably their key to what was happening. The guy replied that she was absolutely right. He looked down at her, thinking that until now he hadn't understood how such a small coward had cleared the dungeon, but now it was clear that she was probably calming down during the thought process. The brunette touched the camera with his hand and said that now they needed to figure out what exactly it was showing. He pointed the gadget himself and said that since Alfred was not real, the screen was showing either the past or the present. Ah-hyun slammed her fist into her palm and replied that it made sense. She imagined a large mansion and said that the theme of this dungeon represented the secrets of this mansion. The blonde said with a gloomy look that there was no reason to show them the future, which meant. She looked at the hand of the corpse. Seeing the table with food and the dead Alfred on the tabletop in reality through the camera, the girl said that this was the past. She noted that the past was captured on the screen, which hid the secrets of the house. Ah-hyun looked at the prepared dishes on the table. She grimaced in disgust. Coming a little closer, she began to say that back then, the food on the table. Yi-hyun turned to her and added that it was not for eating. He remembered the butler's corpse. The guy frowned. He called out to the blonde, who was standing with a blue face from nausea. The brunette threw the camera to her, and she loudly asked him to be careful. Yi-hyun looked away, mentally noting that he had recently begun to feel a faint sweat of mana. He thought that this was all a vision, that is, an illusion, and this was one of the common mana traps. The guy moved his hand forward. He bent 2 fingers and released a yellow stream. The system noted that he had activated the artificial counting skill. Then a notification appeared that the activation failed. The black cat's eyes glowed in different colors. The system responded that the use of this skill was prohibited. The brunette indignantly put his hands on his belt. He looked at the girl who was crawling under the table and asked what she was doing. The blonde touched the tabletop on her knees and said that apparently there was a device for unlocking the door. She got to her feet and shook herself off, noting that the camera only showed that the food on the table represented Alfred's corpse. The girl stuck out her index finger and said that most likely there should be something like a key in this room. Yi-hyun touched his chin with his hands. His lips stretched into a grin. He said that if it was really like that, then he knew what to do. A yellow light flashed in his eyes as the monolocator skill activated. He saw a dish on the table. That dish was a delay. The tired-looking guy thought he knew it. Remembering the small chest, he mentally noted that the lock spell was usually related to some kind of objects or formulas. Watching the small lock, he thought that therefore, in order to remove it, the brunette imagined many gears inside, mentally noting that he needed to get rid of them. Looking at the yellow jelly, he said that there was a key inside it. Ah-hyun looked at the dish with surprised eyes. Worry appeared in her gaze. Looking askance at the camera screen, she asked in a trembling voice if he was really inside the jelly. On the camera, instead of a dish, there was a butler's head. The girl's shocked face was dripping profusely. She jumped abruptly when the brunette asked if she was really scared. The blonde exclaimed that it was not so at all. She started to roll up her sleeves, saying that she just needed to get the key. Ah-hyun reached her hand towards the jelly. On camera, she was reaching towards the old man's head. Suddenly, the girl's teary eyes widened. Holding the silver key in her hand, she exclaimed that she could do it. A system notification came in that they had successfully broken the illusionary blocking spell, and they would be given an additional reward after clearing the dungeon. The butler's gloomy silhouette stood in the darkness. He was looking at a purple orb. It depicted a boy and a girl, and he said that it seemed like the guests didn't like the food. Alfred looked up and said that they couldn't allow negligence because it was impolite. Without changing his expression, he said that he couldn't disappoint the hostess. The man walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Ah-hyun and Yi-hyun walked along the bright corridor. The girl kept watching through the camera. She saw toys scattered on the floor. The couple stopped. Looking at the door opposite, the brunette said that it seemed like the guest room was in front of them. The blonde began to nod, noting that it was. She said that usually, after dinner, guests were escorted to their bedrooms and the traces of blood led here. She looked at the blood by the half-open door. The guy stepped forward, offering to enter, which scared Ah-hyun very much. Yi-hyun looked at her and reminded her that they needed to clear the dungeon. He asked if she wanted to wander here until old age. The saddened girl lowered her eyes and answered negatively. The brunette turned to her and told her to shut up in that case and just follow them. He stood with his back to the open door. The room without light had a gloomy atmosphere. Looking around, the guy said that they needed to find some clues. He went to the window, the curtain of which was fluttering in the wind. Yi-hyun glanced back. He saw a girl in a white dress. She was stained with blood and her mouth was sewn up. The child pointed her finger at the guy. Behind him stood a butler. Quiet sounds were heard in the black, damp room. A glowing red creature looked down from above. The brunette suddenly opened his eyes. A worried blonde loomed over them, calling out to him loudly. When he sat up, the girl asked if he was feeling better. Yi-hyun replied that he had a ringing in his ears, after which he asked not to scream. He was holding his bruised head. At the side of the room, he saw a couch and shackles chained to the wall. The guy thought that although he expected this, he was unable to react in time. He wondered if this place was part of the dungeon. Rising to his feet, he leaned against the wall, and Ah-hyun said that while he was unconscious, she used accelerated thinking and looked around. Glancing at different parts of the room, she noted that from the moss and dampness, one could tell that this was an underground prison and there were even traces of torture. The blonde grimaced and looked away, wondering how such a place appeared in the little countess's mansion. Yi-hyun fell behind the bars. He pulled his hand back and said that there was definitely one around here somewhere. The silence skill activated. The brunette clenched his fist tightly. He slammed his fist into the bars. Ah-hyun froze with a frightened face. Cracks began to appear across the cell. The guy managed to break a hole in the bars. As he passed through, he said that they needed to move quietly since Alfred shouldn't notice them. The girl asked if that was the reason he had just destroyed the cell. Yi-hyun ordered her to be quiet. He turned around and said that instead of just chatting, she should think about how they could get out of here. Something flew behind him. The brunette turned towards the sound. A small animal suddenly cut into his chest. Looking at it suspiciously, he asked where the puppy came from. The small dog was holding a golden key in its teeth. Ah-hyun's face suddenly darkened. She clenched her fists and said to let that animal go right now. The guy picked up the animal in his hands and asked what was going on here. He replied that from the mana he could feel, it was a regular puppy that was also stuck here. The girl came closer and said that he himself should understand perfectly well that keys in dungeons are not found just like that. She asked what if this puppy was a trap. The little dog in the brunette's arms bared his teeth. The blonde looked at him with displeasure. A system notification came in saying that they had received a new quest, Flandier's diary. The description said that they needed to get into the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read her diary, and as a reward, the skill restrictions would be lifted. The guy frowned at the screen, thinking that this was a good reward. His lips stretched into a grin when he assumed that this quest was related to the secrets of the dungeon. The door to the room opened. Yihyun with the puppy in his arms and Ah-hyun entered the room. Looking around, the brunette said that they reached the 3rd floor. They were standing in the middle of a long corridor, and the blonde noted that the mansion was so big that she had no idea where to go next. She gritted her teeth and muttered that their camera was also taken away, so they could only look around. The guy froze, his mouth slightly open. His eyes widened in surprise. Noticing this, the girl asked him what happened. At the end of the corridor stood a little girl in a white dress. Her eyes were missing from her bloody face. The brunette frowned, looking back. Ah-hyun grabbed his sleeve. Pulling her comrade towards her, she suggested that they just leave since they did not have time to communicate with ghosts. Yihyun waved her off and asked the girl why she was still here. Looking at her with an intent gaze, he asked if she needed anything in this mansion. The girl stood silently. At some distance from her, the brunette asked if she was there to help him. The child nodded. Looking at her white silhouette, the guy asked her to tell him where Countess Flandier's personal office was. The girl raised her hand and pointed. Yihyun and Ah-hyun exchanged glances, assuming that she was pointing to the end of the flight. The brunette thanked the child. Turning around one last time, he said that if the opportunity presented itself, he would send her to heaven later. The blonde looked at the child with a gloomy look. There was no one else in the corridor. 2 men were sitting opposite each other. The brown-haired man with stubble folded his arms and asked if his interlocutor was really saying that the Lotus Guild would take responsibility for this incident in the dungeon. Sungyi opposite him confirmed these words. He waved his hand and said that they could avoid the public's and the civil council's wrath directed towards the Raiders Association by using the Lotus Guild as a shield, but in exchange, he introduced Seonjun in a dress and said that he wanted them to keep information about Yihyun under wraps, and that the guildmaster herself had asked for it. The man leaned back in his chair and said that it was hard to believe that Lotus would act for the sake of a newbie who was still studying at Mills Academy. Sungyi lowered his head and said that he couldn't give a reason. The brown-haired man looked at him with disbelief. He put his hand around his neck and said that it was better for their side, so they would go along with Lotus's conditions, however, if the dungeon raid failed. The man looked at him and asked him not to worry about it. While imagining a couple of rides in his head, he said that if he wasn't capable of handling something like that, Lotus wouldn't have stepped in and helped him. There was a smashing sound. The metal armor fell to the ground. Ah-hyun looked at him with surprised eyes, saying that it was impossible. Looking at Yihyun, who was standing in the crowd of torn armor, she said that as far as she knew, they were C-rank monsters. The dog and the guy approached the door, and he said that it was the shortest way, and he was capable of dealing with them. The door to the room opened. The system noted on the screen that they had entered Flandier's room. Looking at the desk and the toys scattered on the floor, the guy said that it looked creepy. He put his hand on the blonde's shoulder when she said that she would start with the desk. The brunette glanced at her and noted that it was obvious that the diary was there, then asked her to look around for clues. He moved forward and the girl said that she would do so. The puppy began to point his paws at a place on the table. Yihyun looked from there at a black book. Information appeared on the screen that this was the diary of Countess Flandier with daily entries, and the secret of the mansion was hidden in it. The guy smirked, looking at the diary. He began to turn the pages. On May 7, 1494, the girl wrote that her skin was getting paler and a doctor came to her, but did nothing. On May 10th, she said that her parents said that they would buy her the doll she wanted in 2 days. The entry from May 12th said that her parents died as a result of a build-up on the road. She asked if her parents would be alive if the doll had not been like that. The blonde girl stood with the doll in her hands at the funeral. On May 15th, she wrote that the entire family mansion became hers because she was the only heir, but she was not happy about it at all. On July 4th, the girl said that she had caught a lily thief in the garden, and she liked her very much because she looked like one of her dolls, and so she wanted to ask her to stay in the mansion. The entry from July 20th stated that they play every day and she is very happy that she now has a friend, whom she began to call Sally since she did not have her own name. On September 8th, the girl said that Alfred left the estate without telling anyone. After some time, she looked at her butler in fear. On September 10th, she wrote that Alfred came back, but she felt like he had changed and Sally was hiding something. The page from November 10th was stained with ink and blood stains. The Countess wrote that she constantly heard scolding outside the room and she was very scared. She wrote that Sally and Alfred were currently knocking on her room. The girl propped the door of her room with a large board. She wrote in her diary that they wanted to kill her and asked her mom and dad what to do. Yihyun slammed the notebook shut. The information on the system plate stated that the restrictions on the use of skills and special skills had been lifted. The guy narrowed his dark eyes, thinking that everything was clear to him now. Imagining the girl in the blue dress, he mentally noted that Countess Flandier was killed, and most likely it was done by the demonic beast that entered the mansion. Ah Hyan was standing behind him. The brunette turned to the double. Turning around, he looked back. The girl's head changed shape and stretched out. Domnit asked if this was his doing. A loud sound was heard. Many Alfreds appeared in the room. All of them were standing behind the humanoid monster. The system noted that the first secret of the mansion Alfred's identity was revealed, and the side quest Flandier's diary was completed. A sign hung over the brunette's head, saying that he was able to reveal all the secrets of the mansion, and now he needed to get out. The monster's limbs began to grow. He began to wave his long arms around the room. Yihyun, holding a puppy in his arms, darted to the side. He jumped back from the monster's blow. The guy cut his feet on the floor. Standing in front of the monster, he noted that it had finally shown its true face. He smirked and said that his patience had run out. The tall monster looked down at him and replied that he was pretty smart for a human. The brunette looked down and told him to stop. He remembered Ah Hyan and her reaction to the puppy, noting that he had brains. The monster looked at him with her huge eyes. Yihyun added with a smile on his face that although it was not about them at all, but about his stupidity. The monster's body began to distort again. It released many monsters similar to itself, cursing at the man. The mansion was covered in a bloody aura. A large chandelier hung on the ceiling of the hall. The guy hit it and jumped down. Many monsters tried to grab him. Yellow rings began to appear behind his back. He released long, sharp chains from them. Their tips made holes in the monster. The brunette knelt down and touched the floor, creating magic. The puppy on his hand hung tiredly. Yihyun frowned at the double, a B-class monster. The red substance was descending along the ceiling, and the guy mentally noted that it had a high danger level since it could copy the skills and appearance of others, but this thing was no more than a C-class. The monster descended to the floor, muttering that it would take his body. The brunette looked at it with a dissatisfied face. The monster distorted its shape, loudly asking for the body. It stretched its limbs towards the guy. When they approached, the brunette did not move. With an indifferent face, he asked what it was like. The double, who was pierced by the chain, asked what he meant. Yihyun created many golden rings around the enemy and asked how it felt to play with children and then be humiliated by a human. The monster fell to the ground and muttered. She screamed as a loud explosion was heard. The brunette looked at the magical fire. While the monster was melting alive in it, he screamed that he hated and envied. His face began to swim. A memory of a young countess smiling at a little girl flashed in his head. The monster muttered that he was also a human. Then smoke rose. Yihyun, holding a puppy in his arms, watched the scene. He smirked and said that she barked so loudly, then asked if it would be better for her to remain a dog forever. While the irritated beast tried to bite him, the brunette said that she did a good job with the key and he would count it to her. When he touched the door, a light appeared. The guy decided to turn around. At the other end of the hall, he saw a little girl. The young countess was waving at him happily. Yihyun smiled at her. Hiding in the light behind the large door, he said goodbye to her. System notifications began to arrive that the second mission Flandier Mansion had been completed, and that an additional reward would be given for completing the hidden mission. The system noted that it was returning to the real world. The amusement park still had a gloomy atmosphere. Yihyun and Ah Hyan were sitting on a bench. The guy was poking at the yellow sign. He looked at the new active skills illusion and commander's cry, thinking that it was a pity that he rarely used the party support skills. He mentally noted that illusion, in turn, was not bad, and depending on how these two skills were used, the course of the battle could change dramatically. The brunette turned his gaze to the side. The blonde chewed with a displeased face, saying that if he immediately realized that she was that puppy, he could have at least hinted, because she was scared. Yihyun stood up from the bench, saying that the most important thing is that they got out. The girl exclaimed that it was still unfair. The guy threw the wrapper in the trash and told Ah Hyan to get up, because they needed to go to the next task. The blonde replied that they had already completed 2 quests, after which she suggested taking a break. The brunette turned to her and reminded her that she hadn't really strained herself much in the underground prison. The girl asked if he had heard anything about mental fatigue. Yihyun extended his hand and smiled, answering that he knew perfectly well what it was. He said that it quickly passes when you start moving. Ah Hyan stood up abruptly when the guy used submission. She ran forward, shouting loudly that she would never forgive him for this. The sky turned green. The couple stood at the entrance to a new quest. The blonde lowered her head in disappointment and asked if there was a parade going on here. The guy, putting the flask in his inventory, replied that he didn't know what would happen next, so he needed to be careful. A voice came from the loudspeaker. The guy and the girl froze when they were welcomed to Neverland. Opposite, a man stood on the stage, saying that his name was Bruin and this was his show. Fireworks sparkled in the sky. Joyful people in masks ran along the street. A guy with red hair and a white suit began inviting everyone to the parade. He ran up to the raiders and said that they were on time. Bruin praised them for completing 2 missions. Yi-hyun looked at him with displeasure and said that he immediately wanted to know what the last mission would be. The masked guy smiled widely and said that it was hide and seek. Ah-hyun looked at him with a puzzled face and asked again. Bruin waved his hand and confirmed, and then asked if they could see that gate. There was a dark portal to the side, shining in turquoise. The red-headed guy said that they would have to hide from the monsters that would appear from there and thus get to their destination. The brunette crossed his arms and said that he thought it would not be that easy. The guy folded his arms and happily noted that he was very observant. He extended his palm to them and said that hide and seek would depend on their skills. Yi-hyun frowned, listening to the words that monsters would appear in direct proportion to the number of participants and their abilities. The brunette looked away, thinking that due to his skills, there was a high probability that strong monsters would appear and it would be difficult for him to fight and protect Ah-hyun. Bruin put his hand on his chest and waved his palm, saying that they first need to determine their strength. He extended his hand to the couple. The guy thought for a moment. He clapped his hands joyfully and began to congratulate them on the S-class. The brunette and the blonde looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. The red-headed one put his hand to his forehead, loudly noting that they had such strong guests for the first time. Yi-hyun shouted that this was some kind of mistake. Bruin threw a predatory look at him. When fiery hands began to appear from the portal, he wished them luck. The guy and the girl looked at the flames in fear. The system notified about receiving the quest The Last Festival, according to which they needed to defeat a piece of Surtur and get to a key point. A fiery head appeared. The description of the S+ difficulty quest said that they needed to whiten a piece of Surtur, or get to a key point, and as a reward they could get the skill Thunder Steps and Th Jalfies. The number of participants was 3/3. The system also said that there was a hidden quest that involved killing a Surtur particle, but the reward for it was not determined. Yi-hyun looked at the number of participants. He clenched his teeth, mentally noting that this simply could not be. A fire giant began to appear from the portal, and Yi-hyun realized that something had gone wrong. Surtur is the guardian of the land of fire warriors. Even before the birth of Ymir, the first giant, Surtur lived with one goal in mind: to set the world on fire. It is said that the fire sword he holds in his hand is so hot that it can instantly burn the world. Yi-hyun clenched his teeth and cursed. He pulled Ah-hyun's hand, saving her from a blow. The girl, with tears streaming down her eyes, loudly asked what they should do next. The guy furrowed his brows and exclaimed that he was working on it, and if she didn't want to turn into ashes, she should shut up and run. Fireballs were flying towards the amusement park. A black cat was sitting on the ball, saying that apparently all of this happened because of her. She licked her paw and asked if she should help a little. She was sitting on a large bubble, which said that she was mocking him and didn't really mean to help. Hel waved her hand and smirked, asking him to leave it. She put her hand on her chest and said that she was very interested in what he would do this time. The flames curved in different directions. The monster swung its fiery spear. The guy with a scratched cheek gritted his teeth, thinking that it was too dangerous to fight this monster openly. Looking at its fiery body, he realized that he should avoid a direct attack if possible and find a checkpoint. The blonde pointed her hand to the side and exclaimed that it was there. She saw a sign for a carousel and said that it looked like a checkpoint. Yi-hyun clenched his fists and ran, shouting that they were only a little bit away. A notification came that his skill haste had been activated. The guy ran towards the light. Grabbing the girl's hand, he dragged her after him. He slept soundly, thinking that this was a simple quest where you just need to get to the checkpoint. Rushing at a huge speed, Yi-hyun thought about the fact that they needed to distract attention. While Ah-hyun was running after him, he thought that it was quite possible to do it together with her. Surtur waved his hand and asked what fool dared to call him. A fireball appeared on his palm. He launched it at the backs of the guy and the girl. The brunette covered his forehead with his hand and asked with a displeased face to listen more carefully. The blonde breathed heavily in response. Looking at the sick carousel in the distance, Yi-hyun said that they should run separately from his friend, and she needed to keep a course for that carousel. He turned to her when she asked if he was really going to distract him. The brunette asked if she wanted to become a bait herself. Under his loud screams, the blonde rushed to the side. Turning his head, Yi-hyun gritted his teeth. In front of him stood a fire monster. Looking down at it, the guy called out loudly. Surtur looked down at him. The brunette jumped up sharply. He landed on the roof of the building. Looking at the monster from his height, the guy asked how he was going to catch it if it was so slow. The monster looked at him with dissatisfied eyes. Swinging his arm, he hit it, but Yi-hyun jumped back. Surtur bared his teeth in dissatisfaction. He saw a blonde running through the park. Running up to the carousel, she said that she was almost there. A second later, an explosion thundered right in front of her. The girl froze in bewilderment. The guy looked away in shock and asked what happened. Notifications began to appear that the end and checkpoint were destroyed, and now the quest status, with the exception of hidden quests, would be changed to impossible to complete. The blonde looked at the huge fire in front of her. Surtur smiled and called the humans pathetic insects. He asked how dare they oppose him. Yihyun stood there clenching his fists. He clenched his teeth tightly, mentally noting that since things had turned out this way, there was only one option left. His left eye flashed yellow as he noted that he needed to kill the enemy. A fireball flew towards him. The guy suddenly raised his hand up. The flame monster smiled widely and said that only a few people had ever been able to block his attack. A loud explosion sounded. Surtur suddenly waved his hand, offering to try to block it. The brunette extended his palm forward. Ah Hyun watched from behind cover. She looked up in fear, thinking that at this rate, Yihyun would not last long. Her eyes shone with a blue light when she realized that she urgently needed to come up with something, because there had to be a way. The guy reflected the fire strike. The blonde called out to him loudly from around the corner. She smiled widely and exclaimed that she had found a way to defeat this giant. The amusement park was burning with bright flames. The brunette quickly ran through it. Surtur looked at him with displeasure, asking how dare he run away. Running parallel to him, Ah Hyun told him to take 5 steps to the left. The guy jumped to the side. A moment later, a stream of fire hit there. The girl raised her finger and told about water tanks. Yihyun looked at her in confusion and asked again. Hiding in cover, the blonde said that there was a water tank outside Neverland, and they needed to lure the monster there. She said that if they removed the flame protecting it, they could calmly attack. The brunette froze in surprise. Imagining his heart engulfed in flames, he mentally noted that no matter how mythical a giant he was, he could be defeated if he pierced his vital points. The girl frowned and said that she would predict Surtur's movements with an accelerated movement and transmit them to him, and he would just have to dodge. Yihyun leaned down when the blonde told him to do so and take 3 steps to the left. The boy stopped. His back was to the fire monster. Surtur looked at him with a puzzled face and asked if they had realized their weakness and stopped thinking about escaping. The brunette turned his head back, asking what kind of escape were they talking about. Turning around, he smiled widely. The monster looked at him thoughtfully when he noted that he heard that the Aesir gods demoted him. Yihyun, with a smirk on his face, said that he found it funny to hear about weakness from a mere door guard. Surtur froze in place and asked in a trembling voice what he meant. The guy with multicolored eyes and a predatory grin asked if he was really afraid of him, a simple man. Now, the monster's eyes flared with scarlet flames from such impudence. A stream of water suddenly flew at him. The monster's face was distorted with shock. Activating the illusion skill, the brunette directed a lot of water from the tanks at him. Surtur tried to cover himself with his hands. Yihyun shouted loudly that this had to be done now. With a blade in his hands, he jumped on the extinguished monster. He plunged the blade straight into his chest. The monster, stumbling from pain, noted that it was a nasty trick. The guy with a crazy smile on his face said that he didn't care, since victory was the most important thing. Looking at him with round yellow eyes, Surtur told him not to be so arrogant. Pointing his finger at the brunette, he noted that he had fought him with only a fraction of his strength, and against his true form and power, he had no chance. Yihyun watched as he disappeared into orange holograms. A system notification appeared, saying that they had passed the last festival and the last mission of the Big Three, and had also successfully completed the hidden missions. The system noted that for this incredible feat, the artifact Unquenchable Flame of Surtur had been received as a reward. Ah Hyun watched with tired eyes. Touching the wall with her hand and looking at the white light, she noted that it was all over. The black cat sat on the metal structure. He said with a smile that as he thought, the boy did not need help. He looked at Yihyun, wondering if it was because it was someone else's choice. Code frowned slightly, saying that the boy was indeed an interesting guy, and he looked like he was constantly striving to become stronger. Lowering his muzzle, he asked Hel what she thought about it. The shining bundle of energy replied that even if that was the case, he still had a lot to learn. The cat smiled, sarcastically saying that she was more interested in news about this boy than anyone else. Looking at the boy, he thought that he could not reveal him as an opponent for the Aesir throne yet. The boy turned his head to the right. The cat added that even if war was inevitable, it was too early for that. Looking at the boy carefully, the cat mentally called the name Odin, thinking that he was the highest among his race, whom the boy must kill, but for this he needed strength. A system window appeared with the characteristics of the Jalfi Thunder Step artifact, which increased strength and agility and also gave the skill Step of Light. Then a description of the Step of Light skill appeared, which allowed you to double the agility indicator for 5 minutes, and also made it possible to use it on another person. The boy looked at the system window with a smile, thinking that this was a truly incredible artifact. He imagined shining boots, thinking that as he expected, S-class items are not simple trinkets. Suddenly, he noticed the girl's gaze on himself. She looked at him nervously, putting her hands behind her back. He exhaled heavily, thinking that she was trying to do something funny again. The boy used submission. The girl raised her hand, showed the artifact and said that she received the Roskva seal, after which she explained that this item increases strength by 50 units and allows you to acquire the skill of courage. The girl closed her eyes in irritation. Veins appeared on her face. The boy asked what kind of skill it was. The girl said that it removes the effect of fear and increases strength and dexterity. She grabbed her head. The boy brought his hand to his chin, thinking that he did not need immunity to the abnormal status, and he would prefer to accelerate thought, because it would be more useful, after which he decided to leave everything as is, because Ahayan can be called when the need arises. The red-haired guy appeared behind Yi-hun and asked if he liked the reward. The boy turned to him, saying that they had been through a lot, so it was time for them to go. The guy who appeared suddenly fell silent. He took a step forward. Taking the boy by the shoulder, he said that he hoped that they would get out safely, after which he called the boy born with the fate of the enemy of evil. Yi-hun looked back at him in shock. The boy frowned in alarm, asking the interlocutor to wait. The red-haired guy looked back at him with a smile, holding onto his hat. The scarlet dome began to collapse. People crowded around him. The barrier split into many pieces. The female reporter held up a microphone to the map, saying that the survivors were leaving. Yi-hun and Ahayan came out of the gate. People exclaimed that they were both alive. The guys were quickly surrounded by journalists. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm. A dark-haired man with a beard began to walk through the crowd, saying that he needed to talk to the survivors. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise. Everyone present noticed that the boy had disappeared somewhere. All the cameras turned to the startled Ahayan. The reporters said that they would interview her. A voice from the crowd said that they needed to check her condition first. Jung-hoon approached the man, saying that the boy hid himself on his own. The man frowned angrily, saying that this was not true, because according to Agent Jeon's report, the boy was from the mage class. Jung-hoon raised his eyebrows, wondering if the boy was not an assassin, then how could he hide so silently? He looked at the man who said that the boy was a battle mage. Jung-hoon asked what that meant. The man frowned, repeating his words with a smile. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the skyscraper. Seonjun spoke on the phone with a smile. She praised the boys, saying that they can go back. She closed her eyes, saying goodbye, saying that they will see each other later. The woman took the phone away from her ear. She put her head on her hand and said that the boy had done something bad and disappeared, and that she had already said that he was an unusual guy. She opened her eyelids and said with a smile that the boy was not the type to speak first, so she should meet him in person. She looked at the gray book with golden inscriptions. The boy was looking at the monitor. On the screen were the headlines of articles about the theme dungeon being cleared without casualties, theme dungeons appearing in the city center for no reason, and also about the survivors of the theme dungeon returning safely and recuperating. The boy thought that there were no articles about him, and then wondered if Lotus had a hand in this. He lowered his head and said that he should not underestimate the influence of a large guild. Looking in front of him, the boy thought that there would not be so many people there, but he was able to feel the effect of thunderous steps. The boy remembered standing in front of a crowd of reporters, thinking that with the equipment, his running speed had increased more than fourfold. He dashed. With incredible speed, he flew past the people, thinking that he wondered how much the speed would increase if he activated them. He stretched, saying that it was hard but not that bad. A system notification began to appear in the air. The boy turned towards it. He swiped his finger on it, that the harvest was also good. The description window said that the unquenchable flame of Surtur strengthens the weapon to the limit and transfers the property of flame to it. The boy clenched his hand into a fist. Frowning, he thought that God had made it clear to him that he was still weak. The boy remembered the golden chains engulfed in lightning, adding that he needed the strength to defeat his opponent without using cheap tricks. He then imagined the image of a man in a cloak, thinking that he needed the power to make him someone who could not be touched. He pursed his lips. Thinking of his friends and acquaintances, he added that he needed the power to rid himself of the past and allow him to protect his family and comrades, and that this was the path he must take. He looked sternly ahead and decided that he only needed to become stronger with each passing second. The man in a suit sat on a chair and told Jeong Isu to try her best. The girl bowed, saying that she would not disappoint him and that she would report on the boy's every move during the upcoming classes. The man watched the girl leave. He smiled ominously. Turning his head to the left, he said that in order to grow a flower bed, it is necessary to uproot all the weeds. The man sat on a chair in front of many monitors. He brought his hand to his chin, smiling slightly. Looking down, he said that he was looking forward to the upcoming event because he would be able to completely get rid of the dirt that irritated him. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The man looked at the photos lying on the floor, crossed out with a red marker. Yoo Jung and Inna were standing next to the young man. The blonde put her hands on her hips, asking displeasedly if the young man was telling the truth. She frowned slightly, saying that now she understood why she could not get through to him on the weekend. The young man closed his eyes, saying that he did not ignore the calls. The girl turned away displeasedly. The young man grabbed his head, saying that he needed to know when to stop. She glanced at him with one eye, asking if he could imagine how worried they were about him. She smiled, extended her index finger and said that she covered it, so he should repay with something tasty. Ina leaned towards him and asked if he was okay and if anything hurt. The boy smiled softly, telling her not to worry since he was fine. The blonde placed her hand on his waist, telling him that he had been unlucky for a long time, then wondered if it was because he was hated by some god. The boy remembered the images of Hel and Mimir, nervously thinking that he was rather blessed by the gods. Soo-hyuk walked up to them. The guys looked back at the boy. He said that he felt some irritation, then asked if it was Yi-hyun. The boy stared at him silently. The girls looked at Soo-hyuk, confused. The boy smiled widely, telling him that if Yi-hyun was going to do something stupid again, he should be prepared. The guys looked at him confusedly, whispering about who he was. Soo-hyuk introduced himself with annoyance. Suddenly, the boy looked back, hearing Isu's voice, telling him to keep quiet. The girl glared at him. The boy looked back at the hero, frowning angrily. Yi-hyun exhaled with a calm expression. The woman stood at the lectern, looking at the class. With a calm expression, she said that from now on, she would be teaching them the understanding of magic operations, and then introduced herself. The boys looked at her silently, and the girl added that she would do her best to improve their abilities. Looking at the classes, she said that that was why they needed to study hard. The boy calmly looked at the girl, thinking that she looked quite young, and then added that there was no better place for a teacher to gain experience than Mills Academy. Isu raised her hand, and a blue hologram began to form behind her back. She said that her class was the fundamental understanding of magic, and they would mainly be dealing with magic expressions. Magic inscriptions appeared on the tablet that appeared. The girl with a calm expression asked how much they knew about magic. Soo-hyuk raised his hand with a smile, saying that magic was a supernatural thing that manifested from the direction of mana according to a magic formula. The girl looked at him, confirmed his words and said that magic is the science of deriving a phenomenon from a magical expression. Soo-hyuk looked at the boy with an ominous smile. The guys in uniform were holding textbooks. The girl announced that each of the students would be given one book. They handed out the books to the students. The teacher said that this book contained the basic magic formulas that can be used by D-rank magicians, and contained all aspects of using magic, so they should master the material in a semester. The boys looked at each other, discussing the fact that there was nothing written on the cover or inside. The boy looked at the cover of the book. Suddenly, he noticed something. The boy involuntarily smiled. Isu noticed him. She looked around the class, saying that she would ask just one question. The boy looked up at her. The teacher turned to him. Frowning slightly, she asked if he could tell what kind of letters were written on the book. The boy put his hands in his pockets, saying that these were runes. Soo-hyuk looked at him with a bared tooth. The girl confirmed his words. She frowned, thinking that this book was magical, and the information could only be seen by deciphering the formula. And the boy deciphered what ordinary first-year students would take a week to decipher, and that he was much more talented than the chairman said, saying that he would ask another question. Looking sternly at the boy, she asked if he knew what the runic words written on the cover of the book meant. Yi-hyun looked at her calmly, wondering if this was a joke from the Nornir system. Smiling slightly, he suggested that it might be a feature of Aesir. He imagined the shining golden symbols on the book, saying that they represented Odin's life and the basis of runes. The boy looked at the girl with a mischievous smile, imagining the image of a god. Ah-hyun sat in her room, loudly complaining. She grabbed her leg, saying that it was because of the boy that she had to go through all this. She frowned angrily, wondering if the boy had any idea how much she had been pestered with questions after he left. She remembered how reporters had pestered her with questions about what the themed dungeon was like, what had happened there, and what artifacts she had obtained. The image in her head changed. The girl remembered how the boy had said Ian that he had an urgent matter, so he would leave the reporters to her. The boy looked sternly into her eyes and, using an ability, ordered her not to say anything about his skills. The chains shackled the girl's neck, forbidding her to talk about it. She angrily clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Collapsed onto the bed, she screamed the boy's name, wondering when he would remove the subjugation from her. After calming down for a moment, she froze. Looking ahead, she frowned and said that if he disappeared on his own, it would be enough to just rush to him first. What if she was struck by her ability again? Hours. At the same time, the young man was sitting in the library. He was leafing through the book he had received, thinking that it was more interesting than he thought. He imagined a magic circle, thinking that all magic expressions changed their characteristics depending on how they were used. Imagining a magic circuit embraced by 3 different types of mana, he thought that it could be created by combining the lightning attribute and the mana circuit into one formula. The boy slammed the book shut. Looking down, he thought that if he stuck to the basics, the range of use of low-rank magic would become more diverse. He imagined two fighters, a swordsman and a magician, and thought that in the same way that a person's basic ball skills improve and their martial arts skills grow along with them. Magic is that the better a person understands the concept of a magic formula, the higher they can rise. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He noticed Yujung, who had fallen asleep, and Ine, who was reading a book. Smiling slightly, he said that they had somehow managed to read the cover. The blonde frowned, looked at him, and said that it was annoying her because she clearly remembered how she taught Yian magic from scratch. He raised his hand, smiled widely, and said that an outstanding student would surpass the teacher. Ina smiled happily, saying that she had succeeded. The boys looked at her. The girl said that she could finally read the first page. The young man smiled softly, congratulations on the result. The girl blushed embarrassedly. The next moment, she buried her face in a book. The boy looked calmly ahead, thinking that she had been acting strangely before, and then wondered if it was because of the line he had drawn in the dungeon. Yujing jumped up from her seat, shouting loudly that she was the only one who couldn't see anything. The people around them looked at them with displeasure. The girl was burning with rage. The boy smiled awkwardly, saying that it wasn't him. A black raven was watching them from outside the window. The bird fluttered up, flying away from a tree branch. Yujung, Ine, Yiseng, and Hoyan exchanged glances. The boy looked at them tensely. The guys were sitting at a round table with chemical equipment. The boy said that it was much more difficult than he thought. Ina looked at Yujung and said that there was no store yet. The blonde asked what would happen if they went bankrupt before they even opened. Hoyan glanced at them, saying that survival is the most important thing for a raider, so the potion business can't go bankrupt. He frowned slightly, saying that she had already tried it, so she knew everything. The girls glanced at him. The guy called it a revolution. A few days ago, Ihan was in his room. He raised his pen with a smile, saying that the magic theory test was passed without a problem, so he didn't need to worry about exams anytime soon. He twirled the pen in his hand, thinking about what was left for him. He raised his head. The chaotic inscriptions of the system appeared in front of him. The youth thought that if it was possible to become stronger, raiders were willing to spend hundreds of millions, and that hard work and perseverance were good. But money was an indispensable element of leveling up. He smiled slightly, saying that the main strength of a raider is not in money, but he simply cannot miss such an opportunity. Stopping the pen, he began to talk about business and stocks. Imagining the image of an adult Yiseng, the boy thought that it was perfect for attracting money if you knew the future. Yiseng looked ahead with confusion. Yihan looked down at the table, thinking that the boy was the one who would take half of the world's potion making, so he should get it now, because then he could make a lot of money. Ah Hyan was heading towards the door. She angrily opened the door. The boys looked at her in confusion. The girl said that they should first keep their promises and then run away. The boy looked at her with confusion, asking what she was doing there. The girl put her hands on her waist, telling the boy not to talk shit about her, then said that he used some weird skill and ran away. The boy remembered how he used brainwashing on her. Yujing looked at the boy with disdain, asking if he really blackmailed her. The boy frowned angrily, extended his hand and said that since she came, she should sit down, and that he would borrow her head for a while. Ah Hyan looked at him blankly, asking what he meant. She raised her hand up. Thick smoke floated around the room. The girl offered the heavenly demon potion with a smile. The boy lowered his head and touched his forehead while she said that she heard that the heavenly demon was better at martial arts, and then used submission. The magic closed her mouth. Ina and Hoyan were thinking about different names for the store. The boy put his head in his hands, thinking that this would not work and that this was some kind of pit, because even the monsters from the dungeon would offer much better options. Yujing frowned in annoyance, asking the boy why he did not ask her this question. The boy replied that there was no point, and then asked what she had to offer. Yihan looked ahead in surprise when he heard the girl's words about the elixir workshop. Yujing raised her hand, asking how he liked this option. The boy introduced the two workers of the workshop, thinking that elixir was another name for the philosopher's stone created by alchemists in the past, and that it was a mysterious elixir that was said to heal wounds and even bring people back to life. Yiseng raised his eyebrows happily, saying that he thought it was a suitable name to promote the potion and increase the brand value. Lihyun happily grabbed her shoulders, saying that she saved him. The girl was indignantly displeased. He stood up from his seat. He clenched his fist with a smile, saying that from now on, the store will be called the Elixir Workshop. The guys were sitting in the audience. The boy was explaining that runes are the language of magic. He stood up from his seat, saying that if you interpret this sentence, the language of runes is the framework that makes up magic, and it is the basis of magic as a device based on magical expressions. The girl looked at him, praising him for his answer. Suhyuk looked ahead with displeasure. The teacher placed her hands on the lectern, saying that they would end the class here and that everyone had done well. The students began to gather their things. Isu turned around when she heard the boy address her. He handed over a blue book, saying that he wanted to ask her something. The girl looked at the textbook. She was shocked, thinking that it was a 4th highest rank magic book. Looking at the dark silhouette of the boy, she thought that it was impossible, because this book was hard to read even for an instructor, and then wondered who he was. The boy slammed the blue-covered book shut, saying that it was a failure. He frowned, thinking that even asking the instructor would not give him any useful information. Standing up from his seat, the boy thought that he needed to start from the basics. The boy began to leave the library. The gray-haired boy followed him. He held the page up, writing down all of Yi-hyun's movements. The warm rays of the sun were shining through the windows. Cups of tea were on the table. Seonjun closed her eyes and said with a smile that the boy had come earlier than she expected. The boy sat opposite her, saying that he actually wanted to come even earlier, but he had exams and things to do, and he never found the time. The girl picked up a cup of tea. She brought it to the card, asking if the boy was asking her to help him understand the fourth highest rank magic book. The boy looked at her, confirming this. He imagined 3 magic spheres, thinking that they were creation, which created magic, destruction, which destroyed magic and returned everything to nothing, and amplification, which made magic stronger. The boy looked at the woman, saying that there were high-level formulas and theories there, and it was very difficult to understand them by himself. He looked down, thinking that until now he had only relied on Odin's eye, but he needed a deeper understanding of magic. The girl drank some tea. Opening her eyes, she said that she couldn't help him with that. The boy looked at her with concern, then asked why. The woman lowered her tea. Closing her eyes, she said with a smile that the concepts that appeared in 4-rank magic books were meaningless unless you studied them yourself. The boy looked at her silently. The girl added that he should be able to do it himself to put himself on par with the rank raiders. The boy thought about her words, imagining the image of Seong-oh. The girl touched the card and opened her eye slightly. She opened her palm, in which a glow appeared. She said that since he came for advice. The girl created a red ribbon in her hand, smiled and finished the sentence by saying that she would show him the method of studying. The boy looked at the ribbon with confusion, asking what it meant. The woman smiled, saying that it was training to help him understand the power-up, and then asked if he was interested. The boy silently looked at the items in her hand. He took the ribbon, answering in the affirmative. The boy smiled slightly, saying that he would do anything to help him become stronger. The R combat system activated. The boy exhaled tiredly, beads of sweat running down his face. An orange ribbon was tied around the boy's wrist, and opponents were appearing in front of him. The boy frowned, looking ahead. He activated the magic arrow skill, firing several projectiles. The arrows were aimed at the opponents. The monster deflected the arrow with one hand. The boy's projectiles were reflected. The boy frowned, looking at them. He gritted his teeth, not taking his eyes off the opponents. The system window with the description said that the fake Gleipnir reduces the target's stats by 50%, but if the thread comes undone or breaks, the ability will return to its original state. The boy remembered how this ribbon was lying on the table. He looked at the girl, asking if that was all. The woman raised her hand, smiled and said that he only needed to continue learning one magic formula. The boy calmly looked at her, asking how the enhancement was related to this training. She chuckled a little, saying that he needed to figure it out himself, and that it was difficult to get an enhancement for such complex magic. The boy silently looked at her. The girl added that she thought the magic arrow would suit him. The boy put his hand forward. A lightning aura began to emanate from the ribbon. He gritted his teeth, thinking that his body had become very heavy and slow. The system announced that the user's stats were temporarily reduced by 50%. He held her hand in front of her, thinking that it was harder than he thought. The ceiling lights illuminated the classroom. Yoojung glanced at her, asking if he was okay. The guy looked tiredly in front of him, scratched his head and answered in the affirmative. The girl stood next to him. The blonde said that the smell of his bandages could be felt from 100 meters away, after which she asked if he knew that he had been living in the R testing room for a week. Ina looked at him sadly, saying that he should not overexert himself like that. The young man stood up from his seat and thanked them for their concern. Looking at them, he asked if they knew that they had a test in 2 days. Yoojung frowned angrily. The young man said that she had not even finished deciphering the tasks of the upcoming exam. Ina looked away. The boy added that he heard that if she got a failing grade, she would have to stay and make up for lost time. The blonde folded her arms, smiled, and said that it was time for her to go to the library. She dragged her friend along with her, saying goodbye to the boy. The boy exhaled heavily, smiling slightly. A blue light was on in the testing room. The boy rested his hand on his knee. He wiped the sweat from his face. The system announced that he had passed stage 41 of the test perfectly. System notifications appeared in the air, stating that the understanding of magic formulas had increased significantly, that the passive skill of understanding formulas had been acquired, and that the effectiveness of the magic arrow had increased, and the mastery level had increased, and the boy had also acquired the skill of the magic arrow of the 2nd level. He frowned slightly, smiled, and thought that he finally understood that the meaning of the enhancement was written in the 4th book. He imagined a scarlet magic ball, thinking that strengthening meant a leap in skill mastery, in other words, an increase in level. The image in his mind changed to an open book with an aura raging around it. The youth thought that how deep the understanding of magic formulas is, how excellent the mastery of the skill itself is, so much does the strengthening depend. He raised his hand, on which a ribbon was tied. The system window with the description said that the second level magic arrow skill would allow one to shoot an arrow with concentrated magic power. The youth clenched his fist, thinking that for now, this was only a B rank, or somewhere in the range of a rank raider. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. The youth remembered the girl who explained that the concepts described in the 4th rank magic books were meaningless unless he studied them himself. The youth looked at the ribbon with a smile, thinking that at first they only wanted to take advantage of each other, but now their relationship had reached a new level. Yan looked to the side when he heard the instructor come to see him. The man looked at the door, telling the instructor to come in. Seok-gi opened the door. The director looked down at the paper. The instructor pursed his lips, thinking that his reputation had been damaged due to the incident in the dungeon, so he needed to rehabilitate himself. He bowed to the director, saying that the preparations for the event were completed. Yan looked up at him. Looking at the instructor, the director said that they finished faster than he thought, then asked if he had any more news. The inspector added that this time he definitely made sure that everything was ready. The director sat back in his chair, calling it a great result. He smiled ominously, saying that all things need to be used, even if the thing is currently useless. The instructor looked down tensely. He pursed his lips nervously. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roofs of the academy. Ihan looked at the screen of his phone. The boy raised his head, heading forward. He passed by the trees. The young man stopped in a dark place. Looking ahead, he asked if the pursuers would reveal themselves or if he should approach them himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around the area. The boy activated his skill, and magical beams began to spread out from him. The beam network detected several pursuers. The boy's ability detected 2 more men in cloaks. The boy smiled slyly. The man in the cloak rose into the air. The boy made a small retreat. He dodged the blows inflicted time and time again. Ihan lowered his gaze. The next second, the boy struck the pursuer. A large amount of dust rose into the air. The boy smiled, saying that they probably did not hear what happened to their comrade before. Suddenly, he raised his head, noticing 2 more opponents. Frowning, he thought that they were guys without brains. Clumps of energy began to swirl near his feet. The boy thought that Yan had taken effect. Shining centers of magical arrows appeared in the air near him. The youth raised his eyebrows, saying that they were making a big mistake, and then activated the magic arrows. A large number of projectiles immediately hit the bodies of the pursuers. The men fell to the ground, raising dust in the air. The youth looked ahead with a calm expression. Suddenly, he felt something, thinking that there was danger nearby. He created a barrier, dispersing the dust in the area. He looked ahead. Xiang'o's cloak was fluttering in the wind. The youth frowned angrily, asking what he was doing there. The man placed his hand on his sword. The youth looked at him tensely. Xiang'o looked into his eyes, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then called him son. The youth frowned angrily. A lightning aura began to rage around him. Golden chains rushed towards the man at high speed. Xiang'o dodged the attack. The guy stretched his hand out in front of him, creating a magical charge. More chains rose into the air, aiming at the man. Xiang'o grabbed the handle of his sword. Swinging the weapon, he parried the boy's attack. The boy gritted his teeth, looking at this. He jumped to the side, dodging the attack. The wave of energy wounded the boy, drawing blood. The boy looked down tensely, thinking about how he didn't even notice the sword. He looked around, seeing a long trench created by the man. They stopped for a second. The boy was holding his wound. The man said that he finally came to see his son, and his temper had gotten even worse. The boy gritted his teeth, saying that he was not his father. The man looked into his eyes, saying that he must be going through puberty. The boy asked what he was talking about and why he came at all. The man looked at him with a calm expression, saying something about the reason why he came. He looked at the boy using the Kama ability and thought that there should be a limit to how strong he could become. The man took a step forward, saying that he would only ask one thing. Xiang'o looked at the boy, asking if the enemies of Aesir were somehow related to him. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. The man looked at him emotionlessly, saying that he understood. The edge of his sword glowed with an aura. The man made several sweeping strikes, sending a wave of energy towards his son. Yu gritted his teeth. He created a barrier covering his face with his hands. The magic shield cracked. His defense shattered into pieces and he was thrown back several meters. The boy's hope burned to the skin. The boy thought that it was a simple strike, but it hit him so hard, after which he wondered if this was the power of a high-ranking raider and if he was not the only one hiding his abilities. The man looked at the boy, saying that he had become stronger. The boy smiled slightly, wondering how the man knew about Aesir's enemies and what else he was hiding, then asked if the man wanted to kill him. Xiang'o opposite him answered in the negative. He was lost in the madness of his thoughts, thinking that the boy's growth rate was incredibly fast, and at this rate, he would quickly become a serious obstacle for Aesir and his plans, so first, he needed to limit the amount of divine power to stop his growth. The man looked up at the boy. Black energy was raging around him. The man said that he would take a couple of his limbs with him. He delivered another sweeping blow, sending a wave of energy towards the boy. A bright light was reflected in the boy's eyes. The man raised his head, feeling someone's presence. He noticed a black cat on the tree. Looking at him, he asked if the treaty between the gods and enemies had been broken, and if not, how dare he disrespect the great Odin. The cat replied with a smile that he had no idea what he meant. The boy looked up tiredly, wondering if the code had said anything. The cat jumped down, its paws glowing. It told the man to leave. The animal's paws turned into human legs. The cat transformed into a young girl with snow-white hair. She said that they had plans for this child. She smiled widely, narrowing her eyes. The boy looked at her in surprise, thinking that judging by her energy, she was stronger than Xiang'o, and then wondered what this all meant. The girl stood between the men. Xiang'o asked if it was necessary to go so far for this. The girl raised her hand. She scratched her wrist, drawing blood. Drops fell to the ground. Blood began to rise from the ground. Hands shot out of the ground and reached for the man. He blocked the attack with his sword. The girl smiled, saying that he knew full well that this was their only option. A huge hand struck the man's sword. He held back her onslaught, a wave of aura emanating from his legs. The youth covered his head with his hand from the squall. The man looked at the girl, saying that they wanted to end the war of the gods with the help of a common man, and that Loki had apparently given up. The girl smiled slightly, asking him how this was different from Odin trying to kill a common man. The man put his blade away, saying that they would end it here. He looked up at the girl and said that if she interfered so rudely next time, he would hold her accountable as per the treaty with Aesir. The girl stood in the middle of the created hands, saying that he could do as he wished, but if he stood in her way again. She directed a dark hand to his head. She pressed a sharp claw to his neck, drawing blood, and finished the sentence by saying that he should remember that at any moment his head could fly off his shoulders, because the contract was made between gods and enemies. She looked at him, saying that there was no clause in the contract that forbade killing Odin's raven. The man looked at her sternly. He turned and began to walk away. The girl watched him go. She looked back at the young man with a smile. The boy fell to his knees. He opened his mouth, from which blood gushed. The girl took a step towards him, greeting the young man. She smiled softly, introducing herself as Hel's alter ego, Hela. The boy looked up at her. The girl said that she was the one who was watching over him, the enemy of evil. Her hair was shining with a bright white light. The girl touched her chest, lifted the hem of her dress and presented the image of Hel, saying that she would be the guide who would lead him through the 5 trials. Warm rays of sunlight penetrated the office. The boy held his wound. His hand was shining with a bright light. He closed his eyes, frowning. The girl stood in front of him, saying that if he wanted to ask something, he could do so, and that she would try to answer all his questions. She sat down, crossing her legs. The boy looked at her, asking about who Xiang'o was. The girl jumped off the magic ball, saying that he was not the boy's father and that his real name was Hugin. She looked away, saying that he was one of Odin's ravens. The girl imagined a man with dark energy raging around him. She explained that he was able to manipulate the human mind, and was also able to manipulate memories thanks to the power of another raven, and that Hugin had been with him all this time to restrain the evil enemy of the prophecy. The boy frowned slightly, asking what it meant that he was not his real father. The girl extended her hand towards him, saying that it would be easier for him to understand if he saw it with his own eyes. She snapped her fingers. The boy raised his eyebrows in shock. The system announced that Nornir was retrieving the user's memory backups. Better light fell on the boy's face. Xiang'o said something about useless trash. The boy looked through the crack, thinking that this was the house he lived in. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The boy saw himself lying on the floor at the feet of the man who was saying that he did not understand why he was born at all. Xiang'o looked at him emotionlessly, asking if the boy thought that if he had discovered his ability to use magic, then things would change. The boy thought back to his childhood, thinking about how his father hated him for being an awakened person, and how the violence that had befallen him had made his childhood a living hell. His mother blocked the man's path, telling him to stop. She covered the child with her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks, asking why he was beating the child again. The boy watched in shock. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from the door. There were incense sticks in a vase, emitting food. The mother was calming the child. She pressed him to her chest, saying that everything was fine. Tears were running down her cheeks. The young man was stunned by what he saw. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking ahead. The young man looked at the portrait of his father. The guy could not see the face in the photo, thinking that he was starting to choke. He clenched his fist, thinking that it did not seem to him that it was because the smoke of the incense was so thick. He was alarmed but raised his eyebrows, thinking that it seemed to him that he had forgotten something that he should have always remembered. Suddenly the young man remembered memories with his father. Ihyun remembered how his father handed him ice cream with a smile. His mother scolded his father for giving the boy too many sweets. Little Ihyun smiled happily, looking at this. The boy remembered how he spent his happy time with his family. A tear fell to the ground. The boy lowered his head, wondering why he forgot his father. He touched the portrait of the man. Suddenly, the boy was thrown out of his memories, tears streaming down his cheeks. The system announced that all backup data had been loaded. The boy fell to the ground, coughing loudly. The girl said that he was finally freed from memory manipulation. The boy clenched his hand on the floor. He frowned, asking why this was so. The girl sadly lowered her head, explaining that he was destined to become an opponent of evil. The boy rested his knee, said something about a prophecy. He clenched his jaw, wondering why all this was ruining his life. The girl silently lowered her head. She folded her hands, creating a shining sphere. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, creating 8 more such spheres, and then said that 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok occurred. She looked down at the boy, adding that it all began then. The girl remembered the moment of the battle, saying that Ragnarok is the last chapter of history, namely the end of everything. The image in her head changed to a giant snake exterminating people. The girl called it the apocalypse. The spheres between her hands took on different colors. She said that in the last war, a coalition of enemies fought fiercely, but ultimately they were defeated by an army led by Aesir and the Valkyries. The girl remembered the images of the gods' era said that after the war, Odin forced the enemies to make a treaty in exchange for the lives of the gods and giants who were captured. And then she remembered that this document said that the opponents were defeated, and from now on their forces could not cause any harm to the gods, so they must submit to the power of the great Odin. The girl lowered her hands, saying that this treaty strengthened Odin's power the most. Various moments emerged in her memory in fragments. The girl said that many creatures of the world suffered because of the gods and endlessly cried out for help. The young man looked at her sternly. She looked into his eyes, saying that then a new prophecy was given by the Norn sisters. The girl remembered the 3 sisters and said that the prophecy will be fulfilled in about 10,000 years, when the next Ragnarok comes. One of the sisters extended her hand to her. The girl said that the weakest creature will destroy Odin and create a new world. The young man silently looked at her. Hela added that the one spoken of in the prophecy is him. The boy listened to her with a calm expression. The girl called him their hope. He squeezed his palm. The girl looked at him silently. The boy frowned slightly, saying that they were going to use him to kill Odin. The girl lowered her head, confirming this. He frowned, asking what Odin's goal was. Hela looked at him worriedly, saying that his goal was the top of the 9 worlds. Suddenly, air pressed on the boy, pressing him to the ground. The girl imagined the image of a deity, thinking that he wanted to get all 9 worlds and the human world too. The boy frowned, pursing his lips. The girl looked at him sternly, imagined a planet and called the human world Midgard. The bright sun illuminated a beautiful building. Odin looked out the window, saying that it irritated him, and that because of some prophecy he had to watch over an insignificant creature. The boy behind him said that Ihan was just a human and that it was a waste of time. Odin turned to him, saying that the enemies were getting stronger, so they couldn't show even a hint of weakness. The old man turned to Heimdall, saying that he would give him strength, and then asked if the boy understood what he was getting at. Heimdall smiled widely. He tied his belt, saying that he understood what the old man was saying and that he was leaving Asgard immediately. The gym was completely empty. The barbell slid into place with a noise. The boy sat down on the bench, lowering his head. He opened his eyes. The boy remembered his conversation with Hela. The boy asked her what it meant to conquer the 9 worlds. The girl hugged her knee, saying that this is Odin's ultimate goal. She presented the world tree, saying that Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr were already under its control. The boy looked at her, asking if he was trying to enslave the remaining worlds. The girl lowered her head, confirming that he was. The boy crossed his arms, saying that if so, why didn't he kill him sooner? The girl stood up, explaining that it was the power of prophecy and that not even a god could resist it. She looked into the boy's eyes, calling it a great flood. The boy looked at her in surprise, repeating the girl's words. She confirmed this, saying that he was protected from the power of a god, but that there was no eternal protection. She raised her hand, saying that when Ragnarok came, all the shackles would fall from the world. Hela touched his chest and in hours, that the forces that patronize him now will disappear. The girl sent an aura into his body, saying that when this moment comes, he will die, after which she abruptly corrected herself. The young man looked at her in surprise. The girl said that it would be more correct to say that he had already been killed. The guy smiled, remembering his past life, and thought that now everything became clear to him, because his death before returning was a trick of Odin, letting Hugin go ahead. The guy clenched his jaw, thinking that they had been playing with him from the very beginning, killing his family and manipulating his memory. The girl removed her palm, asking if he wanted revenge. The guy looked into her eyes. Without taking her eyes off him, she again asked if he wanted to take revenge on them and protect what was dear to him. System particles began to appear around her. The girl said that she was the conductor of 5 trials. Hela extended her hand to him, called the boy the enemy of evil, and said that she would give him a test. The girl was enveloped in a fiery red aura. The girl said that he would become a god killer who overthrew Odin. Suddenly, a system window appeared nearby with a quest requiring him to become an opponent of Odin and Asgard, inherit the power of the throne of the opponents to become one of them, and as a reward for this, he would receive the blessing of the throne of the opponents. The young man calmly looked at her. The girl told him to become stronger. Hela added that he must do this before the beginning of the end. Hoyin stretched. He scratched the back of his head, heading to the bench, and said that he has been doing special training lately, so his body hurts, after which he wondered if he should ask Iseng for a stamina recovery potion. The young man lowered himself into the bag. He picked up the water bottle, thinking that he had managed to obtain an S-class skill through special training, but his body was still too weak. He suddenly fell silent. Imagining the image of the young man, he thought that Yihan was already at a much higher level. Looking into his bag, the boy added that it was still a long way to winning the Academy's school festival. He smiled slightly. Standing up, he said that he would practice some more. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Heian was called over the speakers, asking him to go to Yan's office. The boy looked up in confusion, saying that the principal was calling him. The man spoke on the phone with an ominous look. He said that if the cadets with low rankings were eliminated, the support would naturally return to the favorites. He grinned evilly, asking if the congressman could block out all the noise. His interlocutor put his elbow on the table, saying that in the last fake dungeon they had already had to clear out a lot. The guys from the Raider Control headquarters would soon move into action. The director lowered his head, thinking that the interlocutor could not hear him, after which he said that they were just mongrels living at the expense of taxpayers. The man's interlocutor raised his head in surprise, hearing the words that if we were talking about preparation, then everything was already ready. Yan looked at the things in front of him, saying that everything was simple. He imagined the doors of the guild, saying that in a few days there would be an artificial breakthrough through the gate. The interlocutor said with a smile that the man was going to solve everything with someone else's hands. The director looked up at the window, saying that the interlocutor understood everything quickly. The voice on the phone agreed, saying that as he had already suggested, they would agree on state support, and now he would like to discuss the plan with the director in more detail. Yan smiled broadly. Hoyin reached for the door handle. The director said that he would discuss everything for as long as he wanted. The young man suddenly froze. He raised his eyebrows in alarm, not believing his ears. The boy remembered Yihan, who said that there could have been problems in the subspace during this time. Then he imagined a creepy image of the director, remembering the words that someone could have tried on purpose. The boy grabbed his head, thinking later that he understood who it was that invaded his consciousness that day during the freshman's hunt. The boy imagined the image of the director, thinking that he caused the appearance of the dungeon and watched all this. Gritting his teeth, he confidently looked ahead. The young man grabbed the door handle. He closed his eyes, calming down a little. Standing there, he thought that it was dangerous for him to interfere. He lowered his head, thinking that he could not solve this problem alone. Then he turned to the director without opening the door. The boy stood in front of the office. The principal said that he could come in. The boy opened the door. Walking inside, he thought that he needed people he could trust. The ceiling lamp illuminated the classroom. Yujin was studying hard. Ina fell asleep with her head down. Suhyuk was watching what was happening at the board. Yihan looked ahead, twirling a pen in his hands. He did not take his eyes off the point he was looking at. The boy remembered their conversation with the girl. Hela said that Odin should already know that the guy on B contact is with the enemy faction, which means that Ragnarok can be arranged earlier than expected. The instructor slammed the textbook, saying that the lesson was over. She frowned, saying that she had an announcement, and then told him to wake up the cadets. Ina raised her head. The boy looked at the teacher, wondering if she would talk about the start of the next event. The girl looked at the students, that as it was announced earlier, the guild experience will be in 3 days. She looked away, adding that the guild experience will be a good opportunity for them to understand how the Raider Guild operates and how it hunts monsters. The young man silently listened to her words that this was a unique opportunity provided by the director. He smirked, finding it funny, and then thought that before returning, they went to an E-rank guild and sat on moldy sofas. He looked at the teacher, thinking that now, thanks to the achievements of the academy, they can go anywhere. Imagining the tall skyscraper of the guild, he thought that if they had to choose, it would be better to go to the Volgasea Guild, and before returning, see with their own eyes the guild that occupied first place in Korea. The instructor interrupted his thoughts by saying that there were several cadets who had a priority in choosing a guild. The youth imagined several students walking in the bright light, and thought that the guild priority nomination was an offer to practice in the guild for a specific cadet. If accepted, the guild would give special points, but He with a slight smile, he raised his eyebrows. The girl announced that Cadets Heehyun, In-ae, and Yoojung had received an offer from the Lotus Guild, and Cadet Soohyuk had received an offer from the Sea God Guild. The boys glanced at each other angrily. Yoojung jumped up excitedly, surprised by this. The youth remembered Seonjun, who I told that knowledge of future specialists was also an important factor in the competition between guilds, and then thought that it was no wonder that she asked who stood out from everyone that day. The instructor looked at the people present, asking them to make a decision before midnight, as well as prepare the documents and send her a file, and then said that this lesson was over. The guys stood up from their seats with happy smiles. Yoojung hugged her friend with tears in her eyes, asking if this was a dream. Not in ours, he exhaled with a smile. He stood up from his seat, thinking that Hoyin would also be nominated. Suddenly, the guys turned their attention to the ringing of their phones. They took out their smartphones. The girl wondered why their phones rang at the same time. She looked at the screen in surprise. Hoyin wrote to them, asking them to gather in the workshop. The guys gathered again at the round table. The girl put her hands on the table. She frowned, saying that it turns out that the director is going to kill the low-ranking students in the guild experience so that the rest will reawaken. Hoyin looked at her, confirming this. Yiseng nervously bit his nail as he talked about how Yaen's corruption was brought up every year. Ina raised her eyebrows in frustration, saying that it was too much since he was just playing with people's lives. The boy looked ahead with a stern expression. He furrowed his brows, thinking that the guild experience was more dangerous than he thought, and that before he returned, he only knew that some students had died due to some incident. The boy looked at Hoyin, who said that no one knew about it. Hoyin frowned slightly, meaning that no one but them could resist it. The boy crossed his arms. He looked down, thinking that they couldn't jump to conclusions since if they made a mistake, everyone would die. Hoyin clenched his fist, saying that they couldn't pretend to know anything when the lives of the students were at stake. The boy closed his eyes, thinking that caring for others was a noble thing, but one had to be able to distinguish between courage and recklessness. Yoojung lowered her head. She stood up from her seat, saying that they had nothing to think about. She raised her eyebrows in alarm, saying that people's lives depended on it. Yiseng raised his hand, agreeing with her. He said that although he was scared, but he would do everything in his power. In-ae, with a calm expression, said that if there was something she could do, she did not want to be left out. Yihan looked at them in surprise. He lowered his head, smiled, and thought about how the boys were hunters. He imagined them in uniform, thinking that while hunting for treasure and killing monsters, their main task was to protect people. A system window appeared with a quest that required stopping the director's plan and saving the students. As a reward for this, they would receive a blank card and a sealed grimoire, and the system also announced that Aesir's enemies were watching him. The young man stood up from his seat, saying that they needed to make a plan. The guys looked at him with a smile. He frowned slightly, smiled, and said that they would not let the director carry out his plan. The classroom was empty. The instructor looked at the guy in shock, asking him if he wanted her to believe that he had already figured out the 4th tier magic book, after which she called it impossible. The young man looked at her sternly, saying that it was so. The girl fell into a stupor. She imagined the blade that split the pawn in two, and thought that this student was dangerous, and that the principal might decide to make him another pawn, but the boy was not a soldier who could be treated like that. The boy looked at her face, asking why the teacher who taught him so much made such an expression. The girl clenched her jaw. The boy smiled evilly, asking her if she was thinking about reporting everything to the principal this time too. The girl recoiled in surprise. She frowned, yelling at him. The boy brought his hand to her face and said that he had more important things to do. A purple aura formed around the boy's hand. He said with a smile that he needed her to do something, then asked if she would listen to him. The girl froze in place, but looked into his eyes. The boy activated the brainwashing skill. The girl silently looked into his eyes. He lowered his hand, thinking later that he had become stronger than the instructor. The young man grinned happily. The girl silently looked into his eyes. The guy thought that the most effective way to attack an enemy is to take control of him. The guy approached her. He raised his hand, addressed her, and said that from now on she was his colleague for the next few days. The girl repeated his words intermittently. The young man said that now they could talk. He took her shoulder, sternly looking into her eyes. The guy said that they would start the conversation with the dirty deeds that the director was planning in this guild experiment. 3 days later, the guild experiment began. Yoojung frowned anxiously and exclaimed, asking if they could really inspect the guild building. The guys gathered at the main entrance. Suddenly, they looked back at the man who addressed them. He bowed to the students, introducing himself as the guild manager, and then said that he would be helping them with the guild experience. Turning his back to them, he called them to follow him. The guys walked through the rooms, the man giving them a tour. They stood at a metal door. The man pointed to it, saying that this place was left for last. The door opened slightly, and Seonjun appeared from it. The woman smiled, saying that she was glad to meet them, and then introduced herself as the guild master. There were many sweets on the table. The girl touched her chest, telling the guys that they can sit down. Ina looked at the excited Yoojung. The blonde jumped up from her seat, bowed and said that she was glad to meet the lady, then called herself a fan and asked for an autograph. The woman took the paper from her hands and signed it, saying that such fans give her strength. Jihan looked at them, thinking that she really is a huge fan. The woman looked at him, saying that she was glad that he made so many friends. Hoyin looked at the boy, asking if he knew the master. The woman touched his cheek, smiled and said that the boy was her student. Yoojung suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped up from her seat, exclaiming loudly. A cup of tea was lying on the table in front of the woman. She said that she heard something from the boy. The boys silently looked at her. The woman added that this is why she called them after the guild experience. She looked at them upset, saying that in fact, her guild and several others knew about the deception and terrible actions of the director. She presented an ominous image of a man, saying that his power is so great that everyone is silent about it. Jihan looked into her eyes, saying that otherwise, the director would not be able to act so confidently, and he thinks he has the ability to open the dungeon. The girl lowered her eyes, saying that the director is hiding his ability, and that they also do not know everything, and in order to advance this matter, careful measures must be taken. Sungyi activated his ability, explaining that it is an image of the magical fields near the guilds participating in the guild experiment. A holographic diagram appeared on the table. A board appeared in the air above him, which the students looked at. 2 red dots appeared on the board. The man said that compared to other places, they are denser and stronger. He looked at the boys, saying that if a dungeon was created, there was a high probability that something would happen in one of them. The woman looked back at him, saying that they needed to deal with the people located in their guild, and that if there was a possibility that something would happen, he should close the area and evacuate the residents. The young man touched his chin, called it a good way, and said that the director had prepared well for everything. He looked at the woman, saying that if he found out that the guild had interfered in this matter, he would begin to act even more actively. The woman smiled slightly, asking him if he had any thoughts on this. The young man was silent for a moment and then confirmed her guess. He looked into her eyes, saying that they should save those students themselves. In the gray corridor, there were closed elevator doors. Feet in black boots walked on the tiles. The group of students walked behind the dark-haired boy. In the center was a boy with gray hair. He chuckled and thought that they had written him off, but now it was different. The reason the principal nominated him as the main candidate was because he recognized his ability as a raider. Among all the students, he looked the calmest. Suddenly, someone touched the boy's shoulder and called him. He turned around and looked at the girl, asking what happened. One of the girl's eyes was covered by her bangs. She asked if he thought it was strange. The boy asked what she meant. They approached the sliding door. The girl said that if this was a raider guild, shouldn't it have all sorts of amenities? This place seemed abandoned long ago. The boy was amazed to hear the continuation, or cursed. He looked at the cobweb-covered boxes. His gaze became more excited. There were cobwebs on the ceiling as well. The students looked around excitedly. The man in front said that they had arrived. Gina touched her chest in fear. The man turned to face them. Part of his body was surrounded by a bright haze. The girl exclaimed, recognizing the instructor Seokgi. He touched his face and said that he did not expect the skill effect to end so quickly. He turned to the surprised students, saying that it can't be helped, it's a little early, but... A bright purple seal appeared around the students. The instructor said that they will say goodbye here. The students froze in fear, surrounded by a purple glow. The gray-haired guy covered himself with his hand and shouted that they need to run. Seokgi raised his fist and said that this is the last lesson, guys. His look was very gloomy when he said that although, who knows, maybe they can come back alive from this hell. Hoyin chuckled, holding his phone in his hand. The heroes stood on the sidewalk, saying that according to the map, it is here. The voice of the navigator came from the phone that they had arrived at their destination. Yoojung asked what it was. It looked like an abandoned building. Yihyun stood with his arms crossed behind the guys who were discussing. They had come to the wrong place, they should check again. He looked ahead, mentally saying, is he following them? Tall trees grew in the bushes. There was a man standing behind the tree trunk. He turned his gaze in that direction and mentally answered that, of course, he should not worry. Yihyun, standing next to his comrades, mentally heard the question, when did he manage to learn telepathy? Smiling slightly, he answered that he had read several magic books. Sungyi also smiled, mentally answering that, in general, the process of interfering with someone's mind using magic is quite complicated. It's incredible. The guy watched his comrades discussing something. He mentally asked the curator to take care of himself. The man closed his eyes and answered, of course. In the guild office there was a closed shelf with flowers on it. Seonjun with a cup of tea said that Yihyun was just copying her behavior, the same shameless child. The brunette standing in front of her said that she hoped that manager Sungyi could help with something. He was strange. The leader laughed and asked to be more lenient with him, although this is the beauty of the relationship between brother and sister. She put the cup on the saucer. Holding the cup, she listened to the sensations. Waves spread across the surface of the drink. She thought that it was aggressive magic somewhere nearby. Seonjun looked away sharply. She was sitting by the window in a high chair. She remembered the words of the guy who said that the guild in which Jane would open a dungeon would be Kane. Then she asked again and said that, as far as she knew, this guild was founded by Jane himself. The brunette nodded and confirmed. The guild leader touched her chin and said that it was strange. She presented a map and 2 marked points on it, the locations of the guilds, saying that if it was Kane, it would happen in the center of Seoul, very close to the Lotus Guild. The girl closed her eyes and said that he wouldn't be able to act so openly, it didn't look like Jane. Jihyun remembered instructor Isu and said that the information was obtained from reliable sources, maybe he had something else planned. Seonjun looked out the window thoughtfully, and then, without turning around, she asked Hana to find out something about the Kane Guild. The girl agreed. She stood in front of the leader's desk and said that from what she learned, the Kane Guild was actually a ghost guild. Seonjun, looking at her, asked again. Hana answered that yes. She imagined a hand holding a building surrounded by bills and said that some guilds do not leave records of their activities and are used to evade taxes. The brunette continued that now it was clear why Jane started all this. Seonjun lowered her head and said that it seemed that Jihyun was right. But she looked at them thoughtfully and thought, what was Jane up to? She began to get up, leaning on the table. Walking through the office, the guild leader asked Hana to prepare her equipment just in case. The girl agreed. They walked along the corridor, thinking that they had developed a plan in case of unforeseen complications. But an earring glowed on Seonjun's ear. She mentally asked everyone to be careful. There were trees growing in the park. The door opened slightly. A shadow of a figure appeared on the floor. The heroes stood in a dark room. Yujung looked around and asked, is this just an abandoned house? Jihyun turned to her and said that they had arrived. Looking at her, he said that a stream was coming from here. He felt black flashes, saying that it was a very gloomy aura. His comrades stood behind, hearing the command to go forward, and they walked after the guy. Jihyun excitedly thought that he felt unusual mana. It would be good to send everyone back and stay only with the manager. However, the girls walked behind him. Purple flashes appeared in the room. Ina listened and said that she felt a magical response. Jihyun crouched and said that it was true. It seemed that high-ranking magic was activated in this area. He looked ahead carefully, saying that there should be traces of the spell activation somewhere. Suddenly, his eyes widened. There were gray stains on the ceiling around. The heroes froze tensely. Jihyun turned to his comrades and shouted for them to leave here right now. A purple seal with bright flashes also appeared around the students. Hoyin said in fear that he could not move. Yujung, who was standing next to him, looked around. They heard that they were stupid children. Hoyin and Ina looked forward in fear, hearing that they had to enter the world of the Dark Elf Svartalfheimr. The system reported that a transfer to the world of Svartalfheimr was taking place. High level of danger. The system reported that they must leave the dungeon now, and then she repeated the demand to leave. Small stars were visible in the darkness. On the podium by the stairs stood a candlestick. On the throne sat a figure. A monster with sharp teeth smiled and said that fresh meat had arrived. Many eyes glowed in the darkness as he ordered them to get up. The creature with horns waved its hand, saying that it was time to hunt. Bright crystals glowed on the ceiling of the cave. Svartalfheimr, the world where the dark elves lived. The heroes looked around. Jihyun cursed sullenly. Yujung asked, is this Svartalfheimr? The brunette thought that in Norse mythology, the dark elves were described as warriors who possessed the power of the gods. Since this place had become a dungeon, their power should have weakened, but still. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought of Jane. Looking ahead, the boy thought this is how he planned to get rid of the students. The blonde looked to the side and asked how the director could use such a high-level transfer magic. Who is he? The brunette thought that Hoyin was right. He imagined the director standing on one of the glowing sectors and thought that Jane was just a human. A mere human participating in the transfer ceremony between the 9 worlds. Jihyun imagined a deity and thought that he was definitely in contact with the gods. The heroes were standing among the stones. Jihyun asked, no matter how you look at it, the situation is not going well. Words were heard, is that right? The footsteps of dark boots were heard. Sungyi walked forward. The students looked at him in surprise. Yujung ran closer, calling out to the man. Hoyin opened his mouth in surprise, asking how the manager ended up here. Sungyi pointed at Jihyun and said that he said he needed a skilled raider, that's why he came, but President Seonjun couldn't act on her own because she was being watched. Yujung breathed a sigh of relief, saying that she thought they would all die here. The manager in front of them said that no, it's too early to say. Even if he is here, the situation hasn't changed much for the better. The red-haired girl asked why. Sungyi frowned and said that as he said before, this is the dark elf world of Svartalfheimr. Even a rank raiders will have a hard time surviving here. The students looked at him worriedly. Ina heard that if they act recklessly, they will all be killed. Yihyun looked ahead, thinking that one thing is certain, the attack strategy for Svartalfheimr hasn't been worked out yet. White crystals were glowing in the cave. Yihyun confidently crossed his arms and thought that this was for now. Before returning, he had seen countless attacks on the elf world. He looked at his comrades and told them not to worry. The heroes turned to the guy who said that they would somehow survive. He would do everything for that. Sungyi looked at him. The guy clicked his fists, saying that for now. He smiled and said that they should find survivors. In the establishment, 2 men were sitting at a table. One of them had a cup of tea in front of him. He asked, "Is this a broken promise, isn't it?" The gray-haired man in a suit said that he remembered how he promised to take care of his Hoyan. Jane smiled, saying that he had nothing to worry about at all. He would easily take first place in the next event. The gray-haired man mentally called him a snake and asked out loud, the student who took first place in the hunt among the first years, "Who is he? How could he surpass Hoyan?" The director took a sip from his cup and replied that he had seen the broadcast, so he should know. He placed the cup on the saucer and replied that it was Yihyun, a genius with a 97% aptitude for magic. The man was shocked. He exclaimed in surprise, 97%. The director looked at him calmly. He looked at the cup of tea and said how come it had cooled down. The director asked, should he ask for it to be heated again? The man clenched his fist, thinking how dare someone whose name no one knew. He stood up, saying no, he was leaving here. The silver-haired man headed for the exit, and the director looked at his back and thought that Saku was a military officer. Crossing his arms, the brunette thought that he was only useful because he had pretty good connections in the central government. Looking at the cups, Yihyun thought that, however, he had no reason to interfere. The man's lips stretched into a smile. He remained in the chair, mentally addressing Hoyan's father, saying that he was not interested in games that were obviously losing. The white crystal glowed brightly. The heroes walked deeper into the cave. A blue orb glowed above Anae's palm. She said that it was too dark here, she would use the flash. Yihyun touched her shoulder and stopped her, saying that it was better to use this. In his palm, it glowed brightly. The heroes looked up at the many shining blue orbs. The system reported that the flash skill level 3 had been activated. A bright light dispels the darkness and illuminates everything around. There was a bright blue light around the heroes. Yujing exclaimed in delight, "This light." Yihyun answered with a smile that it was true, he had increased the level of D-rank flash magic. Ina replied in surprise that increasing the skill level was only possible when you become a rank raider. Hoyan opened his mouth and thought that this was impossible. Did this mean that Yihyun had already raised his skills to such a level? The hero turned to them and asked why they were frozen. Were they coming? Sungyi replied that they were coming and called the guys forward. The manager looked at the guy and thought how this was possible. He had trained many new raiders, but none of them were worth a finger to Yihyun. He looked at the figure of the guy with a hood and thought, how far could he go? Crystals were white everywhere. The guy stopped. The heroes stood in the middle of the cave, hearing the proposal to rest for a while. Sungyi agreed, saying that they had been on the road for a long time, they needed to replenish their stamina. The glow around the heroes became smaller. Yujing asked in surprise why the light went out. Yihyun handed her the flask and said that the dark elves were used to the darkness, the flash could be easily extinguished, and they needed to get used to pitch darkness. The friend took the potion and said that then nothing can be done. It's good that they took the potion. She was already starting to suffocate from the oppressive magical energy. Hoyan opened his flask with a smile, saying that it was not for nothing that he asked Yiseng to make more. Ina thanked him. The heroes were standing in a cave. The blonde looked to the side and said that there should be survivors on one of these roads. Looking at him, Yihyun said that he had a way to find out. He closed his eyes, illuminated by a blue glow. Blue rays spread from the guy's figure. Closing his eyes, he replied that in the middle the path leads to the boss's room, the rest. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. A bright shining arrow was flying towards them. Ina looked forward in surprise. Yihyun grabbed the arrow with his hand, not letting it touch the girl's chest. One of the guy's eyes glowed yellow. The system reported that the absolute counting skill was activated. The arrow in his hand scattered into yellow sparks. Yujing and Hoyan were holding weapons in their hands. Sungyi ordered everyone to get into position. A monster figure appeared ahead. The dark elf was holding a shining arrow in his hand. The blonde looked at him. The raiders were standing in a group, facing different directions. The girls were looking forward attentively. Yihyun said that they were dark elves. The guy stood surrounded by sparks from the broken arrow. Ina looked at him in surprise. Hoyan also turned his gaze. The manager was surprised. Yujing's hair was fluttering. She was holding a staff in her hands and exclaimed, "Mana field." Dark elves were standing around the shining heroes. The system reported that the mana field skill was activated. There were green swirls of power around Ine. The system reported the activation of the slowdown skill. Green flashes surrounded the dark elves. The girl sent flashes towards them, using a shining holy sword. The monsters stood in front of her. The white-haired man watched this carefully. The system reported that the skill Ultra Instinct was activated. Hoyin stood in front of the brunette with a shield and a shining sword and then shouted, "Now." Sung-yi decisively began to move next to the elf. He swung his weapon, leaving marks. The man's blade collided with the elf's weapon. Ihyun looked at this with a smile, saying that he could not give in to them. The dark elves stood in front of him. Yellow balls of lightning shone around Ihyun. He said that they were enemies. The system reported that the skill Ultra Speed Chain Level 5 was activated. The tips of the chains appeared from the golden circles. The golden chains rushed towards the bodies of the dark elves, striking them. The white glow of the sword was visible in the darkness. Ihyun stood there thinking that thanks to the attacks on Svartalfheimr from the past, it was revealed that all the weapons of the dark elves were made with magic. He thought about what that meant. One of the boy's eyes glowed golden. He thought that then he would be able to destroy everyone with absolute counting. The elves grinned, holding a purple spear in their hand. Ihyun turned to his friends and told them to listen to him carefully. Yujung agreed when she heard that she and he should only use fire magic. The brunette also answered that she understood. A purple beam rushed towards the boy's figure. He said that Hoyin did too. With a movement of his hand, he directed the golden glow, telling the boy to use the provocation skill to simplify the enemy's movement. The blonde, who crossed blades with the elf, answered that it was natural. The system reported that the provocation cry skill was activated. Hoyin's eyes glowed white. The elves froze, shocked. Turning to the manager, Ihyun ordered him to kill the slow elves. The man said he understood. Sung-yi stared ahead intently, thinking that the boy knew something about the dark elves. The man's figure turned white, becoming transparent. The system reported that the stealth skill level 5 was activated. Traces of his presence completely disappeared. The dark elf was surprised. The blade was dedicated. Sung-yi rushed past the enemy, dealing multiple blows. Bright flashes cut through the elf's body. Ihyun stood surrounded by a black haze. His fist was engulfed in flames. The system reported that the fire strike skill was activated. The boy's foot slid along the floor into a stable pose. Bright flashes shone in front. Surrounded by the glow, Ihyun struck with a fiery fist. Bright flames spread from his blow. The system reported that he killed the dark elf. The remaining elves looked at this in surprise. The cry of eternal flame was heard. Yujung held a staff in her hand. A bright fireball was shining above her. The system reported that the fireball skill was activated. She directed a stream of fire at the monster. The dark elf resolutely rushed towards her. A bright flash of explosion occurred. Black flashes appeared. Figures of elves appeared from the fiery glow. Ina held a fire stick in her hand. She extended her hand with a pointer and directed several fire arrows with it, casting a spell. The fire arrows pierced the bodies of the dark elves, who screamed. The white-haired elf exclaimed, "How did humans know so much about them?" The steel of the blade was surrounded by a dark haze. The elf's eye was glowing. Hoyin stabbed him in the chest with his sword from behind. The elf turned around in displeasure and asked, "How dare he, a pathetic human?" But then one of the bright golden chains pierced the elf. It dissipated into a black haze. The girls exhaled, looking at it. Hoyin asked, "Did it work?" Sung-yi answered that it seemed so. Ihyun, looking at his comrades, called to go further. They did not have much time. Ina asked, "Was the way to the left?" The guy standing opposite answered that not everyone, but he felt the mana of the survivors in that direction. The passage was covered in black fog. The hero sullenly said that if they were even a little late. His look was serious. He continued that their lives were over. The door to the room was closed. A scream was heard. Why did everything turn out this way? Seok-gi guiltily lowered his eyes and apologized to the director, saying that he could not even think that outsiders would dare to enter the guild building. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table. Jane looked at the bowed instructor and asked, should he listen to all this? Seok-gi looked up timidly, saying that there was no need to worry. Didn't normal people die by accident when they got inside the gate? They would just cover up the situation. Jane cut him off angrily, shouting at him not to make fun of him. Seok-gi screamed and crouched down from the powerful aura. Blood dripped from the man's mouth. The director stood up and said that the transfer ceremony would not have been activated because of people without magical abilities, which meant that there was a rat in the building that could handle magic. The man sitting in front of the desk apologized again. Jane said that this body should have passed quietly anyway. He knew what would happen. Seok-gi froze. Jane, looking at him angrily, threatened that if even one survivor came out of there. Girls were walking down the hallway. Hana asked if everything would be okay. Seonjun, in her training uniform, turned to her and said that it was an emergency, and that she would not attract attention if she went alone. The guild leader thought about the ominous aura. At this wavelength, it meant that S-rank magic had been used. The children and Sung-yi were in danger. The earring in her ear was glowing. The girl thought that since there was no reaction from the earring, there were no casualties yet, but if she was even a second late. The girls stopped at the exit. Seonjun thought that they needed to hurry. She stood by the motorcycle, telling the assistant that if she didn't return by morning, she should immediately request help from the association and send reinforcements, and have all the cameras around checked. Hana agreed. Seonjun sat on the motorcycle, pulling on her helmet. The assistant called out to her. Looking at the leader, she asked her to be careful. The girl touched the helmet and told him not to worry, and then quickly rode forward. The leader of the Lotus Guild thought that if something happened to her people because of Jane, she would not let it go. Among the trees and glowing crystals, the words, "More" were heard. The girl with tears in her eyes held the gray-haired guy and said, "Just a little more." She dragged him on herself, saying, "Almost." Suddenly, her foot tripped on a stone and the heroes fell down. They fell, the girl screamed. She stretched out her hand, saying that they needed to run. Tears fell to the ground. The girl with purple hair cried and said that if only she had not been so useless back then. Suddenly, she froze with tears on her cheeks. A hand touched her shoulder. She turned around, looking at the guy. Yihan was behind her with the rest of the heroes. He said that she tried hard and he should leave the rest to them. The girl looked at him, and then the figures in front of her eyes began to blur, and she, too, fell to the ground. Crystals were shining among the rocks. Yujin was pouring a potion into the girl's mouth. Hoyin was giving the boy a potion. The gray-haired boy opened one eye. He was holding his head and saying that this was Svartalfheimr, and looked at Yian in surprise, who confirmed that this was the land of the Dark Elves and that he and his colleagues had come to save them. The raider team, along with Sunyi, were smiling kindly. The girl looked down, saying that was how it was. Yian looked at the boy and asked what had happened. Then he frowned and said that the others had been captured, everyone who had come with them to the Cane Guild. The girl stood up, saying that right after they had entered Svartalfheimr, they had been attacked by dark elves. She remembered how the boy had covered her mouth with his hand, hiding her from the battle, and said that everyone else had been taken, and that she and Seongchan had barely managed to hide from the eyes of those scoundrels. The girl looked down, saying that they couldn't avoid the mana poisoning. The hero's eyes were very upset. Yian looked at them, thinking that they thought that they were cowards, and that it would have been better if they had fought with their comrades and died. He looked at them silently and thought, no, this is arrogance. He imagined the heroes looking at the enemy. Yuhan thought, fighting an enemy that you can't defeat. A huge dragon towered over the heroes. Yian crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that such scenes only happen in movies. He remembered how he clenched his teeth in the past and closed his eyes. The raiders heard that their comrades were not captured because of them. Looking at the guys, the brunette asked to tell where they were taken. The guy hesitantly tried to object. Looking at him, Yihan asked, does he want them all to die? The girl put her hand on Seongchan's shoulder. Looking ahead, she said that the Dark Elves have a king who rules them. She looked towards one of the passages and said that most likely the prisoners were taken to him. Yihan thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking, you thought that the boss was there. He turned to his comrades, asking who brought them to this place. The gray-haired man began to answer. The guy angrily clenched his fist, saying that it was Instructor Seokgi. He was the one who brought them here. Crystals were shining everywhere. The heroes stopped at a cave with 3 entrances. Yihan told everyone to wait here. Yujung indignantly asked, where is he going? The guy pointed his finger at one of the passages, saying that he feels a strange magical power and thinks that the boss's room is there, and the energy of the rest of the guys is weakening. They need to save them as soon as possible. The redhead clenched her fist, indignantly asking if he was crazy. It was too dangerous to go, he could die. Ina supported her friend, saying that she was right and understood how he felt, but it was better for them to stick together. Hoyin silently looked ahead, and then raised his hand, saying that he agreed. Yujung indignantly called out to him. The brunette stood in front of him and explained that they still couldn't win against the elves in a one-on-one fight, and they needed someone to protect the wounded. He decisively finished that it was better for him to go alone. Yujung asked plaintively, surely there was another way. She looked ahead worriedly. Sunyi closed his eyes. The manager looked at the guy and said that he understood, but he should immediately return if there was a threat. Yihan replied that he should take care of his friends until then. Hoyin told him to go and not to worry about them. He touched his chest with his hand and said that he would protect this place at any cost. Yihan looked at him with a smile. As he left, he touched his friend's shoulder and said that he would be back soon. The heroes looked at the boy walking away. The girl with bangs asked, will everything really be okay? Sunyi, who was standing next to him, answered that yes, Yihan was strong. Yujung wiped her cheek with her hand. She looked at Ine, who also looked upset. Words that everything would be okay were heard. The girl took her friend's hand. The brunette looked at her. Yujung said with an encouraging smile that they would do everything in their power. Black flashes appeared ahead. Sunyi listened and told the others to be quiet. The raiders froze. The Cane Guild members did too. Sunyi put his finger to his mouth and said that an enemy was approaching. He touched the hilt of his sword, telling everyone to stay. But before he could finish speaking, he was struck by a bright flash of a blow. Blood splashed. Yujung screamed, calling out to him. A dark voice was heard, saying that he had been wondering where the little bugs were squeaking. A creature with claws on its feet was approaching them. A crowd of dark elves appeared ahead. The gray-haired guy looked at them in amazement. One of the elves touched his lips with his claws and said with a grin that this was where the humans were. Yihan stood in front of a huge gate with white patterns. He looked ahead, thinking that he did not know what could happen while he was gone, and he would try to deal with it as quickly as possible. He touched the door with his palm. The door opened. In the room on the steps stood a throne. Sitting in it, the boss said that he had finally arrived. The dark elf smiled, saying that he heard that he was having a guest, so he prepared something special. Yihan looked at him, asking what. The earring in the guy's ear glowed gold. He froze in shock. He imagined a figure whose heart line became straight, and thought that he was losing contact with the manager. The black door with patterns slammed shut. The brunette turned his gaze to it. The dark elf asked how he liked it. There were several more monsters in the room. Words were heard that he could not get out of here, but he could stay here forever. Yihan gritted his teeth. He thought that the guys were in danger and he had to save them. The guy clenched his fist and thought about what he should do. He remembered the white-haired man who promised that he would protect this place at any cost. Letting go of his gaze, the hero thought that he should believe in him. Looking forward, he thought that there was no other way out. The dark elf in the horned helmet asked what he would do. Yihan replied that he only needed to know one thing. The boss listened. A bright flame erupted around the guy. He turned decisively to the elves and replied that they would all die here today. There were drops of blood on the ground. The dark elves stood in front of the heroes. Hoyin ran up to the man with a scream. Sungyi held his shoulder. The white-haired man thought that this was a problem. The blade was poisoned. They knew the weaknesses of the raiders well. Sungyi winced painfully. A purple elven sword was shining nearby. Words were heard that since they had gotten rid of the most annoying one. The elf opened a glowing eye and pointed the sword surrounded by black swirls with a smile, saying that only small flies remained to be dealt with. Hoyin frowned, thinking that, as he thought, he wanted him and Yihan to split up. Nearby, Ina spoke up that since the managers were attacked, she looked ahead, continuing that Seonjun should have felt it. She remembered how the girl told her to take it with her. A twisted earring appeared on her gloved palm. Yihan looked at it and said what it was. Seonjun, who had the same one in her ear, explained that it was an Avaldi earring. The decoration was shining. The guild leader said that if any of them were in danger, the earring should give a signal. She touched her chest and promised that in that case she would immediately go to their aid. Yihan squeezed the decoration in his hand, saying that then they would return soon. Fire was burning in the brunette's palm. He directed rays of fire at the elf. The guy's eye glowed yellow. A bright explosion appeared ahead. The hero walked forward, surrounded by fire. The elves smiled, holding their swords. One of them licked his lips. Yihan stated decisively that he would have to take out everything he had eaten. He remembered how he thoughtfully told his comrade that there was not enough time, if only he had 10 more minutes. Hoyin turned to him and asked, 10 minutes. The brunette looked at him. Hoyin looked back calmly, determination. This is the face of a man who has already made a decision. Yihan remembered his comrades from his past life and thought that he had often seen such a look in the past, but he could not believe such eyes. He silently looked at his comrade. The guy touched his shoulder and told him to go. Hoyin told him to kill the boss and save the others, and he would protect them until that moment. Yujing exhaled. Stretching out her hand, she exclaimed, summoning a force mana field. Blue arrows shone around Ine. The raiders who had arrived earlier also clutched their weapons. The gray-haired man said that if he ran away again, he would not be able to look the rest of the guys in the eye. The elf clutched the purple weapon, saying that he was trying so hard, but it was all pointless. He flew at the blonde from above and shouted that they would all go to the king's dinner. Ina looked at him, thinking that he was fast. Hoyin's eyes were calm. A purple spear was flying towards him, but the boy grabbed it with his hand. The elf smirked. Hoyin deflected the blow, covering himself with his shield. The boy was clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand. The system reported that the skill Extreme Nothingness was activated. A bright blue glow spread from the swing of the sword. The elves looked at this. One of them said that they wanted to show that they were not a burden. The boy looked at him, thinking that he was strong and different from the other dark elves. The white-haired man looked at him and asked who he was. The elf with the weapon in his hands answered that he was Kel. He held a sword in his hand, imagining the boss behind him, and said that he was a member of the royal family of the Dark Elves, the captain of the royal guard. Yujung, holding a pole in her hands, cursed in her mind. She thought that he was in a rank. No, he must be a higher level. Hoyin was silent. He imagined the image of the brunette standing with his back to him, and thought that aspiration. He will not forget the moment when they first met, the way he stood with his back to him. The blonde's gaze was surprised then. He remembered Yihan holding a magic ball in his hand, and thought that it was as if he showed him a side of the raiders that he had forgotten. The white-haired man stretched out his hand, thinking that he, walking on an uneasy path, the embodiment of the dream he wants to achieve. Hoyin resolutely clutched the sword, thinking that he cannot stop here. He imagined the back of the brunette and thought that he must definitely catch up with him. He touched the clasps on his hand and decisively threw the shield aside. The shield fell next to his comrades. The girls looked at it in surprise. Yujing stretched out her hand, asking what he was doing. Her gaze was frightened. She watched Hoyin walk forward. The guy walked through the cave. The guy held a sword in his hand. A blue glow surrounded his figure, and he replied that he should have done this from the beginning. He told him that raiders have completely different points of feeling. Upper, the guy opened his eyes. A bright blue flash spread from his chest. Middle, lightning emanated from the bright glow. Lower, a swirling ball of power shone very brightly. Hoyin thought, liberation. He clutched a blindingly glowing sword in his hands. The dark elf looked at him in surprise, thinking what kind of magic was this. The glow was so bright that it almost hid the guy's figure. Blood splashed across the elf's face. Hoyin stood surrounded by blue swirls. His blonde hair was fluttering. Kel jumped back. His body was enveloped in mana. He raised his white eyes and asked the enemy where he got such power from. Hoyin activated the skill Divine Sword combination. Blood began to flow down his chin. He even cried. The raider spat out a clot of blood. The girl was worried about him and asked him to stop right now. He gripped the sword handle tighter and managed to raise the skill level to a critical value. A system warning appeared in front of him that his blood was starting to flow backwards. He could die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds if he ignored it. Kel, standing behind him, demanded that his assistants rush to attack. He warned them to stay alive. The raider swung his sword. He attacked the enemies again. Drops of blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. He remembered his past self when he realized that he was able to obtain an S-class skill thanks to special training. But at the same time, he understands that his body is still too difficult to withstand a large load. Imagining the attacking warrior, he realized that he can combine the divine swords once he reaches the highest level of weapon mastery. His eyes sparkled brightly. He jumped high. Attacking the elves, he realized that he became one whole. The guy pounced on Kel. Looking at him menacingly, he realized that he could not defeat him, even having reached the limit of his capabilities. The leader of the elves parried his attack when he realized that he could only drag out time. Kel injured his arm. Hoyin leaned back with his whole body. They jumped apart. He saw the elf running towards him. The guy parried his attack when he remembered that he was a raider. Their swords crossed. Smiling ominously, Kel admitted that it was funny to see his efforts. Then he said that he knew what state his enemy was in. Frowning deeply, Hoyin decided that he had to protect his comrades. He jumped back, realizing that he had to do it himself, not someone else. Smiling slightly, he supposed that Kel would not understand him even if he was reborn. He moved his leg to the side. His sword was enveloped in a powerful aura. The tip of the blade was built up. Seeing it, the elf smiled ominously. The guy rushed past him. Kel touched the blade of the sword to his shoulder. He attacked him. Turning his head, he called the enemy a rat. Hoyin prepared for the attack again. He gained tremendous speed. The raider flew into the air. He jumped on the enemy. Hoyin put the blade of the sword to his face. He jumped away from him. The guy was surprised by something. He fell to his knees. The raider was covered in sweat because his body began to collapse. The system warned him about the danger of further use of the skill. His muscle fibers began to tear and blood vessels burst. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. The boy looked back menacingly. Behind him stood his attacking opponent. The cave was covered in a bright light. The walls collapsed into rubble. Hoyin appeared from the fog. Baring his teeth, he realized that his body could not withstand it anymore. He grabbed the handle tightly. His body ignited with blue flames. Looking up with glittering eyes, he decided to deliver the final blow. A bright beam pierced from it. Because of this, an explosion occurred in the dungeon. Kel's chin was covered in blood. Blood was dripping from it. The boy looked at what was happening with concern. The elf covered Kel. Black fog began to emanate from him as he turned to the leader. Smiling ominously, Kel admitted that he was useful to him. He tried to take control of the boy. Spitting blood, Hoyin begged him to stop doing this. He plunged his sword into his body. The raider lost consciousness. The enemy's face was covered in his blood. The boy dropped his sword. Seeing this, the girl covered her mouth. She saw Kel thrust his sword into Hoyin again. The cave began to collapse. Its walls caught fire. Someone attacked everyone present with a high-speed chain. He exhaled heavily. The bright flame he summoned illuminated everything around. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting in the cage. Drops of blood reached them. The protagonist remembered the smiling guy who promised him to cope in 10 minutes. Hearing this, he asked him to kill the king, and he decided to protect the others. His eye caught fire. Kel pounced on him from behind. The guy's hand caught fire. He moved his leg to the side. The elf approached him. His head caught fire. Yihan looked at him menacingly. The king was watching everything that was happening. Smiling ominously, he assumed that the guy would not be able to cope alone. The protagonist was surrounded from all sides. Looking back, he admitted that he was capable of anything. Looking at him, the elf king realized that he was too arrogant and useless. The guy remembered how his father used to say the same thing about him. Grabbing his neck, he said that he had heard enough of this in his childhood. He opened his eyes and admitted that it had gotten to him. The monsters bowed their heads. Enveloped in mana, the protagonist said that he wanted to puke from what was happening. The king abruptly jumped up from the throne and demanded that his subjects do at least something. The brunette's body was covered in flames when he activated the skill chain of fire. Everything around was ablaze. A powerful aura emanated from the chain of fire. It enveloped the entire dungeon. The monsters stared at it intently. The protagonist appeared in the distance. Black smoke rose. The guy stepped forward. Frowning deeply, he said that he just needed guinea pigs for magical practice. That is why he thanked the elves for volunteering themselves. Their king clenched his fists. His subjects were roasted by the magical flames. He turned his head to the side and addressed the main character. He looked at him and warned him that he would not survive his prank. The brunette looked at him in confusion. He remembered that his friends were in his captivity. Their cage was filled with blood. Stepping forward, the guy asked the king if he was serious when he said that. He approached him slightly. Seeing his powerful aura, the head of the elves did not believe that an ordinary person could have such power. He realized that he would not be able to defeat him. Baring his teeth, he warned him that he would regret it. He pointed his finger at him and said that the other 7 kings would kill him if he crippled him. The brunette looked at him with displeasure. Approaching him, he hit him with his fist. The guy threw him aside. Putting his leg down, he said that he didn't need this information. He, devouring him with his gaze, advised him to call the other kings since they wanted to risk their lives like that. Meanwhile, the blade of the sword was covered in blood. After all, the elf plunged it into Hoyan's body. The guy's blood splashed in different directions. The brunette was very upset when she realized that she couldn't help her comrade. Looking at the guy's corpse, she realized that she would not have been able to notice the enemy's attack. Her pupils dilated when she assumed that she was weak. Remembering the little girl, she realized that she had lost someone again. The elf smiled ominously and suggested moving on to the next raider. He headed towards the girl. Grabbing her neck, he admitted that he wanted to at least try one new on his tooth. A tear flowed down the heroine's cheek. Bowing her head, she realized that they could not lose. Some sound was heard. The elf's eye sparkled. Yujin was very surprised by what she saw. The cave was covered in a bright light. Looking back, the king wondered what kind of magic was this. Someone was walking towards him and asked if he was the one who hurt these people. The girl's body was illuminated by a powerful aura. Looking away, she demanded that the monster answer her carefully. The guys were surprised by her transformation. The elf king was amazed by her appearance. A long-haired heroine was walking towards him. Raising her head, she threatened him with death. The raider saw her. Closing his eyes, he was glad that everything worked out for him. Seonjun, menacingly looking at the enemy, decided to ask him again. Dark energy began to emanate from the king's body. He suddenly doubled over. Kel sweated when the heroine asked him if he was the one who did this to these people. The bloody bodies of her comrades lay next to them. Yujin tried to help her partner up. Meanwhile, the elf smiled sinisterly when he realized that he couldn't defeat Seonjun. Clenching his hand into a fist, he suggested that he might have a chance if he could take those guys hostage. He confessed to her that he killed those people. The heroine looked at him haughtily. Looking at him, she realized that he admitted his deed. Her hand glowed as she said that she would not deal with the monster. She activated the skill sacrifice. The students' bodies were enveloped in her aura. Her life force began to be absorbed due to healing multiple guys at once. She emitted a powerful energy. Looking at her, the king asked her about how she used healing magic so quickly. Stepping forward, she confessed that a healer will do his job even if his enemy is standing in front of him. She approached him. Looking at her pleadingly, the elf begged her to wait. The girl seemed to transform into the main character when she said that she hated those who harmed her people. The enemy flew away from her. A drop of sweat ran down Yujin's cheek. She saw the monster start to evaporate into thin air. Looking at her teacher, she realized that she hadn't used the skill. Her eyes sparkled as she realized that her teacher had powerfully shot out concentrated mana. Seonjun walked up to Sungye as she decided to check the conditions of the two first. She concentrated her magic on him. A stream of mana emanated from her. It illuminated the body of the man in the suit. Ina walked up to them and asked her if the manager was okay. Looking back at her, the teacher reassured her that they didn't have to worry about Appa. As she began to heal Hoyan, she admitted that his condition was worse than she thought. His wounds were too serious. Concentrating, she examined his inner state. She noticed that all of his blood vessels were twisted and the nerves that controlled magic were severely damaged. The heroine realized that he would not have been able to use magic for the rest of his life if she had been even a little late. Her life force was permanently reduced by 2% as she healed the student. The guy's body was enveloped in her mana. Exhaling heavily, she realized that this skill was costing her body too much. She also realized that she would have died long ago if Yihan had not helped her. She smiled slightly when Yujung asked her if Hoyan would be able to recover. Having given a positive answer, she said that the guy would regain consciousness in a few days. His partners were happy about this. Turning around, the girl asked them about Yihan. The guys felt awkward. The gray-haired raider, bowing his head, told her that the main character went to the boss's room alone. Seonjun was worried about him. She smiled slightly. Bowing her head, she asked the guys not to worry about him because she was sure that he would be fine. The red-haired heroine, looking at her, wondered if everything would be fine because he went to raid the boss. Closing her eyes, the mentor reminded that Yehan is not that easy to kill. She told her that the dark elves are magical monsters that fight with magic. Meanwhile, the king spat out blood when Seonjun said that these monsters are not even close to their leader. The brunette, looking at him, demanded that he call the others. Smiling ominously, he advised him to do so if only he could get out of here himself. The boss room began to collapse. The brunette approached him when he realized that he was losing to someone. He put his hands on the ground. Standing on his feet, he decided not to try to save his pride because now he needed to tell his brothers about what happened. The king went in the other direction. His eyes sparkled brightly. The protagonist swung his hand. Noticing this, the elf stopped. The guy attacked him from above. He pressed the monster to the ground. Looking at him menacingly, he asked him where he was going. He squeezed his face with his hand. Opening his mouth, Kel warned him that he was not going to die one. The cave was covered in blue light when the king decided to go to Hellhammer with the protagonist. Its walls were covered in ice. After all, the king of the dark elves used the secret skill Frozen Ground. The entire dungeon was covered in ice. Raising his hand, the monster offered his enemy to feel what fear is and to know death. Smiling slyly, the brunette asked if he had rewarded him with a harvest. He touched the king's head when the king assumed that he was laughing at him. Putting his hand out to the side, the boy admitted that he didn't plan on using his secret weapon in such a place. A system notification appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to register the skill Frozen Land in the empty map. An image began to appear on the map because the protagonist registered an S-class skill. Frowning deeply, he activated the skill Absolute Calculation. The dungeon began to crack. The king cried because he didn't expect such a thing to happen. The protagonist grabbed his helmet. Igniting his head, he advised him to find out who his opponent is before attacking him in the future. The boy smiled slightly, having accomplished an incredible feat by killing Kainen. The king's body sparkled. Jihan looked away when he received the title of King of the Dark Elves Killer. He realized that he was completely different from his opponent. Kainen's head was ignited. The guy stared at him. The monster evaporated before his eyes. After killing it, the protagonist received a new piece of equipment and an ingredient. A notification appeared about the completion of the second Crossroads quest. The brunette swung his hand, receiving an empty map. He also got a new active skill, creating magic tools. He ran through the fog. The guy stopped near the cage. He squeezed the metal bars with his hands. His partners were sitting in this cage. He approached the blonde. Looking at him, he noticed that he was still breathing. He looked back at the neighboring cage. A man and a girl were sitting in it. His hand did not move. The protagonist was upset. Sitting next to his partner, he activated the sacrifice skill. A stream of energy emanated from his hand. Someone took his hand. A long-haired girl hugged him. Looking at her, he realized that his mentor had helped him. She bowed her head and told him that it was very difficult to heal. While helping him, she confessed that a healer is happy when no one needs his treatment. Turning her head, she said that she is also happy when she manages to save someone's life. Hearing this, the protagonist thought about something. Helping together with the mentor, he seemed to have reached his peak. Someone hit the steering wheel with a fist. He drove up to the building. The man's face was covered in sweat. He clenched his fist tighter. Frowning deeply, he continued to regret what happened. He crashed his head into the steering wheel. The gentleman smiled ominously. Driving past the buildings, he decided that he could destroy everyone if they came out of the dungeon alive. A guy knocked on his window. He looked back at him. The protagonist grabbed him by the neck. Looking at him, the brunette asked him if he was there. An hour ago, the guys gathered at the entrance to the guild. Bowing down to the chairwoman, the guy thanked her for her help. She laughed and suggested that they join the guild since they were so grateful to her. Raising her hand, Yujung admitted that she might even join it now. The protagonist tried to stop her since he believed that he needed to assess the situation first. She kicked him in the leg. The guy grabbed it and thought about why it hurt so much. The girl reminded him that she asked him to be quiet. The brunette smiled slightly when she reminded him that he made them all worry. Meanwhile, in a blush slightly, the guy approached them. Looking back, Seonjun noticed that her assistant had finally arrived. A white car was rushing towards them. Hana got out. Running up to the chairwoman, she asked her if she was okay. She admitted that she had not been able to connect with her for several hours. After learning this, Seonjun apologized to her. Looking at the assistants, she asked them to take the wounded and children to the guild first. They approached the guys. Putting her hand on her heart, the chairman said that she needed to deal with one more case. A brunette approached her when she finished saying that she wanted to finish the case with her student. Hana, exhaling heavily, agreed with her. She opened the door a little and asked the manager to get into the car. The protagonist became worried, reminding him of his sore arm. The man left the building discontentedly and asked him not to talk about his arm. His face was covered in sweat when the guy asked him if he could already use telepathy. He admitted to him that he was not quite okay. The girl looked at him in confusion. He thinks that he will only get worse if she finds out about everything. Hana looked back at him and warned him that he would have to walk if he continued to stand there. The man ran towards her. After getting into the car, the manager said that they were leaving. Seonjun asked her again to take care of the children. She and the student watched the car drive away. Looking ahead, the brunette asked if she also felt something strange. She turned her head and said that he was right. Seeing black smoke, the brunette said that a dirty stream of energy was coming from somewhere. Meanwhile, the man fell to the ground. He tried to brace himself with his hands. Seonjun came up to him and admitted that she did not know why he was there. Seokgi's face sweated as he thought about how the chairman of the Lotus Guild found out about what happened. He ran towards them. Summoning a magic ball, he admitted that it was not that easy to give in to them. Portals appeared behind him when he decided to use the magic tool from the director. A bright flash illuminated everything around. At that moment, the man assumed that he should not have used it now. He found himself behind the girl. The chairman looked back at him. She dodged his attack. The master became very angry. Looking at him, Seonjun said that the effectiveness of the magic tool that allows teleportation is not that strong. Recalling the photos, she said that this item can only move a few dozen meters. An image of a man appeared in her mind. Putting her hand aside, she asked why he sent a student to a deadly place. She tilted her head and demanded that he reveal the person behind him. Seokgi's body sparkled when he said that he would not tell. He decided to test how strong a magician she was. Her body burned when she realized that he had used a mana suppressor. Someone was watching everything. The man looked away and assumed that he had used this pawn enough. Seokgi became very worried. Seonjun's body was enveloped in powerful mana. Meanwhile, the man left the office when she assumed that they thought they could resist her. The monitor stopped broadcasting what was happening. The man looked at her with concern. The protagonist folded his arms and realized something. Standing on the runic circle, he realized that it was because of it that he could not read the transfer formula. He raised his head when he realized that this was a stupid act. Looking at the man, the girl told him that he could not tell her who was behind him. She, bowing her head, admitted that she knew about Seokgi's plan. After all, she did not even expect that the master would tell her about it. His face turned blue. The magic ball began to crack. After all, Seonjun told him that the mana suppressor would splash out magic that the device could not withstand. Meanwhile, the man entered the room. He burned the documents. The chairman spread her arms to the sides and told Seokgi that he would die right here. The black sky above him sparkled. He threw his head back. An explosion occurred in the city. His body was completely enveloped in mana. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist wondered what kind of magic his mentor used. The girl's body was sparkling because she summoned lightning. Yihan knows that the power of her skill varies up to 1,000 degrees because it is directly connected to the brain. He understands that her skill is on a different level, although it has the same rank as his super speed chain. The mana absorber split. A stream of mana splashed into the air. Seonjun took its fragments in her hands. Meanwhile, the sunlight illuminated the room. In it, a girl was lying on the bed. She tightly clutched a pillow in her hands. The brunette remembered how the leader pointed at her. Then she was very surprised by something. She blushed when she remembered that Yihan protected her. Ina was slightly embarrassed. She remembered how the guy stretched out his hand and reversed the magic. Sitting on the bed, she realized that she was still far from his level. She hugged the pillow slightly and decided that she should definitely thank him. The building was protected by a dome. Journalists ran up to him and begged the director of the academy to comment on the situation. They gathered near the protective dome. The man grabbed his head when he learned that society was negative towards the academy. Approaching him, the girl told him that some people think that the director created a ghost guild to abandon the students there. He punched the tablet. Beads of sweat began to flow down his face. He frowned deeply and wondered what was going on. Looking at him, Isu told him that a whole camp of reporters had set up near the academy. She also said that various media outlets were still trying to contact them. The gentleman leaned on his hand. Clutching his head, he asked her what she thought about this. He demanded that she, having closed the academy, avoid any interviews and comments. The girl bowed before him and said that she would do it. She left the office. The man smiled ominously when he realized that someone knew about his plan. He assumed that there was a traitor inside the academy because too much information began to leak. Sitting at the table, he realized that Seokgi had died. After all, he was sure that this guy would not have disappeared without contacting him. He turned his attention to his phone. The gentleman took it in his hand. Smiling ominously, he decided to resolve the information war in the same way. He brought the phone to his ear and said that he wanted to request several articles. Meanwhile, the students of the academy were walking down the corridor. Hoyin was among them. Someone wanted to hold his hand. Having hit him, the protagonist asked him if he was okay. The guy was slightly embarrassed when he realized that Yihyun had lightly pushed him. Clutching his head, he admitted that he was healthy thanks to him and the chairman. He stepped forward when he assumed that he would not have gotten out of there alive if the two of them had not helped him. The brunette looked back at him. Staying behind, he asked him about why he did this. Hoyin looked at him in confusion. He was slightly embarrassed. Smiling, the protagonist advised him to continue moving in the same direction. His partner was very surprised by his words. Stopping, Yihyun allowed him to do what he wanted. After all, he thought that he was going to do this anyway. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he would go to his classroom. He removed his hand. Waving to his comrade, he ran back. He looked out from the corner and advised him to take care of his body, after which he told him that the others were very worried about him. He walked on. Hoyin suddenly became sad. He clenched his hand into a fist. Smiling slightly, he realized that he could do whatever he wanted. He walked up to the window. Mana began to emanate from his body. Meanwhile, someone entered the room with a soft sofa. Grabbing his chin, the protagonist looked at the system window. He wondered how long ago such original effects as additional attack power when facing monsters with the dark attribute appeared. The brunette grabbed his head and realized that he was not himself because he had a lot to take care of. He supposed that he would have checked everything in advance a long time ago if he knew. Jihan pointed his finger at the screen. Looking at the information windows, he decided to ask Yiseng for help with the essences. Remembering the guy's sparkling eyes, he assumed that he would be very excited because he liked to work with new materials. Scrolling down, he noticed the last item. His eyes widened when he read the information window of the active skill. He even jumped out of bed. Looking at the red screen, he realized that he would be able to create a weapon that was necessary for every battle. His hand began to shine. A weapon began to appear in it. He firmly grabbed the handle. A notification appeared indicating that the equipment had been successfully created. Looking at the blade, Yihan guessed that this skill was similar to cheating. He picked up the weapon. Looking at it, he realized that it was an amazing ability. Looking at the equipment, he realized that the real value of this skill did not lie in its rank. He imagined a lot of money when he guessed that he could sell C-rank equipment on the black market for tens of millions of won. Tossing the knife, he realized that he would be able to create things like this all the time. Something confused him. He sweated when he saw that the item had reacted. The protagonist received the passive skill equipment creation genius as he fulfilled all the conditions. His knife was enveloped in mana. He floated into the air. A notification appeared that all equipment created by the raider would be upgraded to the next rank. He raised his head and considered this madness. He grabbed the handle tightly. Smiling slyly, he decided to try out the equipment right now. He remembered how his hand was enveloped in mana. Then he was slightly surprised because he managed to use some effects of the equipment item mistletoe. The brunette waved his hand and realized why his bracelet was classified as a weapon. 2 more knives appeared above his head when he decided to use the advantage given to him. He realized that it was time for him to start training. The next morning, students gathered at the academy. They were constantly studying something because they would have to pass difficult exams. Among themselves, the students compare them to their own grave. Passing at the academy is divided into 2 categories, theory and practice. The guys, when passing the theoretical exam, receive assignments on sheets in accordance with the educational material. They encounter various monsters while taking the practical part. After all, it involves making potions and raiding a specially created dungeon, the progress of which is watched by the entire country. Meanwhile, the sunlight fell on the boy when his name began to be called. Someone grabbed his shoulder. Menacingly looking at him, the girl threatened to hit him if he did not wake up. Hoyin jumped up abruptly. Scratching the back of his head, he apologized for unwittingly falling asleep while looking at a book. Ina was sitting opposite them when Yujung asked her friend if he knew how many days were left until the midterms. She warned him that if he failed at least one of them, he would read so much that the books would become his nightmare. Meanwhile, the brunette was trying hard to read the book. The protagonist smiled slightly. Looking at his trying comrades, he assumed that they would not learn all the theory. He remembered how the guys begged him for help. Then he was ready to help them because he would have won if they pulled themselves together. Hitting his forehead with his hand, the guy realized that it was all over for him. Looking at him, Ina told him that they would see each other at the retake. They turned around abruptly when Yujin called out to them. Raising her stick, she demanded that they stand up and stop talking nonsense. The brunette folded his arms in displeasure when he learned that they would have to study such subjects as the basics of magic wavelengths and raider behavior next. He threw his head back and exhaled heavily. A few days later, it was cloudy outside. The guys and their friends were walking in the park. The red-haired guy, with his hands behind his head, asked his friend how he passed the exam. His friend admitted that it was so difficult for him because he almost died. The brunette, turning his head, asked his friends to look at something. A thoughtful Ina was walking towards them. She heard someone call her one of the best rookies on the hunt. Raising her hand, Yoojung called out her name. She waved happily. Seeing her, someone told their friends that Yoojung and Yihyun, after the hunt, were considered the most gifted first years. The red-haired student, putting his hand in his pocket, assumed that all the cool ones would hang out together one way or another. At that moment, the brunette asked if Hoyin was with them. The protagonist looked back at them when they thought that everyone in his group would be able to get the maximum marks on the exams. One of them suggested that they solve the test questions with their eyes closed. Yihyun exhaled heavily when he realized how much responsibility was on his shoulders. He saw Yoojung hug the brunette tightly, after which he suggested that envy is better than hatred. The red-haired girl, blushing, asked Ina about how she did on the test. The brunette's face turned blue. The protagonist noticed this. Seeing her, Yoojung asked if she did her best. The guy told her that she only looked like that because she was not amenable to any training. They began to whisper among themselves. Ina was very embarrassed by this. She approached them and threateningly informed them that she could hear them. Yoojung suggested that she just needed to try harder. The guys saw how the brunette got angry because of this. Soo-hyuk looked at her with displeasure. He frowned deeply and called someone arrogant. His friend felt awkward when he admitted to him that he wanted to smear him this time. The brunette scratched the back of his head when he realized that his friend was planning to do it again. He hoped that Soo-hyuk would not look for a fight with Yihyun again. Meanwhile, the lights were dimmed in the lab. Someone poured a potion into a vessel. An ominous mana began to emanate from it. A column of smoke rose from the cauldron. At this time, Yoojung was standing next to him. Pointing to another cauldron, the protagonist said that his came out much better. He looked back at Yisang and asked him if he was right. The green-haired guy looked away. Looking at them, he apologized to them and told them that they failed. Yoojung was very surprised by this. In turn, the protagonist tightly closed his eyes. Yisang seemed to pierce their hearts when he told them that they had absolutely no talent for alchemy. The brunette was slightly embarrassed when he remembered that he had been practicing potion making for quite a long time. He also realized that he needed to at least pass with a satisfactory grade. Yisang bowed his head and apologized to them for his rudeness. Looking at him, Yihyun asked him if they had any chance of passing alchemy. Grabbing his chin, the green-haired guy suggested that they could pass it if they used a special ingredient. The guys looked at each other, hearing about the special ingredient. Meanwhile, no one ran up the academy stairs. The corridors were empty. Someone lifted their leg. She was leafing through a magazine. The girl was sitting in a locked room. Someone opened the door. The protagonist remembered how Yisang, raising a finger, told him about moon fireflies. He learned that these insects only live in very clean places, which is why no more than 100 of them are sold annually. And his friend also suggested that he use them to enhance the effects of the potion on the exam. Entering the room, Yihyun asked the girl if her name was Soil. He smiled slightly and reminded that a lot of time had passed. The blonde looked back at him. She frowned deeply when she saw Yihyun and Yoojung, after which she asked them what they wanted from her. Soil remembered how she lost to these newbies in a battle. Looking at them, she asked them what they were doing here. The protagonist put his hand on the table and admitted to her that they wanted to ask her for something. The blonde folded her arms in displeasure and told him that she was not going to listen to their request. The guy smiled slightly when he asked her if she would like to know what she could get in return. Frowning deeply, Soil assumed that he wanted to share his points with her. Interrupting her, he offered her 30 million won for her help. Her eyes widened. A screen appeared in front of him when he said that he would give it to her in cash after she signed the contract. The girl looked down. She glared at him. Raising her head, she said that she was willing to do anything for such a reward. Smiling slightly, the guy asked her what she wanted. The protagonist headed to the Diaju mountain area with his entire team. Yoojung turned around abruptly when the leader asked her if she came here for a walk. Hearing this, she sternly asked him why he was pestering her again. Yisang was embarrassed when he realized that the guys were the same. An hour ago, they approached the blonde with a proposal. Grabbing her chin, she assumed that they could do it. She, looking at them, told them that she needed traces, no matter how good her search skills were. After which she asked the protagonist if he had already thought about how they would pull this off. Tilting his head, he promised to take an excellent alchemist with him. The blonde looked at him in confusion, asking him about who he was talking about. Yoojung looked out from behind her comrade. She saw Yisang open the door. He felt awkward. Squinting, the blonde asked Yihyun if he meant Yisang by the excellent alchemist. He looked at her and asked her if they knew each other. The girl told him that they were in the first team on the first hunt. Yisang scratched his head in embarrassment. The blonde closed her eyes and was surprised that he had become an alchemist. She admitted that during the first freshman hunt, she had thought of him as someone who had been forced into the world of martial arts. While in the forest, the green-haired man remembered that he had not been particularly useful back then. Waving his hand, the protagonist informed him that it was time for them to go. Soil smiled slightly when she saw that Yiseng was now emitting a different energy. He even blushed because she realized that he was enjoying his work. Yiseng ran to his comrades and suggested that they all go together. Touching the leaves, the protagonist remembered that moonlight fireflies, being monsters, belong to the beasts of nature. They looked around. Turning his head, Yiseng said that there are many opinions on the principle of the creation and manifestation of monsters, but he also knows that most of the theory is that the mana left in the air and ground after the invasion turned ordinary animals and plants into all sorts of monsters. He looked back at his comrade and assumed that they had chosen the optimal location. The brunette raised his head and said that it would be easiest for them to find fireflies from above. Soil saw something. Looking into the depths of the forest, she reported that the road was gradually getting lost. Yujing saw it too. Seeing Yiseng interested, she assumed that he liked it here. The protagonist looked back and told him that their comrade liked all sorts of bugs. Yujing's face turned blue when she found out that Yiseng liked bugs. The green-haired guy's eyes sparkled. Standing near a tree, he admitted that he had found something. Liquid was dripping from the tree trunk. The alchemist told the boys that the trail was left by moon fireflies. The blonde touched the pole, deciding to work off the money she had received. A stream of energy began to emanate from her hand. A sound was heard. Magic threads pierced the branches when she activated the search skill. They enveloped the rabbit's neck. A notification appeared about finding a trail of a moon firefly. Stretching out her hand, the girl set the route target to the moon firefly. Yujin was very surprised when the girl reported that she had found the beast. Yiseng approached her and asked her to be quieter because loud voices could scare the firefly. Having learned this, her partner apologized to him. It was already dark outside. The boys stopped abruptly. The protagonist looked back. Seeing the trees, he assumed that they had not gone down this road. Yujin hugged herself and agreed that it was kind of creepy here. Walking further, Soil said that her skill led exactly here. Yiseng was sweating from fear. The brunette jumped back and admitted that something was wrong here. He was surprised by something. In front of him, a waterfall was flowing down the mountain. The boys approached the pond. Yiseng told them that he had seen moonlight fireflies. Yujing's face was covered in sweat. Yihyun, raising his head, said that these insects were larger than ordinary bugs. Seeing the fireflies flying towards them, he realized that they were much larger. He raised his head when he assumed that these insects had undergone monsterification. Looking at them, he realized that they needed to be slowed down because they were too fast. A whirlpool appeared above his hand. He activated the gravity skill. A huge moonlight firefly flew towards him. The guy attacked it. Looking at what was happening, Soil realized that they were holding up well for bugs. Turning around, she asked Yihyun if he could strengthen his magic control. He replied that he did not have enough skills to do it more skillfully. Yiseng was worried when he asked what they would do if they lost everyone like that. Smiling ominously, his comrade promised him to catch everyone. Magic threads were released from his hands. He attacked the tree and bushes at the same time. A magic cube appeared in front of him. Soil's mouth dropped open when she saw it. She noticed a huge cloud of mana. The protagonist was standing inside it. Pointing at it, he asked if they were going to catch the fireflies. A drop of sweat ran down Soil's cheek as she realized that the guy had created a mana room. Looking at the cube, she realized that Yihyun was a monster. The insects clung to the walls of the mana room. Overjoyed, Yiseng thought about how he hadn't thought of this before. He had entered the mana room. Covering herself with her hand, Yujing admitted that she couldn't do it. The guy pushed her and demanded that she go catch the insects. Approaching the mana room, she admitted that she really hated bugs. Meanwhile, Yiseng grabbed the first moonfly. The blonde also grabbed the trap. She quickly turned her head. Soil saw how the guys were trying to catch the bugs. Covered in sweat, she was surprised that there was one student in the academy who could create something like this. After all, she knew that even third years were not capable of such a thing. At that moment, she wondered where that guy came from. She looked back when she heard a scream. Yujing made a face and said that they had sticky slime. Yihyun grabbed his head when she started complaining about the stench. They arrived at Yiseng's lab. The guys were examining the potion. Their comrades were watching them. They simultaneously picked up the vessel, deciding to add the next ingredient. The potion in their cauldrons sparkled brightly. The bubbles moved to the edges. Something sparkled brightly in the center. Hoyin's mouth opened in surprise, and the brunette covered her open mouth. Yiseng laughed at them and admitted that he worked hard on the secret ingredient. Then he said that it still needed to be improved. He raised a finger and guessed that the guys could achieve 10% purity. Seeing the red potions, his comrades were happy that they succeeded. The brunette looked back at Yiseng and told him that they had made a perfect quality potion. They jumped up and down with joy when Yujing loudly announced that she had also made it. Yiseng's face turned blue when he noticed that Yihyun's potion was 51% pure while Yujing's was 47%. He wondered if everything would be okay. A few days later, there was no one in the audience. The guys bowed their heads. Hoyin laughed at them, realizing that they had no talent at all. He really hit them where it hurt when he told them that it was like some kind of alchemical summoning of monsters. The girl cried, because even using rare ingredients, she was only able to take 42nd place. Hoyin smiled slightly and said that they did not do so badly thanks to Yiseng's help, after which he praised them. He jumped up in fear when the brunette asked him if he was comforting them like that. Raising his finger, he told them that it was time for him to go to the lecture. He waved his hand at them. The protagonist exhaled heavily, remembering that there were still practical exercises left. Yujin jumped up from her chair when she decided to compensate for what happened during the remaining exams. The brunette became sad when he remembered that the second stage was quite difficult. Imagining the fighting raiders, he realized that after the first-year hunt, an R test and a dungeon simulation awaited him. He knows that the conditions for passing them are difficult, because these exams test all the knowledge gained at the academy. Yihan folded his arms in displeasure. Frowning deeply, he remembered that there was another factor that increased the difficulty of the second stage. Looking at his classmates, he thought about the order of forming a team. Ina approached Yujung and asked him what value he got. The girl grabbed her head and said that she got 14 value units. She admitted to her that it was hard for her to form a team correctly. Imagining the numbers hovering above their heads, she realized that the value was assigned depending on the student's performance. Students must form a team of 4 people, while their total value should not exceed 50. Looking at his hand, the protagonist calculated the total value of his team. He did not expect that one would be able to score so many points, because before he only had 6. The brunette remembered how the guys approached him and invited him to their good team. A moment appeared in his head, how he was the one left against all the monsters. He understands that he showed a terrible result then. Frowning deeply, he realized that it was terrible when a high-ranking person chooses low-ranking ones. He slammed his fist on the table and thought about what right they had. Someone approached him and greeted him. The protagonist looked at him. His eyes sparkled. He clenched his fist when he was asked if he was Yihan. The protagonist remembered that guy from the past who told him that the lowest rank should stay in their place. Now the blonde raised his hand when he called him a genius student who took first place in the freshman hunt and played a leading role in the dungeon simulation. Then he looked at the brunette and asked him how he could be so bad. He smiled ominously. Now he waved his hand and told Yihan that it was nice to meet him. The brunette looked back at him in confusion. Hansen was slightly embarrassed when he noticed that the guy was hostile towards him. He asked him if he wanted to team up with him. The blonde walked up to him and admitted that he had little value compared to his skills. Yihan stood up from his chair when the boy offered to help him, since it would be hard for him to find people for a team with his 20 units of value. Baring his teeth, the protagonist remembered that there are rats everywhere among the strong and weak people. Hansen was surprised when he spoke. Looking at him, he admitted that he was not going to team up with him. Raising his head, he said that he would choose someone else. The blonde became worried and asked him to listen to him. He again said that he had little value. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he did not care about it. Hansen clenched his fists when he admitted to him that he could pass this exam alone, after which he called him absolutely useless since he was too weak. He turned away from him. The blonde menacingly asked him about what he said. The guy stepped forward. He approached the guys and asked them if they had thought about his offer. Hansen was very angry when he heard this. Xiangwu smiled widely and told Yihan that he and Gina had decided to agree. Hansen frowned. He remembered the first time he met those 2 guys when they threw Yihan into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled and admitted that he was afraid of being rejected by them. He looked back. Hansen was glaring at him. He ran out of the office when he realized that Yihan chose those guys instead of him. Frowning deeply, he decided to make him regret it. The sunlight fell on the sign of the cafe. Someone ordered a pink drink. The protagonist and his partners were sitting at the table. Gina, looking at him, clarified whether he really needed them. After all, she thought that both of them were not very helpful to him in the dungeon. The brunette stared at her as she reminded him that they abandoned him when they ran away. The blonde looked away and told her how they were abandoned by the Cane Guild for being useless to them. Yihan smiled slightly and asked them not to worry about it. He folded his arms as he said that he wouldn't have asked them to join him if he wanted to lose. He then said that he wouldn't even lie about it. The boys looked at each other. While drinking tea, the guy remembered that Xiangwu and Gina's assessment did not correspond to their abilities since they passed that dungeon very quickly. But at the same time, he understands that they are worth much more than Hansung. The blonde, covered in sweat, said that he calmed down. Raising her head, the girl asked about who would be the 4th in their team. The main character looked back, remembering that he did not tell the guys about this. The door opened slightly. The guys became worried when someone asked Yihan about why he was bothering with these 2. He smiled widely and introduced the 4th member of the team. Yujun glared at them menacingly. She remembered how her partner tried to stop her. Then she saw how ashamed the guys became. Frowning deeply, she asked if he invited her to join them. Meanwhile, the director was sitting at the control panel. He learned that his academy's reputation was at risk. The article also said that he might be stripped of his position as president. The man bared his teeth. He smashed the monitor into pieces. The screen cracked in half. Jane bowed his head and thought of those children. He frowned deeply as he realized that the journalists were still printing their dirty headlines even though he had paid them a fortune. The ring on his hand sparkled. He leaned back. Standing in front of the monitor, he realized that the media had turned their backs on him. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Remembering the image of an elegant girl in a dress, he assumed that only the Lotus Guild could pull off such a thing. He stepped towards the window. Looking out, he thought of Seonjun. He bared his teeth as he assumed that this woman was the one who did this. He placed his palm against the window and realized that in this situation, he could only lie low for a while. He clenched his fist when he realized that he could lose something. The man, raising a menacing look, decided to wait until the media calmed down. After that, he wanted to return to his plans. Meanwhile, Yujing sat at the table. The guys sat opposite her, embarrassed. She folded her hands in displeasure. Looking at the brunette, she said that she could put up with the presence of these two guys, after which she clarified with him whether he brought them here only because he gets along well with them. He leaned over the table. Raising his head, he asked her if she was satisfied if he said that he himself asked them to escape back then. He frowned deeply and demanded that she understand that their escape was the most correct decision. Yujin got angry when she heard this. He became sad. Closing her eyes, she said that she believed him. She clarified with him about why he took them into the team. After all, she thinks that he can easily get the highest score without help. The protagonist smiled slightly when he realized that she was being straightforward. Remembering the situation in the dungeon, he decided to comply with several conditions when forming a team. First, it is important to him that the participants hate Jane. He remembered how he met Yujung. At that moment, he realized that it is important for him to have people on the team who will not blab about what happened in the dungeon. Gina looked at him blankly when he told them that he had a plan. Putting his hand on the back of the chair, he admitted that he wanted to use the upcoming exam to get rid of Jane. Yujing's mouth dropped open when she heard this. The guys were also surprised by what they heard. A drop of sweat ran down Gina's cheek. Looking at the smiling guy, she wondered if he said it seriously. He frowned deeply as he thought about how Jane would be able to get out of this with his connections this time. On the day of the practical exam, all the students gathered together. There was a man on the stage who greeted the newly gathered. He informed them that he was the instructor of the academy and the one in charge of the second round. Hajun was sweating in embarrassment. Yihan glared at him, guessing that he was also Jane's first puppet. He remembered that this man became the director's right hand after the previous one left. The guys stared at him. He told them that the practical exam would be broadcast live to the entire country. The protagonist imagined everyone watching their battle. He realized that the director could only show everything to the world. Imagining red eyes, he realized that the students would have to act their part in front of the audience. Hajun raised an eyebrow and asked the students to do their best. He then wished them good luck. The room sparkled with blue light. The protagonist's partners prepared to dive. Yihan, smiling ominously, suggested that his teammates move forward into battle. It was a huge fiery dungeon that was burning in lava. Suddenly, a blue hologram began to appear in space. The protagonist walked through it and a notification popped up that the users had been successfully transferred to the dungeon. His sneakers stepped onto the hot surface of the dungeon. All four guys from Team D were standing on the hot ground. Their leader was Yihan. There were also Yujung, Seongwoo and Gina. A notification that they needed to go through all the stages of the dungeon, get the boss's core and return to the surface. The protagonist looked around warily. A card with a task for the first floor. It was necessary to eliminate all the monsters and find a way out to the second stage. The blonde boy and his girlfriend looked around in surprise. Pasco looked around worriedly, trying to figure out what kind of place this was. The blonde boy looked at his leader, who was peering into the distance and said that this place was Muspelheim. He thought that this dungeon was created in the likeness of Muspelheim. Hot lava flowed along the ground. Yujin waved her hand because of the hot air. She said that she was sure that this was the same place because she asked the guys to look at all these pillars of fire around. Yihan touched the status window and turned to look at the worried guys. He wanted to make a map of the area. His hand touched the screen, on which there were 3 blue dots. He said that they needed to collect as much information as possible in order to act wisely in the future, and besides, there was clearly something here that he wanted to take. Gina looked at the brunette in amazement. What were those things? Yujin called out to Gina from behind and said that they were going to find ice grass. Their silhouettes were slightly illuminated, standing in the distance. They understood that prolonged exposure to the heat would slow them down, and this could be very dangerous. The blonde smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. He noticed that the two were knowledgeable about such things and thought it was a good thing. The protagonist looked away with disdain, holding his hand with magic. He explained that these were basic knowledge about passing dungeons, because survival was the priority of any raider. The protagonist stood in the epicenter of the aura funnel and activated the mana detector skill. Streams of blue aura spread throughout the fiery dungeon. The protagonist looked ahead with a sly grin and saw a sprout of ice grass. Yujing's eyes widened and she tried to figure out what their leader had found. Yihan smiled sarcastically at the girl and wanted to hurry up since they didn't have much time. A bunch of ice grass sprouts covered the black field. Gina looked at this field of ice grass in amazement. The protagonist was collecting these sprouts, looking to the side. He explained that they needed to take as much as they could carry. He turned to Xiangwu and asked him if he had good grades in alchemy, hinting that he himself had once said this. The blonde was sitting next to him and collecting grass, looking at Yihan. He ironically replied that it was a big word, he just knew a little about this topic. The blonde was glowing white, looking at the protagonist. Yihan explained that in this case, he would leave potion making to him, which the blonde did not mind. Yihan looked away, wanting to move on to the next part of the plan. Notifications popped up that viewers had entered the viewing room and asked the players to watch what they were doing and saying. The protagonist turned around, seeing a flying drone. The protagonist stared at the flying drone above his head. There was a camera hanging on the drone, which was supposed to broadcast the picture. The players were in the frame and were fidgeting nervously, because now the students had to act out their roles in front of the audience, or in other words, they were now streamers. A male viewer in a white t-shirt looked at the monitor with excitement. Other viewers were watching the broadcast through their phones and tablets. The students were supposed to entertain the crowd well. Yihan looked away from under his bangs with displeasure. He knew he didn't like this concept, but he thought it could be useful to him. He opened his mouth and said that 4 degrees Celsius rank monsters were approaching them. Gina looked away, worried. The blonde man fidgeted a little and tensed up. Yujing stared ahead. The protagonist looked ahead warily and said that they would proceed according to Plan B. The entire team immediately armed themselves and formed a circle behind their leader. They saw 2 lava clots in the distance. The blonde immediately took out his sword and shield and stood in defense. A notification that the provocation skill had been activated. Gina took hold of her sword and tensed up. The protagonist told them to fight using their artifacts, but remember to watch their distance. These lava clots were rolling along the ground. The protagonist said that these clots could explode if they hit the wrong places on the clots' bodies. Yujing sharpened her bow with a magical blue arrow and wanted to use the water spirit skill. These lava monsters were approaching the group of boys in a crowd. Yujing looked away anxiously, trying to call Yihan back. The protagonist stared ahead surrounded by drones and said that it was too early. Gina held out a long sword in front of her, looking at the lava monster clot. The blonde also took a defensive pose with a shield in front of 2 large lava monsters. A notification appeared that the channel was successfully created and viewers had joined them. A bunch of messages from viewers poured into the chat against the backdrop of lava. The protagonist lowered his head and shouted that it was time to act right now. Yujing fired a magic arrow from her bow and activated the ice shot skill. A hole appeared in the lava monster. Gina at this time held onto her shield and sword, standing next to the monster. She immediately soared into the ground and directed white rays of aura at the lava clot. Yihan stared ahead, realizing with irony that there was no better place to use the frozen ground. The drone continued to closely monitor what was happening. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, looking back at the camera. He raised his hand in the air along with the shining crystals. He thought that he shouldn't have made everything epic now. Ice crystals were floating in the air above the monsters. The protagonist ironically looked forward, holding his hand with magic above his head. A notification appeared that the freezing rain skill had been activated. The protagonist and his gaze were seeping through the freezing rain. A powerful stream of crystals flew down. A crushing wave of aura spread throughout the entire area. This crushing explosion was even reflected on the status screen. A bunch of comments poured in saying that they were shocked by this skill of Yihan's. The mage stood with his head down in a cloud of ice dust. He understood that everything was just beginning. Yihan stared ahead through his long bangs. The protagonist stood with his back to his image, his hands in his pockets. He understood that these fools at the monitors would become a serious weapon against Jane. A pile of folders and a glowing monitor stood in the office. The monitor was broadcasting a live broadcast of an explosion from the dungeon. New comments appeared about what was happening. The guy in the white jacket was watching the broadcast, calling out to Yihan. The brunette with stubble was staring at the screen. He noticed that the player wasn't even sweating, despite using a rank magic. He was looking through the screen at the main character. He was closely watching several monitors, realizing that based on what Jiyeon had reported to him, Yihan's relationship with the director had not worked out. The guy was closely watching the broadcast, realizing that there was a lotus behind the director. He bit a toothpick and smiled sarcastically. He realized that if he used this, it would not be difficult to expose Yihan. He immediately broke the toothpick, wanting to see Yihan's abilities. He clenched his fist in delight, wanting to see the guy's plans for what he would do next. A bunch of blue crystals fell from the sky to the ground. Yihan looked at what was happening sarcastically from under his brows. A powerful barrage of ice crystals flew towards the epicenter of the monsters. The rest of the team watched the explosions in amazement. These lava clots began to crumble. Yujung held her hand in front of her face, admiring that she was no longer surprised by the abilities of her leader. Gina wiped sweat from her forehead, standing next to the blonde. She asked the guys if they thought it was getting too hot. The protagonist spread his palms and turned towards the team. He thought that they had already dealt with all the monsters, and therefore wanted to drink a potion. Yujung stood in front of the main character. She agreed that it was a real hell. She turned towards Gina and wanted to find a place where they would be a little cooler. The blonde looked to the side, suggesting a place where it would be cooler. All the guys looked to the side at the place Xiangru pointed out to them. He assumed that it might have been cooler there since there was less energy coming from underground. Yihan crossed his arms and sighed indifferently, realizing that the blonde was right. The protagonist looked away with a smirk, holding the magic cube, since he wanted to set up camp there. Ina held a wand in her hands. She waved it and sent a blue beam forward. Several sharp ice arrows flew at the lava monsters. The ice arrows caught up with the lava monsters. Ina stared at her forward, holding the wand in her hand. Hoyin at this time ran with a sword to attack. With a confident look, the team leader flew forward. He deftly cut the lava monsters. The remains of the lava monsters evaporated on the ground. The brunette stood with Hoyin and looked at what was happening indifferently. The team leader was even surprised that it was too easy. The brunette scratched her head and looked up, realizing that it really was too easy. Hoyin scratched his nose while the other guys stood behind him. He expected the monsters to be stronger because it was too easy for an artificial dungeon. The brown-haired guy looked ahead with a dumbfounded look, not understanding what their leader was talking about because they would fail if they made even one mistake. A bunch of lava clots filled the entire ground. The guy understood that besides, he fought the lava slugs in close combat, and it was good that no one received damage. Hoyin turned towards Ina and said that he could even bet on the fact that Yihan had already dealt with the monsters. The brunette looked away with a tired look and asked the guys to hurry. The other two players looked at each other in confusion. They realized that their leaders were talking about Yihan with admiration, but they tried to comprehend how strong Yihan was. Streams of lava flowed through the dungeon. There was a white cauldron on the ground. The protagonist and the boys were brewing a potion. The blonde boy stared at the cauldron with the potion. He guessed that it would take about an hour to brew the potions. The protagonist looked at the laughing blonde boy, saying that would be enough. Xiangwu said that he would try to brew the potion as quickly as possible. Yujing sat on the ground, looking burdened, sighing heavily. She thought that this place was really created by Muspelheim. Yihan slyly looked at the angry Yujing. He ironically noted that the girl showed herself in all her glory, as if hinting to the blonde boy to brew the potions faster. Yujing exclaimed that she did not mean it that way. Gina blushed timidly and closed her eyes, thinking that these boys were very close. Yujin crossed her arms and turned around in displeasure, saying that her friend was wrong. Yihan scratched his tousled head, being sure that the guys understood that what happened in the dungeons back then was not their mistake. He imagined Yujin crying tearfully in his arms. He understood that fear dulled the mind and killed any intelligence. He raised his hand, wanting to say something. The whole team was sitting near the vat with the potion, turning their attention to the protagonist. He sat with his legs crossed, holding his hand in front of him. He wanted to talk to them in advance about the plan. Tongues of flame burst out towards the white canvas. Yujin peeked out from behind the cover, looking at the protagonist. She asked him if it was possible. The protagonist sarcastically turned to the side, realizing with complete certainty that he absolutely believed in it. The drone continued to hover in the air above the silhouettes of the guys. The protagonist looked up with disdain, realizing that now was the best time to make some noise. He saw a clock in the status window. The protagonist extended his hand and began to emit golden hieroglyphs in the form of an aura. It was a different set of characters that were spinning in a funnel. They suddenly turned into a blue aura that hovered against the background of the hot dungeon. The blue sequence of hieroglyphs hovered in space. A notification popped up saying that the connection was unstable. Voice transmission was limited and the transmission was cancelled. Yujung and the protagonist looked up at the drone as the comments continued to pour in. Some fans of the broadcast began to vigorously discuss what was happening, implying that something was about to happen, but noticed that there were only two guys. Yihan looked up with a smile, replying that his team members were fine and wished the guys not to worry. The status window showed the protagonist with that same smirk. The viewers in the comments were surprised that they heard his voice. The red-haired girl looked away with disdain. The commenters were surprised that they could hear the students' conversations, wondering if this was the case in other places as well. Yihan stared through his bangs, realizing that this reaction was expected for him. He smiled slightly. The main character looked up mockingly, saying that he had tinkered a bit with the artificial dungeon formula. He greeted all the viewers with a message. On the other side of the screen, a person watched the brunette's status window, who stated that the real stream would now begin. The main character extended his hand, wondering what the point of broadcasting was if the viewers couldn't hear him. The main character looked forward mockingly, extending his hand. Hajin stood behind the director, who was clearly angry. He asked him if he was sure he was okay. Jane waved his hand, standing in front of the screen with Yihyun. He waved it off, saying that everything was fine. The director held his hand in shock, noting that he just had a headache. Jane frowned and looked downcast, realizing that this shouldn't be happening. He imagined an area of blue aura against the background of a clock mechanism. He guessed that Yihyun was able to change the formula of the artificial dungeon. Jane realized that this area was created by dozens of raider mages and the academy instructors, led by himself. Jane looked ahead in shock, trying to understand how he was able to bring everything under his control. Hajin looked at the director with concern, waving his hand. He turned to Jane and told him that he had to deal with Yihyun. The director stood with his back to the boy and replied that he would be happy to do so, but he could not. He closed his eyes and slightly furrowed his brows. He stated that there were no rules by which they could resolve this situation. Jane tensed up and opened his mouth. He thought about who would have thought that a single student could change the formula of a dungeon that was created by the best instructors. Hajin stared at the director. Yihyun looked out the window, telling him not to worry since students couldn't reveal confidential information about Mill's Academy. He presented a tattered, written rule on paper. He stated that if this rule was broken, the punishment would be expulsion from the academy. The brunette looked down with a grimacing face, noting that as long as Yihyun's signature was on the enrollment papers, there was nothing he could do. He frowned heavily and his whole body wilted when the instructor gasped and explained that many people were only talking about Yihyun. He stared at the screen with the main character. Yihyun noted that the girl already knew very well how things were in general. The mage said that regarding the incident with the guild experience, there were many pitfalls. Jane stood with a downcast look and his head down. The guy wondered if he could have thought that he would be expelled. Yihyun sarcastically waved his hand, closing his eyes. He replied that the audience shouldn't have worried. He opened his eyes and looked sarcastically through his bangs. He asked the boys if they wanted to know Principal Yihyun's favorite phrase. He mockingly waved his arms, saying that only the strongest survive. The protagonist was visible on the screen, adding that he was the man who had power in the law in Mill's Academy. The drone continued to watch what was happening. The protagonist smiled and looked up, ironically asking if the boys thought that the principal would expel him. Yihyun looked very angry at this time. He grabbed his head and began to laugh loudly. He held his face in shock. He knew that the student was right because Yihyun was a sly one from the very beginning, but he realized this only now. He leaned his hands on the table, standing with his back to the instructor. He fidgeted with his fingers on the table, asking the instructor to throw Yihyun out right after the exams were over. The instructor listened to the director's order with a dumbfounded look. He added that when the guys calmed down, they should hire a couple of rank raiders with combat experience. Jane looked ahead with an angry expression, his brows furrowed. He added that this way they would get rid of the brunette. The man sat down in the chair when the girl bowed her head in front of him, hearing the order. He rested his hands on the table. Jane looked ahead with an angry expression, imagining the image of the smiling protagonist. The director really wanted to get even with Yihyun. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and looked ahead with a sneer. He knew that the director would not keep his word if he was expelled from the academy with good grades and wondered if Jane was capable of such a thing. A viewer was frantically typing a comment on his phone, realizing that the principal simply didn't care. Another user was sitting in front of a computer, frantically typing a comment. He assumed that if a student was saying something like that, there really was a problem, since he realized that Yihyun wasn't just rebelling. A bunch of kids were looking at the monitor mockingly. They were reading the response, commenting on how it made sense since the principal had been accused of a lot of things, but there was no investigation. The protagonist was looking up mockingly, realizing that the media had already screwed Jane. He was looking away with a confident expression since he knew that Jane might actually think he could get away with it this time. Earlier in the camp, it was a small open tent. The protagonist extended his index finger, saying that he was going to edit the dungeon formulas and they should make sure the viewers heard them. The blonde looked away with concern, asking about the dungeon formula. Yihyun sat across from the girls of the team, explaining that the first point of the plan to take down Jane was communication and they would be able to sway the viewers to their side by fulfilling their wishes. Yujin looked ahead worriedly, asking the protagonist if he was sure that everything would work out, as she assumed that the director might try to fulfill something. The protagonist began to rise from the ground, telling Yujin not to worry. He looked at her maliciously, with a grin that grinned. He added that they had viewers and besides, there were no rules that prevented them from changing the formulas of the artificial dungeons. He imagined the image of the director, stunned, with his eyes bulging. The mage's mouth dropped open, indicating that he wanted to start a real raid stream. He spread his arms out in front of the large status window. He said that this was a show they prepared especially for the viewers and asked them to enjoy the spectacle. Yujin looked forward with a slightly worried expression while the viewers marveled at Yihan's conversational skills. They were happy about this development. The girl came up behind the main character, trying to talk to him. Covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Yihan that she was scared of all these people. She was immediately dumbfounded and stunned, as someone in the audience thought she was a good fighter despite her nice appearance. The red-haired girl looked at the subscribers' comments in shock. They noticed that the guys were on the same team and knew that she had deftly dealt with the lava monster. She immediately made a face of disgust. She angrily tried to turn off the status window with the remote. Yihan stared at Yujin, getting angry and crossing her arms. She felt like she was being seen through, and it was unpleasant. The team leader looked away with trepidation, asking his friend to be patient for a while because they had to go through this for the sake of the plan. He watched as the girl lowered her head with her eyes closed, saying that she knew it all. The protagonist looked forward with disappointment, understanding the girl's feelings. Before the regression, he couldn't even count how many times he wanted to die because of the hatred that was falling on him. He sat in an empty space, leaning on his hands. He turned to the side. Yujin was sitting next to him, staring at the guy who said that they had a lot of work and they needed to move forward. He turned back, getting ready to go. Massive streams of hot lava were flowing into the dungeon. The guys were walking forward on the ground. The commentators didn't understand where the guys were going because they assumed that they had already killed many monsters. Yihan and Yujin were staring up, putting their hands behind their backs. A whole river of lava was flowing into the dungeon. The brunette looked at the status window and said that they had some business left in this place. He extended his index finger and smiled maliciously. He said that they were planning to show the viewers something interesting. A waterfall of lava was flowing out of the wall. They wanted to find a hidden part of the dungeon. The commentators were surprised at what kind of hidden part it would be. He confidently looked forward while the girl stood behind him. He wanted to get down to business. The mage girl pulled out her staff. Notifications that the acceleration skill and wind acceleration were activated. The protagonist began to walk forward, surrounded by a green stream of energy. Notification that the gravity skill was activated. Yihan was illuminated by a bright aura light. He angrily looked forward from under his bangs, realizing that it was time to show people how the regressor cleared the dungeon. He stood with his back to his silhouette, his hands in his pockets. They were transported outside of Mill's Academy. Jiyeon held her earphone. She stood on the empty street and held her head. She replied that she would contact Yihan right after the exams. She looked up and took the defendant by surprise as to whether he was sure about that, since the lotus itself was standing behind him. The brunette with a beard was looking at his tablet. He frowned slightly, holding onto the earpiece. He realized that this could be a problem. The instructor looked away as the man told her that she needed to contact the protagonist as soon as possible and lure him over to her side. The man stared at the protagonist through the tablet and added that they would allow him to make any conditions. She held onto the earpiece, standing with her back turned. She began to walk away, realizing that if the raider management could get him, it would be a long-term advantage in the long run. She walked forward, slightly bowing her head. The instructor stared ahead, realizing that the problem was that Jane was also standing on Yihan. She imagined the director standing behind the protagonist. Jiyeon's hair was fluttering in the wind. She confidently walked forward, waving her arms. She knew that she had to keep an eye on the situation. Yihan walked briskly through the dungeon grounds. He leaned forward, walking without looking back. He hugged the girl's hand. Yihan looked ahead with a sly look, hugging Yujin, wanting to go forward. She was all red and stunned by what was happening. She frantically grabbed the main character, and they rushed forward. The commentators expected it to be a romance, but it looked more like a no-holds-barred fight. The girl pressed herself tightly to the team leader while the audience continued to joke. The main character and Yujin were floating above the fiery lava. The audience did not understand where the guys were jumping. The guy's sneaker was floating in the air on a white aura. The main character in the arms of Yujin flew in the air right in front of a waterfall of lava. The audience was shocked that the magician was simply floating in the air. The girl looked at the events with wide eyes and delight. She was glad that the protagonist's words came true and the hidden slab was really in that place. She hugged the protagonist, who smiled maliciously. He told Yujin to hold on tight and cast the spell, and that she should not dare to make a mistake in the timing. The girl looked ahead with displeasure, telling the leader not to let her go, otherwise she would die. The protagonist deftly jumped in the air. They rose higher and higher above the lava waterfall. He understood that the one who first discovered this place really deserved respect. The protagonist frowned deeply, looking ahead. He realized that this respect was deserved by Jane, who carefully hid it with the support of the state. He assumed that the director probably did not really want some student to discover his secret. An orange cloud of space enveloped the slab. A yellow beam of light spread across the space. The protagonist and Yujung were floating in the air. They were standing on a platform and looking around the lava dungeon. The girl looked ahead in surprise, trying to figure out if this was the place the protagonist was talking about. A bright light was shining in the dark space of the lava. 4 yellow balls were floating on the lava. The protagonist and Yujung were peering ahead. He looked ahead with a sly smile. He said that these balls would be the key to clearing the dungeon. Jane looked up with a sweaty and dumbfounded expression, not understanding how this could have happened. A bright stream of lava flowed like a waterfall. He deftly jumped out of the air. A powerful stream of lava aura flowed down. The protagonist stared ahead through his long bangs. Jane looked at what was happening with a dejected expression. The commentators watched as the leader and Yujung tried to rise above the lava waterfall. The commentators wondered if Jane was really sure when he created this challenge for the students to explore. The principal watched it all with a sweaty and dumbfounded expression and was shocked. These 4 magical lava balls were floating in the fire. The protagonist looked at them with a smile and excitement. He found out about this item through reconnaissance of the area. He put his hands in his pocket and noted that he did not quite expect this item to be hidden so well. He looked away, realizing that he already knew what was in this place and where. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and sent out a flurry of ice crystals. He activated the skill Freezing Rain. A whole bunch of ice crystals pierced the hot lava. They enveloped the space of magma in a stormy stream. Hot ground appeared, from which steam came out. Ian turned to look at the girl and was about to go down with her. The magician jumped down with a deft jump. The girl jumped after the guy. They tried to get closer to the magical hot balls. Ian reached out to one of them to take it. He took these small balls and looked up with excitement. He asked the guys if they knew what it was. The commentators began to write guesses. These small balls were in Yihan's palm. The viewers did not understand what it was and could not figure it out. The guy looked at the black status screen, holding the balls in his hands. He said that it was the essence of fire. He looked up with a smile on his face, stretching out his hand. He assumed that he was very lucky. The magician looked away through his long bangs. Yihan noted that this item would be the main artifact needed to complete the dungeon. Notification that information about the received item has appeared. A card with a description. It was a one-time use item, a B-rank fire essence. It increased fire resistance exponentially, reaching up to 300%, and the effects could not be applied twice. The mage looked ahead in confusion, realizing that he needed to create an environment that would be similar to a real dungeon, and then motivate the students with a proportionate reward, implementing the whole point of hiding such artifacts. He imagined himself looking up at the source of the lava waterfall with a group of students. He understood that ordinary students could not obtain these artifacts. Comments poured in from various anonymous viewers who were surprised by these artifacts since they knew their approximate value and realized that Mills Academy was investing too much money in unknown places. Ian turned to the side with a smile. He looked forward enthusiastically, standing next to Yujung. He said that he was ready to move on since they had everything they needed. The protagonist peered forward intently from under his bangs. He understood that there was one less task. The protagonist imagined the angry director, imagining his emotions now. He was baring his teeth in anger. Ian held his face and thought about revenge for Jane, because he still had many surprises that he was supposed to receive. The first night of midterm exams, the second stage of practice. The sound of spitting came from the tent. There was a dark drink in the cup. The blonde and the brunette looked at Yujing sitting on the couch and holding a saucer. She said that this drink was bitter. Yihan also held a saucer and explained that he also knew that it tasted terrible potion, but assured her that she needed to eat it because clearing the dungeon would be easier. The girl grimaced with disgust, explaining that she did not understand how it was possible to eat this disgusting thing. Xiangwu opened his palms, stretching out his arms. He replied ironically that he had heard that all the healthy food tasted bitter. The red-haired girl looked at the plate angrily. The two guys watched as Yujing tried to gulp down the drink. She immediately fell to the ground. Yihan looked at Xiangwu while Gina rushed to help her friend. The team leader asked the blonde if he had put poison in her drink, to which the guy answered quite categorically. Yihan looked ahead. They were watching the lava space of the dungeon in the distance. He noted that since they were almost done with the first stage, he wanted to look for the transition to the second, so he told the guys to hurry up with the preparations of the potion. They were transferred to the control room where the instructors were. Hajin put his hands in his pockets, standing in front of the big screen. He turned around with displeasure when they turned to him with a reason to find out the situation. Jion entered his room. Hajin looked at his colleague with a sneer, noting that he was personally responsible for everything here and was trying to figure out why the girl had come here. The guy looked forward sarcastically, asking her if she didn't believe that he could handle the duties on his own. Jion looked at the guy with a smile and said that anything could happen. Hajin looked at his colleague with disdain, raising her eyebrows. Jion stared at Hajin, thinking that he was a fool. She imagined Seokgi who was crossed out with a red line. The girl realized that with his departure, all the power over the administration of the second stage of the internship rightfully belonged to her. However, she imagined an inverted image of her colleague, realizing that he had managed to seize the power. Hajin looked at the girl mockingly, noting that they were hired under the same conditions, but he seemed a little taller and ironically apologized to her. The girl looked at Hajin coolly. She closed her eyes while standing when Hajin approached her. She sarcastically replied that she did not care about such things. The guy looked at his colleague mockingly and asked her what she meant. He spread his arms to the side and asked Jiyeon who would not envy such a position, wanting to make her open up. Hajin looked at Jiyeon standing in front of the control panel. He began to grimace and get angry. Hajin began to clench his fists tightly. He looked mockingly to the side, realizing that Director Jane favored him. A group of instructors stood in a row and held their hands behind their backs. Hajin realized that his colleague might have been better than him a couple of years ago, but now things were different. Hajin stood behind Jiyeon, who spoke to him. She turned to him with disdain. The instructor wanted to say only one thing. She looked at him coldly and told him to watch the rope in his hands, otherwise it would break somewhere. Hajin looked at her with disgust, twisting his face. She looked at Hajin with a smile, getting ready to leave. Jiyeon walked out of the checkpoint while the guy stood motionless. He immediately bared his teeth with a displeased expression. The office door was closed and he realized that Jiyeon was still an arrogant girl. He stood with his head down, knowing that Yehan would soon restore his reputation. He introduced all the players of the Yehan team, thinking that obstacles were nothing. Notification that they moved to the second stage. The task card for the second stage. They had to hunt elite monsters and find a hidden treasure, and they would automatically be transported to the third floor of the dungeon if they completed all the tasks. Hyujin stood in front of the blonde god, who asked his opinion on whether he looked like a creature from a lower realm. The Black Raven looked ahead with tired eyes, asking the god if he was heading towards the enemy of evil. The white-haired guy grabbed his head and grimaced, finding Hyujin boring and not understanding what the rush was. The blonde guy left a trail and dust behind him. The god stood with his back to Hyujin and replied that the protagonist was nothing more than a human, and it would not take him long to get rid of him. Hyujin wondered what would happen after he was destroyed. The blonde guy stood with his back. There was a commotion and flashes of black light. The blonde guy looked at the Black Raven with an angry expression, reaching out his hand to him. Thick clouds floated above the flashes of light. God replied that in that case he would be chained to Beerus again and would do the ridiculous job of a gatekeeper. He said that he would personally take care of the enemy of evil, so he asked Hyujin not to worry about it. A bunch of black ravens flew across the white sky through the dark clouds. The blonde considered Yehan nothing more than a non-entity. Hyujin began to evaporate in the form of black ravens, considering the god a fool. He looked down with a downcast gaze. Suddenly, large white wings appeared behind him while he was comparing gods and humans. White female hands stretched out along the silhouette of Hyujin. It was a brunette with wings, who looked to the side with a sly look. The Black Raven looked up, noting that it could be true, that nothing changed and would not change. He looked forward while the clouds floated above him. He wanted to show this to the blonde very soon. A black raven stood among the clouds, wrapping itself in a cloak. Bright tongues of flame filled the space, a notification that they had moved to the second level. It was a task card to defeat elite monsters and find a hidden treasure. Yehyun's team lined up one after another. Gina wiped the sweat from her forehead, noting that it was much hotter here than on the first level, and she was curious about what would await them next. Yujin looked ahead, puzzled, standing next to his friend. She understood that the task was not easy. She remembered how she hovered in the air and fought against lava monsters. Then the task of the first stage was to clear the territories and move to the next level. The brunette looked back with displeasure at how his team was discussing heatedly what was happening. Then Yehyun looked ahead intently, realizing that he knew all the paths, but he did not take into account one thing. An hour earlier, the protagonist and his team carefully examined the hole. They saw a long dark tunnel. The tunnel had rocky walls. Gina looked around in surprise, not expecting to see a staircase here. The blonde was holding his head in confusion next to Yujung. He kept wondering where the exit was, but it was underground. Yujung noted that it was quite easy to find the passage to the next level in this type of dungeon. The red-haired girl frowned ahead, trying to figure out how Yehyun was able to find the exit so quickly. She looked at the protagonist, who was staring at his hand. She assumed that their leader had been here before. She looked at him in confusion, touching his face. She was completely stunned and her eyes widened when she saw a centipede on the wall. She immediately started screaming and jumped on Gina. The commentators were also stunned by what was happening. The protagonist called out in alarm, looking back. The commentators were shocked, thinking they were in a horror stream. This centipede was placed in a blue sphere. Viewers were writing messages saying that they were scared and that they should have been warned about this. The protagonist placed it in the sphere and held it in his hand. Some of the viewers liked this sight, and some did not understand why he needed it. The protagonist stood in front of the status window and replied that they would need it. The magician looked away, noting that in any case, he had to prepare something before they went further. He showed those lava balls on his hand. Yujin grimaced sharply, thinking that they would have to eat it. 4 magic balls were lying on Yihyun's hand. The blonde, along with Gina, imagined a circus performer with fire, noting that he had only seen such a thing in the circus. The protagonist laughed at this, looking at the guys. He asked them not to be afraid. He widened his eyes and looked at them with a dumbfounded expression, forcing them to eat until he got angry. He handed them the marbles and they all looked at them with disgust. Sharp stone cutters hung in the cave and they began to carry out the order. A huge lava flow stretched from top to bottom. There were only 3 levels. A pile of ash flew across the hot ground. A huge and ferocious dragon boss was on the last floor. The main character understood that Jane would deal with other problems while he was here. He stood on the ground and thought about what he should do first. The mage stood in front of the status window and wanted to find the boss to clear the 2nd level. The brunette looked up with excitement, extending his index finger. He explained that he had several thoughts on where the treasure was hidden and asked the audience if they were interested. The viewers started writing comments about how they wanted to see all of this and it would be stupid to give up the riches. The main character looked ahead with a smirk, realizing that the viewers were hooked, and he told them a little spoiler that would pique their interest. He looked ahead through his long bangs, realizing that his goal was completely different. He imagined a blue hologram in the dark space as he wanted to see one of the treasures of the dungeon. Yihyun extended his index finger upward. It was a huge fire salamander. The brunette looked ahead with an enthusiastic smile. He explained that these little ones were drawn to all sorts of glitter, just like crows, and because of this, there were many useful things in their nests. The commentators agreed with this statement. One of the viewers wrote a lot of useful information about these animals, but did not understand how the guy knew everything. The student raised his head up and extended his hand. He said that he had studied this topic. Yihyun presented a huge sword, a replica of Bamung, the 2nd hidden gift. He imagined a musician playing a small harp with people looking at him. He stated that this sword was mentioned in the Nibelungenlied in 12th century Germany. This sword pierced a huge dragon, causing it to spit out blood. It was said that this sword was forged to kill dragons and was similar to Th. Jalfi's Thunder Steps. The protagonist looked ahead, puzzled, touching his chin. He understood that this artifact had great strength and destructive power. It was also said that the original belonged to a German raider named Balak. Yihyun imagined Balak holding the sword. He realized that if this was a real S-rank sword, then the replica should be appropriate. Gina looked ahead, dumbfounded, trying to figure out what the salamander's weakness was. Yujin extended her finger and said that it was the belly because they had tough scales and were very difficult to injure. She imagined a fire salamander sticking out its tongue. A bunch of ice crystals flew towards the upside-down salamander that the players were running towards. She stated that their belly was much softer, and if you concentrated your attacks on that area, you could easily kill them, so the easiest way to deal with them was to use ice magic. Gina looked worriedly at her friend, who cleared her throat. The brown-haired girl was surprised by her friend's knowledge and tried to find out how she had a level of theory. The red-haired girl said that it was best to attack the beast when its belly was full, and they would be slower. The 2 girls looked at the protagonist, who agreed with Yujin and wanted to prepare. He smiled maliciously from under his bangs, noting that it would be nice to find more treasure along the way. The hot red ground absorbed the ashes. Puffs of fire rose into the sky. Yihyun's team walked forward. The blonde wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking tired. He noticed that it was hotter than all the other areas, and if they didn't have the essence of fire, they would have died by now. The protagonist walked forward and raised his hand. He looked ahead indifferently, pretending to be busy. He stood with his hand raised, telling the guys to stay put because he could feel the flow of mana. The viewers tried to write comments that this must be exactly the same place. The silhouette of the protagonist walked on the red ground. A black sword was stuck in the ground. The other commentators tried to understand what the fuss was about. The protagonist stood in the middle of an empty dungeon, in which a bunch of swords were stuck in the ground. Yujin looked around worriedly. She noticed that the swords were not really hidden. Gina and the blonde looked around, noting that the swords looked like they were unregistered treasures. Yihyun stared ahead at the pile of black swords. He saw hundreds of swords stuck in the rocks and assumed that these were the main treasures of the 2nd level. He knew that Yihyun had done his best and that the students would not be able to find them easily. The protagonist stared ahead through his long bangs, but he was not going to bother with him. The dark swords began to glow brightly with a yellow light. A notification appeared that the skill absolute counting of unregistered treasures had been activated. The protagonist stared ahead angrily, his hands in his pocket. The spectators did not understand what the guy was doing, assuming that Yihyun was directing mana to his eyes. The other spectators tried to shut up the boisterous spectators. The protagonist stared ahead with a malicious grin. He found a huge glowing sword and was happy. He immediately grabbed it and the sword suddenly turned black. He pulled it out from the ground. The item card of the corrupted Balmung, a replica of rank A, appeared. It was the favorite sword of Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer, and had many effects and skills. Another passive skill card, the name of the Dragon Slayer, rank as the hero's physical ability will be increased when fighting a dragon. A spectator sat in front of 2 monitors and wondered how Yihyun knew that this sword was a hidden treasure. Another male spectator was looking at his phone, noting that the student must have his own tactics. The protagonist swung the sword, leaving a light trail. The spectators tried to understand the mage's tactics. He told them not to worry since he had a plan. The brunette looked ahead with a sly look, noting that it would be boring if he told everything at once. The mage looked at his reflection on the dirty sword. He realized that the replica could only be used here, and without fulfilling all the conditions, it would be useless. The protagonist stared at the black sword. However, this replica was more valuable to him than anything else. This sword began to glow brightly with a yellow light, and he knew that he could take the replica out of here. This long and dark cave stretched into the distance. Yujing looked at the guys worriedly, pointing his finger to the side. She thought that this place was somewhere off to the side. The mage adjusted his sleeve and agreed with the girl, adding that they had to wait, because the king of the salamanders only eats once a day and only at night. A bright light of flame began to flare up near the stone. The red-haired girl looked at her leader worriedly, asking him if they had time, because the salamanders were sensitive to smells, because they could be attacked if they lingered in place. Yihyun walked forward while Yujing stood to the side. He wanted to exclude this option. She looked at him intently and asked him how he would do it. She suddenly became dumbfounded and widened her eyes. He looked at the blue sphere with a small centipede with a malicious look, wanting to use it. He held the blue sphere in his palm. The red-haired girl looked at the blue sphere with an insect with anxiety and panic. He grabbed her hand, asking her where she was going. He looked at her with trepidation, radiating the light of his aura. He noticed that she was the most important here. She widened her eyes and looked at him dumbfoundedly. Tears appeared in her eyes, surprised by such a statement. Yujing looked at the centipede with alarm, because they caught it when they came here. Then Yihyun turned back at the scream. It was called an explosive centipede. Yihyun held it on his hand in the sphere at that moment. If this centipede felt a threat, it immediately secreted a secret. It was placed in the sphere. This secret smelled very disgusting, as if it turned inside out. A fire salamander appeared in the dungeon and the magician thought that a centipede would help them. The blonde, along with Gina, looked out of the rocks in shock, noticing the monster. Yujing stood with a staff on the ground. She looked back angrily, mentioning that they had promised. The protagonist crossed his arms and smiled at the girl, ironically joking that everything was in force and did not understand these suspicions. She found herself in a dark space with such a grin, realizing that he was in despair. She looked ahead with alarm and panic, her eyes bulging. She did not want such a fate for herself. She began to cry tearfully, while the protagonist stood with his arms crossed and sighed. The girl was indignant because she hated insects, and especially centipedes. The mage approached the angry Yujing and whispered in her ear that he had a favorite staff and said that he would give it to her as soon as everything was over. He knew that he wanted to give her anything but that staff. Yihyun looked away with a sneer, sweating. He knew that Yujing would probably kill him if she found out about his trick, so he wanted to prepare something. The commentators tried to figure out if this was real. The brunette looked forward with excitement, telling the people not to worry, because they had an air mage specialist. Yujing stood with her staff outstretched and waved it. She suddenly slammed it on the ground. Yujing stretched out her arms and emitted a green air aura from herself. A cloud of green aura hovered in the sky. Long air lines of aura stretched across the dungeon. The commentators tried to figure out where the green aura was going and were surprised by what was happening. The fire salamander looked back at the smell of the green aura. Tears welled up in her eyes. The whole ground began to shake and debris began to fall. Xiangwu and Jin peered ahead and assumed that everything worked. The fire monster slapped its tail on the cave. She cried tearfully and growled furiously. The brunette looked up with tension. He anxiously shouted out whether the guys remembered their plan. Xiangwu and Gina looked closely at their leader. The blonde stared ahead and said that they were waiting here and would follow him on cue. The brunette turned back, satisfied with such a practice. The mage extended his hand and ice crystals floated up. A notification appeared that the skill Ice Spear level 2 was activated. He spread his legs wide and tensed up, taking out the ice spear. He quickly threw it forward. The ice spear beam pierced the salamander's back. Tears flowed from its eyes and it lowered its head. Yihyun ran forward, waving its arms. The angry salamander looked forward, emitting flames. Yihyun stared forward, waiting for anticipation, as they were left to wait for the fire breath. The brunette grabbed his fire sword. He lowered his head and sarcastically looked forward, preparing his team. He quickly threw the sword, shouting for the guys to attack. The sword pierced the salamander's open mouth. Tears flowed from its eyes, and its eyes bulged. Yujin looked at the scene with an angry expression, thinking that Yihyun was crazy. The commentators did not understand what was happening. The fire salamander closed its mouth and cried. The audience ironically joked that the lizard was about to be eaten. Yihan looked at the status window and explained that the best part was yet to come. He pointed his index finger at the viewers in a sarcastic tone, warning them not to switch. They watched through the screen as the sword plunged into the monster's throat. Jane watched in shock, slamming his hands on the table. His eyes widened and he looked up with a dejected expression, realizing that none of the newbies could have known this since he had intentionally removed the information from public view. The salamander began to burn brighter and brighter. Black lumps began to form in her throat. The protagonist shouted that it was time to attack. The salamander spat out a sword with fire towards the guys. The blonde and Gina covered themselves with shields. The sword was engulfed in flames and hovered in the air. Yihan took the sword in his hand. The audience did not understand what was happening. Yihan stretched out the sword in front of him, which was shining. The audience did not understand why it was glowing. The protagonist thrust the sword into the ground. The protagonist opened the system window in front of him. Item acquired: Defiled Bombing Replica, Strength 70, Agility 30, Passive Skill Dragon Slayer. Defiled item was purified. The protagonist grinned maliciously, frowning. He thought about the audience. The audience was surprised to see this sword, saying that Balak from Germany has exactly the same sword. The protagonist grinned contentedly. He thought that this was what he had been waiting for. Yihan grabbed the sword with a smile, looking straight ahead. He said that this was the power of the salamander. It could be used to purify objects. The fire lizard looked furiously straight ahead. Yihan said that the fire of purification would only work if the salamander was alive. The protagonist clenched his fist. He thought that understanding the magical artifact, considering all this, such a test seemed simple. The spectators said that he was a beginner, but he seemed like such an expert. Yihan walked away, dragging the sword behind him. The spectator did not understand why the mage needed a sword, to which another spectator replied that there were two fighters in front of him and he would probably give it to them. The spectator said that he would not give them anything. Xiangwu and Gina stood with serious expressions. The protagonist stood in front of the flames. The spectator said that he was a mage with a sword. The fire lizard stuck out its tongue. The protagonist's golden eyes flashed. He thought it was too late to run. System notifications appeared. The passive skill Dexterous Step and Flexible Movement helps with movement. The skill Wind Force was activated. The protagonist swung his sword, moving it to the side. The lizard stood steadfastly on the ground. The protagonist swung his weapon furiously. He cut off the lizard's leg with one blow. Yihan stabbed the sword into the ground. He jumped to the side, breaking with the sword. The protagonist planted his foot on the ground. An ice block appeared in front of the protagonist. System notification. The skill Ice Spear was activated. The ice was heading towards the lizard. Xiangwu opened his mouth wide, looking straight ahead. Xiangwu told Yihan about her belly. The protagonist clenched the sword in his hand, staring straight ahead. He jumped into the air, swinging at the salamander. Yihan stabbed the sword into the lizard's body. Yujing smiled in confusion, watching what was happening. Xiangwu and Gina looked at the protagonist in confusion. The protagonist was standing on a dead salamander, holding a sword in his hand. The audience was dumbfounded by what they saw. The protagonist grinned maliciously, looking down. The viewer said that apparently the mage with the sword was not a concept, but his class. Dim light illuminated the room. Slender fingers were typing on the keyboard. A pink-haired girl was sitting on a chair, eating a snack. She said that the loading was complete. A bright light emanated from the monitor. The girl did not understand why she was forced to do such nonsense, noting that it was time to enjoy the attention. The inscription was visible on the monitor. Must read, Yihan's true identity. A website page was open on the monitor. There was an article about the protagonist and the Neverland incident. The students leaned close to the computer monitor. The author wrote that many people thought that Yihan's actions were just a hoax. Two students were staring at their phones. The author wrote that he hadn't shared any information after hearing something about the Neverland incident, but he realized that he should talk about it during the broadcast, so he wrote a post, adding that he would continue watching it and would not respond to comments. A bright light emanated from the monitor. Xianjun looked at the monitor with a mischievous smile. She closed her eyes and smiled widely. The chairwoman asked why he proposed to her, noting that Yihan was something special. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a sly smile. A little earlier, Yihan said that something interesting would happen during the midterm broadcast. Xianjun crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes. She said that the entire guild should be involved in this, noting that the risk was too great. The protagonist looked at the chairman with a confident gaze. He said that they would do this, then she would watch what he did, and when she realized that it was necessary to intervene, she could do whatever she thought was necessary. Yihan asked Xianjun what she thought. Xianjun smirked slightly. She stood up from her chair, turning her back. The chairman said that they would intervene in the subspace, which is why he was so confident that she would not refuse him. Xianjun turned to Sungyi. The manager looked at the chairman with a serious gaze. He turned his back, looking at Xianjun. Seongjun told Sungyi to contact the reporters right then. Sungyi looked at Seongjun with confusion. He asked what right then. The chairman closed her eyes and smiled slightly. She said that she thought Jane would soon come to an end. The chairwoman widened her eyes, smiling sheepishly. She noted that it was just as Yihyun had planned. There was an article on the computer. It talked about Yihyun's true identity. Ah Hyun said that the views were growing and growing. The girl sat on a chair, looking at the monitor with confusion. She said that she was glad that it brought her popularity, but she did not understand why Yihyun asked her in particular. The protagonist was sitting at the table with Ah Hyun. Before the second round of exams, Ah Hyun asked the protagonist why he was doing this. The protagonist turned his gaze to the girl. He slammed the book shut, holding it in his hands. The protagonist raised his hand, looking at Ah Hyun with a smirk. He said that it was all because he was going to screw Yihyun. Ah Hyun rested her head on her hand, looking at the protagonist questioningly. She asked him how he was going to do it. The protagonist stood up from his chair, leaning against the table. The magician told the girl that she would see it, adding that he was a bit busy to explain everything to her right there. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She said that she was really interested now, adding that he should explain everything if he was going to make her work for him. Ah Hyun looked at the computer monitor dejectedly. A viewer's comment was visible on it. The viewer wrote that Ah Hyun seemed very smart during the interview. The pink-haired girl approached the monitor, typing on the keyboard. She wrote on another name that she had once seen her in person and that she was simply a goddess. The girl smiled sarcastically, frowning, after which she looked down in confusion, her mouth slightly open. She said that she had not intended to comment. Ah Hyun added that she would grab something to eat. There were red-hot boulders on the ground. The protagonist was clutching a dagger in his hand. He pulled it out of the lizard's body, smiling widely. Yihyun said that he found it. Yujin looked at the protagonist curiously. She asked him what he found. Yihyun raised his hand, holding a ring. He said that it was a transcendence ring. System notifications appeared. Transcendence ring instantly increases mana. The user gets an active overdrive skill. Overdrive skill increases mana by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. Cannot use mana for 5 minutes after activation due to the lack of a transcendence stone. The protagonist presented a silver ring with a black stone. He thought that this item was a reward from the academy for completing the midterms. Even if he did not have a stone, the item was not so bad. The protagonist stood in front of the guys with an outstretched hand. He said there was only one ring, asking if they would play rock, paper, scissors for it. Gina held her hands out in front of her, looking at the protagonist with confusion. She said that whoever had the highest participation percentage could take it. Seongwoo said they couldn't take it. Yujin crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist with a serious look. She said that he did all the dirty work, and when they got out of there, he would treat them to something tasty. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled happily. He said that it was as they said. A bright blue light appeared above the guys. System notification. They received a reward. The participants are being transferred to the next level. The protagonist looked around with a serious look. System notification. They arrived at the 3rd level. The protective barrier will disappear in a minute, and they should prepare for the boss fight. The guys were standing near a huge wall. Yujin slammed her fist on the wall. She said it was like glass, it would be easy to break. The red-haired girl raised her head, her eyes wide. A huge fist from the other side slammed on the wall. Yujin stared straight ahead in horror, baring her teeth. The mage pursed his lips, staring intently at what was happening. Seongwoo and Gina stared straight ahead in shock, their mouths open. The red-haired girl tripped on the ground. She fell to the floor, her mouth open. A huge monster stood in front of her. The protagonist walked up to the wall, looking at Yujin. He asked what she was doing. Yujin awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand, closing her eyes. She said that the wall was definitely strong. The mage turned his gaze to Gina. Gina asked the mage if he had a plan. The mage looked at the guys calmly, putting his hands in his pockets. He said that he did not have a plan. Yujin stood up, looking at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist smiled confidently, frowning. The mage said that they did not need him. Cracks began to spread along the wall. Yihyun said that he could handle it himself. System notification. The lava golem boss appeared. The golem flashed its eyes, emitting a powerful aura. The viewer talked about the protagonist not knowing what he was doing and needing to gather information. The protagonist looked up with a cold gaze, pursing his lips. He thought that there were differences from year to year, but about 70% of all students failed there. The protagonist stood behind a wall that was about to collapse. He thought that every year a new monster appeared, and they were all from C to B rank. The golem opened its mouth the moment the wall collapsed. System notification. He must destroy the lava golem and get the core. The protagonist looked away, lowering his eyebrows. Smoke filled the space. The protagonist thought that they got rid of everything for the convenience of the audience. The smoke continued to spread further and further. Yihyun thought that because of this, the entire location was barren. The protagonist stood with his back to him, his hand pulled back. He said that it made no difference. Clouds of dust rose from the ground. The golem opened its mouth, its eyes sparkling. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, emitting a blue aura. The boys watched what was happening in fear. Gina shouted at the protagonist that it was dangerous. Xiangwu asked Yihan to wait. The boys turned around, looking at Yujing with confusion. Yujing said that everything was fine. Xiangwu looked at the red-haired girl with confusion, his mouth open. He did not understand what she was saying. Yujing crossed her arms over her chest, looking at her with a serious look. She said that the mage was very strong, and he would definitely not lose to such a monster. The protagonist slammed his fist into the boss's fist. The golem's hand bounced off the impact. Gina watched this with concern, pursing her lips. She thought that the lava golem was a B-rank monster, and it would have a hard time, adding that Yujing had a reason to believe in it. The golem opened its mouth and swung its fist at the mage. Yihan watched the boss intently, his eyes flashing. The protagonist exuded a blue aura, dodging the golem's punch. The protagonist landed on the ground, braking with his feet. System alert. Wind Force skill level 4 has been activated. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a cold gaze. He thought that he could handle this. An ice block appeared from the protagonist's foot. System alert. Ice Spear skill has been activated. The ice was heading towards the boss. The golem hit the ice with all his might, breaking it. After which, his hand bounced off to the side. System alert. Mana Detector skill has been activated. The protagonist looked down with a serious look, lowering his eyebrows. The golem slammed his hand on the ground, while Yihan dodged the blow. The golem clenched his hand into a fist, pulling it back. The protagonist crouched down, dodging the golem's blow. The protagonist jumped back a little, watching what was happening. The spectators were talking about whether the protagonist could handle the boss. Yihan squinted at the boss, frowning. He thought that the lava golems were strong and had a heavy hand, but there was a method to deal with them. Blue chains began to appear on the mage's hand. System alert. Chain skill activated. The protagonist wrapped the golem's arms and legs with chains. The mage extended his hand in front of him, running his fingers through the air. System alert. Freezing rain skill activated. Ice shards began to appear in the air, attacking the golem. The protagonist watched the golem with an indifferent look. He thought that the chains were only active for a few seconds. The golem stood motionless with its mouth slightly open. Ice shards stuck out of its limbs. The ice in its body did not allow it to move. The protagonist raised his hand, enveloping himself in water. He thought that this was enough. The mage grinned maliciously, looking at his opponent. He began to attack the golem with water balls. System alert. The water ball skill was activated. The boss stood motionless, taking the blows on himself. Steam began to come out from his body. He fell apart, collapsing onto the ground. System notification. He successfully defeated the dungeon boss. The protagonist stood next to the pile of stones left by the golem. The mage turned his head, looking up with a malicious smile. He said that they did it. The spectators were surprised, saying that the students would be compared to him. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise, their eyes wide. Yujing looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, her mouth slightly open. She said that he was a real scoundrel. The red-haired girl slightly narrowed her eyes. She thought that Yihan was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like he was far ahead of her. The protagonist stood with his back illuminated by the light. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a menacing gaze. System notification. He cleared all the levels and obtained the golem core. The weather was clear above the city. Yihan thought that the test was not over yet and there was still work to do. The protagonist noted that Jane would fall that day. The protagonist stood with his back to the distance. A system announcement. It asked if they would return to the real world. The protagonist rejected the offer. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look. A system announcement. It asked that he declined to return to the real world. The audience was confused as to why he did not return. A slight glint came from the camera. The protagonist asked the audience if they were upset that the battle was so short. He smiled wickedly, raising his hand. Yihan said that he was only glad and wanted to show them something. The protagonist imagined an image of a dragon emitting a red aura. He said that they would fight a secret boss. There was fiery lava on both sides of the road. The boys stood in the middle of the fiery lava. The audience didn't understand what they were doing there. The protagonist raised his head, smiling slightly. He said that he felt a strong magical field inside. Yihan turned his head, looking at the guys. The guys smiled confusedly, looking away. The protagonist looked at them with narrowed eyes, slightly baring his teeth. Yujing looked at the magician with annoyance, frowning. She asked Yihan what this meant and if this was normal at all. The magician closed his eyes and smiled happily. He told Yujing not to worry. The guys looked sad, closing their eyes. Yihan told the guys that they will not die and pain does not matter. The guys thought that this was probably true and they made a mistake. A blue sphere was flying in the air. The protagonist approached the sphere, touching it with his hand. He said that he found it. The blue sphere began to evaporate in front of the protagonist. System notification. A secret level has been opened. A special quest has been activated. The girls looked up in surprise, their mouths slightly open. The protagonist squinted and stared straight ahead. System notification. He must defeat the boss of the secret level. The protagonist stared straight ahead with a cold gaze. He thought that ordinary students could not even sense the presence of a secret level. There was an altar in the middle of the space. Yihyun noted that even if they were lucky enough to find it, they would not go that far, and Jane probably knew this, which is why he left part of the item there. The protagonist grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing. He thought that he was different and knew everything about this dungeon, and Jane was probably shocked, practically glued to his screen. The protagonist pointed a finger behind him with a malicious smile. He asked the boys if they thought there was something cooler up there. The audience was confused as to how the protagonist found this place while the others were messing around on the second level. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, pursing his lips. He thought he knew what he needed to summon the boss, but he was thinking of pretending he didn't know anything and putting on a show. Yujing looked straight ahead curiously, her mouth slightly open. She asked what it was. The protagonist smirked contentedly, looking at the red-haired girl. He thought that she had picked a great time. The boys looked down in surprise, raising their eyebrows. In front of them was an altar with a hole in the inside. One of the boys asked what an altar it was, to which Gina replied that it seemed similar. There was a round hole inside the altar. Xiangwu noted that he thought so too. The boys looked at the protagonist. The mage smiled sarcastically, frowning. He told the boys to think carefully, asking that they did not remember anything at all. Yujing looked confidently at the altar, her mouth slightly open. She said that she understood what this shape was. The protagonist extended his hand, holding the core in it. He looked at Yujing with a sly smile, narrowing his eyes. He asked that maybe the golem core was the key. Yujing looked at the protagonist slightly irritated. She asked the mage, otherwise why would he fit there so perfectly? The boys watched as the mage held the core out to the hole. Yihyun said that it was time to begin then. Yihyun placed the core on the altar. A golden light began to emanate from it. The altar lit up the room with its bright light. The protagonist looked straight ahead warily. He told the boys to step back. A fire dragon appeared in front of the altar. The dragon looked at the boys with a menacing gaze, enveloping itself in flames. System notifications. Attention, the secret boss of the dungeon is the red dragon. They must defeat the red dragon and get its heart. Upon completion of the quest, they will receive a special reward. The dragon waved its fiery tail. It opened its mouth, baring its fangs. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide, in which fire was visible. The spectators were in a panic, saying that this was not possible, and even a pro would have a hard time dealing with it. The protagonist covered his sly grin with his hand. He thought it was good that the negative reaction was not long in coming, adding that the dragon's attacks would be a problem. The absolute count would not work on him, but he would cope. Gina looked at the dragon in horror, her mouth open. The boys turned blue with fear, their eyes wide. Gina said that there was a dragon. Xiangwu did not understand what was happening. Yujing looked at what was happening in bewilderment, one eyebrow raised. She sighed heavily, clutching her head with her hand. She thought what a bad game this was, adding that it was immediately obvious that none of these people lied to their parents in middle school, saying that they spent all their pocket money on books. Yujing's eyes widened. She turned her wary gaze to the side, her mouth open. Yujing shouted that they should retreat. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, looking ahead with a cold gaze. He thought that she was holding up well, and that he didn't know that she had such talents. The protagonist grinned wickedly. He thought that then, he should also become more serious. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket, emitting powerful energy. The dragon looked at his opponent with a blazing gaze. System alert. A rank space connection is unstable, the red dragon is going berserk. Jane stood with his back to the screen. He widened his eyes in anger, baring his teeth. He hoped that the exams would be quiet, not understanding why everything was turning out like this. Jane thought that he wanted to disunite the audience anywhere else, but not there. He bared his teeth nervously. Hajin looked at the director warily, raising one eyebrow. Jane yelled that it was all Yihyun's fault and he was interacting within a rank space again. Hajin widened his eyes as he looked at the principal. He said that he had broken into all the spaces this time, adding that it was impossible for a normal student to do such a thing. Jane looked at the instructor with a crazy look. He said that there were no other options. Jane grinned furiously, frowning. The principal said that it was definitely him. Hajin pressed his lips together nervously. He thought that if he supported the principal, he would definitely get a promotion. The instructor pressed his palm to his chest, opening his mouth wide. He told Jane not to worry and everything would be fine. Jane stood with his back turned, looking straight ahead. He said that they were lucky that it was that person. The instructor looked at the principal with confusion. He did not understand what he was talking about. Jane closed his eyes, grinning nervously. He said that if the maid's skull was the artifact, there would be no problem. A rampaging dragon was shown on the screen. Jane said that it was better to give it up than to bring honor to Mill's academy. The director stared at the screen with a stern look, leaning his hand on the table. He thought that if Yihan was simply clearing dungeons, he would minimize the criticism directed at him. The red dragon swung its fiery tail. Jane thought that if he was worried, it was the reason for the dragon's rage, noting that it was probably a mistake due to poor management. The director grinned wickedly, narrowing his eyes. He said that in any case, one could only hope that Yihan would defeat the dragon quickly. Jane's eyes widened in bewilderment. The screen showed the protagonist holding the injured Yujing. Yihan told Yujing to hold on. The director's eyes widened. Yihan told Jina and Xiangwu to take care of Yujing. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes, looking exhausted. She said that she was fine. The guys grabbed Yujing by the arms, lifting her up. Yihan asked the red-haired girl how she was planning on moving forward in this state. Xiangwu said that the bleeding was too severe, noting that the space defense system was broken and they needed to get out. The director was stunned by what was happening, his mouth slightly open. He thought that everything was not going according to plan at all, and apparently he was missing something, not understanding what this feeling was. The audience was indignant at what was happening, because it was supposed to be safe. There was static in the system window, not showing the health bar. A viewer asked if this meant that they could die. Hajin looked at the director with panic in his eyes. He asked what they should do. Jane gritted his teeth furiously. He clenched his fist, hitting the table. Jane said that Yihan was really impudent. There were many comments in the system window. The magician smirked contentedly, looking away. He thought about how it felt to be a puppet. The audience was discussing among themselves that only this space was a problem, and that this had happened many times before. The protagonist looked away with a serious look. He mentally asked Yujing if she was okay, and if she was hurt badly. Yujing replied that of course not. The red-haired girl covered one eye, smirking slightly. She asked Yihan if her acting was convincing. The protagonist smirked slightly. Yujing was holding her hand to her stomach wound. The magician thought that Yujing had dodged the dragon's attacks and pretended to be injured. With the bleeding spell, the audience would not suspect anything. Yihan noted that even he almost believed that she was injured. The protagonist looked down sadly. He thought that it was better this way. Yihan remembered holding Yujing in his arms a while ago, after which, he remembered holding Yujing as she died in his previous life. Tears flowed from his eyes and he looked at the red-haired girl in horror. The protagonist slightly tilted his head, keeping his hand in his pocket. Yujing mentally said that she should take up theater arts, adding that studying at school was a thoughtless waste of her appearance. The protagonist barely restrained himself, closing his eyes. He asked Yujing not to make him laugh since he needed to maintain a sad expression. Yujing asked Yihan what was funny. The magician slightly bent his knees, hiding his face behind his bangs. He told Yujing that it didn't matter and he would handle the lizard himself, asking him to take care of himself so that no harm would come to them. The red-haired girl asked Yihan that she shouldn't be more patient. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He asked Yujing to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist stood in front of the fire dragon. He thought that he could finish this much faster, but he wouldn't be able to have fun. The dragon raised its paw, looking at the mage. It swung its paw, striking towards the protagonist. The protagonist moved his leg to the side. He jumped into the air, dodging the attack. System alert. Mono weapon skill activated. A blue aura began to envelop the mage's body. The protagonist looked at the enemy with a menacing look. He told the guys to concentrate on defense. A small portal appeared in space. The protagonist began to pull out a weapon from it. The protagonist pulled out a sword from space with a serious face. Yihan grabbed the sword with both hands, while a blue aura was emanating from it. The audience said that this was the sword, and if it was him, Yihan would win. The mage watched his opponent with a confident look. He thought that life was one big temptation, calling the lizard stupid. The dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing fire from it. The protagonist held out his hand, emitting a blue aura. He flashed his golden eyes. A golden aura began to emanate from him, while he moved the sword to the side. System notification. Bomung's special skill has been activated. Dragon Slayer's passive skill has been activated. The power of all attacks has been increased by 300%. The protagonist swung his sword, attacking with a wave of dragon strikes. The protagonist mercilessly struck the dungeon boss. The dragon waved its fiery tail. It was about to attack Xiangwu, who was standing nearby. Xiangwu furrowed his brows, covering himself with his shield. Xiangwu squinted his eyes straight ahead. The protagonist clutched his sword in his hand, standing in front of the boss. He thought that there were two targets. Huoyin put the book down on the table. He looked at the book with confusion, his mouth slightly open. Huoyin asked why the dragon's weak point was at the back of its heel. In a look straight ahead with confusion, her brows lowered. She said that it was strange. Yujing slapped Huoyin on the back of the head, causing it to flinch slightly. Yujing asked Huoyin if this was the right time to ask such a question. Yihan smiled confusedly, watching the scene. Yujing told him not to be stupid and just remember this. Yihan pulled the sword aside. He jumped off the ground, heading towards the dragon. The dragon enveloped itself in scorching flames. The mage slightly opened his mouth, staring at his opponent. He jumped into the air, dodging the fire. The mage appeared behind the red dragon. He swung his sword, attacking the boss. The mage smirked contentedly, frowning. He thought that perhaps it was time to move on to the last act. The protagonist clenched his hand, flashing the ring on his finger. System notification. Overdrive skill activated. For 5 minutes, the user's skill power is increased by 1.5 times. The mage pulled his leg back, leaning his body forward. He stared straight ahead, his mouth slightly open. An ice monster appeared behind the protagonist. System notification. Frozen ground. The ground under the protagonist's feet turned to ice. Ice shards started to appear on the ground. The audience didn't understand what was happening, discussing what rank it was. The main character flashed his menacing gaze. He slightly opened his mouth. The main character trapped the dragon in ice. The red dragon froze, opening its mouth. The guys watched in shock. Yihan slightly leaned over, covering his face with his hand. System notification. He defeated the red dragon and received a special reward. Yihan smiled wickedly, covering his mouth with his hand. He hoped that Jane would like this. The room was painted in red. Jane opened his mouth wide. He told the director that he had no intentions this time, asking what he was saying and that he wanted to say that he was to blame for this incident. Jane grabbed his head in panic, sweating profusely. He said that he meant that it was not only his mistake. The room was dimly lit. Jane slammed his palm on the table. He stared at the table in horror, his eyes wide. Cell thought that no one believed his words, noting that this was bad and that this had never happened before. Hajin stood with his back turned, looking at the director. Jane asked the instructor if he had stopped the reporters. Hajin looked at Jane with concern, showing his phone. He said that he had tried to contact them, but they had all refused, citing their distrust of the academy. The instructor said that it seemed like someone had deliberately set this up. Jane looked away with a furious look. He turned to the instructor, hitting him in the face. Hajin flew into the wall from the director's blow. The director widened his eyes, looking up. He thought that there was no chance that Yihan could have pulled off all this alone, and someone was behind him. The director imagined the image of the main character. He thought that someone was clearly helping him, calling him a scoundrel. Jane looked away in confusion, raising his eyebrows. He wondered who it could be. A guy ran into the director's office. He said that it was very important. The director, sweating, looked at the guy. The brown-haired man, with a worried look, handed the tablet to Jane. He said that they received an official letter from the Lotus Guild. Jane snatched the tablet from the brown-haired man's hands. The brown-haired man said that it was personally signed by Miss Seonjun. The director looked at the tablet in horror. On it was a piece of paper with a letter from Seonjun. It was an official letter about disciplinary measures regarding Miles Academy and the arrest of Director Jane. The director began to flip through the sheets of paper in a panic. Seonjun covered her eyes, taking the seal in her hands. The letter said that the incident that happened during the second practical exam at Miles Academy deserved special attention, and in short, in a situation that theoretically puts the lives of students in danger. Seonjun put her seal on the paper. The letter stated that Director Jane had upset the audience once again, just like before. The director studied the document with panic in his eyes. The men in suits were approaching the office. The document stated that Jane had broken his promise and had once again put the students at risk of death, and that he had also accepted bribes from high-ranking political figures. The document stated that Jane was to be arrested immediately for violating the following 17 laws of the Raider Code, and that the authenticity of this document was further guaranteed by the honor and name of the Lotus Guild and its master Seonjun. The director clutched the documents in his hand. The director clutched the tablet in anger, his mouth wide open. He said that Lotus should not care about him at all, and that only the Raider Command Center could do such a thing. Jane was frozen in horror, his mouth open. Jane imagined an island with water around it. The document stated that the people who had the right to discipline Mills Academy and punish Jane were 29 guilds, not counting the 4 main guilds. There was a note on the tablet. It said that this appeal was personally certified by the National Raider Control Center, and the refusal was not subject to discussion. Jane looked at the document in panic, his eyes wide. He thought that even the control center, they blocked it absolutely everywhere. The director stood with his back, looking at the documents. He thought about what would happen if the information leaked. The director asked if there was an enemy somewhere inside. People in suits burst into the office. Jane turned around, looking at the people. His face turned blue with horror, looking at the people who came to him. One of the employees told Jane that he was arrested for corruption and violating the Raider Code. Reporters were circling the building. One of the reporters introduced himself as Yang Chiao from NBC, asking the guys if they could comment on the recent events. The protagonist and the guys walked past the reporters. One of them introduced himself as Chan from YIBS, asking the protagonist if it was true that he had signed a preferential negotiation agreement with the Lotus Guild. The protagonist grinned wickedly, holding Yujung's arm. He thought that the teacher had probably done a good job. The protagonist turned his attention to the reporter. The reporter asked him to answer one question. Brown-haired extended the microphone to the protagonist. He said that the mage had expressed a negative attitude towards Principal Jane on the live broadcast, asking if he had planned his arrest. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He said that according to the Mills Academy confidentiality regulations, he could not divulge the information. Brown-haired looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the reporter with a serious look. He said that, however, this was already the third time. The reporters looked at the protagonist with surprise. Yi-hyun said that he hoped that his friends and other students would not have to face death again. The reporters looked at each other in surprise. They extended their microphones to the protagonist's face. The reporters did not understand what the third time was, asking that it was related to the guild experience incident. Yi-hyun glared at the reporters. He said that his partners were injured, adding that they should move away. The reporters looked at the protagonist in confusion, making way. There was an ambulance parked near the building. The mage thought that the Lotus had agreed to help with the treatment, and if other medics checked her, everyone would understand that she was completely fine. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He turned his head, looking behind him. He told the reporters that he hoped that they understood everything. Yi-hyun slightly narrowed his eyes. He said that what happened was not an accident. The reporters looked at the magician with their mouths open in shock. The director was led out of the building in handcuffs. The reporter shouted that it was Director Jane. Jane walked with a downcast expression. A raw egg flew at his head. The reporters looked at the director with anger. They shouted for him to kneel down. Many eggs flew towards the director. The eggs smashed on Jane's body, covering him completely. The people looked at Jane with angered faces. They shouted for him to kneel down. The people continued to throw eggs at Jane. They threw them again and again. The guy opened his mouth wide and clenched his hand into a fist. Yi-hyun wondered if Jane thought that all of this was a coincidence. The protagonist was standing near the ambulance. Yi-hyun wondered if this was just bad luck. He looked behind him, pursing his lips. The protagonist smiled maliciously, covering his face with his hand. He said that it was definitely not an accident. Yujin was lying on the stretcher around the boys. She slightly opened her mouth, smirking. A loud sound was heard throughout the car. Yujin sat up, looking at the protagonist. She told Yi-hyun that he was still a bad actor. The magician asked why it was so bad. Yujin began to impersonate the protagonist. She repeated Yi-hyun's phrase, whether she was okay. Seonjun looked at the boys with a slight smile. She said that the incident with the guild was loud, asking them what they were thinking at that moment. The protagonist looked at the teacher with a serious look. Seonjun told Yi-hyun that he was the one who was attacked that time. The magician folded his palms in front of himself. He said that he learned something from that incident. Seongwoo and Gina looked at the magician with a smile. Yi-hyun said that although his safety was important, saving other lives was more important. The protagonist looked down with a dejected expression, pursing his lips. He thought that of course this was a made-up reason and Jane would definitely return, since he had a connection with the Aesir gods. Yujin looked at the protagonist with a smirk. She asked Yi-hyun what was wrong with him and that he ate something. Yi-hyun told Yujin to shut up. The teacher closed her eyes and smiled slightly. She thought that they were still children after all. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look. Seonjun said that there would be a press conference in 3 days. Seonjun smiled wickedly, opening her eyes. She said that they would end all of this there, with Jane, of course. Bright lights emanated from the screens. The Raider Control Center. The man smiled widely, clenching his hand into a fist. He said that it was time for Jane to fall. The man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Jung-hoon. The man asked Jung-hoon what was wrong with Agent Jeon. Jung-hoon held his hand out in front of him, looking at the brunette. He said that a decision was made to join the team as soon as possible. The brunette said that everything was going according to plan. The brunette was talking on the phone. He asked the other guy what he meant, planning to take over Jane, to which the other guy replied that everything was correct and that Lotus would do the steal. The brunette looked away, holding the phone to his ear. He said that he understood everything, but still asked them. The other guy replied that they would prepare everything. The brunette stood with his back turned, looking at the office. He said that he understood everything. The man put the phone on the table. Then he opened the laptop, crossing his arms over his chest. The monitor showed a message. In the darkness it said that the director of the Jane Academy had been arrested on charges of corruption. People gathered in the hall, standing around the table. 3 days later, the official press conference of the Lotus Guild. The silhouette of the protagonist was visible in the passage. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. Seonjun asked Yihyun what he was worried about. Seonjun closed her eyes and smiled slightly. The protagonist stood in front of the teacher. He said that he just didn't like crowds. Yihyun closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He thought that it was a small matter. The protagonist looked at his palm. He thought that the academy was like on a leash. Yihyun clenched his palm into a fist. The protagonist shook hands with the brunette. He thought that besides, they had united with the Raider Control Center, adding that there would be no obstacles in the future. The teacher put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. She said that the time had come. Seonjun slightly narrowed her gaze, looking at the magician with a smile. She said that it was time. A crowd of people stood waiting for the protagonist. The guy in the business suit widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He said that here they are. Seonjun entered the hall, and the protagonist walked behind her. The man looked at the crowd with a menacing look. Seonjun sat down at the table, taking the microphone in her hand. She looked at the microphone with a cold gaze, her mouth slightly open. Seonjun greeted the people, thanking them for coming to the press conference. She said that her name was Seonjun, and she was a representative of the Lotus Guild. The man looked at the people with a serious look. He said that his name was Jae-sok, the head of the Raider Control Center. The protagonist looked straight ahead with an indifferent look. He said that his name was Yihyun. People began to take pictures of the guys who came. The pink-haired reporter frowned, holding the camera in his hands. He thought that he had a chance to write an article about the one who signed the contract with the Lotus Guild, and he couldn't miss it. The brunette filmed the protagonist with a camera. He thought that a mage could use and S-rank skills and it would become a sensation. And there were rumors that Seonjun personally trained Yihyun, although there was no confirmation of this. The protagonist looked at the people with a cold gaze. He thought that they were all there for him. Seonjun closed her eyes and slightly opened her mouth. She said that they were ready to answer their questions, and if they had any, they should raise their hand and listen to Manager Sungyi's instructions. The girl with the short hair raised her hand. She asked if it was true that the former director Jane intentionally killed the students but made it look like an accident. Seonjun closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head. She said that it was true. Moreover, they had collected all the necessary evidence to prove Jane's guilt. The protagonist smirked slightly. He imagined the image of Instructor Isu. Yihyun thought that they had obtained evidence of bribery through Instructor Isu, who had been brainwashed. Yihyun thought that they would never be able to stop him. Seonjun placed her hands on the table. She said that, by the way, this was not his only crime, and he had committed similar crimes dozens of times before that incident. A barrier dome was visible in the city. Seonjun said that every year Mills Academy receives astronomical funding, and there may be other reasons, but it has not been proven yet. The blue-haired boy raised his hand. He asked who else was involved in the corruption scandal. The chairman slightly tilted her head, her mouth slightly open. She said that the investigation was currently investigating. The chairman looked at the people with a cold gaze. She said that at that moment, they were ready to answer questions regarding the incident, asking who else. The girl with a ponytail raised her hand. She asked that Yihyun was a member of the Lotus Guild, and whether it was true that he was personally trained by her, the master of the Lotus Guild. The protagonist grinned maliciously. The boys were sitting in the hall, in front of a crowd of people. Yihyun said that it was true. The reporters looked at each other. The protagonist looked at the people with a slight smile. He said that thanks to her mentorship, he was able to stand where he was. The protagonist looked at the boy who raised his hand. The reporter told Yihyun that there was still no article about him in the media, asking if he was hiding his skills on purpose. Yihyun said that he just didn't want to be the center of attention. The boy opened his mouth, standing with his hand raised. He asked Yihyun when exactly he signed a contract with the Lotus Guild. The protagonist looked at the boy with a slight smile. He said that several months had passed since then, thinking that he was incredibly lucky. The reporters continued filming the protagonist. They asked him about his training, his relationship with his family, and his personal life. The mage looked straight ahead with an irritated look. He thought that he should not lose his composure. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He thought that now he would be the focus of even more attention from the media. Seonjun raised her hand, looking at the reporters with a serious expression. She said that Yihyun was going through a difficult time in his life, asking them not to ask him too many questions. The chairman looked at the magician with a slight smile. The magician smiled back at the teacher. The hall was illuminated by bright lights. A few days later, there was a sign on the table. It said that the inauguration ceremony of the acting principal was taking place. Yujung opened her mouth, sighing heavily. She put her hands behind her head, walking along with the boys. The red-haired girl said that so much had happened. Hoyen said that it was good that she was safe. Ina puffed out her cheeks, pursing her lips. She told Yujung that if she got hurt, she would be angry. The protagonist looked at the boys with a serious expression. He said he was just saying it just in case, asking if they knew. Ina nodded her head, looking at the mage. She said Jane wouldn't give up so easily. Yujin turned her gaze to the protagonist. She said he needed to get stronger. Even the Lotus Guild and the Raider Control Center agreed to help him. Hoyin clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the floor. He said he would improve his skills too. The guys looked at Hoyin. The swordsman said that from the guild's experience, he realized how weak he still was. Ina pressed her hand to her chest, looking at Yihyun. She said that she did too. Yujing looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. The protagonist looked at the guys, pursing his lips. He thought that maybe he wouldn't be able to catch up right away, but he wouldn't lose. The protagonist looked away seriously. He imagined himself standing in front of the gods who were sitting there. Yihyun thought that it would be great for the boys to become stronger with him, but he didn't want to drag them into incidents that would happen in the future because that was something that only he was responsible for. The protagonist thought that in order to fight the aces, he had to become stronger. Yihyun clenched his hand into a fist. Yellow light emanated from the spotlights. It illuminated the stage where Jiyeon was standing. The students looked at the stage in surprise. Yujin widened her eyes, looking at the instructor. The red-haired girl asked why the instructor was standing there. Yujin looked at the smiling protagonist. The magician said that it was her. Yujin asked what he was talking about. The protagonist frowned, smiling maliciously. He said that the instructor was Jiyeon, she was the new director. Jiyeon stood near the microphone with a serious expression. With these events, the first season ended. Jiyeon stood next to the microphone stand. Yihyun said that Jiyeon's instructor was now the new director of the academy. The magician smiled contentedly, looking straight ahead. The girls looked up in surprise. Hoyin pursed his lips, his eyes wide. Yujing looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, with her mouth open. She said that she couldn't believe it, she was so young and already the director. Hoyin asked who that was. The protagonist looked away. He said that she was the new magic instructor. Jiyeon put her hand on the stand, looking up. Yihyun said that she was also a spy from the Raider Control Center. The protagonist in the chair next to Seonjun. The Raider Control Center. Seonjun crossed her legs, looking at Jae-sok. She asked who he was thinking of appointing as the director. Jae-sok smiled widely. He looked confidently at the chairman. Jae-sok told Seonjun not to worry as he had already thought about it. The man turned around. He told her to come in. The instructor entered the room. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Jiyeon was holding the door handle, looking at the boys. Yihyun asked if it was Jiyeon's instructor. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest while the girls looked at Jiyeon in surprise. Yihyun pursed his lips, looking away with a serious look. He thought that if Lotus took control of the academy, it would definitely cause a negative reaction. Jiyeon stood next to the microphone. The magician thought that it would be better to use someone than to get dirty himself. The protagonist turned his gaze to Hoyin. Hoyin said that a director who is not even 30 yet is amazing. Hoyin presented photos of the crossed-out instructors except Jiyeon. He said that the other instructors could be replaced, and she was the only one who couldn't do that, and she was a member of the center, which already inspired trust. Jiyeon took the microphone in her hand. She brought it to her face, standing in front of the students. The instructor greeted the students. Jiyeon looked straight ahead with a calm expression on her face. She said that her name was Jiyeon, and from now on she was the director of Mills Academy. Light was visible from the glass door. The number 89 was visible on the screen. The protagonist bared his teeth in irritation, narrowing his eyes. He didn't understand how they had gotten to this point. Hoyin looked at the dissatisfied Yujin with a smile. Yujin pinched Hoyin's microphone. Yihyun thought he would rest. Yujin knocked on the protagonist's door. A few hours earlier, Yujin told the mage to open it quickly. The mage hurriedly put on his jacket. He asked to wait, as he was still getting dressed. The protagonist opened the door. The guys were standing in front of him. Yujin put her hands on her hips while Yihyun looked at her in confusion. Yujin said that they were going to karaoke after the exams, asking the magician what he had forgotten. Yihyun said that there was such a thing. Hoyin smiled widely, pointing his finger behind his back. He said that they managed to book the best room in the best karaoke bar. The protagonist grabbed the back of his head with his hand, looking at the guys in confusion. He asked if it was time already. The protagonist sat with a downcast face in the company of cheerful friends. Our time, Yihyun sighed dejectedly, watching what was happening. He thought that this is how Yujin dragged him there. The magician got up from the couch, picking up the microphone. He said that since he was there, he would show what he was capable of. He brought the microphone to his lips. The protagonist opened his mouth and closed his eyes. He started singing the song. The guys looked at the protagonist with their mouths open, dumbfounded. The protagonist pressed his palm to his chest, his mouth open. One of the customers asked who was howling and that such people should be banned. Hoyin smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes. Ina said that Yihyun was also a human. Hoyin said that there were no perfect people and the world was still worth loving. The protagonist closed his eyes, putting his hand to his head. The guys sighed in relief, their mouths open. Hoyin thought that Yihyun would not offer the microphone anymore. Yujung thought that she would not ask him to sing anymore. The protagonist turned to the guys while Ina raised her hand. Yihyun asked who would be next. Ina said that she wanted to. The protagonist handed the microphone to Ina, telling her to hold it. Ina blushed slightly, her mouth open. The protagonist grabbed the falling microphone. He looked at the brunette with concern. He asked what was wrong with her, noting that she was shaking all over. Yihyun took her hand, putting the microphone in it. Ina looked down in embarrassment, pursing her lips. The protagonist looked at the girl, who held the microphone to her chest. Yihyun asked the brunette if something hurt, to which the brunette replied that everything was fine and thanked him for catching the microphone. A bright light emanated from the screen. The brunette looked at the floor in confusion, clutching the microphone. She told the guys not to expect too much. Yujung pointed her finger at the irritated protagonist with a smile. She told him that after Yihyun, she would definitely sing much better. Yihyun asked the red-haired girl if she was overdoing it, adding that he sang not so badly. Ina watched what was happening, confused. Yujung asked Yihyun that he had no embarrassment at all, to which the magician asked that she was delirious. The protagonist looked at Ina with interest. He was interested in her voice, and even if it was bad, he would have to praise her. The brunette lowered her gaze. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth. The protagonist looked at the brunette in surprise. He did not understand why she sang so well. Clear weather hung over the city. A guy with long white hair peeked out from under his cap. A black silhouette of a cat was visible on the roof of the building. The guy looked at the roof with displeasure, pursing his lips. The silhouette of the black cat disappeared from the roof of the building. God squinted at the roof. He lowered his head, turning around the building. He walked in the middle of a dark alley. Barely dim light penetrated that street. God covered his face with a cap. He asked Heimdall how she dared to follow him. The guy took off his cap, smiling sarcastically. He told Heimdall to show herself. The cat's paws touched the ground. Heimdall changed from a cat into a human body. She asked the god what kind of persecution and why he was being rude all of a sudden. Heimdall smiled slightly, looking at the boy. She said that she came to greet him and only asked that he enjoy the walk. The boy looked at Heimdall with bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. He put his hands in his pockets, standing in front of Heimdall. The god said that they, the enemies of the Aesir, did something interesting. Heimdall smiled wickedly, looking at the god. She asked what only Odin and the Aesir could do. The boy smiled maliciously, looking straight ahead. He asked the girl that Hel really still had this vain hope. The boy imagined the image of the main character, stretching his hand over the tree. He asked Heimdall that the enemy of evil would come and free them. Heimdall smirked slightly, frowning. She said that he could not know that. The god smiled widely, holding his head. He looked at the girl with a menacing look. The god asked Heimdall which of the people was capable of crushing the Aesir. The guy headed towards the girl. He said that this was nonsense. Heimdall blocked the god's path, putting out her hand. The guy looked at the girl with displeasure, frowning. He told her to get out of the way. Heimdall closed her eyes and opened her mouth. She said that if he was going to meet the enemy of evil, then she could not let him go. The guy bared his teeth in irritation, glaring at the girl. He asked her that she had decided to die. Heimdall looked at the guy with a menacing look. She said that he would not be able to use his power in Midgard anyway. The girl put her hand out, spreading her fingers. She said that she had an advantage there. God looked at Heimdall with a sly smile. He said that if she wanted to kill him, then she should be ready to lay down her own life. Heimdall squinted at the guy, smiling slightly. She said that it was not her who needed to prepare for this, and her role was to buy time for a break, noting that this was not bad either. Ine, closing her eyes, sang karaoke. Yihyun looked at her with admiration. The girl fell silent, holding the microphone, and then turned to the guys and asked, "How were they?" Yujung exclaimed with admiration, "Where did she learn to sing like that?" And Hoyin said that he could not believe that she hid such a miracle from them. Yihyun, looking at her, asked if she had any vocal training. The brunette was embarrassed and said no. A questioning cry came from the closed door of the karaoke room. The redhead asked, "Then why is she so good? Is it talent?" Ina hesitantly asked, "Wasn't it weird?" The guys unanimously answered that it wasn't at all. Yujung held the microphone, saying that Ina was the best, and the white-haired guy asked to sing her other song. The brunette was surprised, her cheeks blushed with embarrassment. With a smile, Ina thanked him and said that this was the second time in her life that she sang for someone. Yihyun was surprised. He watched as the guys surrounded the girl. Raising his head, he thought that he felt very calm. With a slight smile, the brunette closed his eyes, thinking that sometimes such a respite was very good. There were several multi-story buildings on the street. One of them was Yihyun's house in Seoul a few days later. The guy held out a brown wallet, saying that it was a gift. The woman at the table looked at him in surprise. She opened it with a smile, wondering why this was so sudden. His mother's eyes became surprised. There was a book in the wallet. She asked if it was a savings book. Yihyun replied that yes, it was for pocket money. The woman thought with a smile that her son had grown so much. She opened the savings book and thought that at this age he should be enjoying life, but he was thinking about his mother. Suddenly, she looked at the amount in surprise. Looking at her son, she asked if he really earned that much. The guy nodded and said that it was all for her. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking that he was finally able to say what he had always dreamed of. He wanted to hug her and show her what his son had achieved. He imagined his mother, thinking that he had been busy all the time and could not take care of her. His fingers clenched into a fist. Ian sat on the bed and thought that after returning to the past, he changed a lot. His goal is to protect his family and friends. And also, he imagined the image of a deity and finished the thought of who would kill Odin and put an end to all this. He would not allow them to take away his life, which he was the only one who could return. Leaning on the table, the guy asked not to worry about money and just live in peace. The woman sat up. She touched the guy with her hands, then hugged her son by the shoulders. Yihan was surprised to hear her words that it must have been hard for him. He smiled slightly. In her arms, he answered that yes. The woman said with a smile that mom knows everything. Tears began to appear in the guy's eyes. He became sad, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Suddenly, the doorbell rang in the apartment. Wiping his eyes, Yihan said that he would open it. He opened the door a little and asked who was there. Ina was standing on the threshold. She embarrassedly touched her hair and said hello. Yihan looked at her in surprise, hearing what he must have thought. Yujin appeared next to the girl and quoted the guy's thoughts. How does she know where I live? Yihan looked at his friend and asked, what is it this time? The redhead raised a finger and said that they were having a barbecue party today and he was invited. The brunette winced, remembering, and asked, aren't her parents returning to Korea today? Yujin looked at him and confirmed, saying that her mother always asks to call him and thank him. Yihan crossed his arms, saying that she usually owes him. Ina heard their argument in surprise, in which the girl asked what he was talking about. She owes her aunt. Since when did she owe him? And the guy asked, isn't she? Yihan touched his chin, thinking that this was the right time. 2 months had already passed since he entered the academy. A lot had happened. He stood opposite the girls and heard Yujin say that he should come if he could. Her parents would also be happy to see him after a long time. The brunette replied that he would come, and the girl begged, saying that she was expecting him at 6. Turning away, Yihan said that they would see each other. Suddenly, Yujin called out to him and asked if he had been crying. Holding the door handle, the guy replied that no, he must have wet his sleeve while washing the dishes. The brunette answered understandingly that it was like this. The heroes stood silently opposite each other. Then the guy said that they would see each other and watched as the girls entered the elevator. He looked at his sleeve and said that Ina was very observant. The room was bright and well kept. Yihan looked around, thinking that Yujin was from a rich family. Ina got up from the couch, asking if he had come. The guy approached her, saying that he was interested in something. The brunette heard the question, why is she here? Did Yujin make her? She nervously intertwined her fingers and answered that she had nowhere to go. Looking at her, the hero apologized. He looked at the girl standing in front of him, thinking that if you think about it, Ina doesn't have a family now. He saw Yujin, who was yelling at her dad that she needed to move the meat. A smile appeared on his lips when he thought that this is why Yujin specially brought her to her house. It turns out she can be so sensitive. The guy turned around when he heard them say that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He looked at the man who approached. The red-haired woman also looked out from the other room, asking why he came. They invited him in, and the guy said hello. He looked at his friend's parents, thinking that in his past life, they took care of him on the day he lost his mother. Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy by the neck in a headlock and said with a smile that he seemed to have grown up. The grabbed boy thought that it seemed like this headlock with Yujin was a family thing. The man let go of Yihan and asked if his daughter was bothering him. When he was little, he was constantly beaten and he told his uncle about it. Yihan scratched his head with a smile and said that it was a long time ago. The man screamed when his foot was stepped on. Yujin looked at him with displeasure and exclaimed that since he had time for nonsense, maybe he could bring groceries. The man awkwardly agreed. The redhead snorted when she heard that she definitely wouldn't get married anytime soon. The girl's father poked the boy with his elbow and asked if Yihan wanted to marry Yujin. The redhead blushed. Ina looked at them in surprise. Yihan pointed at himself in surprise and asked him. Yujin, holding a stack of plates, angrily heard that she was hard to bear, but she had a kind heart and was smart. The girl angrily grabbed her father by the shirt and told him to stop talking nonsense and bring the meat, and Ina told her to go help. She angrily left, and the man muttered something about her character. Yihan looked ahead, confused. There was a set table on the terrace. There were delicious dishes on the plates. Yihan looked at the food and said that their grilled meat was beyond praise. His father held a pair of tongs in his hand and laughingly said that he used to be a chef and invited him to eat. Ina put chopsticks in her mouth and said that it was delicious. Seonjun held the meat with chopsticks and said that she wished Hoyen and Yisang would come too, and their mothers were not here either. Yihan, who was sitting at the table, replied that everyone was very busy, it couldn't be helped, they would get together next time. The brunette confirmed. Yujung's father looked at the guy and said that he was surprised by him. Yihyun asked again. Leaning on his chair, the man said that he was talking about Yujung's help in the exam and thanked him. The guy awkwardly held the chopsticks and said that he did nothing wrong. He worriedly thought that it was a performance, even a little embarrassed. Yujung chewed the meat and then smiled and showed him 2 fingers. Yihyun smiled back. The red-haired woman told him that she was glad to see that he was doing well. To be honest, she was very surprised when he decided to study magic. She even thought that it was because he did not want to part with Yujung. Although that is not true, thank you anyway. Ine, with chopsticks in her mouth, quickly looked at her. The woman said with a smile that he was becoming more attractive every day. She turned to her blushing daughter, saying that she needed to find a guy like Yihyun, to which the girl demanded that she stop eating the meat before it got cold. The brunette put her chopsticks on the table. Yihyun looked at her. Ina looked tense. The guy asked, was something wrong? To which she answered, no, everything was fine. He looked at her questioningly and thought that for a second it seemed to him that her expression changed. Yujung, smiling, pulled the meat to her friend, and the hero thought that he must have imagined it. An angry cry rang out in the room. What was he even doing? The gray-haired man stood indignantly opposite the guy and asked him that he felt sorry for the dying students and decided to help. He was just pathetic. Hoyin stood opposite his father. The man angrily thought that if he had delayed even a little bit, he would have been arrested along with Yihyun, all because of his idiot son. He angrily yelled at the boy that he was a disgrace. Hoyin calmly turned to his father and told him to shut up. The man angrily pointed his finger at him, yelling that Hoyin should become the best raider in Korea. He angrily frowned, saying that they were all not his equal. The boy calmly listened to Yihyun being an obstacle in his way. Then he told his father to stop. The man fell silent. The white-haired man looked at him, thinking that no matter how many times he tried to convince him, it was all in vain. He imagined hands reaching out to him, thinking that his father was constantly telling him to step on heads. Hoyin turned and looked away. He imagined his friends smiling and waving at him. The boy's hand clenched into a fist. He firmly stated that he did not want to live by his father's orders. Looking at his father, he said that this was his life. The man put his hand on his son's shoulder, shouting, "Does he know what he is saying?" The boy threw his hand away. Looking firmly, he told his father to live his life and added that he was speaking sincerely. The boy turned away, not hearing his father's indignant cry, who ordered him to come back. The door to the room slammed shut. The man was left alone. Hoyin resolutely walked forward, thinking that he did not want to win over Ine using cowardly tricks. He walked around the room, thinking that he would do everything possible to make it fair. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The boys were sitting on the couch in the room. Yihyun looked at his friend and said that her parents get along well. Looking at his watch, he said that they went to a movie together at night. Waving her hand, Yujung said that yes, even though they had been married for a long time, they acted like newlyweds. The guy stood up, saying that it was time for him to go. The redhead asked, "Is he leaving already?" Turning to her, Yihyun asked what it meant already. It was almost midnight. The girl asked since when was he acting like this, just let him sit for a little longer. Yihyun looked at her silently, and then he scratched his head, asking if her father would be angry. Yujung asked again in surprise. The guy standing by the sofa answered that if he stayed for a long time when her parents were not around, he would not be scolded. The redhead answered with a smile that he should just not do anything for which he would be scolded. Ina heard her ask her, "Right." The brunette nodded absent-mindedly and agreed. Yihyun crossed his arms and said that then he would stay exactly until 12. Yujung exclaimed that Ina was here too. He was so heartless. Ina remained silent, hearing the words about it being noisy, and then she turned to her friends, saying that she was interested in something. "Can I ask?" Her friend agreed. The heroes looked at her in surprise, hearing the question, "Are they dating?" Yihyun's gaze was surprised. The brunette burned him with an attentive gaze. The guy touched his forehead with his palm and replied that this was a misunderstanding. Where did she get that idea from? Yujun blushed, saying that she should go with him. No way. Ina looked at them, saying that the two of them were so close and got along with their parents. The friends looked at each other and asked again, "Are they?" Glancing sideways at the guy, the redhead said that they had a good relationship, but not in a romantic way. The brunette sighed. She was embarrassed and apologized for asking such a question. Yihyun took the phone and said that it was already midnight. Yujung waved her hand, telling him to go. When he stood up, getting ready to go, Ina watched as he waved his hand and said goodbye. The hero replied that they would see each other later, in touch. Under the dark sky, the words were heard, "So." The brunette walked through the city. Bare feet with jewelry appeared nearby. The guy turned around and asked what happened. "Is it already late?" Hella looked at him and said that he was not even surprised. Did he know that she would come? Yihyun turned to her and replied that last time he felt a huge amount of magical power that clearly did not belong to a person. The girl with horns and multicolored eyes said that in this case, the conversation will be quick. He needs to pass the second test as soon as possible. The guy seriously heard that it was impossible to postpone it any longer. Odin began to act. In the darkness, images of gears glowed. Gods sat on thrones by the high window. Odin looked ahead, saying how annoying. He looked at the others, saying that Heimdall still has not heard anything. Thor, leaning on his hand, said that he was too worried about him. According to the oracle's prediction, he was just a man. What could such a bug do to him? The brunette with a beard frowned and said that he thought so too. No matter how strong he was in Midgard, a man could not oppose a god. He imagined the figure of a man crucified next to a huge snake and thought that it would be better, yes, it would be better if he already rotted in prison. Odin with a staff in his hand answered that the oracle was never wrong. The girl in a helmet with wings silently looked at him. The long-haired goddess touched his cheek and asked, does he really think that this man can pose a threat to him, to Odin, who stands at the top of the gods? The man heard that he was thinking too much about it. Odin replied that humans are creatures that are constantly evolving and growing. At least the ones he saw. He imagined blood running down his face and said that knowledge is something that the weak can constantly use. Touching the eye patch, he continued that right now they can't defeat their enemy. The power of the prophecy can protect him for 10 years. The brunette heard that during this time he can grow a lot. They can't rule out such a possibility and asked, is that why Heimdall was sent there? The man said that it would be enough to deal with the enemy without even using up spiritual power. The woman touched her lips with her fingers and said that it was true. She imagined Ihun and thought that the power of prophecy that protects the enemy is quickly weakening. Turning to the man, she said that there was no need to wait 10 years. The pink-haired girl touched Odin's shoulder and said that they could kill him with their own hands. The elder god looked at her and said that they had to calculate everything. Fate had never predicted their victory. He received the answer that everything was his will. Under the dark sky there was a building towering. Yihan stood in front of Hela and asked, so the power that protects him from the Aesir, in other words, the power of prophecy is disappearing. He touched his chin and asked, is that so? The white-haired girl closed her eyes and confirmed while looking at her. The guy asked, so what? He remembered the image of the crow and said that before he returned to the past, when he was 27 years old, that scoundrel, he imagined the image of a guy in a hood and continued. Woman came to kill him under the orders of Hugin. Looking at the goddess, he asked then why in this life the power of prophecy weakens, and heard that the reason is simple. Looking at him, Hela answered that it took a lot of power of prophecy to move to this time. She imagined circles spreading across the water and the silhouette of a guy, saying that even gods can't defy time without consequences. Even surprisingly, the power of prophecy still gives protection. The girl intertwined her fingers, saying that someone will pay a high price for this. The words of a spell were heard. Yian frowned, thinking what kind of strange voice. He touched his head with his hand, saying that he didn't understand what he was saying. There was almost no time left to get stronger. He had to pass the second trial. Hela touched his chest and said that he was catching on quickly, holding out her palm. She said that they needed to talk about it then. They were standing on a night street, and the girl said that he had to pass a trial, and the enemy he would meet. There was a TV on the shelf in the room. Yian asked in surprise, Heimdall. He imagined an image of a man with white hair tied in a ponytail and asked, they talking about a white god with a horn who could see the future. Hela said with a smile that that was right. He was well informed. She was floating next to the sofa on a blue ball and heard the guy answer that of course. He had learned that. He was Odin's enemy. The girl said that was a good position. Yihan looked at her and said that it turns out that if he had already come to Midgard, they don't have time for a trial, right? Hela leaned on her hand on the ball and told him not to worry. She took care of the time. The long-haired man frowned and said that she dared. He lay surrounded by black flashes and continued, send Heimdall to such a place. Let him not think that he can keep him tied up in this terrible prison. The figure of the man was in the pitch darkness, looking with a black eye with a pink iris. Hela replied that because of this she used much more force. Yian sat on the sofa and asked, where will the test be held? The TV broadcasted breaking news and Hela said it was just in time. People appeared on the screen. The announcer said that unfortunately, it was reported that the 11th attack of the Great Ruins had failed. It was a long-awaited event that Balak from the European Union personally participated in. But this time the conquest failed because the first gate called the qualification could not be cleared. The man's gaze on the screen glowed red. The host said that the association cannot guarantee the success of the next conquest. Hela looked at it and replied that it was Iceland. She imagined glaciers and the northern lights, saying that it was an important place in mythology. Giants were hidden among the ruins there. Yian repeated the name of the country. The girl replied that from the beginning the great ruins were created for this. The guy heard that in order to turn the enemy of the prophecy into a creature capable of confronting Odin again. A carefully calculated space. The brunette asked again, what is she talking about? The girl looked at him in surprise, thinking how strange it was. She was sitting on the ball, thoughtfully asking why she said that. The hero added that he asked the same thing. Hela smiled and said that anyway, without qualifications even he couldn't enter. Looking at her, Yian asked, qualifications. The goddess smiled and said that's right, now only he can pass, she will open the way to the great ruins. Balak stood in front of the TV, which showed a warrior, and heard the words that this time the conquest failed because the first gate called qualifications could not be cleared. The man on the screen angrily looked at the TV. Hearing that the association cannot guarantee the success of the next conquest, he angrily punched his fist and shouted, "What the hell? These are ruins. They haven't figured out how to get in yet." Angrily looking to the side, he called Camilla and asked, "Are the wizards really investigating properly?" The girl who appeared behind turned to Balak. The red-haired girl in the cloak waved her hand and said that they had already talked about this. Doubting others is bad. Let her not rush to conclusions. Camilla scratched her head and said that this is the only great ruins in the whole world. Right, she also wants to participate someday. Balak gloomily covered his face with his hand, saying that if she just wants to enter, she needs to prove her qualifications. He asked angrily what it was. The girl crossed her arms with a smile and said she didn't know. Maybe there was some kind of key. The man turned to her in shock and gloom. He was literally emitting a black aura, and the girl said it was a joke. No need to look at her so angrily. There were a lot of people with suitcases in the hall. A few days before leaving for Iceland, where the great ruins are located, Yihyun pulled off the mask from his face and said into the phone, "Talk to the guys normally." He doesn't want to worry about this either. The preparation process was quite intense. First, he strengthened the first artifacts he had to the limit with magic stones. The level also increased and has already passed 30. The guy in the white jacket said to director Jiyeon, "Okay," and of course, he was holding an extinguished phone in his hand. A black cat was sitting in his hood, and Yihyun asked Hela, "Will they go then?" He recalled Balak's statement that the European Raider Alliance would do everything in their power to capture the great ruins in Iceland. They said that they would not tolerate anyone's interference. Yihyun, with a mask on his face, said that the great ruins were guarded by Balak. This was his first time fighting an S-class raider. He presented a shining blue warrior sword and said that it was the real dragon slayer Bama. The cat with multicolored eyes and a hood thought that she could personally observe the enemy of the prophecy. The plane rose into the sky between the clouds. Hela thought that this time everything would be resolved. Loki's choice was correct. The yellow sunlight faintly seeped into the ruins. At one point, mysterious burial mounds suddenly appeared all over the world. After investigating them, the raiders managed to find out, and the ruins are a place where artifacts are hidden. You can get higher quality items there than in normal dungeons. One of the guys was pulling the other one towards him by the lapels. Because of this, the competition between the raiders had become very fierce. So, the ruins were guarded by men in business suits, because recently the authorities of the states took control of the ruins. The black cat in the hood of the brunette said that the bracelet on his hand was also an item from the ruins. The guy was sitting on the plane, while Hela asked if he thought it was just luck that all the ruins except for the great ones were conquered. Yihyun looked at the cat while she noted that this is how Mistletoe ended up in his hands. The brunette remembered the situation in the city. Fear was reflected on his face. He wondered if she was talking about the light that appeared then. He remembered the giant yellow crystal. The guy looked away. The moment when he saw many light spots in the dungeon rushed through his mind. He imagined an image of a gate with the moon, the sun, and wolves. Yihyun thought about how the strange light appeared every time. He looked at Hela with a smile. The cat gave him a suspicious look and asked why he was looking at her like that. The mage smiled softly, saying that he was just like that. Hela looked up when he said that he was curious about something. He asked if these ruins were created by giants. The girl answered in the affirmative. Recalling the confrontation between the two men, she said that 10,000 years ago, the Guardian was their leader and Thor's rival. The cat noted that the ruins were created for those who were going to fight Odin's army. The guy looked away and said that now he understands that there are still many mysteries and puzzles hidden in the blush. He imagined the gloomy silhouette of the man, thinking that in myths, giants were described as wise creatures, and they did not know fear even in the face of Aesir. The brunette lowered his eyes, thinking that in the end, they ended badly. Yihyun smiled and closed his eyes, saying that they would be there soon and he was looking forward to it. He noted that since it was like this, he decided to stay at an expensive hotel, plus it was the best place to see the great ruins. The cat in his hood jumped up and told him not to relax since it was his second trial. The boy replied that there was no need to worry. He looked up with an indifferent face and said that he would prepare as much as possible. The brunette placed his hand on his chest and said that they also confirmed that the translation function in the Nornir system was working fine and that he had good items. Before leaving, he held a crystal in his hand. It was an upgraded item, rank a shadow ore, which strengthened shadow equipment. The information on the orange screen said that the user can use shadow ore for shadow armor. Yihyun grinned predatorily and said that ever since he defeated Nightshade and obtained the shadow armor, he had been trying very hard to obtain it. His body was covered in dark armor. A notification appeared that the parquet had used shadow ore to strengthen the shadow armor, and its rank increased by 1. The brunette grabbed his chest with shock in his eyes. The system noted that the passive skill genius of weapon making was activated by the effect of Mistletoe. The rank of the shadow armor increased to rank S. Yihan found himself in the darkness. The shadow armor evolved into the haste of gods of the abyss. A male silhouette appeared in the red light behind the guy. Information about the abyssal armor appeared and it was revealed that it increased physical, magical defense by 350, the ability to learn the massive skill shadow assimilation and the active skill stealth level 3 appeared. Shadow assimilation rank allowed the creation of multi-layered images, justifying the enemy's attacks with a certain probability. The cat looked away in disappointment, muttering that he also sang a simple way to use. Looking at the dark blue sky, the guy asked if she meant a loophole and then said that they did not have time and they cannot neglect anything. A few hours later, the lights were on in the windows of a multi-story building. Yihan looked at him with a smile, saying that they finally arrived. He stood at the reception desk, thinking that this was a special hotel where only awakened ones could stay. The guy handed over a black card, thinking that for ordinary people, a night would cost 50 million won. He wondered who would want to stay in the department located right in front of the ruins. The brunette noticed a person in front of him. Balak was walking towards him. The blonde walked past him. Yihan thought that the department might be visited by archaeologists, a member of the European Union fascinated by the blush and targeting the great ruins. The boy glanced at the man and girl passing by, thinking that they met a little earlier than he expected. The brunette stopped when Balak called him. He looked at him with angry eyes and asked who he was. Standing not far from the couple, Yihan mentally noted that he knew that this man was the true owner of Balamum, the Dragon Slayer and the head of the European Raider Alliance. He turned and asked him with a slight smile what was the matter. The redhead reached out to her comrade and ordered him to stop. The man caught up with the mages. Looking at him with a dark look, Balak began to ask how old he was and where he was from. The brunette frowned. Camilla loudly called her friend by name. Standing behind him, she reminded him with a displeased face that she had asked him to be more polite. She stood between the two raiders and asked the blonde what he was doing. The girl began to push Yihan in the back and apologize, noting that the man had a simply terrible character. Balak watched as the redhead took the guy away, telling him that it was because of his character that his wife left him. The man told her through clenched teeth not to talk nonsense. Camilla anointed the brunette with her hand, saying words of apology and saying goodbye. She and the blonde were left standing alone. The girl sighed heavily. She looked at her comrade with displeased eyes and noted that she had previously asked him to be more careful with him. She asked if he would take responsibility if the reputation of the European Raider Alliance was damaged. Balak looked into the distance with gloomy eyes while Camilla said that no matter how upset he was about the failure, taking it out on him. The man protested, noting that he did not want to do it. Remembering how he passed by, he said that he did not hear the sound of that guy's footsteps. Then he abruptly turned his gaze to him. Looking at the back of the departing brunette, he said that he knew how to intentionally hide his presence. A surprised cry was heard from the office of the director of Mills Academy. The woman with dark green hair looked with an indifferent face. Ine, Yujung and Hoyan stood with puzzled expressions. After a while, a disgruntled muttering was heard in the corridor. The girl closed her eyes and indignantly noted that Yihan is always wandering somewhere. She started to tell him that he first got into trouble at an amusement park and now he went overseas. The white-haired boy smiled, saying that their friend was involved in many incidents, and this time too. Yujung denied it. She lowered her gloomy gaze and said that Yihan had never been involved in something like this before. A thoughtful Ina walked beside her. The great ruins in Iceland were covered in snowfall. Two men in warm suits guarded the entrance. One of them exhaled heavily, noticed something. A man in black and red clothes was approaching them. The guard, looking indignant, loudly asked who he was and ordered him to identify himself. He said that these ruins were under the control of the European Raider Alliance. The guy in the hood and mask over his eyes smiled and asked if it meant that they wouldn't let him through just like that. He grabbed the man's face abruptly. His eyes glowed purple as the brunette used the brainwash skill. The guard stepped back. Yihan took off his hood and grinned, noting that he felt like he had become a Tomb Raider. He noted that this was true. The guy and the girl were sitting in the room. Hela crossed her legs and began to tell them that in order to get into the Great Ruins, you need to. She noted that the first thing was the Nornir system. The brunette looked at her tiredly and said that it meant that there was the first, that is, the second, and then asked if there would be a third. The white-haired girl asked not to interrupt. She touched her chin with her fist and said that there were only two conditions, and then began to talk about the second one. Yihan's eyes widened when he heard that the strength and agility indicators in the system should not be lower than 150. The girl began to wave her hand, noting that if translated into human language, he should be a rider of at least S rank. The mage with a gloomy face remained silent. Hela looked at him with a nervous smile on her face. With a smile on his face, the sick man turned to her. He said that he still had not reached S rank. The white-haired girl suddenly flew up and indignantly exclaimed that she herself saw how he divided the alter ego Surtur. The surprised guy's face suddenly darkened. Emitting an angry aura, he asked the girl if she was really the third person in the dungeon. Hela abruptly turned away and asked what difference did it make to him. She said that now it was more important to figure out how to fulfill the second condition. The guy lowered his head and said that there was one way. He remembered the large hall and the sign that he had completed the second quest of Flandier's mansion. A little girl waved at him cheerfully. The brunette left the mission, and the system noted that he had completed the hidden scenario within the quest and would now receive an additional reward. Yihan held a rusty key in his hand, saying that he had received it when he left Flandier's mansion, and it was useless before, but maybe now. The stats said that it was a cursed rank key. The brunette's eyes glowed yellow. He activated the investigation skill. After analyzing the key in his hand, he was able to find out that it was a Loki key that could open any door or chest and had a cooldown of 2 hours. Hela looked at the system stats in surprise. She asked why the guy had such a thing. Yihan stood in front of the large door, asking if it was strange. He noted with a slight smile on his face that it felt like someone had foreseen all of this. The brunette brought the key to the door. He pushed him into the glowing circle. A white and red light began to come from the door. A bright flash illuminated the room. The guy looked at the card in his hand. He said that he hoped that it would be useful to them. Remembering the two girls, he mentally noted that Ahayan's accelerated thinking and Soil's intelligence. He thought that both skills were good, but they were not worth an empty card, besides copying the unique skills of other raiders. Yihan lowered his eyes, realizing that this could arouse suspicion. He noted with a smile that since he was given a card, now he needed a skill. The corridor was illuminated by a line of lanterns. After walking along it, the mage stopped. He looked up. An unknown voice asked if he was the enemy of the prophecy. A giant man was sitting on a huge throne. The man with horns and 3 yellow eyes said that his name was Smur Rungnarsson. The boy frowned at the giant as he spoke. He was the guardian of the great ruins, under the orders of his father Rungnarsson. The cat jumped down to the floor, and the man noted that she was Hel, but then he stopped himself. When Hela took the form of a girl, he asked if she was her alter ego. The white-haired girl stepped forward and pointed her hand at the boy, then said her name. She said that she came as a guide for the 5 trials and brought with her the enemy of the prophecy. Smur stared at them. Hela raised her head and said that the power of the prophecy that protected the enemy was weakening. She said that they should let him into the second trial as soon as possible. The man with a gloomy face said that he refused. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes, and then asked why. The giant looked at her and said that she knew. Yihan frowned when the guardian said that the enemy entered inside using some kind of trick. Smur said with an indifferent expression that he could not pass the test now, and that could be called a favor on his part. He asked him to come back later when he had gained strength. Hela, standing below, began to complain, shouting that they did not have time, and the Aesir would begin to act in earnest as soon as the prophecy ended. The guard closed his eyes and said that they had rules that could not be broken, and therefore he could not allow the boy to pass. Imagining a deserted area, he said that Jotunheimr had already turned to ashes, and the giants had nowhere to return to. Smur noted that this was what it meant when he said it was too late. The dark man asked what would change if it happened now or a little later. Hela froze with a puzzled look. Opening her mouth, she called the giant by name. She noted that he had already given up. The Hun gritted his teeth in anger. He asked what kind of nonsense was going on here. The girl turned to look at him. The brunette looked at the guard with indignation and asked if he was kidding. The man bared his teeth and asked how dare he say such a thing. The guy lowered his head and ordered to listen to him. He said that he was not a benefactor at all. As he came closer, yellow lightning sparkled under his feet. Frozen in surprise, the white-haired girl listened to his words about how he was not a horse that could be ridden and stopped at the stable. Golden chains appeared behind Yihan. He asked the bike if he knew why he came here. A notification appeared that the S-rank lightning chain skill had been activated. Chains appeared from golden rings. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he came because he decided that suffering was worth using, so. The mage pointed his finger at him. He ordered him to get out of the way. There was silence near the entrance to the ruins. Balak, with anger in his eyes, asked the guards if no one was passing by. The fair-haired man noted with an indifferent expression that there was no one there. The blonde pushed him aside and said that it couldn't be, and someone had definitely entered the ruins. He said he would go and see for himself. The man frowned, thinking that he had absolutely no doubts. While the gate glowed red, he thought about how the enormous magical and mysterious power he felt could only be felt when the ruins were open. Balak thought with a dissatisfied face that he had not yet entered the great ruins, and therefore could not give them to some stranger. He realized that if the gate was open, then he could enter. As he stood before them, a voice said that he was not worthy. The blonde clenched his teeth while the veins bulged on his face. A loud sound was heard in the spacious, dark room. A woman's hand reached for the phone. Lying on the bed, Camilla asked Balak what was going on and why he called her so early. The man started telling her about the ruins. The girl's face darkened when she heard an uninvited guest enter them. She replied that she was on her way. Lightning crackled across the stone room. Hela asked the guy with a puzzled face, "What are you doing?" The giant covered his face with his palm. He abruptly put his hand on the armrest. His legs pressed into the floor. Smur bent over and said that it was very stupid. With a gloomy face, he rose from his throne. The guard frowned and shouted, indignantly asking how a mere man dared to challenge him. The man waved his hands, releasing his energy. Stones began to fall from the ceiling. The girl stood there with a shocked look. Yihan grinned and asked if he knew any other words, because he was tired of hearing the same thing. With a serious face, he pursed his lips. He thought that now he could refuse the test, retreat and die in battle with Heimdall, or die here. He thought that there was no choice. The guard with shining eyes loomed over him. The guy mentally noted that now he had to do everything in his power. He looked up in surprise. The brunette thought that if he had to die, it would be better to do it without regrets. Smur abruptly clapped his hands, saying that this was the end of his mercy. A golden tip began to appear from the portal above the guy's head. An arrow quickly flew towards the brunette. When it approached him, Yihan's eye glowed yellow. A notification about the activation of the absolute calculation skill appeared. The guard's attack disintegrated into yellow ash. The guy looked with indifference in his yellow eyes. The giant, with a puzzled look, opened his mouth in surprise. Ash particles fluttered around the room. The brunette touched the floor with his hand, and everything glowed green. A notification appeared about the activation of the wind enhancement skill. He pushed off the floor. Yihan jumped up and clenched his fist, concentrating his magic. A turquoise target appeared on Smur's chest. The man realized with horror in his eyes that he was aiming at his heart. He wondered if he really thought he could defeat him. The giant clenched his teeth in anger. When the guy hit him with his fist, Smur indignantly asked if he even understood who he was fighting. Yihan jumped to the side. He frowned and covered his face. The guard swung his hand at him. He asked the brunette what was driving him. Looking at him, the mage pursed his lips. He remembered Hyujin and thought that now he was experiencing the same frightening feeling as when they met. Then, horror froze in the guy's eyes. He stood at the dug line on the ground, realizing that just like then, he could not win now. A chain with a tip appeared behind his back. She hit the floor. The brunette grabbed it with his hand. Yihan started to slide down it. He touched the ground with his feet. Letting go, the mage walked forward. He mentally noted that he was not going to just wait for death. The guy was breathing heavily. When he activated the Ice Kingdom skill, a blue creature with horns and bandaged eyes appeared. The mage walked along the icy surface. Looking at the ice blocks under his feet, Smur asked if this was the secret weapon of the Dark Elves. He raised his fist to strike, saying that he did not know how it got into his hands. The man struck. An energy wave passed through the ice, and the guard noted that it was very fragile. The frozen blocks fell apart into fragments. Yihan looked up with a puzzled look. A crazy smile appeared on his face. The brunette asked if he was so strong that he could break it. A bright flame appeared in his hand. He said that he thought so. The ice on the ceiling of the room began to melt. The system announced the activation of the skills Fire Strike and Air Burst. The air under the ceiling along with the fire began to gather into lumps. The guy stood in a circle of flames. Fire arrows began to hit the remaining ice floes. Smur covered his face with his hand from the wind. Yihan disappeared into the steam vapor, activating the skill Stealth. The giant turned his gaze to the side and asked did he really think that it worked. He pressed his foot harder into the ground. While the wind swayed in front of him, he touched the wall with his hand. The man looked around the room. His eyes widened in surprise. Looking ahead, he mentally noted that Yihan really had disappeared. The giant carefully examined the remains of the ice. His whole body tensed. The black cat sat in hiding while the world tried to figure out where the guy went. A faint light was shining from the ruins to his side. A human footprint appeared on the floor. A second later, the brunette jumped up sharply. Gritting his teeth, the guard turned his head. Yihan was approaching him. A red sword appeared in his hands. The magician slashed the shocked giant's chest. At the same time, in Seonjun's office, a female voice was talking about Yihan. The blonde with red eyes crossed her arms and said that she heard that he was her student. The brown-haired girl brought a mug of drink to her face and confirmed. She asked her interlocutor if she saw the press conference. The girl put her hands on her knees and noted that she wanted to say everything directly. She said that she needed him. The chairman smiled and noted that observation is the main quality of a merchant. The girl in the conical dress said that Baek Jae-hyun said so. She asked if they needed to continue this meaningless dialogue at all. The blonde, with sparkling scarlet eyes, asked her not to be angry and said that she would pay. Seonjun, on the contrary, said with a smile that Yihan is not a thing. The girl presented a dagger with a black handle, which was called the Nidhogg Fang. The blonde asked with a smirk on her lips what would happen if she gave it to her. The brunette looked down and thought about how she heard that the Guardian Guild had gotten their hands on the Nidhogg Fang, but she didn't think that they would pay with an S-rank item. She wondered if her interlocutor really wanted Yihyun that badly. The chairman smirked, noting that it seemed like the girl was not joking. The blonde smiled back and said that they never played pranks on their dear customers. The brunette closed her eyes and asked if she would contact Yihyun directly if Lotus refused. The girl, still smiling, noted that she was quick-witted. She looked at him with a stinking face, her red eyes flashing, and said that Seonjun would make an excellent merchant. Seonjun, closing her eyes, asked if Lotus refused, would she contact Yihyun directly. The blonde said that she was quick on the uptake. Her red eyes were cunning. She said that the girl would make an excellent merchant. Looking at her, Seonjun replied that she should have contacted Yihyun directly. The rival closed her eyes and replied that she wanted to resolve the matter honestly and openly. She extended her hand, saying that she would wait for her wise decision. The Lotus leader ignored her hand, and the girl curled her fingers. Passing by Yeonju, who opened the door for her, she asked her to excuse her because she still had plans. Seonjun remained sitting in the room. Smiling, she said that the girl was so impudent that she decided to take away a member of her guild. The brunette darkened. She added that it was just her student. The hand was clutching a glowing sword. Yihyun swung the sword next to Smur, who was towering over him. The blade's movement caused fragments to fall. The blade pierced the giant's body. Yihyun looked at him resolutely. Only a small trace of the flash remained on Smur's body. The guy landed behind him. The giant touched his chest with his hand, and then asked, "Is this his method?" He said that Yihyun was as strong as an Aesir. The horned giant explained that no matter how hard he tried, there was no guarantee that his efforts would be rewarded. Yihyun looked at him. The three-eyed man continued, asking, does he still think he can move forward? The guy began to answer that at least. The system reported the activation of the weapon creation skill and the creation of a mana blade. The notification said that the passive skill and the genius blacksmith had been activated. The rank of the created item has increased by 1. Holding the weapon in his hands, Yihyun finished that it was better than standing still. Smur exclaimed that he did not understand anything. Touching his chest, he said that there was no meaning in what he was doing. How could he not understand it? Yihyun looked at him sternly. The giant heard the answer that he himself determines the significance of his actions. He remembered how someone else's hands fell on his shoulders. The three-eyed elder giant said that only he can determine the significance of his actions. Tears glistened in the eyes of the young giant. Already an adult, Smur closed his eyes. The brunette's gaze was surprised. He swung his hand with a red blade. From the blows, flashes arose, rising upward. Smur sternly asked if he was ready to answer the words. The guy was surrounded by red flashes. He cried out in defeat. Staring forward, he thought that he could not move. The giant towered over him, repeating that he would ask again. Was he ready to answer for the words he had just said? Blood appeared at the corners of the boy's lips. He cursed, thinking what to do, and ordered himself to think of a way to defeat this monster. The boy's gaze was intense. He was thinking about how to kill him. Yihyun froze in shock, feeling the pressure disappear. Smur turned away from him, saying that this said it all. He himself determines the significance of his actions. Crossing his arms, the giant said that only those with strength were allowed to do so. He would give him a chance. The man decisively exclaimed that if he could prove that he was strong, he would let him go. Hela, in the form of a cat, froze. Yihyun scratched his chin. He repeated, "Prove, okay." The cat looked at him in surprise. Smur heard the words, "One attack." Extending one finger, Yihyun declared that he could withstand one of his strongest attacks, and then asked, "Are you okay?" The black cat jumped out at him. Transforming, Hela indignantly asked what he was talking about. He has the power of a deity, he is now. But Smur interrupted her, agreeing. He extended his giant hand forward. Towering above the others, he asked if he had the right to determine the significance of his actions. The man clutched the pole in his hand and swung it, dispersing the air, saying if he is capable of challenging the great destiny, he will find out now. Hela angrily shouted for them to stop right now. Smur threw it, ordering them to catch. The pole flew forward rapidly, illuminated by the glow. There was a huge hole in the wall of the cave. The giant looked at it. A question was heard, well, is this enough? Yihyun sat, surrounded by black and purple swirls. Dark power hid his silhouette. The system reported that the shadow fusion skill was activated. From now on, its operation is now 20%. The giant looked with 3 eyes. Yihyun's gaze was calm. The man smiled slightly, and then he clapped his hands. The space around him shimmered. Smur opened the passage and told the guy to go, because this place was waiting for him. Yihyun asked with a smile if he was okay. He had already done something he didn't like twice. The giant closed his eyes and said that coincidences very rarely happen twice. And then he looked at the guy and said that 3 times is impossible, let him go. Hela watched the guy walk to the entrance. She clenched her fist in surprise, saying that he was a very strange man after all. Smir, crossing his arms, explained that here, in the Great Ruins, 3 trials of wisdom awaited him. The guy replied that he understood. Looking down, the giant asked, "Is he not afraid?" Walking forward, the brunette replied that he was afraid. The man looked at him, saying that this was all. He turned his gaze, saying that his role was over, everything else was in his hands. Hela followed the guy along the torchlit passage. They walked along the corridor of the ruins. Alter Ego looked back, walking behind, and then she looked at the guy and asked how he did it. Without turning around, he replied that he did not know, he did not even have an idea. Hela looked at him silently. She remembered hearing that Smir had already given up and thought that it was so. She thoughtfully opened her mouth, thinking that Ihan had changed him. The boy stopped at the hallowed entrance. A torch was burning on the wall. In front of the hero, massive doors were visible. He and Hela looked at them. At the entrance stood 2 long-haired figures who simultaneously greeted the enemy of the prophecy. The girls in beige clothes with blindfolds on their eyes introduced themselves as Norn, the gatekeepers of the first gate in this trial of wisdom, and said that they were waiting for him. Hela looked at the boy and warned that from now on she could not interfere. He must act carefully. Ihan looked ahead carefully, thinking that it was a pity, but nothing could be done. After all, this was his second trial. Norn smiled. At the same time, they said that one of them was an angel and the other a demon. The silhouette of a shining girl with wings said that an angel always tells the truth. The other girl was red, with a leathery wing, a demon always lies. They guard 2 doors, one leads to heaven, where angels live. Ihan listened with displeasure that the other was going to hell, where the devil ruled. Hela whispered, asking what was wrong with his face. Did he look so disappointed? To which the boy replied that it was simply not what he imagined. Norn continued that no matter which door he chose, he would pass through. She imagined a dark space with figures moving forward, and said that if he chose the path to hell, those who were alive and dead at the same time would stand in his way. Ihan made a surprised sound. The girl with the bandage smiled, saying that he could only ask one question, let him find the right path. The hero stood in front of the Norn figures, thinking that he needed to find the right path by asking just one question. Here it was, the famous logic riddle. He touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that any door he chose would lead him to the next gate. A smile appeared on the boy's lips. He thought it was interesting. Ihan waved his hand and asked to ask a question. The gatekeeper raised her finger, saying that there was no need to rush, he had enough time to think. The hero walked towards them, saying that he was ready, he did not need to think for long. The girl asked what he wanted to ask. Pointing his finger, the brunette asked which door led to the place where she lived. One of the Norns stood up. The guy watched her walk forward. The brunette stopped at the door and said that the one behind her. Ihan looked at this, thinking that this riddle was called an angel and a demon, but it is known by many names. The guy looked ahead. He thought that the answer was also known for a long time. He imagined the figure of a man asking for directions, and another who pointed with his finger, and he thought that when asked where he lived, the angel would answer honestly, pointing to the road to heaven. The figures in his imagination stood at the crossroads. The demon would lie, sending him to heaven, not hell. The gatekeeper asked, does he choose this door? Ihan smiled, and in a questioning tone answered, no. He looked at the girl. The second Norn remained sitting, and he said that he would go through this one while they open it. Hela asked in surprise, what? She walked after the guy among the snowy branches. Looking at him with displeasure, she asked, has he gone crazy? Why does he need this? Walking forward, Ihan asked, doesn't she know young people easily overcome difficulties? The girl told him not to say stupid things. The guy looked ahead, thinking that of course, in fact, there will be no difficulties. Hela was surprised to hear his question. Those who are alive and dead at the same time will stand in his way, right? And she said that it can't be. Suddenly, a black hand appeared from the road ahead. Many figures with shining eyes and mouths appeared from the ground. Ihan smiled. The system reported that the sacrifice skill was activated. Feathers flew from a bright shining wing. Ihan stood with white wings and a shining orb in his hand. The information window reported that the system was checking the surroundings for undead. Bright flashes appeared in the sky. The system reported that the sacrifice skill was converted to an attack skill. The Justice of Light skill was activated. The undead opened their mouths, struck by the glow. They dissolved in bright flashes of light. Many information windows appeared in front of the guy, saying that he had leveled up. Ihan said how sweet the experience was. With a smile, he asked, isn't this heaven? Hela looked at him with confusion. With a dissatisfied look, she said that it was unfair. Who else was the devil here? The massive gates ahead were opened. One of the gatekeepers said that he did the stupidest thing. The second added, and at the same time the wisest choice. Norn opposite each other with slight smiles. Turning, they said at the same time, as Mimir predicted. There were columns on the wall of the cave. In the center, a bright magical vortex shone. Among the blue glow, a portal darkened. Ihan's leg appeared from it. He and Hela came out of the portal, saying that it was a pity that everything ended so quickly, such a good opportunity to level up. The goddess told him to concentrate because he was in the middle of a trial. The lightning of the portal flickered around the heroes, and then it became smaller, closing. The heroes looked at the disappearing blackness of the passage. Yihyun calmly turned his gaze. He looked around the room with boxes. A white magic symbol was drawn on the floor. This is a magic circle that needs to be activated. Very difficult magic. The guy looked ahead and asked, in order to pass the second trial, do you need to fulfill some condition and leave? He received the answer that yes. The heroes stood at the dark pedestal. Yihyun asked the stranger, is he the gatekeeper of the second gate? A glow appeared above and the words were heard that he hated this boring title. A flickering light shone brightly under the ceiling. The words were heard that at the moment, yes. Hela, recognizing, said this voice. The guy asked, are they familiar? The goddess asked in surprise how he ended up here, but the voice interrupted, telling him to introduce himself. A golden glow flickered under the ceiling. The voice said that his name was Mimir. He was the creator of the Nornir system. Yihyun was surprised to hear that he was also the architect of his fate. He mentally repeated the architect of fate. A blue information window appeared in front of him, saying that a new system was loaded. Did he want to launch it? Then, in the blood, he barely opened his eyes. The information window turned red, informing about the launch of a new system. The guy remained silent, and then asked in surprise, did he want to tell more? An answer came from the Radiance, literally. He imagined the figure of a red-haired boy standing next to the silhouette, and said that long ago Loki came to him and asked him to resurrect the last hope, the enemy of the prophecy. He also asked for advice on how to hide from Odin's eyes. Loki respectfully touched his chest with his hand. Mimir said that the answer was the Nornir system. Yihyun repeated in surprise, he created the system. Looking up, he asked why he didn't explain everything before. Mimir answered that because of the contract with the Aesir, it was difficult to even approach him. There was a bright golden shimmer under the ceiling, and words were heard about the old system in addition. He imagined a blue information window, continuing that the Aesir system that all awakened use was a hindrance. Hela, standing nearby, addressed Mimir, saying that this is the first time she heard about him guarding the second gate. Mimir replied that she knew things weren't going well. Words came from the golden light that when the end was approaching, it would be harder to keep the enemy alive. Yihyun added that it was interesting that they were thinking about other people's lives. The shining Mimir said that in any case, the reason he had gotten involved in this trial was simple. Yihyun, who was standing, heard that this was proof he would literally be testing his skills. The mage asked with a smile why he hadn't contacted him yet. Mimir imagined Odin and replied that there were too many eyes watching them. He imagined snow and the northern lights, saying that they were actually speaking now because of that. The ethereal light continued that they were inside the great ruins. Yihyun looked down, thinking that this was a secluded place where they wouldn't be watched. An exclamation came from the golden light. That's right, a smart guy. The boy frowned, saying he had a question. Mimir allowed him to ask. Hela heard that if he was the enemy of prophecy, chosen by fate, then it didn't matter what his will was. He asked why he gave him a choice, remembered the bloody self from the past, and then continued, right before death, when despair consumed him. There were vials and bottles on the shelves. The words truth were heard. Yujin laid her head on the table and asked what Yihyun was doing there, not even calling. Upset, Ina confirmed. Hoyin sat opposite with a smile and said that he would come back when the time came. It was Yihyun. Ah-Hyun, with a book in her hands, asked what he was doing there anyway. The red-haired girl answered that no one knew. He didn't even tell them. The white-haired man, looking at them, said that they needed to discuss the groups. Ina heard with a slight smile that he wanted them all to be together. She imagined the image of Yihyun, and, a little embarrassed, she confirmed. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, looking at the book. She looked at the alchemist who was standing by the table, saying that Yiseng had said something about bribery potions. With Yihyun in the group, there would be many advantages, right? Yujin asked if she thought she was being too relaxed. Lying on the table, the redhead said that she didn't think he would abandon them. She stood up with determination, then excitedly exclaimed, of course, who else would agree to accept him with his personality? Ah-Hyun grimaced, imagining the guy as a demon, and said that it was true. Hoyin waved his hand and said that he just wanted to form a group with friends, but honestly, in many ways, it would be good if Yihyun was with him. Yiseng stood surrounded by imaginary coins, saying that they would receive more monetary support. He imagined figures of people standing in a cube, saying that they would be able to use certain things. Yujin looked at Ah-Hyun and asked, she's not even a student yet, how does she know so much? The girl proudly raised her head and said that she will soon, she's sure. Hoyin asked with a smile, what if she fails the entrance exam? Ah-Hyun turned pale sadly. Her look became very gloomy. Yujin turned away with a smile. Hoyin was surprised to hear her words that he was so bad. Ine, who was sitting at the table, said that she hoped he would come back soon. The redhead said that she did too. At this time, Yihyun asked why he gave him a choice. The shining Mimir remained silent, and then he answered that it was because he didn't want to entrust the fate of the world to someone who was unable to fight. The guy asked again about the fate of the world. The spirit confirmed. The guy remembered the notification that when the new system was launched, he would return to the past, to the time he most desired. Mimir remembered the boy's bloody lips and said that he gave him a chance, and then he decided to change his fate, and here he is. Yihyun in a black and red suit stood in the room. Looking forward, he said that he has a reason, his father. The boy's lips twisted in anger. He said that he hated him so much that he wanted to finish him off with his own hands. Words were heard from the golden glow that he had a goal, and for this they only respected him. A king does not necessarily have to be noble. Yihyun looked at the glow and said that he had many questions, but he will answer them all right. Mimir said no, but he can tell him something in secret. Yihyun heard that if he passes the test, he will give a hint to the truth, and answered that this is not bad, let him tell about the second test. The boy looked around the room when he heard Mimir ask if he saw the mess around him, and he replied that there was a lot of stuff. In the room, there was a pole on a pedestal, there were many boxes and a white symbol on the floor. Mimir said that all he had to do was sacrifice one of these items on the altar, but to remember two things. From the golden glow, words were heard that first, to remember that this was a test to gain wisdom. Yihyun heard that second, he only had one try, no more, to keep that in mind. The boy looked around the room, thinking that he wanted him to rummage through everything. Mimir replied that he knew he would react like that. Looking up, the boy said that it was not very nice to have his mind read. The ethereal Mimir chuckled and apologized, saying that he would give him 2 hints. The white pattern on the floor glowed. The spirit said that the first was that he already had the wisdom needed to choose an item. Bright rays shone around the guy. The second was that he entered these ruins 2 days earlier than planned. Yihyun was surprised to hear that today was Monday. The golden glow said that that was all, and now let him demonstrate his wisdom. There was one more thing he did not mention. Mimir finished that if he failed the test, he would die. Yihyun grimaced in displeasure and wondered if he could have said this from the beginning, and cursed. The spirit laughed, saying that it was nice to hear his insults. Hello looked ahead questioningly. A shining hourglass appeared in the room. Mimir said that he had 1 hour. He gave all the clues he could and was eagerly awaiting his decision. The guy looked at the hovering hourglass. Sand fell from the upper flask to the lower one. Yihyun looked down, thinking that he already had wisdom, so what did he mean by his hint? Wednesday. What does this have to do with the test? The brunette closed his eyes and ordered himself to remain calm. He imagined the falling sand, mentally ordered himself to go back to the beginning. He imagined an altar in front of him, thinking about what he needed to sacrifice on the altar. The hourglass turned over. The protagonist stared at it. Lowering his head, he decided to try different methods to do what he wanted. The room was enveloped in blue light as he activated the skill magic detection. The flow of his mana spread throughout the room. He focused on the wooden box. The guy, closing his eyes, realized that his method did not work. Frowning deeply, he decided to calm down, because he cannot retreat so easily. Passing by the hourglass, he remembered that he already knew wisdom. He looked around and remembered that he also had the necessary environment. Yihyun thoughtfully grabbed his chin. Meanwhile, half of the time had already passed. He looked back at his watch anxiously. He exhaled heavily, realizing that he could only achieve one result. Someone threw a spear towards him. He grabbed it tightly and thought about what Mimir expected of him. A screen appeared in front of him. The system asked him what item he wanted to sacrifice to the altar. Seeing this, he made a dissatisfied face. He looked down and said that he wanted to sacrifice himself. The system asked him if he was sure of his choice since he only had one chance. He smiled slightly. Raising his head, he firmly said that he was sure of his decision. The room was illuminated by runic circles. All the objects in it flew into the air. The magic circle began to crack. As soon as a hole appeared in it, Mimir addressed him and said that he chose the right answer. The protagonist, throwing his head back, remembered that he had already learned wisdom. The moment of receiving the lost eye of Odin, thanks to which he was able to understand the runes, appeared in his head. Having plunged into a parallel space, he realized that the environment was a key clue. He assumed that this word meant the day of Woden. Flying past the trees, he remembered that Woden is Odin's second name. He knows that this man sacrificed himself in order to gain knowledge about life and the afterlife. At that moment, he realized that he could only offer one thing, since there is some connection between this myth and the altar. Falling into the abyss, he realized that he could only sacrifice himself. His eyes sparkled brightly. As soon as he approached the sun, Mimir praised him. She asked him if he knew the meaning of his choice. Smiling ominously, the brunette asked him if Odin, pierced by a spear, was hung upside down for 9 days. He swung the weapon. Holding it tightly, he admitted that he was willing to risk his own life in order to get what he wanted. He began to dissolve into space. Hela looked at him with concern. Seeing him swing the spear, she asked him what he was going to do. He raised the weapon higher when he guessed what Mimir wanted to check. The protagonist stabbed himself with the spear. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He frowned deeply when he realized that he had to endure the risk of death by sacrificing himself. Yihan understood that the next thing would be the most intense pain. Bleeding, he paid attention to the time and suggested that they finish this quickly. A spear appeared under his hand when he activated the skill magic tool creation. He grabbed it tightly and screamed. Looking at him, Hela begged him to stop. He stabbed a second spear into his body. Another weapon appeared in his hand. He moved to the warehouse and realized that Mimir was using a complicated method again. Hearing this, the man asked him to understand that he was doing this in order to avoid Aesir's gaze. Hela was very surprised when Mimir told them that even she did not know about this. The beam of light shone brighter when the gentleman admitted that this hidden information was hidden far away. The word Raider appeared in space. A bright inscription appeared in front of the protagonist. Looking at her, he wondered what they meant. He realized that this information was a little more complicated. Summoning the letters, Mimir said that he was advising him for the last time on what to do. The protagonist glared at him when he advised him not to trust the system. After all, he believed that this guy would definitely be able to know the truth. Hela stared at him intently when he admitted that he was looking forward to their next meeting. After which he asked her to try her best too. She turned around abruptly. A guy was sitting further away from her. Looking down, he realized that all three words referred to him. He remembered the first time he dived into the dungeon when he realized that one word meant his profession. Remembering his blazing eyes, he realized that the second word Mimir mentioned the Eye of Odin that he had acquired. An image of his comrade appeared in his mind when he realized that he was trying to shine brighter than in his past. He remembered himself lying on the ground. At that moment, he realized that he had finished his past life as cannon fodder. Lowering his head, he wondered why Mimir used the word shinier, and also why did he advise him to doubt the system. Hela touched his shoulder. Looking at him, she suggested that they think together about what Mimir's words mean. The protagonist approached the gate. The man standing behind him told him that he only had to go through the last gate. Seeing his reflection, Yihan asked if he needed to go through this huge mirror. Looking at him, the man told him that he was right. Looking at the magical object, he told the guy that the Erd mirror is one of the three Norns of fate, and also that this artifact shows the past recorded by him. Closing his eyes, he told the guy that he was now going to see Jotun's memories. The brunette looked back as he advised him to submit the answer he received upon his return in order for this trial to be considered passed. Hearing this, he asked if there was a correct answer. Raising her head, the man admitted that she would not judge his answer. He asked that he find his own answer by passing the trial of the giants. Yihan put his hand on the mirror when the man advised him to do so when he was ready. The magical item sparkled brightly. At that moment, the man reminded the guy that the mirror would show him the past. The brunette's eyes widened sharply. In the mirror, he saw a goddess who was happy that he finally reached this trial. Touching his hand, she admitted that she had been waiting for him all this time. Seeing her, the protagonist's mouth fell open. The goddess, bowing her head, asked him to call her by name again. Slightly embarrassed, he called her Erd. The red-haired heroine smiled. Having broken the glass, she proudly said that her name was Erd. She squeezed his hand and was happy to meet him. She believes that they could not avoid this reunion. The heroine, putting her hand on her heart, admitted that she had been waiting for him for a long time, keeping the broken past. Erd pulled him towards herself. Turning around, she said that she wanted to show him fragments of ancient descendants. A black sun rose in the sky. A portal appeared in this space. Coming out of it, Yihan asked where they were. Hela approached him and said that they were in the House of Giants. Approaching him, she asked him if he had already met Erd. Bowing his head, he admitted to her that he did not know. Folding her hands, the goddess asked them to be quieter. She told the guy that the past that needs to be understood is not in his head, but in front of his eyes. She looked back and told him that he had to see someone. Looking at him, she reminded him that they could not change anything. She imagined the image of a man and told them that this written story was an echo of the past, told to her by Relayed. She stepped forward. The protagonist was afraid of something. Behind him was a girl who advised him to listen more carefully. Pointing to a man with a child, she told him that he wanted to tell a story. Bowing her head, Relayed asked Smur about what a real king should be like. Looking at him, the boy suggested that he should be strong in order to protect his people. The man closed his eyes and agreed that this was certainly an important quality of a king. Putting his hand on his son's shoulder, he told him that a good king should not only care for others, but also be able to admit his own shortcomings. At that moment, she confessed to him that she hoped that his son would grow up to be such a Jotun. Smur looked away and told him that he was not. The boys heard the boy admit that he considered himself weak and cowardly because he was afraid of Thor's hammer. Standing next to the man, he wondered what use he was. Relayed grabbed her son by the shoulders. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes when his father asked him not to let anyone else determine his worth. Smiling slightly, she told him that only he had the right to do so. The boys exchanged glances. Hela turned her head when she realized why Smur decided to open up to the protagonist. Meanwhile, someone ran up to the king and informed him of the trouble. Relayed frowned deeply when he was told that Thor and the Valkyries were attacking them. He removed his hand from his son's shoulder. Grabbing the handle of the weapon, he asked them not to worry. Clenching his hand into a fist, he promised to protect his people at all costs. Watching what was happening, the goddess told the guy that this was the dark past. She stretched out her hand and said that this was not the end of the tragedy, after which she asked him to let her show him what happened next. His body was enveloped in clots of mana. He found himself in another space. Behind him, the city was enveloped in flames. He opened his eyes abruptly. Standing on the battlefield, he saw that the ground was covered in blood and corpses. Upset, Hela told him that they had moved to the War of the End, which happened right before the conclusion of the contract. A man stood on top of the dead bodies. Seeing the man, whose back was covered in blood, she told him that he was the god of thunder. The sky sparkled due to the power of Thor, shaking the heavens and the earth. He tightly grabbed the handle of his legendary hammer. Bowing his head, the protagonist realized that he could not be a rival to such a strong god. Looking down, he assumed that he would not be able to cope with this monster even if he became an S-rank raider. At this point, he asked someone about how he could become as strong as him. Looking at him, Hela advised him to go through all 5 trials that would guide him on the right path. Thor turned his head and admitted that he did not expect to like giants so much. He noticed that his opponent continued to fight, not even thinking about giving up. Summoning lightning, he admitted that such warriors deserved respect. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he addressed the king of giants. He offered him to end the battle if he fought him one-on-one. The blonde's eyes sparkled when he asked his opponent if he agreed. Relade devoured him with his gaze. Looking down, he asked him if he was ready to spare others in exchange for his life. Thor smiled evilly and swore before him on his name. The man smashed the ground with his hammer. He grabbed it tightly and agreed to fight him. The god smiled widely. Standing at the top, he warned him that they would see each other soon. Raising his head, the man confessed that he would not accept his death meekly. The top of the mountain of slain bodies sparkled. The protagonist looked at her when the goddess informed him that the king had sacrificed himself due to Thor's whim. She, standing behind him, told him that the war between Jotunheimr and Asgard had ended with the latter winning. Turning around, she informed him that the last fragment remained. The protagonist's face lit up with a bright light. The man touched the weapon with his fingertips. A stream of mana began to emanate from it. His son ran up to him and asked him not to fall for this trap. Relade looked down and said that he must do it. Smir put his hand on his heart and sternly told him that he owed no one. He touched his father's back and reminded him that he had no one else. Hela approached him. The protagonist followed her. Once in the arena, she told him that they had entered the world of those he would have to destroy. The man looked back at his son and asked him if he remembered what he had once told him. He believed that his son would do just fine without him. Tears began to flow from the boy's face. Closing his eyes, his father reminded him that one day the enemy of the prophecy would come to him. The boy raised his head and asked who the enemy of the prophecy was. The protagonist was watching what was happening. At that moment, the king told his son that the enemy was the one who would free everyone from the oppression of Aesir. Clenching his hand into fists, he asked that his son guard his tomb and the great ruins until then. Smir wiped his tears with his hand. The protagonist realized what these ruins really were. Bowing his head, he realized that they were built in memory of the fallen giant to help in the future. Looking down, Relade addressed the enemy of the prophecy. The brunette turned around sharply. Standing with his back to him, the man said that he knew that he would look at these memories. The guy's face was covered in sweat when the king asked him to help his son. Raising her head, the goddess told him that the man had come to terms with his end. He entered the battle arena. Thor turned around when he felt him behind him. Looking down, Urd told the guy that the man did all this for the sake of his only son. Seeing the upset king, she realized that he did it also in order to appear in the future. She looked at the protagonist and admitted that the man had done this for him. Thor frowned deeply and suggested that they not hesitate and begin the battle. He admitted to his opponent that he had wanted to fight him from the very beginning. Looking at him, the king asked him if he was satisfied. An ominous aura began to emanate from the blonde when he admitted that he was not satisfied. The bloody sky sparkled. Lightning struck the battle arena. Thor swung his hammer. Smiling ominously, he said that he would not be satisfied until he won and his opponent died. Relade hid from his attack with his weapon. Lightning hit his equipment. He repelled the enemy's attack. Sweating, he asked him why he was doing this. Raising his head, the blonde asked him what he was talking about. Looking at him, the man asked him why he was taking innocent lives. The god scratched his head when she realized what his opponent was talking about. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he was doing all this for the great and mighty Odin. He looked away when he admitted that he did not know why he needed this. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he wanted to find himself a strong opponent. After which he asked the man to allow her to ask him something. Frowning deeply, she asked him why he continued to fight, even knowing about the impending death. Relade smiled slightly. He lowered the weapon to the ground. Raising his head proudly, he admitted that he had something to protect. Smiling slightly, the guy asked him about what else he had left, because most of his people had disappeared without a trace. The man looked down and said that despite this, their importance had not died. He believed that Asgard would fall one day. The boy's eyes gleamed ominously when he realized that the king also believed in the prophecy of the three Norns. He bared his teeth because he was bored. Twisting his hammer, he suggested that they end the conversation here. Looking menacingly at the enemy, he decided to send him to his people. The protagonist with Hela watched everything that was happening. He was very angry about this. The king tightly grabbed the handle of the weapon. Raising his head, he asked the enemy if he could hear him. The brunette listened to his words. Illuminated by the light, the man asked him to follow only his own path. The protagonist bowed his head when the man begged him not to succumb to someone else's influence. Squeezing his hand, Yi-hun thought about his path. Meanwhile, the blonde swung his weapon when the man asked the enemy to give something to Smur. He apologized for being such a bad father. Thor's legendary hammer crashed into his weapon. The king's equipment shattered, and the lightning god chopped off his head. The boy cried loudly and started calling out for his father. Someone approached the pool of blood. Bowing his head, the protagonist realized that this was the worst possible ending. He took out a magic card. Looking at him, Hela asked him what he wanted to do. Yi-hun frowned deeply and said that after what he saw, he wanted to give Thor a long death. The boy grabbed his hammer tightly. His body sparkled as the protagonist had the opportunity to activate the empty card. An image of the lightning god appeared on the card. The giant king lost consciousness. Thor watched him intently. He frowned deeply. The boy stepped forward. A piece of earth fell near his feet. There were hieroglyphs on it. He remembered how Relay applied them to his weapon. The spell affected his body. He grabbed his legendary hammer tightly. The blonde stepped forward. A piece of metal broke off from the equipment. It fell to the ground. The entire earth shattered. The lightning god took a menacing step forward. Magic threads wrapped around his hands. His eyes sparkled when he realized that his opponent had prepared an attack that would work after he died. The thread squeezed his wrist. A powerful aura began to emanate from him when he loudly said that this would not kill him. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure. A warning appeared in front of him that the Copid's skill would be weakened until he leveled up. The piece of metal broke into pieces. Black lightning began to emanate from the god. The thread wrapped around his neck. His eyes sparkled brightly. He saw a stone flying towards him. The guy frowned deeply when it cracked. A stream of blood splashed out of his head. The protagonist's eyes were leaking mana. He saw Thor fall to the ground. The god stood up. He looked down, confused. Something pierced his face. He turned around and walked forward. He stopped abruptly. A stream of blood was dripping from his forehead. He clutched his face with his hand, realizing that his opponent had planned this from the beginning. His face was covered in blood when he realized that the spell was suppressing his power. He smiled widely and admitted that it made him laugh. Relay's son was watching this. Smur burst into tears, wondering what kind of enemy would appear. He then suggested that his father's sacrifice might be in vain. Yi-hun bowed his head as the boy wondered what he should do. A card flew out of his hand. He looked at it as the system asked him if he wanted to copy the passive skill power of the thunder god to the blank card. Hela, standing next to the goddess, asked her how this was possible. She also asked her if it was possible to use a blank card here. Raising her head, told her that it would be impossible if it was just an illusion. She remembered grabbing the guy's hand and reminded him that this was a fragment of the past. Hela looked back at her. The red-haired heroine smiled when she realized that Relay had not sacrificed himself in vain. The protagonist covered himself with his hand from the bright light. His blank card was enveloped in black fog. He copied the passive skill of the thunder god's power. The surrounding area was covered in black smoke as the skill information began to prepare. Hela, approaching him, asked him if he was sure of his decision. After all, she understood that this skill was too high for his level. She puffed out her cheeks when he asked her to help him with his development. Hearing this, she realized that he had planned everything. Meanwhile, was watching them. Her body began to shine brighter. The boys turned to her when she told them that their allotted time was up. Looking at them, she regretted that she would have to say goodbye to them again. The brunette looked at her with confusion when she admitted that she could not get used to them. He bared his teeth and asked her what he had forgotten. She smiled slightly and advised him to move on. Standing in front of him, she reminded him that he had moved on from the broken past in order to build a new future. She believed that he should live in the present together with everyone. Putting her hand on her heart, she said that she would constantly pray for him from the broken past. Yi-hun was very surprised, because the girl wanted there to be no place for her in his future. Smiling slightly, she confessed that she would always bless his path. Tears flowed from her eyes. She moved away from them. The guys covered themselves from the bright light. The goddess blessed his journey. The protagonist squeezed his eyes tightly shut. He opened his eyes abruptly. There was a broken mirror in front of him. With her hands folded, someone asked him if he had looked at his memories. Meanwhile, the guy touched the broken mirror. Looking at it, he said that he had done so. Hella looked at him worriedly. She was slightly embarrassed. Smur, with her hands folded, told him that he still had one last exam, after which he asked him if he was ready to answer the question. The protagonist nodded to him. Kneeling, the man called him the enemy of the prophecy. He bowed his head and asked him if he would be able to remain steadfast if he lost something important. The brunette looked at him intently. He bowed his head. The protagonist remembered all his comrades and the goddess. He looked down and said loudly that he would not be able to stay with the unshakable in such a situation. Hella looked back at him when he admitted that he would be sad and suffer if that happened. He remembered little Smur when he said that he would rise again. Raising his head, he remembered that he had to continue his journey. The giant smiled slightly. He suddenly became sad. Looking at the guys, he told the enemy of the prophecy that he was qualified to pass this exam. A screen appeared in front of the brunette. Having passed all the exams, his level increased to 4th. He also received the title of having overcome the second trial. A notification appeared that he had received a gift from Hrungnir. Closing the tab, he assumed that he would receive everything he was supposed to. Smur, looking at him, told him that it was time for them to go. The protagonist, agreeing with him, said that he had already finished his business. Raising his head, he remembered that he had forgotten something. Smur looked at him in confusion. Turning away from him, Yihan told him that his father had apologized to him. The giant looked back. Grabbing his collar, the boy said that he was going further. He followed the exit. Closing his eyes, the giant admitted that he had never blamed his father for a day. Meanwhile, a crowd of people gathered near the gate. They opened slightly. Looking through the hole, the protagonist assumed that everyone gathered as soon as they smelled the scent. At that moment, Hella realized that it would be difficult for them to sneak past such strong raiders. Looking down, the brunette realized that he was offended when everyone treated him like a tomb robber. But at the same time, he understood why the Alliance was acting like this. He knew that they spent an unchangeable amount to go through the Great Ruins. The protagonist raised his head when he remembered that with his current skills, it would be difficult for him to deal with 2 S-class enemies. Looking back at Hella, he asked her to take care of the retreat. She turned her head and said that she would give a signal, after which she asked him to distract the opponents. The protagonist nodded to her. He opened the gate. The men looked back at him. He walked out of the building. The gentleman grabbed the guy's shoulder and demanded that he step away. He walked towards Yihan. The guy stepped forward. Looking menacingly at the brunette, he asked him if he had passed the Great Ruins. He brought the blade of the sword to his face. The blonde was devouring him with his gaze. He looked back at him menacingly. Looking at the gate, he realized that he no longer felt the magical power from the Great Ruins. He made a dissatisfied face and wondered how this happened. The brunette stared at him intently. He noticed his weapon and realized that it was a real S-class relic. The protagonist smiled ominously. Raising his hand, he admitted that only he could pass the Great Ruins. After all, he believed that they would not have succeeded no matter how hard they tried. The man tilted his head and asked him if the Alliance's forces were not enough for this. Yihan's eyes sparkled as he admitted that he didn't even know about it. He touched the blade of his sword and reminded him that he couldn't even go inside. The man became very angry when the boy said that he didn't have the necessary qualifications. He tilted his head and admitted that he originally wanted to persuade him to his side, but changed his mind. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he would not kill him. He thought that he could learn from him not only the method of passing the Great Ruins, but also much more information. The brunette looked up and was surprised that the man fell for his cheap provocation. He raised his hand, allowing him to try it. After all, he remembered that thanks to him, he received something good. Leaning forward, the blonde said menacingly that he would not allow him to do this. He was surprised as he saw the enemy's equipment. His face was covered in sweat. The guy's favorite sword was the Dragon Slayer Siegfried's. Yihan asked the blonde if there was a law prohibiting the existence of 2 Bamongs. The man pulled his sword back. He clenched his teeth, and there was horror in his eyes. He struck his opponent. Yihan smiled slyly. When he took steps back, lightning curved under his feet. The system notified about the activation of the light ball skill. The blonde tried to hit the mage with attacks, but he quickly dodged. The brunette threw the sword on his back and noted that it seemed to be stronger than he thought. Balak, his eyes burning with anger, clenched his teeth. After a moment, he exhaled. Frowning his brows, he mentally noted that not many S ranks could dodge his sword. Looking at the grinning brunette, he wondered who he was. The Alliance members froze with puzzled faces. A girl with a staff flew over their heads. The man turned around when she called his name. Camilla landed in the snow and told him to be careful. The red-haired girl said with a worried expression that this sword was not just similar to him. The blonde looked at his friend sideways as she said that it had the same energy as Bamo. Balak turned his gaze to the enemy and said that he had many questions for him. He said that as he said before, he would not kill him, but his limbs. Yihan lowered his sword and rubbed his neck, interrupting and telling him to stop. He noted that he remembered something. The man looked at him with displeasure and asked what he was talking about. The guy waved his hand and asked for a chance to explain, asking for silence for a minute. The raider's face darkened when the brunette said that he read that he had divorced his wife and now wanted to know the reason. Camilla frowned and told him that he was talking too much. Veins popped out on Balak's face as the girl behind him loudly told him that he had divorced his wife because he had a disgusting personality and was also very boring. The man indignantly asked whose side was she on. His sword glowed blue and he declared that they would talk further in the interrogation room. Hela appeared in the shadows under Yihan's feet and said that she had prepared everything. The guy in the black hood asked her to wait a few minutes. The cat looked at him with surprised eyes and asked what was wrong with him. When the brunette's sword also glowed blue, he noted that it was rare to have a chance to fight an S-rank render. A notification appeared to activate the overdrive skill using a ring with a black stone. The system characteristic stated that it instantly increases magic power. The system notified of a temporary increase in skill power. The boy was holding a sword, and a fiery aura was floating around him. The warning said that after the effect ended, he would be temporarily unable to use magic power. The redhead's eyes widened in surprise. She mentally noted that his magic power had suddenly increased. As Balak took off, she loudly asked him to stop. The man was approaching his opponent. The girl snapped her fingers, screaming that he was an idiot, and that was why his wife left him. She activated the skill Mana Shield. Yihan's left eye flashed yellow through his mask. The shield around the blonde was covered in cracks. A second later, it shattered into pieces. A shocked Camilla screamed that this couldn't be. The boy froze, looking at the white light. He remembered the man standing on a pile of rubble and thought that the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memory was incredibly strong. Memories of a smiling man, stained with blood, the brunette thought that Heimdall was probably the same. He realized that there was only one way to become stronger in a short time. Yihan looked ahead, his mouth slightly open. Balaki was rushing towards him. He slashed his sword at the guy. The brunette mentally noted that he needed to fight the strongest. Their dreams were very close. Camilla covered herself from the huge gust of wind. She saw her comrade flying towards her. Putting out her hand, the worried girl began to use magic. The blonde's body was covered in a green aura. He began to gently land on the snow. The red-haired victory to her friend. The wounded Balak began to cough up blood. Looking at him, Camilla froze in horror and wondered how that guy could injure the head of the European Union. She bit her lip, mentally noting that she cannot let such a monster throw itself across the city. Yihan turned his body. The girl glanced at him. Her face darkened and she screamed, asking if he really thought she would let him go so easily now. The redhead waved her hand, creating several magic seals. She activated the skills Hellfire and Wind Chaser. The brunette froze, and when he turned around, he saw an approaching magic attack. His eye released a small lightning. The system notification said that the HUD of the tent for the previously used skill, he is temporarily unable to use magic power. Yihan was enveloped by two shadow hands. The shadow completely engulfed the guy. Two cat eyes flashed in the darkness, and Hela said that was enough. Camilla watched the flying snow after the explosion. She clenched her teeth in displeasure, mentally noting that his magic power disappeared even before the attack hit its target. She asked if he really escaped, and then noted that he must be found and destroyed. Balak stood up and, wiping the blood, told her to stop. The girl looked at him and indignantly asked what he meant. The blonde frowned and noted that it was dangerous to follow him, so they returned to headquarters. The girl raised an eyebrow in confusion and noted that he hated this place. She asked if he was really that strong. The man answered in the affirmative. The enraged Balak spat out blood when the redhead said that he had changed and asked if his wife had returned. The blonde sighed tiredly and said that the guy had deliberately not killed him. While the girl stood there with a surprised face, he said that even if they sent someone else after him, it would be a waste of time. He looked away when the girl said that in that case she would contact headquarters. Balak said that he needed to rest for a while. He frowned his dark eyebrows, mentally noting that he did not know who this guy was, but they would definitely meet again. He thought that then he would not lose. The black cat looked at Yihan with displeasure, saying that he must have forgotten that he was a human. The brunette lay there and smirked, saying that since they were done, it was time for them to go home. The next day, he was walking through the airport and texting that he was coming back. The guy looked at his vibrating phone in surprise, saying that if Ina called first, something had happened. Putting the phone to his ear, he answered the call. Yihan asked the girl what happened. The brunette's face distorted in surprise when his girlfriend asked him if he was planning on joining the circle. Walking through the airport, he thought that now was the best time to do it, since there was less than a month left. The circle was one of the policies carried out throughout the country in the Raider academies, and roughly speaking, it was something like a club activity. Usually, in the second or third year, students create such circles and accept freshmen into them, and they mainly accept various requests from state averages. The academy receives a commission, the students receive a reward and receive their level of awareness. This is how the students gain experience before joining the guild. Yi-hyun, with a thoughtful face, mentally noted that at least that was the basic idea. He imagined himself in uniform, thinking that this would only work if he joined a prestigious club, otherwise it would only be a loss. The boy frowned, thinking that before he returned to the past, he joined a low-class club and wasted himself to death. He imagined himself sitting alone in the void, thinking that because of the rule that a person can only join one club, he did not have any good memories of that place. The brunette with the phone smiled, thinking that at first he wanted to join a retweet club, but it would be uninteresting if it was that easy. He replied that he didn't know yet, but he would join if he found a suitable place for himself. The girl, with an embarrassed face, muttered that they all wanted to join together. A crowd of friends stood around her phone, listening as she asked the guy if he wanted to join them. The male voice on the phone answered that he wanted to go alone. Not hearing an answer, Yi-hyun looked at the screen of his smartphone and mentally asked if she was offended. He could hear breathing sounds on the end of the line. A second later, a loud female scream was heard from their phone. Yoo-jung, looking indignant, grabbed the device and loudly asked if he really decided to join the club alone and leave them. The brunette covered his ear with his hand and said that this is not true, because he never said that he planned to join the same club with them. The girl interrupted, shouting that since they had already formed a team, they should go together until the end. The guy began to clear his ear with his finger, telling his friend that if she just wanted to take first place, then let her say so. Yoo-jung muttered that this was not true at all, and that she was now giving the phone to Hoyeon. Yi-hyun smiled softly as he listened to his friend say that he definitely wouldn't be able to persuade him. The white-haired boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when the brunette said that it wouldn't be hard for them to join the same club. He continued walking through the airport, mentally noting that Hoyeon had the perfect personality to exploit and he needed to be more careful with voice phishing. He said that he had one condition in return. The boy stopped by the window and his friend told him that setting conditions to friends was somehow. Yi-hyun interrupted, noting that if they weren't satisfied, then fine. Hoyeon added that it was very rational and even friends needed to do that sometimes. The girl in the room muttered in displeasure when the brunette replied that he was indeed very rational. He looked at his phone screen and said that he would tell them about the condition later since he needed to go to the portal now. He added that they would see each other soon and hung up. A black cat crawled out from his hood. Taking a look at it, Yi-hyun mentally noted that it was time for Viola to join the club. He thought that during the club promotion period and temporary events, there would be an outdoor training camp. Remembering the bloody atmosphere of the city, he mentally noted that the location of the event was a closed area in Daegu. Imagining a blue dome over the city, Yi-hyun thought that the area where Mills Academy is located is only a part of it, and outside the academy, everything is teeming with demonic beasts that the academy destroys every year. A blue portal sparkled. Yi-hyun came out of it. A girl in a suit met him and pointed out the direction. After a while, Yi-hyun walked down the street, after which he passed through the reception desk. He sank onto a soft surface. Sitting on the sofa in the room, he told Hella that he seemed to have returned quickly, but he felt like an eternity had passed. The cat crawled up to his shoulder and said that it was no surprise since he had been through a lot. She jumped off the back of the couch. Sitting down on the couch, Hella said that the gift left by Rungnir. Suddenly, her black fur stood on end. Yi-hyun looked at her and asked what happened. The cat called him by name. Remembering herself as a child, she asked if he remembered that she said she would buy some time. Suddenly, the brunette's eyes widened in shock. Hella glanced at him sideways and said the name Heimdall. She said that he was freed. Birds were flying in the sky of the empty city. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on it. A man's hand appeared from it. The white-haired man began to crawl through the crack. He fell out of the crack. The dragon monster watched him fall. Heimdall landed with a loud bang in the high-rise area. The man stood up and began to tear the black substance off himself. He clenched his teeth in anger, muttering that he had to endure such humiliation from his alter ego. The white-haired man looked around, answering that everything was in ruins. He asked if she really thought to distance people from him. Heimdall covered his eyes with his hand. When he lowered his hand, anger appeared in his gaze because Hella dared to complicate his work. The dragon fluttered its wings. It noticed the man standing in the ruins. It looked at him with its red eyes and then swooped down. Massive paws hit the ground. The monster stood right behind Heimdall. The man froze while the wind swayed his hair. The dragon looked at him with a smirk on its face. Its toothy mouth began to open. Opening its mouth, it reached for the white-haired man. The man looked with an intense gaze. He raised his hand as his head began to sink into the mouth. Heimdall clenched his fist sharply. A huge hole appeared where the dragon's head had been. The man said that it was very interesting. He spread his arms out to the sides and suggested that they have fun. As the headless corpse began to fall to the ground, the white-haired man said that he was waiting to meet the enemy of the prophecy. A mad smile appeared on his gloomy face and he said that he would personally conduct his test. The cat moved her ear. She pressed them to her head and said that this was very strange, asking why Heimdall was here. The guy looked at her with a frown and asked where he was going. Hella looked at him and said that he was in a closed area near the Miller's Academy. The brunette froze with a shocked look. The cat said that she saw from his face that he was planning something. A bead of sweat ran down Yihan's cheek as he explained that this was the place where the Academy's students were supposed to be training. Hella glanced at him sideways and said that she knew what he was planning. Imagining the man's face, she told him that Heimdall had an ability that allowed him to see the near future, and that he wanted to foresee his future. The boy hunched over and replied that in that case, his comrades would be dragged into it as well. Looking at his face, Hella called out his name. The brunette said that there was nothing that couldn't be calculated. The cat turned her gaze to the side. She was looking at the back of Yihan, who had stood up. He pursed his lips with a gloomy expression, mentally noting that he just needed to prepare for a head-on collision. With a wave of his hand, he opened the system tablet, saying that he hoped that Hrungnir had prepared a good gift for him. He pressed the button to open the gift. A flask with a scarlet liquid appeared in front of him. The system notified him of receiving the item Giant's Blood. The flask began to hover above the brunette's hand. The characteristics of the S+ class item stated that when applied to the body, the strength and wisdom indicators increase by 30 points, and the strength and wisdom indicators must be above 150 to use. Yihan looked at the flask in confusion, wondering if it was really for the S class. He thought about how it was impossible to raise 2 stats to 150 unless you were S rank. The guy turned his eyes to the screen. He read the notification about receiving the skill Hrungnir's Wrath, after which the information about the new skill began to load. The brunette thoughtfully looked at the system screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He read that the X rank skill increases damage to aces and Valkyries by 2 times. A cat came up to him and asked with a smile how he liked the skill. She sat down and began to smirk smugly, noting that this was why she said that he needed to pass the second test faster. Yihan froze with his mouth slightly open. He smiled contentedly, noting that it was true. Scratching Hella's head, he said that he was very lucky that she came. The cat abruptly jumped back into the distance and asked what was just happening. She looked up at the guy. He looked at him with a soft smile on his face. Hella fell silent. She began to take on a girlish appearance, telling him not to worry so much. The white-haired girl appeared in front of the brunette. She said that she also had a way to help him. The next day, lightning raged in the forest. Pear stood in a half-bent position, releasing energy. Horror was frozen on his face, and blood was flowing out of us. Several more black lightnings struck the sky. Yihan combed his hair back, saying that it was not that easy. A cat looked at him from a tree branch, confirming her words. Hella flicked her tail and said that it wasn't comparable to S rank or even unique, since it was a myth rank skill. The cat turned into green energy. The battered brunette stood with his eye closed, listening to her words about how without proper preparation, after using it, the body would simply not withstand it and would collapse. The mage looked away. He mentally noted that it was a myth rank skill obtained in the ruins. The stats stated that Thunder God's power increased damage by 300% and effectiveness by 50% for lightning attribute skills, and could also be turned on and off. The guy thought that he needed to sort this out as soon as possible. The city was covered in the soft pink light of sunset. Yihan was walking down one of the streets. Looking at the orange sign next to him, he thought that there was a way to increase his rank. On the system screen, a special quest was displayed, which required him to kill 5 Odin ravens, where for 1 kill he would receive 1 empty card, and for full completion, a rank increase. The brunette mentally noted that this quest was a reliable way, but now he did not have time for it. Looking tiredly ahead, he muttered that the constant damage done to the body. He imagined himself with angel wings, clutching his chest, and thought that it could be interrupted by using sacrifice. But this was not a solution to the problem. A black cat emerged from his hood when he asked if there was another way. Hella answered that she did not know anything. She moved her ear, hearing the sound. When a car stopped next to them, she asked if they had a guest. The guy glanced suspiciously at the car. As the silhouette of a person disappeared around the corner, he noted that they would find out about it now. When the car window rolled down, the blonde exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Yihan standing there, she noted that she was surprised to see him in such a place. The brunette looked at the girl with narrowed eyes. He recognized her as the head of the Merchant Guild, Curator Baekjai Hyun. The blonde said with a smirk on her face that she heard that he signed a contract with the Lotus Guild. She asked if they were okay with him. The guy smiled sweetly when he realized what it all meant. He said that it was nice to meet her. Jai Hyun's lips spread into a smile when she asked if she was too busy for casual encounters. She waved her hand and noted that in that case, it should be called fate. Yihan gritted his teeth in displeasure. He smiled softly, repeating her last word. He said that he did not induce him the most. The brunette approached the car window and asked with a gloomy face if she had been secretly following him. While the blonde looked at him with surprised eyes, the hooded cat muttered that she had better go. Evaporating, she noted that she had business to do. The sky above the city was gradually starting to darken. Not far from the scene of action there was a building. Sung-yi appeared around its turn. Putting the phone to his ear, he told the chairman that Jae Hyun had contacted Yi-hyun. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze in that direction. Surprised, Sung-yi immediately disguised himself. He tiredly closed his eyes and conveyed that it seemed that the brunette had noticed the surveillance. After a while, night fell. Yi-hyun was sitting on a white sofa, asking if he could find out what business the curator was looking for him for. The blonde opposite closed her eyes, noting that she liked his straightforwardness. With a smile on her face, she welcomed him to the guild. The boy smiled back, saying that he was already a member of the guild, and she obviously already knew this when she was looking for him. With a dark smile on her face, Jae Hyun said that she would give him Nyug's fang. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if she was talking about that artifact. He imagined a dagger with a black handle, mentally noting that it was an S-class item, of which there were very few in the entire world. He wondered if she would just give away an item of astronomical value. At this time, in the Temple of Hell, the white-haired girl sat with her pet, noting that the girl had finally come to her. Hela smiled when she was asked if she would regret it. She placed her hand on her chest and asked Hel to lend her power. Hel put her head on her hand and said that Hela herself knew that there was a big difference in their powers, and even if she shared her power in. Hela looked into her eyes, finishing her sentence by saying that she would not be able to use it properly or even die from overdoing it. She touched her chest, lowered her head and said that even if she survived, there was no need to think about the future, not even about returning to a normal state after finding divine power in the body. Hel sadly lowered her head. Hela did not let her say anything, continuing to say that she was created for this from the beginning. The girl remembered how she pulled the boy's hand and said that she was supposed to be the guide of the enemy of the prophecy in the 5 trials and guide him on the path. The girl smiled slightly, adding that initially she was only supposed to look after him. Hel raised her eyebrows, saying that this was no reason to sacrifice herself. The girls looked at each other. Hela said that this was all really empty talk. She smiled softly, covered her mouth with her hand and said that she was just curious that Yi-hyun would continue his path forward and that this person who was moving forward no matter what. Soft rays of light penetrated the room through the windows. Hel asked if she understood correctly that she was not worried that she might not last until the end. The girl answered in the affirmative. Hel looked at her with annoyance. She closed her eyes, saying that the girl had already made a decision. Hel opened her palm, creating a cloud of energy, after which she said that she would share her power. A dark aura surrounded the girl's body. Hel said that no matter what decision she made. Hel extended her hand to her, smiled softly and finished the sentence by wishing her happiness. Hela was stunned for a second. The girl smiled softly, hearing these words. Night fell over the city. Sung-yi was talking on the phone. He said that it seemed like Jae Hyun would try to convince Yi-hyun. He started to look away, saying that the boy would not give in so easily, but Seonjun tapped her finger on the table, saying that she would therefore offer something that was not easy to obtain with money. The woman exhaled heavily, saying that Jae Hyun had estimated the boy's potential higher than she had expected. The man raised his hand, asking her if he should leave it as is. People passing by paid attention to him. The man added that perhaps these were too big words, but he believed that the boy was a future star in the world of raiders, which could become better with time. He looked up, saying his offer. The girl interrupted him, smiling slightly. She smirked, saying that everything had changed a lot. Looking menacingly in front of her, the woman asked what she should do if someone took away what she wanted. The lights were on in the skyscraper windows. Jae Hyun and Yi-hyun were sitting opposite each other. The woman said that they could be friends. She crossed her legs and asked him if he agreed with her. The boy folded his arms, smiled and said that this was their first meeting, then asked if she thought she was going too far. The girl closed her eyes, smiled and said that she thought he didn't know much about trade relations, and the fact that he was sitting there was already a trade relation. The boy nodded. The woman raised her hand, saying that they both came for their own reasons. The guy asked her to get down to business. The girl asked the assistant to bring something. Yi-hyun looked away. The assistant placed a glass cube on the table, inside of which was a dagger. The young man looked at it in surprise. The dagger was surrounded by a dark purple aura. The young man thought that it was Nyug's fang, and that in his past life this sword occupied second place after the Dragon Slayer sword. He looked up at the girl, thinking that this was what he expected from the curator. The woman looked at him with a satisfied smile. The young man wondered if she wanted to show that they had items with such power. He raised his hand, saying that it was an expensive thing, and then asked why they were showing it. The girl closed her eyes and lowered her head, saying that she did not like it when men kept too many secrets. She looked at him sternly, asking him to be honest. The boy lowered his head, agreeing with her. Opening his eyes, the boy activated his aura, menacingly asking what was wrong. The girl opened her eyes in fear, beads of sweat were running down her face. Jai Hyun was surprised at how much power he possessed. The girl bit her lip, thinking that she doubted. The boy lowered his hand, looked into her eyes ominously and said that she was thinking about doubting. The blonde was surprised by his words. The boy calmly turned to her. He smiled softly, saying that the girl seemed to be unaware of the connections between the raiders. After a while, the boy decided to sum it up. The blonde sat with her eyes closed. The boy said that they wanted him to join the Curator Guild. The boy reached out for the dagger, saying that for this they would give him an S-class artifact. The girl smiled nervously, confirming this, and then said that he would not be offered such a thing anywhere else. The boy looked away, thinking that she was right, because no guild would dare to make such a deal with a 17-year-old boy. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, calling it strange. He introduced the guild building and said that as far as he knew, the guild curator rarely recruited combat raiders, and then asked if he understood correctly that their policy had changed. The girl frowned slightly, folded her arms and said that they had decided that if the guild did not move forward, it could disappear. The boy asked if he was the first. The blonde looked at him, confirming this. The boy sank back on the couch, saying that he did not think so. Jai Hyun grabbed her head, admitting this. She introduced the image of Seonjun and said that the advantage was that the boy could bring the members of the Lotus Guild. She then introduced the members of the headquarters, saying that the boy was also useful because he could establish contact with the raider headquarters. She frowned slightly, saying that the artifact was right in front of him. The boy touched his chin, thinking for a moment. The girl smirked, saying that she thought he was the type of person who would lose control if he made a mistake for a moment. The boy smiled, raised his hand, and asked what control meant to a person. Jai Hyun raised her hand, extended her finger, and said that it was better to have an S-class artifact in his hands because besides, it was a contract in which the profit distribution ratio was almost entirely in his favor. The boy smiled, interrupting her. The blade continued to glow with a dark aura. The boy said that in any case, it was a weapon that he could use. He extended his hand towards it, saying that he wanted to look at it first, and then activated the skill for creating magical tools. The girl also extended her hand towards the artifact, saying that this weapon was worth it, and that he had earned it. She looked into the boy's eyes, saying that he could touch it. She looked at the assistant, who bowed to her. The girl picked up the cube with the artifact, when suddenly energy began to rage around. The cube vibrated, emitting a dark aura. The young man grinned, looking at it. He extended his hand towards the source of energy. Taking the blade in his hand, he called it Nidhogg's Fang with a smile. The fang took on a pale blue color. The young man smiled slightly. He lowered his hand. The girl watched his movements. The young man smiled softly, got up from the couch and said that he thought that this was not quite his style, after which he thanked her for the good offer. Jai Hyun looked at him in shock. The young man turned around, saying goodbye to her. She watched him with surprise, asking the guy if it was because he simply didn't like the artifact. The young man looked back at her, which could be said. The girl jumped up from her seat, frowned angrily and exclaimed, asking who would even sort through artifacts of such a rank. She winced with anger. The girl asked him if he knew what kind of chance it was, after which she said that he would not find this weapon in the future for any amount of money. The guy calmly replied that he had nothing more to say to her. He smiled softly, asking if he could go. The girl looked at him in shock and dropped her hands. The office door closed. The woman touched her head, exhaling heavily. She collapsed on the sofa. The assistant asked if she was okay. Jai Hyun recalled the boy's eyes, saying that he looked like his teacher. The woman slammed her fist into her knee. Frowning angrily, she said that the boy would regret this. The boy was sitting on his bed at home, an artifact being recreated in his hand. The boy looked at the glow of the aura with a smile. The system announced that the magic tool form skill had been activated. The boy took the created blade. The system notified him that the item had been acquired. The boy said that he never thought that he would receive it this way. Jihyun imagined the image of a giant dragon, thinking that Nidhogg was the name of a huge dangerous monster from ancient myths, and that it itself rested deep in Niflheimr. According to legend, during the winter solstice it gnaws at the depths of Yggdrasil. The boy recalled the image of Jai Hyun and thought that he never imagined that she would allow him to touch the fang. The blade in his hand disappeared, leaving behind a dark aura. The boy added that he also never thought that he would ever be able to copy a weapon. He opened his eyes slightly, thinking that everything was different now, and he needed to be much more careful. He imagined Heimdall and wondered how strong he was, and if he would be comparable in strength to Thor. The boy placed his hand on his face. His mouth opened slightly. The boy glared at the ceiling, calling it interesting. He got up from the bed, thinking about fighting the gods, and then wondered if it was possible that he had simply gone crazy because of all this madness. The boy clenched his fist, thinking that he wanted to know even more, and that he wanted to know how much longer he could fight them. The boy imagined Erd and thought about the fate she showed him in the mirror. The image in his head changed to the prediction he saw in the mirror. The boy wondered if he could change this fate. The guys in the same clothes were sitting in the conference room of the academy at a table. The girl with the bob haircut looked at them in surprise. She awkwardly raised her eyebrows, thinking that these were the strongest students of the academy, and that they were all incredibly strong, so much so that one could be surprised when you find out that each of them was already a veteran raider. She frowned slightly, looking at them. The guys looked at each other. The girl thought that they all gathered for one person. Seong-hyuk folded his arms, saying that Yihyun would join Suho. He calmly looked ahead, saying that they could continue to dream. The girl thought that the guy was the head of the Suho circle. The blonde frowned, turned her gaze to him and said that this could not happen because the boy would go to them. She crossed her arms, saying that their group had lost all the talented freshmen last year too, and then added that it was not right to do that to the boy. She pointed at herself, saying that, as they say, magic and martial arts do not interfere in each other's affairs, and then asked if this was an established rule, because if so, the boy, being a mage, would join them. The girl with the bob-haired girl was taking pictures of them, thinking about Jaein being the head of the circle created in honor of Seonjun. The silver-haired guy stopped the blonde, telling her to shut up, because what she was saying was nonsense. He frowned in displeasure, asking if she knew that they were on the news, and then said that it was ridiculous for him to even think that the boy would join them just because he was a mage. The reporter smiled enthusiastically, thinking that it was Juhub who had raised his circle to second place solely by strength, and that everyone present was amazing. Seong-hyuk raised his hand, saying that they could continue to dream since the boy would be on their team. Juhub scowled angrily, called it nonsense, and said that the boy would end up with them. Jaein glanced at them, raised her hand, and suggested that they do it fairly, saying that the boy would still decide for himself, and that in that case, he would go to the place where he was offered more. Juhub pointed at her, asking if she thought it was that simple, then called her an idiot and asked if she had forgotten why they had gathered. The girl frowned angrily, exclaimed, and said that the guy with muscles instead of brains told her that. The reporter watched in a daze, thinking that the situation was tense, but no one was going to back down. She frowned contentedly, thinking that the reason for this was obvious, because Yihyun was a very big fish. She imagined Jae-hyun and Seonjun, thinking that the circles in the academy were the most important groups that were watched by countless guilds. Active students would then definitely get into good guilds. The image in her head changed to a handshake. The girl added that that's why the heads of the circles secretly keep a close eye on each other. However, the girl introduced Yihyun and thought that the boy was dangerous because the balance between the circles was already extremely precarious, and now it was as if it didn't exist. Her eyes shone with anticipation. The girl thought that it was amazing. Juhub gave the blonde the middle finger, angrily cursing at her. The girl thought that the guys wanted the boy so much that their eyes turned red with anger. The girl with purple hair put her hand on the table, interrupting their discussion, offering her own option. The guys looked back at her. Juhub asked what she meant. The girl raised her hand, saying that everyone would make an offer to the boy, and if at least one of them was given a positive answer, this circle would gather everyone present and announce it in advance. The boys listened silently to her words that in exchange for this, the other circles would not touch the circle that received the boy. She added with a calm expression that the circle that received the participant would refrain from at least 2 academy events. The reporter took pictures with great enthusiasm, thinking that this was the leader of the Third Eye Circle, Ji-yoon, and that it was currently the least known circle, but it was rapidly growing due to the personal qualities of its leader. Juhub put his hand to his chin, saying that this sounded good. He stood up from his seat, pushed back his chair, and said that the circle that received the boy would suffer some losses in favor of the overall balance, so he agreed with it. The blonde placed her hands on the table, also agreeing with the proposal. Ji-yoon raised her eyebrows, smiled, and said that they would do so. The reporter now looked at her with a smile, thinking that she had changed the course of the entire conversation in a second, and that she was amazing, and that the article promised to be interesting. Night fell over the city. The young man held the phone to his ear, asking the interlocutor what he meant. Ina looked away shyly, holding the phone to her ear. The young man asked her about it again. The guy looked at the phone, asking if she wanted to go with him. The girl lowered her hands to her chest, sitting on the bed. She blushed shyly, her heart was beating fast. Ina recalled their conversation. The girl asked if the young man would go with her. She looked at the phone shyly, adding that she would go to the International Raider Festival. The young man looked at the phone in surprise, asking what she said. The girl stepped forward, put her hand on her chest and said that there was a lot to see there lately and that it was a place that every raider should visit. She looked down awkwardly and added that it was Yujung who said so. The boy put his feet on the floor and smiled slightly and said that Yujung liked these events too and that he thought Ina was really excited about it. He took out a jacket from the closet and asked if the others would go. The girl was silent for a second. She looked away and mumbled something awkwardly. The boy was holding a white sweater in his hand and the girl said that the others said they didn't have time and the boy replied that they could go together then. He looked away and thought that it seemed to him that the black market had grown in size around this time, and that considering the events of his past life, visiting it now seemed like a good idea. He imagined Heimdall and thought that maybe there would be something there to defeat him. The boy looked at his phone again, asking the girl when they were going. Ina blushed embarrassedly and said that in 2 days, on April 25th, they will meet at the park at 9 in the morning, and then thought that this time she did not stutter. The boy looked at the calendar, agreeing with the proposal. He took a step forward, telling her that it would be nice to go on vacation for the first time in a long time, and he thought it would be fun. Ina looked down, agreeing with him. The boy looked up, remembering something, and then said that he left something at the academy, so he would call her back later. Yian turned off the call, standing at the door. The girl lowered the phone. She smiled softly, blushed, and said that she also thought it would be fun. The lights were on in the windows of the multi-story building. The boy walked down the hallway with his textbooks in his hands. He noticed Yujung. The girl was scared when she heard his voice. The guy asked what she was doing there, because it was the boy's floor, and was she really going to become a man? The girl looked at him with displeasure, frowning slightly. She blushed, looked away, and said that it was not so, because she just wanted to ask him something, that's why she came. The guys stood opposite each other. The guy asked what she wanted to ask and if it was about studying. The girl answered negatively. She folded her hands on her stomach, saying that there was one event. The girl awkwardly looked away, telling the guy about the International Raider Festival. The bright sun rose over the city. Ina sat on the fountain, wondering if she came too early. Yian approached the fountain and then noticed her. He waved at her with a smile, saying that she came quite early. The girl awkwardly waved back. The young man came closer to her and said that he woke up early, so he decided to come and look around, but it turned out that she was already there. He pointed his finger behind him, suggesting that they run somewhere. The girl watched him go. She blushed embarrassedly, holding her face with her hands. People passing by looked at the guy in surprise, recognizing him. The young man walked next to the embarrassed girl past a crowd of people. People also recognized Ina. The girl turned slightly pale, listening to the conversations of those around her. She began to have a panic attack due to the pressure exerted by people. The young man took her hand. He pulled her along with him, smiling, telling her to walk a little faster. The girl looked at him in surprise. The young man stood next to her, exhaled, and said that the decision to come to a place where there were so many people was brave. The girl apologized to him. She folded her arms across her chest, looked away, and said that she was not yet used to so many people. And ours picked one up, smilingly asking her if he or she had breakfast, after which he said that there were many places there, and there was a place where her favorite served toast. The girl blushed slightly, thinking later that the young man knew what she liked. The young man turned around, calling her to follow him. He extended his hand to her. Ina looked at her shyly. The guys were walking along the embankment. The young man remembered their conversation with Yujung. The girl looked away shyly, saying that she just wanted to ask him something. The guy moved his gaze to her, asking what exactly she wanted and whether it concerned her studies. Yujung answered negatively, saying that she came about the event. She looked away, telling the young man about the International Raider Festival. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering Ina, and thought about how she told him that the others did not have time. Yujung lowered her head with an awkward smile, saying to the boy that he was going to stay home this weekend anyway, so she thought it would be better to have some fun for the first time in a long time. The boy listened to her silently. He patted her head, apologized, and said that he already had plans, so they would go another time. The girl was silent for a second. He smiled softly, saying that they would go together another time. Bright rays of sunlight fell on the festival grounds. The boy looked at the girl with a smile, who was showing him something. They tried their luck at one of the games. The girl pointed out with a smile that the boy had gotten dirty with food. Suddenly, raindrops began to pound the leaves of the trees. A downpour fell on the city, and the girl was sitting at the bus stop. The boy opened his umbrella. Walking towards her, he expressed indignation at the rain that had started, saying that this was why he didn't trust weather forecasts. The girl agreed, upset. The boy looked at her silently. Suddenly, something caught their attention. The young man froze for a second. Pointing his finger at the establishment, he offered the girl to take a photo. Ina blushed embarrassedly, folding her arms across her chest. The guy awkwardly scratched his cheek, saying that he did not know how to do it correctly, because they usually say that when walking. They often go to such photo studios and take photos as a keepsake, after which he added that they could just walk by if she did not want to. The girl took hold of his clothes. She awkwardly shook her head. The girl blushed embarrassedly, looking at the floor. Suddenly, she let him go, apologizing for what she had done. She squeezed her palm, timidly agreeing with the offer. The red-haired guy watched the guys enter and greeted them. He held out his hands and called them a cute couple with a smile. Yihan looked at him confused, thinking that the guy looked familiar, and said that they wanted to take a photo. The girl looked at the boy with embarrassment, wondering if they really looked like a couple. The red-haired guy pointed his hands at the accessories stand, saying that they could take whatever they wanted and then wish them a good time. The girl took the bunny ears with a smile, showing them to Yihyun. The guy awkwardly stepped back, asking her if she wanted to try them on. The girl held 2 headbands with different types of ears in her hands. The guy asked why she needed 2 pairs. The girl raised her eyebrows in disappointment. The guys took 3 awkward photos with the ears on. The last photo didn't print. The young man put his hand on his waist, turned to the red-haired guy and said that the last photo did not go through. The studio worker scratched the back of his head, smiled and said that he had already told the technician to deal with this problem, but he apparently forgot, after which he apologized, saying that this photo would be free for them. Yihyun calmly replied that he could pay. The guy said to just pretend that this photo was for their future together. The girl looked at him shyly, thinking about whether Yihyun would be in this future. Yihyun smirked slightly, thinking that this was a very optimistic future. The red-haired guy lowered his hand, saying that this would only happen if. He looked at them ominously, extended his hand and finished the sentence by saying that this would happen if they could protect the real ones. The red-haired guy looked at them with a doll-like smile. The guys left the photo studio. Yihyun looked back at the door, wondering what that was. The girl looked at his face. The boy walked a little further, thinking that the boy was definitely suspicious of him, but he did not sense his manhwa. The girl awkwardly lowered her gaze. She looked at the boy, turning to him. Yihyun turned to her. The girl awkwardly began to speak. Lowering her hands, she said that she lied to him. The boy calmly looked at her face, asking what she meant. Ina folded her arms over her chest. Lowering her gaze, she said that she did not ask the boys if they would go with them. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking her what that meant. Looking at the ground, she said that she was greedy. She bowed her head, explaining that she was greedy for the time she could have spent alone with him. The boy looked into her eyes in surprise. He lowered his eyebrows, looking at her silently. An image of hell appeared in his mind. That image changed to giant. Then he imagined Relayed. It simply changed back to Thor. Then the boy imagined Relayed again. An image of Earth appeared in his mind. The boy lowered his head. Smiling, looking into her eyes, he said that he was glad that she had a good time. The girl looked at him. She lowered her eyes. I wanted to say something. Stopping, she turned away from him. Closing her lips, she looked at the ground in frustration. The girl closed her eyes, gathering her strength. She looked at the boy, saying that she wanted to tell him something. Suddenly, a powerful explosion appeared in the air. The boys looked at him in shock. Sirens screamed, announcing to all the festival goers that this was not a drill and that they were under attack. The raiders rushed forward. People were running, stumbling over each other. The square was ablaze. Civilians were running away in fear. The raiders were guiding them, showing them the way to retreat. The young man looked at what was happening in a daze, thinking that such a level of mana definitely did not come from the dungeon. A thick stream of scarlet substance spread through the air. The young man paid attention to this, thinking that there was a disgusting smell of blood in the air. Lowering his eyebrows, he thought about what happened. The red-haired young man waved his hand, telling everyone to get out of there. He smiled maniacally, pointed at himself and said that it was dangerous there, so everyone should leave. The girl looked at the guy with alarm, saying that something bad had happened and they needed to leave. She looked at her Nashi's back, telling them to leave quickly. Suddenly, a golden aura enveloped the guy. He answered negatively, activating the mana detector. Streams of aura rushed forward along the floor. The young man said that one way or another, the chances of their death are high. The guy frowned, saying that everything is happening because of. The detector reached the legs of the red-haired guy. Yihyun looked at his back, finishing the sentence by saying that it is all because of him. Yihyun said that if you stay here, everyone will die, and all because of this. His legs were surrounded by a haze. He looked at the figure of the red-haired stranger and called him a name. The guy laughed, and then turned around and said with an angry look, "Interesting." Looking at the hero, he said that his intuition works better than he thought. Is it really because he is the enemy of the prophecy? The brunette froze. Without turning to Ine, he told her to run. She asked in surprise. Turning to the girl, he ordered to run away faster. The red-haired man approached Ine with a smile. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy swung his fist, but the blow stopped centimeters from the surprised face. There was a roar, debris flew around. Dust settled among the buildings. The guy turned his attention to his hand. Yihyun was squeezing his wrist. He stopped the blow and sternly asked, "Who is he?" With a smile, the guy called him a great enemy and said that he is nothing special for the one who tarnished the majestic name. Surrounded by a yellow glow, Yihyun repeated that he was asking again. A blue glow spread around, breaking stones. The hero asked the stranger what he was. The guy landed on his feet and answered that he was one of Odin's 5 ravens. With a slight smile, the red-haired man explained that although he did not receive permission for the name, if he sacrificed the guy to him, he could get it. Yihyun's expression darkened. He clenched his fist and imagined the image of the raven guy, and then the sad memories of the altar with white flowers. Ihyun angrily shouted that he was as bad as that bad person. Ine, who was standing behind him, called out to him in surprise. Turning to her, the brunette explained that he thought it would be difficult to escape now, so let her stay behind him. The girl agreed sullenly. The raven asked with a smile, was it the girl that was important to him? Ihyun answered with a question, what if so? The opponent, surrounded by a glow, answered that he would then make him know the taste of despair and tear her apart. A glow spread around Ihyun's hand. He said that the opponent was like an animal and activated the skill of creating magical tools. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he was sorry, and then calmly looked at the raven. A black sword surrounded by a blue glow appeared in his hand, and he explained that he was the one who would be torn apart. The system reported the successful creation of the S-rank Dragon Slayer sword Bama. The foot left the ground in a swift movement. The enemy also took off. Ihyun with the sword, surrounded by whirlwinds, flew at the enemy. The blade of the sword shone with blue fire. The raven replied with a smile that it would not be enough. White flashes flew around from the collision. Ine, covering herself with her hands, thought, what is going on? She looked at the stranger and thought, who is this person? She remembered how the guy called Ihyun with a smile and thought that he called him a strange name. The girl's look was sad. She thought that it was time to be distracted. She needed to help. Ihyun held a shining blue sword in his hands. The red raven held a red chain sticking out of his chest. The red and blue glow of the weapon collided in a strike. Ihyun looked at the enemy, asking what he knew about Mimir. Black stains were spreading across the raven's clothes. He wondered, the guy was asking this when his life was at stake. Instead of the image of a stranger, a man in a raven-plagued doctor mask appeared, who said that he would tell him if he wanted to know so much. The brunette heard that this was Odin, the most prominent among the ravens, along with Munin. He imagined the image of a brunette in a feathered cloak, standing with his back to another person, and heard that this was the most noble after the Aesir. Holding a sword in his hand, Ihyun replied that this was ridiculous. He meant that such a cool guy was used only to keep him under control. Looking forward, the brunette asked why. The man in the raven mask waved his hand and replied that this was because such was the prophecy, an absolute prophecy that could not be changed. Ihyun replied that this was nonsense. There was ice under his shoes. He said what he said, he did. Sharp ice flows were spreading everywhere from the blue sword, the hero continued, because of some assumption about the future. The system reported the activation of the frozen ground skill. High ice flows surrounded the raven. A foot in a white boot slid on the ground. Ihyun struck, causing a white flash. The raven with a chain in his hands replied that the prophecies of the Aesir always came true. The flying chain shimmered red. Ihyun took the blow with his sword. Ine, who was standing behind him, was thinking about this person. She looked at the stranger attacking with a chain and thought that although she did not know if he was a human, he was incredibly strong, but now her abilities did not allow her to help Ihyun. She clenched the blue ball in her hand and then threw it to her comrade with a cry to catch it. The brunette turned to her in surprise. He caught it with his palm, saying that it was a magic transfer stone. A glow emanated from the dark blue ball. It was an item that could transfer magical power to a partner who had the same stone. Ihyun looked at the girl. The blue glow flickered in the girl's palms. She remembered how she looked at the guy in the dungeon, how he looked at her in the past, and resolutely stretched out her palms, transferring magic. Ihyun was surprised, clenching the ball in his hand. The guy silently lowered his gaze, and then, holding the ball in his hands, thanked the girl. He looked at the raven with the chains, thinking that nothing would work if he hesitated. That was exactly what he wanted to achieve. Looking at the enemy, Ihyun thought that he needed to think calmly as usual. What was his weakness? The raven attacked. Holding chains in his hands, the guy thought about how to turn the situation around, need to find a solution. The sharp tip of the chain was approaching. A golden shining chain appeared next to Ihyun. Many golden portals with chains and lightning surrounded the hero. A blade appeared in the enemy's palm. The blows of his gray chain collided with the golden ones. The gray chain tightened. The raven jumped away from it, holding a knife in his hand. Ihyun watched this, thinking that the enemy was using daggers and chains. Magic was about the same level, but he could not move away from it too much. The girl was clutching a blue glow in her hands. The hero thought that if he let his guard down, trouble could happen. A white boot stepped on the tip of the golden chain. The hero with the sword in his hands resolutely climbed onto the chain and also jumped, delivering a blow. The brunette winced when his shoulder was cut. He touched the wound, activating the skill sacrifice, and thought that he was fast. Despite activating the step of light, it was difficult to keep up with him. The man in the raven mask turned around, saying that he heard that he had many different techniques, but there were even more than he imagined. The opponent landed on the floor, saying that as expected, Heimdall was right. The raven touched his mask with his palm, saying that he could be a great hindrance to the gods. Yihyun, holding a blue sword, thanked him for such words, and the opponent asked why he was thanking him. The masked man's gaze was red. He said that he was going to finish him off here. Yihyun calmly thought that this was a bluff. In any case, the Aesir could not kill him now. Shining symbols appeared around the boy. He thought that the power of the prophecy was still protecting him, but that didn't mean it was completely impossible. He charged resolutely. The raven with a knife in his hand asked if he really wanted to get him with this attack, and he thought to himself that an attack with such a long sword would be slow anyway. The boy's foot left the ground. He jumped up, holding a shining sword in his hand, while the raven protected himself with a chain. Yihyun's gaze was determined. He turned around, clenching his fist, and attacked the enemy with force. A grin appeared on the brunette's lips. He said that he himself did not look very good. The raven coughed. The glass of his mask was broken. He slid along the ground, covering himself with his hands. The enemy touched his hat in defeat. A red eye was visible from its broken glass. He charged and shouted that the enemy was a pathetic person. Yihyun blocked his strike with a blue sword. Yellow marks appeared at the site of the collision. The guy said that he thought he doesn't know much about it. A bright mark was left from the swift blow. The system reported that the skill of creating magic tools was cancelled. The hero extended his hand, surrounded by orange pixels. The system reported that the skill of creating magic tools was activated. Then a short dagger appeared in the guy's hand. The system reported that the artifact Nidog's fans was successfully created. The guy said that he didn't want to start like that. The fang-shaped weapon glowed purple in his hand. The raven looked at it in surprise, saying that he hadn't heard of using a dagger. He looked, realizing what kind of energy it was. Yihyun calmly looked at him, wondering what kind of reaction this was. He doubted. A chain hung next to his feet in black boots. The hero noticed that the enemy did not even realize that he had opened up. A golden chain flew out of the portal. It grabbed the arm of the defeated raven. Yihyun rushed to attack. His decisive strikes left bright marks, and the enemy screamed. The system reported that the effect of the Nidog's fans artifact was activated. Enemies take poison damage. The effect is cumulative. Yihyun turned around, thinking that it sounded even better than he imagined, as expected of an S-rank artifact. The raven broke the chain on his hand, asking where did he get such strength. He quickly turned around and managed to jump away from the next strike. The brunette struck again. Several gold chains hit the black one. The opponents were standing near a multi-story building in the dust. Yihyun said that it was hard to move because of the poison. Clutching the blade in his hand, he said that it seemed like the situation had turned 180 degrees. The masked guy noted that at this rate, he had no chance against Aesir. The brunette asked with a smile, still unable to kill him. The raven attacked, asking when did he say that he would kill him. Yihyun turned around in shock. Ina froze as the enemy flew at her. She stretched out her arms and created a blue protective barrier around herself, but the raven shattered it with a blow. The brunette's eyes widened in shock. She looked at the stranger approaching in a red glow. Yihyun clenched his teeth and then threw his blade, ordering her to duck. Ina looked ahead in surprise. A purple flash appeared near the building. The system reported that the boy had defeated the raven Odin. The next notification said that the special quest progress was 2 out of 5, the level increased by 1. Yihyun stood surrounded by dust. He lowered his head and cursed. Ina ran towards him with a scream. The boy covered one eye, thinking that he had used too much magic at once. The brunette ran up and caught him. The boy fell to his knees while she called out to him. The girl's lips pressed together. She thought about it again. She imagined Yihyun fighting the monster and thought that, just like then, there was nothing she could do. Ina looked at the guy sadly. Some of the windows in the multi-story building were on fire a few hours earlier. Yujing stood in the room with her arms crossed and said that it was not easy for her to start this conversation. He was pretending to be busy. The redhead mumbled discontentedly and then angrily began to beat the pillow, shouting that then she could go with Ina. The girl sat on the bed, saying that in any case, the guy was no help to her. Yihyun picked up her phone. She sent a message to Ina asking if they could go to the Raider festival she was talking about. The girl exclaimed happily when she saw that her friend read it. Then her gaze became surprised. The reply message was an apology and that the girl was not at home right now and did not think she could do it. She was sorry. Yujing fixed her hair, asking why she wasn't home, usually sleeping in a hotel. The redhead looked over and said that Ina was busy too. Sitting on the bed, she wrote a reply. It said that everything was fine, they would go to a pastry shop later. The girl replied, of course, they would definitely go. Yujing suspiciously touched her lips, saying that it was surprising. 2 homebodies suddenly went somewhere. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she asked if they really went to the festival together. She chuckled in displeasure and imagined the image of her friend. The way the girl hid her face behind a book out of embarrassment, and how she looked at the guy, blushing. Touching her face with her finger, Yujin concluded that this couldn't be true, and then silently leaned back on the bed, hugging the pillow. Blushing, she repeated that she definitely didn't. At this time, Yihyun was sitting on the steps, leaning on an A. The girl looked at him. She remembered him fighting the monster, sadly thinking that when Yihyun was in danger, she could not help. She looked at the brunette and thought that he was trying to protect her. The girl's fingers clenched into a fist. She looked down sadly, thinking that she did not act. Ina turned her gaze to the guy. His eyes were closed, and she thought that it was good that he was not badly hurt. Remembering the man in the raven costume, she thought, who was he? Sitting next to the guy, she decided that it seemed that he knew him. She imagined the black flashes of magic surrounding the enemy and thought that, besides that magic, she remembered how the enemy, surrounded by a red glow, flew at her and asked what connected them. Ina touched the guy's hair. From her movement, he winced and hummed. The girl blushed when he opened his eyes and was very embarrassed when Yihyun looked at her straight. With a slight smile, the brunette thanked her for looking after him. Blushing, Ina looked away and said that she couldn't help him. She turned away silently. The heroes were sitting by a tall building with towers. Yihyun began to say that, to be honest, Ina was surprised to hear that he knew what she wanted to say. The brunette looked at the girl silently. He put his hand on her shoulder, saying that of course he could have misunderstood. Looking at his friend, he said that if so, then you shouldn't take it seriously and asked to listen to what he needed. Ina touched his lips with her finger and stopped him. Hiding her eyes with her hair, she asked if he could not continue. The hero tried to object. Ine, sitting next to him, apologized and said that she was not ready to hear it. The wind rustled the leaves. Words were heard that whatever his answer was, let them wait. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. She said that whatever he had to do, she would wait until that moment. Mentally, she confirmed that it was true. And then, despite the tears, she smiled and said that they would talk then. Okay. Yihyun looked at her and then touched her face with his palm. They were sitting on the steps at the entrance to the building. Dust was rising on the landing. The monster's green hand was clutching a club. There were huge green orcs in front of the guy. A tip of a chain appeared from a golden portal. Yihyun, surrounded by portals with chains, directed them at the enemies. He frowned, thinking why him? He remembered how Ina cried and asked him not to continue, and wondered why he didn't answer her. The guy looked down, thinking that he knew that she liked him, why he did that there. He looked down sadly, thinking that he understood how hard it was for her with these ghostly hopes. He sank to the floor of the platform. The green monster swung the club, growling. Yihyun looked at it, dodging. The system reported that as the quest progresses, the user's level increases by 1. A glow appeared around the clenched fist. He delivered a decisive blow with a bright flash. The system reported that he can sense the restraining barrier. The hero clenched his fists and repeated, can sense the barrier. Looking ahead, he asked what that could mean. Then he turned to Hela, who had appeared. The alter ego closed her eyes and confirmed that he didn't understand it now. There was a silver bracelet on her bare foot. She said that he would definitely find out everything later. Approaching the hero, Hela said that it would be so, because it was him. Yihyun smiled, asking why she was so flustered, as if she was going to leave. The guy crossed his arms and said that he wouldn't allow it, and the girl answered that of course. She looked down, thinking that she definitely wanted her existence to become a blurry memory for him. People were approaching a tall stone building. Yihyun heard his name being called. Looking at the guy, he asked who he was. A brunette in a black jacket introduced himself as Jeong Hein, a third year, the leader of the Guardian Circle. Yihyun looked at him, thinking that he had heard something about him. Guardian. He imagined the brunette with the other guys and thought that this was the strongest circle in the academy. Its members are cool, but Yihyun answered out loud that they were far from the guys. Jeong Hein extended his hand to the guy, offering to join the Guardian. Suddenly, a long-haired blonde ran up to him, ordering him to stop and saying that anyone can make such an offer. Pointing a finger at the guy, Jian angrily said that Yihyun would be joining her circle. The heroes turned and looked at the blonde, who told them to stop talking nonsense. Pointing a finger at himself, Juhub said that they were taking him to Garam. Yihyun looked at the gathered crowd and told them to be quiet, because everyone was staring. With a grim look, he said that he was also, but he was interrupted by a girl in uniform who appeared, asked him to go ahead and introduced herself as Ji-yoon, the third eye. Yihyun looked at her in surprise and wondered who. He looked at the boys arguing and thought that he had heard the other names when he was a raider. The blonde came closer and said that she didn't come to recruit him, she just wanted to introduce herself. Looking at the onlookers, Yihyun said that they should have chosen a calmer time. With a slight smile, Ji-yoon replied, well. Her gaze turned sly, she touched her lips and said that it was a little dangerous. Juhub angrily interrupted her, shouting that he was repeating once again that the boy would be joining them. Yihyun calmly apologized and said that he needed to clarify something. Putting his hand in his pocket, he declared that he was not going to join the circle. The heroes who came to recruit him heard this. Jeong Hein in a black jacket asked what he would do then. He knew he was a student, but it was hard for raiders who weren't in the circle to have a low starting rank. Yihyun replied with a smile that he didn't say he wouldn't be in the circle. Someone's hand grabbed his shirt. Juhub angrily asked what he was talking about. Did he want to explain? The brunette advised him not to make mistakes, and with a gloomy look, he continued that they didn't need it. The blonde froze angrily, and then he let go of the guy's clothes. Yi-hyun shook himself off and said that he would create his own. Everyone heard this in shock. Ji-yoon, who was standing behind him, remained silent. Her gaze was thoughtful. The heroes were sitting at the table. Ju-hub exclaimed that he couldn't understand it. He was sick. Touching his hair with his fingers, he angrily asked why first years were allowed to create a circle. The girl told him not to swear. Jeong-hain thoughtfully replied that he also did not understand that a newbie would create a circle by himself. Putting his palms together, the guy continued that it was against the rules of the academy. It sounded like something unrealistic. The heroes looked at him, hearing that it was nonsense. Besides, Jaehyun looked up, saying that it was difficult to do without help. The brunette sitting at the table said that based on what the guy said, it was impossible to say for sure that he would not succeed. The blonde slammed his fist on the table, shouting that he said it was impossible. In response, Jeong-hain asked what the most important thing was to create a circle. Jaehyun thoughtfully touched her cheek and replied that authority, a group within the academy, definitely a child from a rich family, and of course, skills. Looking at her, the brunette told him to remember Yi-hyun's comrades. He imagined Hoyeon, thinking that he was a well-informed person. Yi-seng, whom he mentally called an alchemist. He imagined in raising her hand as a dealer with a fire ability. And Yoo-jung, whom he called a support. Jaehyun responded with a questioning expression. Jeong-hain explained that this explained why he didn't need them in the first place. The blonde tiredly touched his head, saying that it hurt. The brunette tapped his finger on the table, saying that he needed to influence Yi-hyun's opinion. He imagined a guy standing among his friends and said that even from them, his comrades alone would be enough to tip the scales of the academy. Jeong-hain closed his eyes, saying that everyone should find a way to survive. Guardian would help if needed. Ju-hyub asked displeasedly, all the circles would do this because of some freshmen. Standing up, Jeong-hain turned to him, asking if he thought he could beat Yi-hyun in a one-on-one battle. The blonde frowned and remained silent. Heading towards the exit, the brunette said that they are always open. He is waiting for an answer. Jaehyun sighed and stood up from the table. Ju-hyub clicked his tongue in displeasure. The man in the black shoe remained silent. Jeong-hain imagined the image of the guy who told him not to make mistakes for the sake of the two of them, and thought that he was a terrible monster. He walked along the corridor of the academy, thinking that he was already second after Ji-yoon. The comrades were sitting at a round table. Yoo-jung exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Looking at the guy in amazement, she asked again, "Create your own circle." Yi-hyun waved his hand, saying that if they wanted, they could involve someone else. Hoyeon looked at him and said that no matter how many there were, they were only first years. The blonde continued that it would be difficult if one of the circles decided to establish control over them. Yi-seng clenched his fist, saying that for sure it was scary to confront others. Soil crossed her arms, saying that she was wondering why he suddenly gathered them all. Looking at the guy, she asked how much he would pay. Yi-hyun looked at her silently, then turned away and said that they just needed to be strong enough to withstand the onslaught of the other circles. The girl thought with displeasure that he ignored her. The heroes heard him say that it would happen anyway. Yi-hyun chuckled thoughtfully, thinking that this was much better than joining the others and worrying about their opinions. Ina looked at him and said that she was fine with it. Yi-seng hesitantly said that if Yi-hyun insisted, then he was for it. The blonde made a circle with her fingers and asked about the payment. Without points, they would not last long. The brunette chuckled. He presented gold coins, saying that points were awarded to the best representative of the class. He introduced Seonjun, saying that the items he received were within this category. With a sly look, he continued that, including everything else, they had tens of millions of points at their disposal. Soil winced, saying that it was crazy. Yoo-jung exclaimed indignantly, asking, is he that rich and didn't treat them to something delicious? A pink strand of hair appeared in the corner of the room. The heroes looked in that direction, hearing that today was the team dinner. Yi-hyun asked what Azero Hyun was even doing here. The pink-haired girl was doing pull-ups on the sofa. Covering one eye, she said that at first she just wanted to bury it. She was going to go to the academy next year. The guy looked at Ah Hyun and heard that thanks to the skill he cast on her, she can't go anywhere now. The guy's eyes glowed golden. The system reported subordination. Ah Hyun raised her hand and said with a smile that since all the cool guys were gathered in this circle, she thought why not join them too. And then she darkened and covered her mouth with her hands. The heroes looked at her. Yi-seng said that he did not expect her to think like that, and Hoyeon added that the aura from that pink hair was sinister. Ina told the indignant girl that she did not think she should address her senior like that. Yi-hyun smiled, ignoring Ah Hyun's indignation. Touching his hand to the table, he said that in any case, their situation was not that dire. He looked at his comrades and said that they were all definitely talented. Hoyeon glanced at the hand he placed on his shoulder and heard the question, what if they succeeded even more? Yi-hyun gave a thumbs up and said that he thought they would be able to overcome the obstacles they were facing now. Hoyin turned to him in surprise. With shining eyes, he told the devious guy that he swore allegiance to him. Ina looked at her friend and thought that next time she would save him with her own hands. Yihyun turned his attention to her and she thought that she would definitely do it. Touching his chest, she said that they would try their best. Yujin whispered if she wasn't the only one with a bad feeling, right? Soil covered her mouth with her hand and whispered that she remembered the brunette smiling like that last time. She was in a really bad mood. Yihyun looked at them sternly and asked what they were talking about. The girls gloomily fell silent. Crossing his arms, the brunette said that of course, it would take a lot of effort for them to become stronger. His comrades looked at him, hearing him say that he thought it was a natural process and no one would have any questions. With a sly smile, he asked, in that case, would they all join his circle? Under the blue sky stood the rectangular building of the Mills Academy gym. It had exercise machines. The gym on the territory of the academy. On the shelf lay the attributes, a place filled with various sports equipment and the latest artifacts. Only the head of the academy and his colleagues have access here. If they are lucky, then the leaders of the best circles. Yujin clenched her teeth, sweating from the tension. Dropping her hands, she cursed tiredly. Beside her, Ah-hyun lay dead tired, saying that she did not want to go to company dinners anymore. Yujin looked questioningly at the shadow that appeared next to her. Yiseng handed her vials of blue liquid, saying that it was a restorative elixir. Hoyin, in a sweatsuit, sat on the floor, saying that he felt like he had torn all his muscles and asked to stop for today. Yihan replied that muscles grow because of tears. He took the vial from the alchemist. His fingers closed on the blue bottle. He held a potion in his hands and told the others to drink it all to the last drop. Soil pointed her finger at the alchemist in displeasure, shouting that he was a traitor, and he hid behind the brunette, saying that his specialty was not fighting. Yihan showed 2 fingers, saying why was she snapping at Yiseng for no reason, they would do 2 more sets. Hoyin, surrounded by a glow, clenched his fist. The hero thought that although this place looked like an ordinary gym, it was special. The tired Yujin also lit up pink. There is strong gravity here. This place is created to strengthen the physical abilities of students. Yihyun, surrounded by a purple glow, crossed his arms, thinking that the gravity here was many times greater than usual. Ina was breathing heavily while lifting the barbell. The brunette looked at her, he remained silent, and then imagined the image of a crow, thinking that this could happen again at any time. Ina's face was scared at that time. There was only one way to prevent this from happening. Yihyun looked down. He clenched his fist, thinking that his comrades should quickly become stronger. Then, in the worst case, it would not catch them off guard, and they would be able to emerge from the battles unharmed. Resolutely looking ahead, the brunette thought that this was the most important thing now. On the street, a multi-story building of the Lotus Raiders Guild towered. Seonjun smiled. Yihyun smiled back. They sat in chairs opposite each other. The teacher said, so, opening her eyes, she asked what he thought about transferring to another guild. Yihyun looked at her and asked what she meant. The girl chuckled into her fist. Smiling, she explained that she knew that Curator was talking to him. Opening her eyes, she continued in return. Yihyun presented the purple shining blade and heard that they offered him Nidog's fang. He closed his eyes and remained silent, and then answered that he was caught. Looking at the teacher, he asked if he said that he would go somewhere else, would she let him go? The woman laughed and said that no, she would never do that. She introduced the blonde with a smile and said that especially to the Curator Guild. Looking at her, the guy asked, then what are these questions for? Seonjun leaned down seriously and then walked up to the guy. Standing next to him, she said that she called him to let him know that no one would take him away from them. The woman continued that she wasn't stupid enough to give her student to a competitor and reached her hand up to his face. Touching her fingers to his chin, Seonjun said that he had no reason to give up these privileges either. The boy looked at her and asked, even if one of the greatest S-rank artifacts was at stake. The guild leader replied with a smile that yes, even so, she couldn't say that it was an equivalent replacement, but if he asked, she would do what it took and she didn't think it was such a bad deal. Yihyun leaned back, saying that it was true, he wasn't going anywhere anyway. His teacher was here, where could he go? Seonjun closed her eyes and said that he was a good liar, she almost believed him. Yihyun said with a smile that he had missed an opportunity. The heroes laughed. The brunette looked at the woman with a smile and then thought of Heimdall. His gaze became gloomy. He imagined the image of a monster and thought that it was going to attack him in the training camp. He needed to prepare for any eventuality. Under the pink sky, a portal with blue edges was dark and people were standing. It was the day of training in the training camp. The leader of the circle with his comrades approached the bus and then began to go inside. The buses were driving along the road among the buildings. Turning to the others, Yihyun asked to try harder. The heroes sat on the bus, hearing that this would be the beginning of their circle. Hoyin said that of course, and Soil patted the frightened Yiseng on the back, ordering him to stop shaking. The alchemist scratched his head, saying that he was scared. From now on the real practice begins. Yihyun turned to him and said that right, now they will fight the real evil. Looking at the others, the brunette said that besides, other raiders often come to this area and fight monsters, but that does not mean that the camp is safe. Yujin leaned over the seat and told her comrade that if he gets nervous, it will only get harder, and they will work tirelessly in the camp, so it is best to relax now. Yiseng closed his eyes and said that he will try. Ina looked at the leader and said that she wanted to ask something. Looking at him, she asked why he called the circle 9. Yujin appeared next to him saying that she was also wondering, did he mean a number? The guy answered that he did. The brunette looked at him and asked if there was any special reason why he liked this number. Yihan chuckled thoughtfully and said that he did not like it, or rather, he hated it. He imagined a tree with planets. In Scandinavian mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. He imagined a poisonous snake and a man lying on the sand. For example, Thor, poisoned by poison, died without taking 9 steps. The image of the snake was red. He said that there was such a story. The guy silently turned away. At the moments of numbers falling out, when he sees 9 repeated several times, the girls looked closely. He continued the thought that he could not help but notice a close connection. Yihyun smiled, and then said with a smile that he hated this number the most, that's why he chose it. The girls looked at each other. Yihyun looked at the brunette and then turned away. Looking forward, he said that things that cannot be forgotten, next to them, for some reason, he even forgets about them. Under the pink sky, a high-rise building towered. Words were heard that they were in place. This is the entrance to Daegu, a closed city where the academy's training camp is held. Yihyun stood in the aisle, saying that now they would only dream of peace. He continued that everyone was nervous. The heroes excitedly got off the bus after the guy. He thought that no one would die here and nothing would end. The high-rise buildings under the pink sky looked abandoned. It was somewhere in the closed city of Daegu, in a remote area. Heimdall was sitting on the roof of one of the buildings. The brunette standing behind him told him that they had lost another raven. Leaning on his hand, the blonde chuckled. Heimdall sat on the roof with a smile, saying what an interesting opponent. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.